I traveled to a world where everyone can change jobs, but instead of choosing the powerful warrior profession, I chose the most useless F-level all-system mage. The principal laughed so hard that his mouth twisted, and then turned around to sell my guaranteed admission spot at a high price to a rich second generation. However, I didn't care. Soon after, I stirred up a storm in the school dungeon with a 9th level doomsday spell. The atmosphere in the principal's office was oppressive. The homeroom teacher, Lin Wanqing, said angrily, "The guaranteed admission qualification is a reward for Chu Jie's outstanding performance over the past 3 years. You can't deprive him of it just because he changed to an F-level profession." The principal slowly took a sip of tea, a fake smile plastered on his fat face, while calculating how much benefit he could gain, and said, "Teacher Lin, I know you care about the students, but if this qualification is given to Wang Qinghu, his father will donate a whole teaching building to us. Can't you tell which is more important?" Lin Wanqing's face turned red with anger as she retorted, "The guaranteed admission spot is the result of Chu Jie's hard work. Unless he volunteers, no one can take it away." The principal glared at her unhappily and said, "If this matter goes through, won't you benefit too? I'll promote you to the position of Director of Education in the second half of the year. Isn't that generous?" Lin Wanqing sneered, "If this goes through, I'll resign immediately. I won't be a teacher anymore." Upon hearing this, the principal's anger surged, but considering the upcoming college entrance examination, he could only endure and persuade her. "Teacher Lin, why must it be like this? With Chu Jie's qualifications, it would be a waste of resources to guarantee him admission. Look at this kid, he has been listless since changing jobs." Lin Wanqing turned to me, her eyes filled with compassion. "Chu Jie, it's not your fault for changing to an F-level profession. Be strong and express your thoughts." At this moment, I was fascinated by the panel in front of me, feeling an immense joy in my heart. This system is quite impressive, although full system mages can only learn low-level skills from other professions, which is indeed a drawback. Having this system makes all the difference. I can earn 400 skill points every day, and even the most ordinary skills can be enhanced into powerful abilities. With this system that can unleash world-destroying moves, what use is there for a guaranteed admission quota? I suppressed my excitement and smiled slightly, saying, "Teacher Lin, I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. I don't care about that guaranteed admission quota, whoever wants it can have it." The principal was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "I didn't expect that classmate Chu Jie is so sensible. I'll talk to classmate Wang Qinghu's father and arrange a security job for you, saving you 20 years of detours." Lin Wanqing became anxious. "Chu Jie, why do you want to give it up? Don't be afraid, just say whatever you want." The principal hurriedly interrupted. Hey, Teacher Lin, you can't interfere with the students' thoughts. It's settled, you take Chu Jie to the novice dungeon." The principal was afraid I would change my mind and quickly ended the conversation. I frowned. "Your hometown is Dunhuang, right?" The principal looked puzzled. "I'm from this city. What's wrong?" I shrugged and turned to walk outside. "You talk too much." The principal glanced at the calligraphy and paintings on the wall and smiled. "You have a good eye. I do have quite a few calligraphy pieces." Lin Wanqing hurriedly chased after me, her face full of guilt. "Chu Jie, I'm sorry, it's the teacher's fault for not being able to protect you well." I stopped and comforted her. "It's okay, teacher. I really don't care about that guaranteed admission quota, even if I go to college. I want to go to the best university." This homeroom teacher dared to confront the principal for my guaranteed admission quota, even threatening to resign. I was truly touched. Lin Wanqing nodded firmly. "The teacher believes in you, others may not be able to, but you definitely can. By the way, you haven't prepared your skills yet. Take this wind blade and try to achieve good results in the novice dungeon," Lin Wanqing said as she took out a wind system skill book. Other students' parents immediately buy the corresponding skill books after they successfully change jobs, but I am an orphan, so I don't have that condition. Skill books are rare items. Lin Wanqing said to give it to me, which moved me greatly. "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely repay you when I become successful." I took the skill book, squeezed it in my palm, and it immediately transformed into light and entered my body. The panel displayed the wind blade skill. I eagerly asked the system in my heart, "How many skill points are needed to enhance wind blade?" The system prompted, "Enhancing a first-tier skill requires 10 skill points. Does the host wish to enhance it? Only 10 points? Enhance it for me." After the previous effort, I had already accumulated several hundred skill points, so I unhesitatingly initiated the enhancement. Consuming 10 skill points to start enhancing the first-tier wind blade, it unexpectedly triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, directly enhancing the first-tier wind blade to the 9th tier, Storm's Fury. I tilted my head and blankly opened the attributes panel, and saw that it was indeed a 9th tier skill, instantly leaving me stunned. I originally wanted to strengthen it tier by tier, but the system directly let me experience its power. "Teacher, hurry up!" I grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand and ran towards the school square. eager to test the power of Storm's fury. The square of the second high school was bustling with noise, and the students who had successfully changed jobs had already entered the school's novice dungeon to level up. The parents around were eagerly chatting, speculating which student could kill the boss and win the crown. The novice dungeon of the second high school is an artificial dungeon called the Slime Forest, with levels ranging from 1 to 10. As soon as I entered the dungeon, I saw my classmates fighting fiercely with slimes. Fire slime, you're so hot. I'm going to kill you. Archer, shoot the wind slime in the sky. Aim better. Why does this water slime explode? I'm soaked. Various skills dazzled me, and I couldn't help but feel excited. However, the power of a 9th level spell might be a bit too much. So let's head into the depths of the forest. I directly took long strides and ran deeper into the forest. That guy must be Chu Jie, right? Why is he running deeper into the forest? Is he crazy? The further in, the higher the level of the monsters, and he still thinks he's the best in the school. Who cares? Anyway, nothing will happen in a man-made dungeon. Seeing me running deeper into the slime forest, all the classmates burst into laughter. I couldn't be bothered with them and kept running forward. A large number of slimes were attracted to me, bouncing and hopping behind. Green grass slimes, red fire slimes, purple thunder slimes, all sorts of colors. There were dozens of them, bouncing while shooting flames and thunder. These slimes look cute, but they are fierce when they attack. I complained to myself. Suddenly, the view in front of me opened up, and a wind slime appeared on the ground. Its size 10 times that of other slimes. Large wind slime boss, level 10, Constitution 20, Spirit 30, Strength 19, Speed 21. My god, I've directly run into the boss's lair, and I felt a shiver down my spine. With a slime boss in front and a slime army behind, there is no way to retreat now. I don't know if a 9th tier spell can deal with so many monsters beyond my level, but no matter what, I can only fight. I waved my hand and shouted angrily, 9th tier secret technique, Wrath of the Storm. A flash of blue light flickered in the air and disappeared. In an instant, the world changed color, and a fierce wind swept in from all directions, coalescing into a giant tornado that reached up to the sky and down to the earth. The entire slime forest was uprooted and caught in the hurricane, bursting forth like fireworks. Why did the sky suddenly darken? Wow! A tornado! Run! Help! The classmates who were fiercely battling slimes were stunned by the tornado that spanned the heavens and earth, desperately running towards the dungeon entrance. But how could they, who had just changed jobs, possibly outrun a 9th tier spell? In an instant, all the classmates were swept up by the fierce wind, and the scene was in complete chaos. The entire slime forest seemed to have been turned over again, with the ground shaved down several meters. I stared in astonishment at the scene before me, and at that moment, the information panel began to refresh wildly. Killing the large wind slime awarded the wind staff, and killing various slimes yielded a large number of rewards, with countless reward notifications, over 1,000 in total. With one skill, all the rewards in the dungeon belonged to me, which was incredibly exciting. I was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, that wasn't the end. Radiant light began to burst forth from me one after another. Killing the large wind slime granted 50 experience points, and killing other slimes also provided experience, directly raising my level to 30, which met the requirements for the second job change. Please proceed with the second job change as soon as possible. Is this really level 30? Is this for real? I opened the attribute panel in disbelief, and it really is level 30. What others take a month to achieve, I completed in just a few seconds. This world is truly incredible. Chu Jie was appalled, then remembered that his classmates were still spinning around in the sky. Looking up, the classmates spun around while flashing white lights, flashing brightly. That had triggered the copy's protection mechanism, forcing the person to teleport out of the copy. But there are still a number of students who, fortunately or unfortunately, are still spinning their windmills in the sky. Shake the grass. I almost forgot my classmates were still in the copy. It's a good thing there's a copy protection mechanism, or else this wave would really be a teammate killer. Chu Jie had a moment of fear in his heart. But should we say no? These students in the sky have too hard a life. Freshly transferred, how could you last 10 seconds under a 9th ranked great spell and still not die? What to do? Should we unleash another Storm's Fury and send them out of the copy? Chu Jie hesitated in his heart, but in the next moment, he knew there was no need. The entire replica looked like a mirror shattering, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks surfaced. Grip! A crack in space? Slime's forest is falling apart? Nima! I just used a 9th order great spell. How come this copy blew up? What kind of crap copy is this? Tofu Drake's construction. Complain. Complain. Chu Jie had just finished cursing when countless profound spatial cracks collided together, tearing the sky apart and collapsing the earth. Boom! The copy exploded and everyone teleported away in white light. Second Middle School Plaza. The parents around us were completely unaware of the replicas and continued to chat with great interest and anticipation. Boss Wang, It's done. The guaranteed place in the provincial university is all ready for student Wang Qinghu. On the podium, the principal of the second high school spoke eloquently with a wealthy middle-aged man. The rich middle-aged man is Wang Qinghu's father. That's a lot of hard work, principal. Construction on the school building will begin this afternoon. Boss Wang gratefully shook the second middle school principal's hand and God forbid handed over a bank card. With a guaranteed spot? His own son has the equivalent of a guaranteed spot. $1 million to buy your son's future. Don't be too cheap. Boss Wang is polite. It's mainly because of your son's excellence and his transformation into an A-rank thunder mage. Chu Jie knew that he couldn't be compared to fellow student Wang Qinghu, and even took the initiative to give up his qualifications. Ha, I think that the winner of this novice trial is also bound to be student Wang Qinghu. The principal of the second school put the bank card away and blew it up with a smile on his face. Count on that Chu Jie kid to have self-awareness. Ha, I'll take the principal's advice on this one. Boss Wang similarly laughed out loud, not caring about snatching the guaranteed qualification from Chu Jie's hands. As soon as the words left his mouth, a head emerged from the teleportation gate. The sharp-eyed principal of the second middle school immediately realized that this person was none other than Wang Qinghu. Ha, am I right that professional educators should be brave enough to pass judgment? The principal of the second high school had his chin held high, with a self-satisfied look of anticipation. He hadn't thought at all that Wang Qinghu would come out dead. People's families are so rich. Equipment and skills are the best. Unless all the students are all dead out. Otherwise how can not take the turn of Wang Qinghu? Ha, the principal really knows what's going on. Grip the grass. Boss Wang was halfway through his sentence when he was suddenly dumbfounded. The principal of the second middle school next to him was also dumbfounded. Because, Wang Qinghu completely came out of the replica gate, surprisingly naked. Whose kid is this? How old and but naked? When people go to their copies to fight monsters, this kid isn't going to walk the birds, is he? This seems to be Boss Wang's son, right? Xiao, take a picture. The surrounding audience all roared with laughter when they saw the first student actually come out naked. The sound of cell phones taking pictures was click, click, click. Wang Qinghu covered his bottom with both hands and wanted to die. Originally, with his strong strength, he had already killed his way to the core of the slime forest, and killing the boss was only a matter of time. Who would have thought that a Category 10 tornado suddenly blew up in the replica? He was the closest and the first to suffer. Before he could react to what happened, the equipment all exploded and the whole person died out of the copy. Wang Qinghu was depressed. Suddenly a black shadow appeared in front of him and slapped him. Retrograde son, I told you to go to the field, and you go to the ING field? I didn't even play this fancy when I made you with your mom. You've disgraced the old man. Boss Wang slapped and huffed into Wang Qinghu's face. In his opinion, Wang Qinghu came out naked and must have been attacked by a slime when he was playing the field. Dad, I'm not. Wang Qinghu explained all kinds of things, but Boss Wang didn't listen at all, and even drew out the 7 wolves in his waist. Put. Wang Qinghu was so angry that he vomited blood and directly fainted. Boss Wang, it's normal for a child to be young and have needs. Don't fight. The principal of the second high school saw this and rushed to stop it. Hey, this indisputable contraption. Headmaster, I'll take this asshole to the hospital first. We'll talk some other time. Boss Wang hatefully put on the belt and hugged Wang Qinghu and quickly left the second middle school. Hey, this is a major damage to the image of our second high school. I'll have to ruthlessly knock Boss Wang's compensation back before I can do that. Right now, though, let's hope this group of students does well. With so many parents watching, the principal of the second school looked at the replica door and prayed in his heart. As if prayers had been answered, the entire replica gate rapidly turned black, as if some kind of terrifying energy was brewing. Before the principal of the second high school could react to what was happening, the entire copy exploded with a loud bang. The principal of the second middle school directly crumpled dozens of meters away, lying on the ground and spitting out blood. Grip, what the hell? The principal of the second middle school raised his head with difficulty, and saw all the students appearing in the square in disheveled clothes, while the door to the copy of Slime's Forest had already disappeared. Naya, where's my copy? That's millions of man-made copies. Who the hell is going to dry bomb my copy? Chapter 4, Another Ninth Order Great Spell. Starry Sky Canopy. The principal of the second school rushed madly to where the replica gate was. The place was empty, with nothing but students. Where's the door? Where's my door? It's gone? Really? The principal of the second school grabbed one of his classmates and asked in a tearful voice, what happened inside the copy? Why are you all out? How did the copies just disappear? That's a whole copy. Millions of dollars, and then boom, it's gone. It's too much for the heart. The student who was grabbed by the principal looked at the principal of the second school with a confused look in his eyes. Then, he threw up all over the principal. All the stinky tofu I ate last night was smeared on the face of the principal of the second grade. Principal, copy inside, tornado, vomit. Not only the student, but almost all of the students all held onto the ground and threw up in a fit. The supersonic speed of the circle. The iron body cannot withstand The principal of the second grade school almost stunk to death. However, through the intermittent responses of his classmates, he did finally realize what had happened. Then he was even more confused. A tornado? What a joke! Why is there a tornado inside the copy? The wind slime has evolved in the extreme, so what? The principal of the second high school was completely dumbfounded. How can a good copy suddenly blow up a tornado like a natural disaster? There was no way that someone had nothing better to do than to put a 9th order great spell inside the slime forest, right? Wait, there can't be a problem with the copy itself, can there? All the money allocated from above for the maintenance of the replicas in the past few years has gone into the pockets of the principal of the second high school, and there has been no maintenance at all. If the replica was the cause of the problem, wouldn't that mean he was the culprit? When the principal of the second middle school thought of his own embezzlement in the past few years, the whole person was directly petrified, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Naya, it stinks. Class, spit with your mouth that way. There are more people there. On the other side, Chu Jia pinched his nose and hurriedly left the crowd. The mix of all kinds of undigested food was hellish in taste. Chu Jia, are you okay? The teachers all gathered at the sight of the replica contingency. Lin Wanqing saw Chu Jia at the first glance and asked with a face full of anxiety. Chu Jia's heart thumped. The copies are popping. Everyone is naming their dishes. And he's too clean and crisp to be normal. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Can't throw up. Chu Jia dry heaved a few times, but nothing came out. He could only cover his chest and act like he was having a hard time. Teacher, I have internal injuries. Lin Wanqing hurriedly held Chu Jia and asked, what happened inside the copy? And what's that in your hand? Chu Jia followed the example of the other students and explained. Teacher, the wind is picking up inside the copy. Category 10 tornado. As for what I have in my hands, Chu Jia glanced at the black lace hood in his hand and said without blushing, Teacher, this is my return gift to you. Lin Wanqing looked at the hood in Chu Jia's hand, then glanced down at her own size and lost her head. Thanks for the kind words, but it's too big for me. Chu Jia glanced at Lin Wanqing's chest and comforted her. Don't be sad, teacher, Tiny is cute too. Just then, a 200-pound boy grunted and huffed as he walked up to Chu Jia, pointing at the lace hood in Chu Jia's hand. Class, the hood you're holding is mine. Thank you for helping me find it. Chu Jia looked at the boy's 200-pound frame and the two piles on his chest, which were the right size. Silently, he handed the hood over. There is no sound here, and silence is tonight's Cambridge. Turn your head. Vomit. Trudger spat out 1,000 words. Now there's no need to pretend. Really hurt internally. The 10,000 point blitz kind. The replica explosion did not result in any injuries, but it did bring a flood of questions to the principal of the second high school. He proposed organizing his classmates to go to other novice secret realms for leveling, but no classmates took any notice of him at all. The parents even cursed at the principal. What kind of Thai school? The novice trial blew up the copy directly. How did you become the principal? The principal of the second middle school was dumbfounded, scolded like a grandson, and watched as all the students were dismissed on the spot and went home to take a shower. Chu Jia also mixed in the crowd and left the school. He didn't have the slightest psychological burden about this copy explosion. The principal of the second grade school robbed him of his guaranteed spot, so he blew up the second grade school's rookie copy. Fair enough, right? Walking down the road, Chu Jia began to think about what he was going to do next. Mastering more skills and constantly upgrading to become stronger was his only goal, but it's too conspicuous to go to the second turn just after a transfer. So wait a while. Even though I have a 9th order great spell on my side, I can't be careless. High-ranked transmutants are fierce as well. Let's go ahead and sell the gear and settle down at home for a while. Making his decision, Chu Jia quickly ran towards the trading market. On the way, Chu Jia took out the only skill book that had popped out of the copy. There's only one skill book out of thousands of pieces of loot. No wonder the price of skill books is high. It's really hard to get them. Concealment, first level. Applicable occupation, assassin. Effect, conceal your breath and cover up the information panel so that your enemies can't probe your information. A plain old masking skill. The simple assessment is Chicken Little. However, any scrying technique of a higher rank could easily see through the concealment of a first rank skill. However, Chu Jia possessed the system and could completely strengthen the concealment technique into a more advanced concealment skill. Without hesitation, crush the skill book. System, strengthen my astringent technique. Consume 10 skill points to begin strengthening the first order convergence technique. Triggering a 10,000 fold blast. The first ranked breath convergence technique has been strengthened to the 9th ranked starlight canopy. What? Another 10,000 fold blast? Chu Jia froze, checking out the new skill with a face full of incredulity. Starlight canopy, 9th order passive. draws the power of the stars to weave a chaotic curtain of light, hiding the true information. Nima. Another ninth order great spell. What is the probability of triggering a 10,000 fold blast twice? Ask online. Urgently. Could it be that I am the son of Qi? Chu Jia was ecstatic in his heart. The ninth ranked great spell acquired this time was a passive skill that could mask one's information panel. This made Chu Jia feel much more comfortable moving around outside. There's no need to worry about high-level transmutators realizing they're carrying 9th level major spells. A hidden skill of the 9th rank. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to see through it. By the way, system, a 9th order great spell reinforced is a 10th order forbidden spell, right? How many skill points do I need to strengthen into a 10th rank forbidden spell? Ding! 5 million skill points are needed to strengthen a 9th order skill to a 10th order forbidden spell. Hiss! 5 million. So much. Chu Jia sucked in a breath of cool air, shocked by the staggering number, but on second thought, 86,000 a day. 5 million is only 2 months. What's the difference between getting a forbidden spell in 2 months and whoring for nothing? Humming a small song, Chu Jia quickly arrived at the Dongxing city's trading market. It was a square-sized bazaar with a steady stream of people coming and going in the market. There are also many stores around the square for the acquisition and sale of equipment, skill books, and props. Trudger has a lot of equipment, but it's not good to state where it came from. To be on the safe side, he decided to go to some small stores to sell it, even if it was okay to press the price a little bit. Picking and choosing, Chu Jia walked into an unassuming store on the side of the road. The store's plaque had only 4 words, acquire equipment. The sketchy sign makes it obvious at a glance that this is not a proper store. But that's exactly what Chu Jia wanted. He sauntered into it, and his eyes went straight as he gazed at the owner. The owner was actually a young woman with a hot body. Immodest store. Immodest boss lady? Done. I seem to be getting immodest too. Chapter 5, Selling Equipment. Terrifying backlash of the starry sky canopy. The boss's wife was about 25 years old, with fair skin and red lips like fire. Wearing a low-cut white t-shirt, she lazily leaned back in her chair and exuded a flirty vibe. The t-shirt wasn't just any white, but a shimmering creamy white. Although there is only one color, but between the waves can make people intuitively feel the level of high and low ups and downs. Very visual impact. Chu Jia was so young. How had he ever seen this kind of white t-shirt with a tolerance? Class F. A true F-class slugger. His eyes couldn't help but stare. The psychological trauma caused by the Brahman also seemed to be slowly healed in this pure white color. Pretty boy. Is it nice? The boss lady's pasty voice came. Good looking. So white. Oh no. I mean, white sister, I come to sell equipment. Chu Jia snapped back to his senses and averted his gaze with slightly reddened cheeks. How do you know my name is Bai Jie? The boss's wife gave a winking smile. At first glance Chu Jia was one of those fledglings just out of school. It's kinda cute when you can't move and blush. Look out. My eyes are the ruler. Chu Jia made a joke. How did he know that the boss's wife happened to be called Bai Jia? Chaotic collision just. Sister Bai, do we take low-level equipment here? Take it, but the price is low. Pull out your equipment and I'll take a look. Hearing Chu Jia's words, Bai Jia immediately lost interest. Another little guy who just switched over and came to sell a few pieces of gear after hitting it. If not open for business is not good to refuse customers. She really do not bother to do this 3 melons and 2 dates of business. Here, want to go somewhere else? I have a bit of a large amount of equipment. Chu Jie glanced at the narrow store and felt that it might not really be able to fit thousands of pieces of equipment here. Ha, that's quite a mouthful. You can pull out all you want. It doesn't matter how big you are. I can definitely take it. Paige bristled with disdain. How much equipment can a little guy who just switched jobs get? And worrying that it won't fit in the store is a laugh. Good. Seeing Bai Jia's conviction, Chu Jia didn't insist and began to pull out equipment from his backpack space. In this world, everyone has their own backpack space, which is equivalent to bringing your own storage ring with you, which is very convenient. Wow! A large amount of newbie equipment was pulled out by Chu Jia and piled up into a mountain. In no time at all, the entire store was filled to the brim. Bai Jia's expression also turned from scattered at the beginning to stunned, and in the end it was even more shocked with her mouth wide open. Oh, my god, that's a lot of pieces. I'm guessing it's in the thousands. So much newbie equipment. This kid wouldn't have blown up a newbie copy, would he? Bai Jia had thought that Chu Jia was a retailer. Never thought that he was engaged in wholesale. Seeing that Chu Jia was still unceasingly pulling out his equipment, Bai Jia hurriedly stood up and stopped it. Enough is enough. Handsome. Stop digging. It won't fit. It's almost all pulled out too. About 1,000 pieces of black iron equipment, and about 100 pieces of bronze equipment. Sister Bai, you give a price. Seeing Bai Jia stop, Chu Jia stopped his hand movements. Well, handsome, our small store operation, high cost, use so much equipment is not good to change hands at once. Look, how about $70,000? Bai Bai Jia's eyes flickered as she pretended to be aggrieved and quoted an extremely low price. Okay, 70,000 is 70,000. Chu Jie knew that this price was below the market price, but his purpose was just to ship the goods quickly. It didn't matter if it was cheaper. If you run out of money, just go blow up another copy. Really agreed? You didn't even bargain? You're really a kid. Taking advantage of the transfer season, I can make twice as much on a backhanded sale, to say the least. Ha ha, Bai Jie was overjoyed. I had already thought about how to bargain, but I didn't expect Chu Jie to be a rash. So mesmerized by his own beauty, he even forgot to haggle. Made a killing on this one today. Handsome. You're so cool. I love your character so much. I'll put the gear away and I'll give you the check. Bai Jie complimented Chu Jie and got up to put all the novice equipment into the backpack space. While her gaze quietly looked at Chu Jie, she secretly activated her probing skill. Chu Jie's big gesture made Bai Jie feel a strong curiosity towards him. To be able to get so much equipment, this kid is definitely not simple. Little brother, show your sister what secrets you're hiding. Scrying spell launched. The expected attribute panel did not appear, and Bai Jie only saw a galaxy strewn with stars. The river of stars shines brightly and sparkles. At a glance, oneself is as small as a corn in the earth and sky. Ha! Masking skills? Even my third turn scrying technique can't see through it. This kid is really something. It looks like he's the young master of some family. However, my sister's methods are more than that. A pink glow gradually swirled in Bai Jie's beautiful eyes, intending to use a stronger probing skill. It was also at that moment that a starlight flickered slightly in the middle of the Milky Way and flew swiftly towards her. Put! Before Bai Jie could react to what had happened, she felt a pain in her chest, and her entire body directly stumbled and fell onto the chair, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Grip! Big sister! Big auntie! What are you up to? It's only $70,000. We don't have to blackmail people, do we? Chu Jie was taken aback. Bai Jie had just put her equipment into her backpack and immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. Isn't this pure bumper sticker? He suddenly regretted that he should not have come to such an immodest store. It's a proper dark store. Chu Jie's heart panicked a batch. However, he didn't know that Bai Jie was even more panicked than him. My chest hurts. I just almost died? I only used my scrying technique to look at this brat, but I was almost killed by the backlash? Nima, a scrying technique can even be reversed. I've never heard of that in my life. Hell no. What the hell is this kid? Oh no, this big guy? Bai Jie's back broke out in a cold sweat as she shivered. Just by looking at it, he himself was recoiled into serious injuries and almost died. This was if Chu Jie stretched out a finger, then wouldn't she have to lose her soul? She thought Chu Jie was a little sheep, but it turned out that she was the fish and meat on the chopping board. Oh, my god, why would a big shot of this caliber disguise himself as a high school student to sell equipment? I don't understand it, but for the sake of my little life, I must cooperate with and serve the big guy. Bai Jie squeezed out a smile with difficulty. Handsome guy, don't be afraid, I'm not blackmailing. Chu Jie's heart was slightly relieved when he heard this, and he looked at Bai Jie oddly. It's really not blackmail? Then why are you suddenly vomiting blood? Scared me. Don't you know in your heart how I suddenly vomited blood? Bai Jie's chest tightened and she almost spit out blood again. No offense. No offense. Biggie's just being a little naughty. But how the hell am I supposed to answer when you ask me why I'm suddenly vomiting blood? Bai Jie's mind whirled rapidly, and suddenly her head jerked as she said, I'm on my period. A row of question marks floated above Chu Jie's head. Aren't you supposed to bleed down there on your period? What are you spewing wildly up there? Although Chu Jie didn't understand a woman's heart, he had studied a woman's body slightly. Bai Jie's answer clashed with his perception. Sometimes, above and below are the same. Paige racked her brain and tried to make up explanations to go along with the big man's performance. Chu Jie was greatly shocked, although listening to the clouds, but inexplicably feel some sense. Then drink lots of hot water, and besides, settle my bill. Okay handsome, I'll drink it later. I drink 3 jugs of 105-degree hot water a day. Here's the money for the sale of the equipment. You keep it. Bai Jie nodded her head like a chicken pecking, feeling like she had finally escaped. Hurrying to point out 150,000 in cash from his backpack space, he respectfully handed it to Chu Jie. Ha, I thought I said 70, 000, why 150, 000? Chu Jie counted the cash and found a full $80,000 more. Handsome, I just forgot. It's the transfer season, and the price of equipment has risen dramatically. 70,000 is too low. 150,000 is the right price. Bai Jie piled up a smile and explained. Just kidding. In front of him was a mysterious big man who could seriously injure himself just by looking at him. She wouldn't dare to earn another dime from Big Brother even if she ate a bear's heart. Chapter 6, The Third Ninth Order Great Spell. Teacher Lin's Entrance. Sister Bai, you're still a good person. Chu Jie smiled apologetically, feeling guilty in his heart. Just now, he actually thought it was a dark store. How can a beautiful owner's wife run a shady store? 1,000 pieces of novice equipment, given directly for $150,000. This was even higher than the market price. It's true that the broader the heart, the kinder the woman. Is this big guy complimenting me? OMG. Biggie complimented me. So happy. I'm going to be more active for Big Brother. Bai Jia was ecstatic. She was 1,000 times more grateful when the big man didn't care about the offense she had just taken. Never in a million years would I have thought that the big man would even compliment her. This was like a blessing she had gotten in her past life. The equipment was sold for a good price, and Chu Jie was in a good mood. Just as he was about to leave the store, he suddenly remembered something else and opened his mouth to ask, "Sister Bai, do we have any skilled books here?" Chu Jie was armed with 9th-ranked great spells, but one was passive and the other was a wide-range skill. He felt it was better to have a few more skills for different occasions. It just so happens that Bai Jia is also in business, so Chu Jie asked in passing. Originally, Paige only did acquisitions, but since Biggie asked, she had to do her best to make Biggie happy. "Handsome, this is all the skill books I have here. Do you see anything you fancy?" Bai Jia took out all the skill books from her backpack space and placed them on the counter. As many as a dozen of them. "It's still there? Great. Let's see." Chu Jie swept over these skill books with anticipation. However, all of these skill books were of the second rank, and he simply couldn't master them. "Is there any more?" Chu Jie retracted his eyes and asked with some disappointment. Bai Jia saw the disappointment in Chu Jie's eyes, and her heart thumped like an abyss. Big Brother is disappointed in me. He's not going to erase me, is he? Oh, I don't want to die yet. Guess we'll just have to take that one out. With a heartbeat, Bai Jia reached into her chest and pulled out a treasured skill book. "Handsome. It's not that I'm hiding, it's that this skill book isn't suitable for boys, so I didn't take it out before." Nice guy. People are all dry in the sleeve. I did not expect Bai Jia to be dry in the chest. It is true that there is room for all. Chu Jie took the skill book, which still had a hint of body heat on it. 3rd rank skill, Jade Lady's Heart Sutra? Chu Jie just glanced at it and returned it to Bai Jia, disappointment surfacing in his eyes once again. He couldn't even learn 2nd order skills, let alone 3rd order. There's really nothing else? Bai Jia's red lips were clenched and she was practically on the verge of crying out. She was just an ordinary boss lady running an ordinary black store. How could she have a skill book that a big brother would look at? Handsome. No more. Really no more. Look. Bai Jia pulled the collar of her white t-shirt outward, showing it to Chu Jie without reservation. Chu Jie's eyes glazed over, his blood chilled, and his nosebleed suddenly became a bit of a doorstop. Wow. So big. So deep. So white. Okay, that's fine. I can't hold it much longer. Chu Jie covered his nose and forced his eyes away. If he didn't move away, he feared he would bleed to death. "Is there another skill book over there?" Trudger asked, pointing to the chair. Paige turned around and saw one of the skill books she had used to cushion her butt on the chair. "Handsome, this skill book is too trashy. You definitely won't be able to look at it." Bai Jia held out the skill book to Chu Jie. Chu Jie took a look at it and immediately brightened up. Chopping, 1st level. Applicable occupation, warrior. Effect, use your weapon to slash forward, dealing a small amount of damage. Haha, great. Finally found the right skill. That's the one. I'll take it. How much? Chu Jie was in a good mood and opened his mouth to ask. Bai Jia was outright dumbfounded at the sight. You don't want a 3rd order skill. You don't want a 2nd order skill. But you want a book of the most trashy 1st order skill? Is this how bigots think? I really can't see through it. No money. Just take it. Handsome. Asking for money from a big shot. What's the difference between that and asking for death? Not to mention a 1st order skill. Even if the 3rd order Jade Heart Sutra. If Big Brother wanted it, Bai Jia would respectfully offer it. You can't do that. You guys have a cost to doing business. Here's 20,000. That should be enough. Chu Jie put down $20,000, waved his hand with Bai Jia, and left the store. Looking at Chu Jie's faraway back, Bai Jia let out a long sigh of relief and directly slumped in her chair. Spending these few minutes with the big guy is simply more tiring than fighting monsters in a copy for a day. Placing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra back into her chest, Bai Jia suddenly had a flash of spiritual light. The Jade Heart Sutra is for patting boobs, and the Chop Chop is for patting asses. Big Brother doesn't want Jade Heart Sutra. Instead he wants Chop Chop. Can't it be that Big Brother is interested in ass? Thinking about this, Bai Jia's pretty face suddenly turned scarlet. The big man is so handsome and so strong. It seems like it's not impossible. Chu Jie naturally did not know the thoughts that were going through Bai Jia's mind. Although the transaction process was a bit ambiguous, Chu Jie really just wanted to sell his novice equipment and buy a 1st rank skill book. After going to the supermarket and purchasing enough food and geeky happy water, Chu Jie returned to his rental house. Lying on the sofa, Chu Jie took out the cleave skill book and directly crushed it to use it. The skill book turned into dots of light and disappeared into Chu Jie's body, and the cleave skill appeared on the attribute panel. System, strengthen cleave for me. Chu Jie communicated with the system in his mind. Consume 10 skill points to begin strengthening the first order cleave, triggering a 10,000 fold blast. The first stage slash has been strengthened to the 9th stage dragon blade. Wait, another and another 10,000 fold blast? Chu Jie was dumbfounded, keenly aware that something was wrong. Even if he was lucky, hitting 310,000 times in a row would be too much. System, you're not right. Very wrong. You damn sure don't have any other options besides 10,000 X blast, do you? Ding, this system is the extinction move system. Only 9th order great spells can barely be called extinction moves, so the first enhancement of a first order skill will surely blitz into a 9th order great spell. Subsequent enhancements will return to normal, so please don't dream of a 10,000 fold blast every time. Nice guy. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on. Hearing the system's explanation, Chu Jie completely understood. It turned out that it wasn't that he was lucky, it was that the starting line of the system was the 9th order. A 9th ranked great spell was only barely called an extermination move, and this tone was simply outrageous. But for Chu Jie, it was utterly great. For 10 skill points, you can steadily storm a 9th order great spell by engaging in dozens of 9th ranked major spells on your own. Wouldn't a 9th turned bigot be able to touch them as well? Thinking about it, Chu Jie couldn't help but shiver. Stop, stop, stop. Thinking of passionately ejaculating with a 9 turns big brother just after you've been transferred. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? Being in the system, it's even more important to develop steadily. Hold steady and don't wave. After reflecting fiercely for a while, Chu Jie then turned his gaze to the newly acquired skills. Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade, 9th rank releases dragon-shaped blade light. Where the blade light goes, nothing can be cut. Grass, dragon-shaped blade light. There's a billion points of dominance. It looks like this skill isn't a wide-range AoE like Storm's Fury, but a focused burst skill. However, the power is definitely on the level of extinction as well. Haha, one more 9th ranked great spell. This world is really fun. Chu Jie closed the panel with satisfaction, took out the otaku happy water, and fiercely poured 2 mouthfuls of it. Let's start with a small goal of staying home for a week. In this way, Chu Jie began his own comfortable and cozy home life. However, his small goal was ultimately unfulfilled. On the 6th day, there was a sudden knock on the door of his room. Who? Somewhat strangely, Trudger got up from the bed and walked to the door of his room with his cocked head. Chu Jie. It's me, Lin Wanqing. I came to see you. Chapter 7, Hell of a Mission. You say you're F-rated? Ever since Chu Jie's guaranteed place was snatched away, Lin Wanqing had been filled with guilt. It felt like I hadn't protected Chu Jie. Thus for a few days she had been asking for news of Chu Jie through other students. The result they got was that they had never seen Chu Jie in a few days. This news made her even more worried. Could it be that Chu Jie hadn't practiced at all for a few days? In the end, she decided to make a personal trip to Chu Jie's house to see how Chu Jie was doing. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Chu Jie opened the door to his room, his face full of doubt. Lin Wanqing's heart ached when she saw Chu Jie's unkempt appearance. She asked, her eyes slightly red and a little choked. Trudger, are you okay? I'm fine. How are you doing, teacher? Chu Jie's face was full of oddities. Why did Lin Wanqing look like she was about to cry? Broke up with your boyfriend? Seek out your male students to complain? Then, isn't this plot a little too powerful? No, you're no good. If you were really good, you wouldn't be so disheveled. If you were really good, you wouldn't have never gone to a copy to upgrade in 6 days. You need to stop hiding it. I know all about it. Lin Wanqing grabbed Chu Jie's hand and shouted sadly. Seeing Chu Jie's disheveled appearance, she had determined. Chu Jie's toughness is just a disguise. He just doesn't want to worry himself. This big boy, he's actually broken inside. Chu Jie was speechless. What's not decadent about living in a home? Decadence equals happiness. Get it? As for not going for the upgrade, it's just that I don't want to be too conspicuous. Of course, this couldn't be told to Lin Wanqing. Teacher, I was actually planning on going to the copy tomorrow to upgrade. Chu Jie scratched his head and explained. Really? That's great. At those words, Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. Originally, she thought she needed to play the teacher's fraternity, guiding Chu Jie to release her grief a little bit and get out of the confusion. I didn't realize he'd already come out on his own. If you've got your act together, why do you have to wait until tomorrow? Here, this is the ticket for a copy of Goblin Mountain. It's a weekly book that opens once a week with more experience. You go find someone to take you up to level and catch up on your levels. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. No matter what the result is, You must put up a fight and not let yourself regret it. Do you have any money left there? If you don't have any, teacher will transfer some to you. Lin Wanqing stuffed a duplicate ticket into Chu Jie's hands while taking out her cell phone and preparing to transfer money to Chu Jie. Chu Jie finally understood now. It turned out that Lin Wanqing had come to the door only to worry about herself. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a more than trashy F-ranked all-around mage. Caring for yourself and giving to yourself gets you nothing at all in return. And Lin Wanqing not only cared about herself, she was also willing to pay money for herself. Chu Jie was touched hard. Teacher, you're right. Tomorrow after tomorrow. What a day. I'll go to the copy today. You don't have to pay me. I have money. Chu Jie stopped Lin Wanqing from transferring money to himself and said with a smile. Staying for 6 days or 7 days actually didn't matter to Chu Jie. But Lin Wanqing was so good to herself. Chu Jie couldn't let her be upset. Go ahead and get the second turn quest done today. After washing up and simply tidying up his image, Chu Jie reverted back to a handsome teenager. After saying goodbye to Lin Wanqing, he made his way to the transfer hall. The transfer hall, where transferees can take transfer quests and raise their career level. Hello, I'd like to take the transfer quest. Chu Jie came to the counter and said to the receptionist lady. Taking a transfer quest? The receptionist lady was very demure with her black hair and white blouse. Seeing that Chu Jie was actually going to turn 2, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a flash of surprise. What a young handsome boy. He must have just transferred, coming to turn 2 in less than a week. What a fast upgrade. Hello handsome, I'm Fong Ting, the receptionist of the transfer hall. Transferring requires a fee of 5,000, after which I will take you to the transfer crystal to receive the transfer quest. Chu Jie paid the fee with alacrity. $5,000 is nothing to him now. Fong Ting completed the formalities and enthusiastically led Chu Jie to where the transfer crystal was located. Coming so quickly to make the transfer, this handsome man is either gifted or has a lot of money. It has to be served properly to make it work. Handsome, I think this is the first time you've taken a transfer quest. Let me introduce you to the process of transfer quests. There are 5 levels of transfer quests: easy, normal, difficult, desperate and hellish. The transfer crystal will issue different levels of transfer quests based on the strength of the transferer. Simple level quests are the easiest to accomplish, mostly just collecting some materials. Normal and hard level quests are much more difficult, and are usually combat quests that require a team to complete. Desperation level missions are even more exponentially difficult, often requiring the organization of a large number of people and spending months or even years to complete. Of course, the harder the transfer quest, the more terrifying the increase in attributes gained after completing it. Chu Jie's first time receiving a transfer mission, he really didn't know much about it, and thus listened very carefully. Missy, did you miss the hell level? Fontaine smiled sweetly. Oh, handsome, it's not that I missed it, it's because there's no way you're getting a hellish mission. The difficulty of a despair level mission is already outrageous, and a hell level mission is several times as difficult as it can be. This isn't for ordinary transmutants at all. Even for SSS ranked transmutants, only a phoenix-like existence would be able to receive a quest of this level. You know, no one has ever received a hell level mission in our Dongqing city. Fong Ting told Chu Jie to be relieved, then asked curiously, handsome, what level of profession are you? Me, I'm, like, F rank, the trashiest profession. Chu Jie said matter-of-factly. Your transfer quest won't be too difficult then. Handsome, just don't worry. Fong Ting was a bit surprised, not expecting Chu Jie's career to be so bad, but F-rank professions can still turn 2 so quickly. It seems that the little handsome boy's family is very rich. If a handsome boy falls for me, won't I become a rich wife in a second? I'm a receptionist who can't help falling in love with my F-rated overbearing husband. Fong Ting winks and secretly unbuttons the front 2 buttons of her shirt. Handsome, I'm so hot. Are you hot? It's morning. What's so hot about it? Chu Jie looked at the young lady oddly, and his eyes went straight. Purple lace, snow white skin. My sister was right when she said purple is very colorful. I'm not hot. I'm thirsty. The 2 came to the transfer crystal. Fontaine softly instructed. Handsome, just place your hand on the transfer crystal. Chu Jie nodded his head and pressed his hand on the transfer crystal to start receiving the transfer quest. I wonder what level of quests I can get. Being in possession of 3 ninth order great spells, it always feels like things won't be that simple. It seemed to confirm Chu Jie's thoughts. In the next moment, the transfer crystal trembled violently and bloomed with a red light like blood. The entire room was mirrored as if it were hell, and a palpitating sense of oppression permeated every wisp of air. Fong Ting was thinking about how to seduce the F-rated Chu Jie, coldly seeing the transfer crystal erupt in a vision. His legs softened and he directly knelt. It's hella level. Oh my god, I've seen a hellish level transfer quest in my life. Whoops, handsome, there's no such thing as cheating. You've been given a hellish mission and you say you're F-ranked? Chapter 8 Goblin Mountains. Goblin Tyrants. Naya. Sure enough, it's hellish. Chu Jie smiled bitterly and withdrew his hand. I knew this would happen. If I'm not even qualified to receive a hell-level quest, then I really can't imagine what kind of demons are receiving hell-level quests. I hope this second turn quest of mine isn't too outrageous. Chu Jie opened the quest panel with a heart full of apprehension. Second turn quest, please kill the Goblin Tyrant in single player to obtain the quest item Tyrant's Heart. The mission was brief, just one sentence, but the content is mind-numbing. If I remember correctly, the Goblin Tyrant is the final boss of Goblin Alpine. Even though this one is called a tyrant, once it encounters a battle, it will only hide in the middle of an army of kobolds, summoning an endless stream of kobolds to fight for it. The most terrifying thing is that the Goblin Tyrant's summoning skill is completely uncapped. If we don't kill it in time, it could make a kobold apocalypse. Chu Jie's mind rolled over, quickly recalling the information about the Goblin Tyrant. If you want to raid the Goblin Tyrant, you have to form a group of 100 people. And this hellish quest is even asking me to go solo? Nima. It's really worthy of being a hellish mission. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm going to hell. Chu Jie couldn't stop spitting in his heart. If it weren't for the 9th ranked great spell, he really didn't know how he would have accomplished this task. By coincidence, it just so happens that Goblin Alpine opens today, and Mr. Lin even gave me a ticket, so I'll go and do the transfer quest today. Turning his head, Chu Jie saw Fong Ting sitting paralyzed on the ground, her eyes filled with shock. Are you okay? I just took a transfer quest. How come it still scares you down? Missy, you're not professional. Chu Jie extended his hand to Fong Ting. Being high up, localized areas are seen more clearly. Fong Ting's throat was dry and she couldn't even speak in shock. Originally, she had treated Chu Jie as an F-ranked golden turtle son-in-law, but it turned out that Chu Jie had received a hell-ranked transfer quest. Nima, that's a proper war seed. In time, this person would surely become the topmost big shot in the Summer Kingdom. This kind of big brother, even if she was given 10 guts, she wouldn't dare to seduce Ah. Fong Ting hurriedly covered her chest and stood up, terrified. Sorry big guy, I lost my temper. What are you doing? I just took a hell of a quest. How did I lose the right to appreciate beauty? Chu Jie's brows furrowed in some displeasure. Seeing Chu Jie's displeased face, Fong Ting became even more terrified. It's over. It's over. The big man is not happy. I'm going to lose my job. Will I still be able to make it in Dongxing City? Will I still be able to make it in Summerland? Whoops. Biggie, I was wrong. I can help you contact the major guilds in Dongxing City to help you complete the hell-level quest as soon as possible. Please don't be mad at me. Fontaine was on the verge of tears, trying to find ways to make up for it. I don't need help, but there is one thing I need to ask. It's not like I'm going to make it public the next day when I get a hellish mission, is it? Chu Jie waved his hand, decisively rejecting Fong Ting's good intentions. His transfer quest needed to be completed solo, and no one else could help him even if they were strong. Won't. Never. Don't worry, big brother. We all signed the heavenly demon oath when we joined. Once we reveal the secrets of our customers, we'll explode and die. Fong Ting's little head shook like a rattle as she explained in succession. At those words, Chu Jie then put his heart down. Just knowing that she had received a hellish quest scared Fong Ting half to death. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to shock the entire Xia kingdom. Chu Jie was harboring a big secret, and he didn't want to be targeted by various bigwigs. It's okay then, I'm off. Putting down a sentence, Chu Jie left the transfer hall without any delay and ran furiously towards the Goblin Alpine copy. There was only one Goblin Tyrant in Goblin High Mountain, so he had to hurry over there and not let anyone else steal the boss. Live. Looking at Chu Jie's dashing departing back, Fong Ting let out a long sigh of relief, but a little heart still can't stop banging wildly. A hellish mission. We have a true dragon in Dongxing City, but I clearly remember that the highest-ranked transmuter in Dongxing City this year is only S rank. Could this be a hidden bigot? Cobalt Alpine Replica Square. At this moment, the plaza was crowded with transmutants who had come to challenge. Although this is only a LV40 copy, the weekly book has more experience and more generous loot, especially since the Goblin Tyrant also has a certain probability of dropping its counterintuitive summoning skill. That's why every time the book of the week opens, it draws countless transmutators who rush to it. Not to mention the first and second turn transmuters, there were even several third turn professionals. They led a group of 100 people with a single purpose, to kill the Goblin Tyrant and obtain its summoning skill. We've really taken advantage of young Wang today, otherwise we wouldn't have dared to come to this kind of high-level copy. Nonsense. The small monsters inside the Goblin Alpine all have the strength of the elite monsters outside. If it weren't for young Wang, wouldn't we be looking for death if we came? Ha, who called us Wang Xiao Strong, a ranked Thunder Law Master? In just 6 days we've already rushed to level 20. It's worthy of being young Wang. After practicing leveling for a day today in the periphery of Zhouben, young Wang might be able to hit level 25. against all odds. Haha, by following young Wang, I might have a chance to hit level 20 today as well. Thank you, Mr. Wang. That's right, Xiao Wang is a great benefactor. We will always be Xiao Wang's horsemen. On the periphery of the square, several teenagers surrounded Wang Qinghu in the center, sweetly flattering him in all kinds of ways. Wang Qinghu was so flattered that the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed and raised high. Don't worry, if one of my lightning strikes falls, even Chouban's little monsters will be blown half to death. With a bite of meat from me, I'll make sure you guys have soup. Haha, although he was viciously humiliated at the novice trials, the rich were never short of ponies. The little brothers were patting their asses in all kinds of ways, and Wang Qinghu had already completely forgotten the embarrassing incidents 6 days ago. Walking a bird naked? Doesn't exist. He's a noble thunder lawgiver. Ha, is that sugar? Suddenly, Wang Qinghu saw a familiar figure. In his mind, he couldn't help but think that the guaranteed place that Chu Jie had worked hard for 3 years was easily intercepted by him for $1 million. What a load of about being number 1 in the 2nd grade. Unbeatable in the face of wealth. That's the privilege of being rich. Haha, thinking about this matter, Wang Qinghu's heart was cool. Boys, isn't that our one Chu Jie from the 2nd grade? It's rare to see him in this kind of high-level copy. Let's go over and say hello. The horseman looked in the direction Wang Qinghu pointed and saw a familiar figure, and couldn't help but snicker. What 2nd middle school 1. Our Wang Xiao is the deserved 1 in 2nd middle school. That's right, an F-ranked all-round mage who still dares to come to Goblin High Mountain will die without even knowing how. Haha, Chu Jie must be looking for someone to lead the practice. Unlike our Wang Xiao, who can stand up to goblin monsters with his own strength. Chapter 9, Can't Stand It Anymore. 9th Rank Secret Method. Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade. Hoo. The copies aren't open yet. Great. Chu Jie panted and ran to the replica square. Seeing everyone standing at the entrance waiting, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. However, there are too many people, aren't there? I'm afraid there are thousands of them, right? When you enter a copy you must go to the boss first. If the boss gets robbed, then I'll have to wait another week. Chu Jie secretly made a good decision in his heart. Just then, an ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out from behind. Yo, isn't this Chu Jie, the number 1 in our 2nd middle school? How dare an F-ranked full-system mage come to Goblin High Mountain? Are you trying to find death? Haha, Chu Jie looked back and saw Wang Qinghu's incomparably familiar face. The whole thing was out of control. Shake the grass. Walking a big wet bird. Vomit. Chu Jie didn't exaggerate, and really was disgusted by the sight of Wang Qinghu's face. No other. These days Chu Jie stayed at home and swiped his cell phone, and often swiped the photo of Wang Qinghu 6 days ago. Of course, the fruiting bodies won't pass muster, so the wunderkind internet users made various terrier pictures of his fruiting body and exploded the internet. As a result, Wang Qinghu has also earned a number of nicknames, such as Birdwalker, Hot Eye Boy, Light Tripod Boy, so much so that now, when Chu Jie saw Wang Qinghu, his physical and mental body would be disgusted. Shut up, who gave you permission to call me that? I've got you on bail, and you have the nerve to talk about me. Wang Qinghu's smug face instantly darkened as he gritted his teeth and roared. That black history, he merely selectively forgot it, not really deleted it. When he heard Chu Jie call him by his nickname, he was instantly enraged. Chu Jie, you're bold. That day was just an accident. Young Wang was also a victim. That's right, even if Mr. Wang walks a bird, the bird he walks is a thunderbird, the kind that is electrified and glows. How dare an F-rank trash talk about our young Wang? Big guts. Do you know? Our young Wang is already a level 20 Thunder Law Master. Chu Jie, you can't compare to a single hair on young Wang's head. The horsemen also frantically called for Wang Qinghu, splitting their heads and mocking Chu Jie. No? Why do you think you're a treasure when I don't see a guaranteed spot at all? Chu Jie was filled with speechlessness. Old Wang, you've misunderstood. I was just reminding you to be aware of the male trannies around you when you enter your copy. Chu Jie's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of cunning and said in a serious tone. Chu Jie, what do you mean? Wang Qinghu was full of doubts. Chu Jie didn't let him pay attention to the goblin monsters. Instead he told him to pay attention to the transmogrifier, or the male transmogrifier. Why does this sound more and more wrong? Old Wang, you're rich. You don't know how depressing it is for the bottom-tier transmutants to kill monsters every day. You don't even know what they're twisted up to inside. On top of that, did you forget that you have a nickname? The Chrysanthemum Immortal? Look at the way people around you look at you. You taste, you savor. Chu Jie explained with a grave expression on his face. Hearing Chu Jie's words, Wang Qinghu was instantly shocked, subconsciously looking around. As Chu Jie had said, the way the people around him looked at themselves was completely different from looking at other people. And, the more you look at them, the more you think they are up to no good. the more you think they have something else in mind for you. Wang Chenghu's back was cold. His chrysanthemums tightened, and he shivered. How is this? This going to work? Little ones, help me. The horsemen hurriedly surrounded Wang Chenghu and firmly said, Young Wang, don't worry, your asshole. We guard. Seeing Wang Chenghu's frightened face, Chu Jie secretly laughed in his heart. Idiot, your terrier picture is all over the place. Of course people look at you differently. It was also at this moment that the closed door of the replica opened steeply. It's open. Brothers, charge. I don't know who shouted, and the square full of people went crazy and rushed towards the replica gate. However, the first one to rush through the door of the replica was a snow-white beautiful shadow. Why does that figure look somewhat familiar? A thought flashed through Chu Jie's mind. With no time to think about it, he grimaced and scrabbled as he desperately squeezed his way towards the replica's front door. Squeeze the brothers in front. Brothers in the back squeezing hairs and squeezing? The terrain of the Goblin Mountain replica is a forest surrounded by a high mountain. A large number of kobold camps were built in the forests, while kobold palaces were built in the high mountains. The goblin tyrant then resided in the palace. Swish! A white silhouette entered the replica and quickly swept towards the direction of the high mountains. This person was no other than the boss's wife, Bai Jia. Over the past 6 days, Bai Jia had worked hard to finally sell all of the 1,000 or so pieces of novice equipment. A pair of accounts. Good man, didn't make a dime. 6 days for nothing. If you add in the medical bills, it's a panty-wrenching loss. Every time she thought about it, she was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. How did this kind of traveling earthly bigot just let himself run into him? It just so happened that the Goblin Alpine copy was open today, so Bai Ji organized a 100-member group in the guild with the intention of grabbing the Goblin Tyrant skill book. Although she was the first to rush into the copy, she might not be able to grab it. After all, she wasn't the only third-turn professional who had come to rob the boss. In the midst of his thoughts, several Third Revolutions experts appeared behind Bai Jie, and the aura emanating from their bodies was not to be underestimated at all. Naya, finally in, almost squeezed me into a QR code. 5 minutes later, Chu Jie finally entered the Goblin High Mountain copy after 1,000 dangers. Not waiting for him to catch his breath, the sight in the distance instantly made him scream. Shake a leg. I just got to the starting line and you guys are 2 miles out? It's crazy. It's like a bunch of livestock. I have to hurry up and get after it. Goblin Tyrant. Hold on. Don't die. Wait for me to kill you. Without saying anything, Chu Jie ran wildly in the direction of the high mountains. However, the more he ran the more desperate Chu Jie became. The speed of a third turn was not something that he, a first turn, could catch up with. At first I could see a dark shadow. After a few minutes of running I couldn't even see it. Some second turn guys also caught up from behind and quickly surpassed Chu Jie. Little guy, you're not fast enough. You still need to practice. What's a little kid doing running inside? Just kill the little monsters on the periphery. Don't run inside. There's no one to collect your body if you die. When these people surpassed Chu Jie, they didn't forget to laugh a couple times, causing Chu Jie to become even more anxious. Ow ow ow. Even the surrounding kobolds had gathered, blocking Chu Jie's path and affecting his advance. Kobold Beater, small monster. Level, LV 30. Physical fitness, 111. Mental, 99. Strength, 130. Speed, 128. Naya, don't I just want to go to the mountains and hack that goblin tyrant to death? Why are you all trying to stop me when I have such a small wish? Blanche, I can't stand it anymore. If it affects my second turn quest, all of you will die. Looking at the densely packed goblins surrounding himself, Chu Jie was completely enraged. Drawing a novice long knife from his backpack space, he slashed towards the kobold. 9th rank mystic technique. Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade. Chapter 10. A high mountain turned into a canyon. The terrifying might of the Dragon Extreme Heavenly Sword. As the blade fell, the rolling blade chi transformed into a 10,000 feet golden dragon, carrying the terrifying might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it sprinted towards the high mountain. The earth cracked, the forests toppled, and the ground was plowed with a bottomless abyss. The towering Goblin Mountains were easily smashed by the Golden Dragon as if they never existed. Countless kobolds even exploded under the Golden Dragon's roaring dragon roar. What's back there? Grip. Nima. Whose dragon ran out? Bai Jie's group of third-turn experts chased after each other as they rushed towards the Goblin Alpine. Whoever pulls hate from the Goblin Tyrant first has the advantage. Suddenly a dragon's roar that shook heaven and earth resounded throughout the replica, and the pressure enveloped the 4 directions. Because of their closest proximity, all of the third-turn experts all vomited blood and fell to the ground. Then they saw a golden dragon through the sky flashing before their eyes. With a gentle stroke of the sharp golden claws, the Kobold Mountains looked like small mounds of dirt and instantly fell apart. Whoops! Another big brother. Another golden dragon. What have I done to deserve this? Bai Jie lay on the ground, looking at the empty Goblin Alpine. her eyes raw. For the first time in more than 20 years of living, she felt that the world was so dangerous. Grip the grass. Dragon, 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 dragon. Wang Chenghu was scared and stuttered, covering his buttocks and running madly toward the replica gates. He just came to level up. How did he run into the golden dragon versus Goblin? This scene of destruction is so brutal. Run. Run fast. If you run a little slower, your life will be in danger. Not to mention your asshole. Not only by Jia and Wang Chenghu, the transmigrators who were fighting soundly with the kobolds were all dumbfounded when they suddenly saw the golden dragon appear. Grip the grass. I see something. A dragon. A golden dragon coming out. Nima. What a dragon. So cool. So big. My eyes are going blind. Holy. I'm out of my league. I've actually seen a real dragon. Where's Goblin Alpine? How come it's gone in the blink of an eye? Where's the magic? Earthquake. Run for it. The kobolds are condemned. The golden dragon is angry. Aha. I don't want to die. Golden dragon, spare my life. Dragons and snakes rise from the land, and the sky sends out killing machines. Even though they were far away from each other, the transmigrators were still able to feel the terrifying power of the golden dragon through the violently trembling earth. Everyone was scared out of their wits and wanted to kneel down and worship, but the instinct to survive made them run madly towards the replica gate. Go to experience. Go to gear. Go to kobolds. The true dragon ancestor has shown up. Run for your life. Dongxing City Lord's mansion. City Lord Wan Changtian was sitting in his office, his heart in turmoil. Is the left eye jumping for wealth or disaster? Today, his left eyelid has been throbbing and he always feels like something big is going to happen. Lord City Lord. It's bad. There are violent energy fluctuations coming from the Goblin Mountain copy. Something major is suspected to have happened. The report from his men caused the corners of Wan Changtian's mouth to twitch viciously. Now there's no need to guess. Nima. Both eyes are starting to pop. Next moment, he flew through the air and sped towards the Goblin Mountain copy. Shake the grass. That's a damn handsome slash. I'm slashing out a thoughtless blade slit? Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade. Stop pretending. Don't you have another name called Thoughtless One Blade? Chu Jia swallowed hard. A great rift, deep and bottomless, spreads infinitely from the foot to the distance, running through almost the entire copy. From afar, the entire copy seemed to have been split in half, shocking beyond measure. The information panel, too, was frantically refreshed at this moment. Kill Goblin Tyrant. Obtain Tyrant's Heart, quest. Kill Goblin Tyrant. Gain Goblin's Call, 2nd rank. Kill Kobold Tyrant. Obtain Tyrant's Scepter, bronze. Kill Kobold Shaman. Get Shaman's Mask, black iron. Kill Kobold Beater. Get Wooden Binding Legs, black iron. Kills. The countless reward information dazzled Chu Jia's eyes, and the empty backpack space burst full again in an instant. Chu Jia didn't have the time to check his equipment at the moment, and after determining that he had obtained the quest props, he hurriedly left the place of the incident. The entire Great Rift Valley begins at your feet, and it's too suspicious to stay here. The novice longsword in his hand, which had shattered into a handle, was also thrown away with his hand. This wave has made a bit of a big commotion. I have to quickly leave the copy and turn in my transfer quest, then go home for another week and come back out when the wind blows over. After running for not long, Chu Jia suddenly saw a familiar figure, covering his ass as he stumbled forward. Wang Chenghu? Chu Jia's face was full of oddities. Where are all the minions who claimed to follow him forever and ever? Why did they all run away when they hit the fan? As the saying goes, if we run into each other, then, look at my Buddha Mountain shadowless kick. Chu Jia let out a bad smile, and a flying kick directly ed Wang Chenghu down. His level was 30, which was a full 10 levels higher than Wang Chenghu, and it was still easy to dry out Wang Chenghu. Taking my guaranteed spot? Still pretending to be a pussy in front of me? Then I'll bounce on you. Tap, tap, tap. Chu Jia directly danced a ghost step on Wang Chenghu's back. Ah, big brother, let's have a talk. Don't stab the asshole. Wang Chenghu was lying on the ground, wailing, completely unable to see what was going on in his back. All that could be felt was 2 feet stomping on him like crazy, wincing in pain. Chu Jia didn't say anything and jumped one way or the other. As the saying goes, if you do good things without leaving a name, you can't do bad things even more. After a set of ghost dance, Chu Jia did not look at what Wang Chenghu was stepped into, pulling his legs and running. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this is what happens when you pretend to be in front of me. Kobold Alpine Replica Square. A country-faced middle-aged man in battle armor landed on the ground with a bang. What happened? Wan Shangtian looked at the panicked crowd in the square and asked in a deep voice. City Lord. It's Lord City Lord. Great. Lord City Master is here. There's help. Lord City Lord. There's a dragon inside the copy. What a big one. You can't see the head at a glance. Or a golden dragon. It must have been the kobolds that disturbed the golden dragon's slumber, and in one fell swoop, they directly terminated all the kobolds. the transmigrants reported back in a variety of ways, directly confusing Wan Changtian. What the hell? A LV40 copy has a golden dragon? Beat the kobolds up real bad? The whole copy almost dried up? What nonsense! One by one, they reward themselves too often, and their eyes glaze over, don't they? Wan Changtian was completely unconvinced, striding into the replica door with the intention of checking it out for himself. Where did this come from for me? I'm entering a copy of Goblin Mountain, right? Where's the mountain? Having just entered the copy, Wan Changtian was directly blindsided. Memories of towering Goblin Mountains, gone? Yet. Those people just now couldn't have been telling the truth, could they? Wan Changtian rose into the air and quickly flew in the direction of the Goblin Mountain. However, without flying out far, his entire body froze on the spot, directly petrified. A huge rift valley that extended infinitely appeared before Wan Changtian's eyes. The rift valley is more than 10 miles wide and runs through the entire copy, which is many times more shocking than the previous Goblin Mountains. Grip! What a deep Grand Canyon! Nima! There shouldn't really be a golden dragon sleeping underground, right? But why didn't you come out sooner or later? But now, Wan Changtian couldn't stop his heart from pounding, but he soon realized the difference. Nope, this horrible magic power fluctuation. It's not a divine beast appearing in the world. It's someone releasing a high-level grand spell in the copy. Wan Changtian quickly landed on the ground and started looking for traces. It didn't take him long to find a knife handle. Feeling the amazing magical power on the handle of the blade, Wan Changtian's heart beat even more violently. My guess was right. Sure enough, it's a big spell. The one used is surprisingly the most common novice longsword. A novice longsword splitting such a terrifying chasm? Is this really something a human can do? Nima! It must be at least an 8th-ranked great spell. Holy! When did such a top-notch big shot come to Dongxing City? Why didn't I know anything about it? Wan Changtian's scalp was numb and sweaty as he bravely shouted, "My name is Wan Changtian, the city lord of Dongxing City. I didn't know that Senior had come to visit. Please forgive me. I have the audacity to ask Senior to show himself." As the words fell, there was peace and quiet between heaven and earth, with no response, and a terrifying dead silence. Sure enough, how could this kind of top-notch bigwig possibly hitch a ride with a little tiny city lord like me? Maybe the big guy was just passing through, and the copy will be back in place when it closes anyway, so it's better to see what the casualties are. Wan Changtian let out a bitter smile as he turned around and flew towards the replica gate. Just then, a line of information suddenly popped up on the panel, scaring him so much that he stumbled and almost fell out of the sky. As the goblin tyrant invoked an unknown and horrible being, it ushered in the punishment of extermination. The replica has been irreversibly damaged, and the replica of Cobalt Mountain has since been changed to a replica of Cobalt Canyon. Chapter 11, second turn completed. Attributes surge. It's well known, monsters refresh when they die, and copies can be restored when they are destroyed. But, just now, this truthful rule is surprisingly ineffective. A move to dry change the name of the copy. Naya. I seem to have underestimated that big guy after all. Wan Changtian stopped in the air and looked at the information in front of him, shocked and unable to return to his senses for a long time. Not only did City Lord Wan Changtian receive this message, as long as the transmigrants who entered the replica today, they all received this message at the same time. For a moment, everyone was all abuzz. Heavens, worthy of a true Chinese dragon, this is too powerful. It's awesome. I can brag for the rest of my life about this today, just focusing on running for my life. I should have taken a picture with the golden dragon. Goblins won't be able to live in the mountains anymore. They'll have to live underground. They won't turn into cavemen, will they? On the duplicate square, Chu Jie had just come out of the duplicate and also received this message. What? Cobalt Mountain has become Cobalt Canyon? Nice guy. I was going to say that this book of the week is really sturdier than a man-made copy. Turns out you're not broken. You're straight up deformed. It doesn't seem to be getting any better. Seeing that the surrounding transmutators were discussing this matter in a feverish manner, Chu Jie hurriedly left the duplicate plaza and ran towards the transmutation hall. Transfer hall. Ever since Chu Jie left, Fong Ting had been a bit soulful. Women are muy strong. Not only was Chu Jie handsome, but he had also received the legendary hellish mission, so it was hard for Fong Ting not to think about him. Guess he'll be able to complete the hellish quest. Guess how long it will take him to finish. Hey, despair level quests take months or even years to complete, let alone hell level. By the time the big guy finishes his hellish quest, it's going to be a monkey's age, and I won't even know if I'm working here anymore. Don't think about it, just work, Fantine muttered to herself. Just as she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes suddenly glared as she hurriedly left the counter and greeted them. Handsome, how did you get back so quickly? Chu Jie glanced at Fong Ting and faintly said, take me to the transfer crystal. When Fong Ting heard this, her heart instantly guessed Chu Jie's purpose. It must have been because the hell level quest was too difficult for Chu Jie to complete, so he decided to give up. Handsome. It doesn't matter if you really can't complete the transfer quest. Everyone has 3 chances to retake the transfer quest. Retaking a transfer quest will automatically drop the difficulty by 1 level. If you receive a transfer quest that you can't complete, giving up as soon as possible and reselecting a low difficulty transfer quest is actually not a bad choice. There was once a genius who received a despair level quest during his 2nd turn, and it took him a full 10 years to finally complete it. However, his friends had all broken through to the 5th turn by that time, so it's really not worth the loss. Fong Ting walked while softly comforting. Although it was a bit of a shame that you couldn't complete the hellish quest and get the highest level of attribute increase. However, the difficulty of the hell level quests was already as hard as hell, and not being able to complete them was actually quite normal. Yes, you have a point. Chu Jie nodded his head back and forth, only taking it as Fong Ting continuing to popularize the contents related to the transfer quest to him. The two came to the transfer crystal. Handsome, go ahead. It's normal for a man to be inexperienced the first time, and it doesn't matter if he fails, he'll just do it again. Fong Ting patted Chu Jie's shoulder and said, you know how to do it, young lady. Chu Jie glanced at Fong Ting with an odd expression on his face and went straight to the transfer crystal. Taking out the tyrant's heart with sticky black blood from the backpack space, he placed it in front of the crystal. The transfer crystal glowed brightly and the tyrant heart disappeared without a trace. The 2nd turn task has been completed and you can continue to gain experience value. A prompt for mission completion appears. Immediately afterward, the transfer crystal steeply emitted a dazzling golden light that sprinkled down on Chu Jie like a divine grace. Wrapped in golden light, Chu Jie felt unprecedentedly comfortable all over his body. Opening the attribute panel, he saw that the 4-dimensional attributes had soared to a terrifying level. J. Chu, 1938. Chinese-American businessman and politician. President of the PRC Supreme Court 1998 to 1995. Profession, full mage. Level, LV 30, 2nd turn. Body mass, 1222. Spirit, 1321. Strength, 1198. Speed, 1247. Skills, Wrath of the Storm, 9th level. Starry Sky Curtain, 9th level. Dragon Extreme Skyblade, 9th level. This is my attribute panel? Grip the grass. All 4-dimensional attributes have skyrocketed tenfold. Is this the reward for a hell level quest? It's too generous. Hell level quests are so much fun. Don't even stop me. I'm going to hell. Chu Jie was ecstatic inside. Although he had already expected it, this huge increase in attributes still shocked him fiercely. Chu Jie was shocked, and Fong Ting behind him was even more shocked than him. Does abandoning a mission still flash gold? Nope. This is clearly a sign of completion. Oh my god. Handsome guy he finished the hellish quest? Fong Ting's small mouth opened wide in an instant, her head going down in shock. How long has it been since the handsome man took the transfer quest? It's not even noon mealtime yet, and the transfer quest is completed? Easy level quests aren't even done that fast alright. Big brother, absolute bigot, a demonic bigot. Fong Ting's heart was pounding and her face turned red with excitement. She plucked up her courage and walked over to Chu Jie, respectfully and incomparably saying, Biggie, please give me a buddy spot. Fong Ting could kind of see it now. The handsome man in front of him wasn't even as simple as a battle seed. Hell level quests are easier to do than easy level quests. This Nima is the biggest, thickest and hardest existence even in the Big Brother circle. This person's future accomplishments were definitely more than just a Chinese war god. I'm afraid this man will make new history in China. If she could get on Chu Jie's ride, then she could definitely change her ordinary fate. The buddy bit? Missy, are you looking for a little flirty chat? I think it's better to forget about it. My life is boring. Besides staying home and playing games, it's just bombing copies. Chu Jie spread his hands and wasn't going to agree. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. How Fong Ting made a friend request immediately after he had just completed the hell level quest. How it looked like he had ulterior motives. Biggie, it seems to me that you don't want to be noticeable. So, I want to be your exclusive receptionist. That way, I'm the only one who knows your secret, and you can feel a little more at ease. Of course, I have my own little idea of being able to get a little lift from the big man through meticulous service. Fontaine didn't give up and was very honest about her thoughts. After saying that, she lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly, waiting apprehensively for Chu Jie's reply. She was nothing more than a tiny receptionist, and there was only so much she could do for Big Brother. If the big man still refused, there was nothing she could do. A stalker? She would never dare. After a short silence, Chu Jie's voice finally rang in his ears. You it up a bit, slutty? How? Fong Ting didn't expect Big Brother's request to be this kind, but since Big Brother could see her posture, she had to do her best to make Big Brother happy. Isn't it just shyness? We're all adults. What's the big deal? What kind of big brother you like? I try my best to. Do I need to teach you how to sweep? If you let me give you the friend spot, you can't still make me offer to add you, can you? Chu Jia held up the QR code and looked at Fong Ting somewhat breathlessly. What Fong Ting said was indeed of some use to him. Plus the girl was quite honest. Chu Jia changed his mind. Just, how do you think this girl is a little less intelligent now? Ah, what a QR code to scan. I thought, please wait a moment. I'll add your friend right away. Fong Ting hurriedly took out her cell phone and added Chu Jia's contact information in a panic. A pretty face was already red enough to drip water without realizing it. It was so hard to finish. She bowed to Chu Jia and thanked him, happy as could be. Thank you, big brother. I have already made sure to take all the strength out of milking in the future. One call from you, even if I'm sleeping, even if I'm in the shower, even if I'm taking a dump, I'll be the first to come to your service. A row of black lines surfaced on Chu Jia's forehead. I like your attitude. Except for the pooping and stuff even. After doing this, Chu Jia left the transfer hall and headed towards the trading market. A ninth order great spell went down, and he had saved himself another backpack of equipment. It's useless to leave so much equipment with him. It's better to change it into money quickly. That store was good last time, and the owner's wife is very nice, so let's go to her place this time too. Chapter 12 Goodbye by Jia. So it's you, big brother. Hey, I've really been having trouble with everything lately. Doing business meets the hidden big brother. Brushing copies meets the golden dragon present. I didn't see any chance at all, but spitting blood has made me anemic. What if we run out of stock when my great aunt comes? Paige dragged her weakened body, opened the store door, and sat down on her butt in the chair behind the counter. She had spent the past few days outside dealing with equipment and brushing up on her copies. In fact, to avoid that hidden big brother. It's too tiring to play along with the bigwigs, to be on tenterhooks, to walk on thin ice. But for 6 days, through the surveillance, Baijia realized that Biggie never showed up again. It seems that I was overthinking it. How could a big brother who travels the earth and senses the great Tao of heaven and earth pester me? An ordinary transmigrant. The outside world is too dangerous. I'd rather be my dark shopkeeper's wife in peace from now on. Thinking about today's encounter, Baijia was depressed and spitting blood. How nice that the golden dragon waited until she killed the goblin tyrant before appearing. Now Cobalt Mountain becomes Cobalt Canyon. It's not even certain if there's a goblin tyrant boss anymore. I'm afraid I can't get the summoning skill I've been longing for in this life. Tap, tap. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps and someone walked into the store. Welcome, what can I do for you? Baijia habitually piled up a smiling face to greet the first slaughtered customer of the day. Just lifting his head, he saw the familiar, handsome man she could never forget in her life. Hello, Sister White. Chu Jia smiled and greeted Baijia. Seeing the kind boss lady, and that fraternal bosom, Chu Jia felt that all the day's fatigue had dissipated. Next, put. Baijia didn't hold back and a mouthful of blood spurted out. No, Biggie, why are you here again? Sister Bai, your great aunt hasn't left yet. Are you suffering from an endocrine disorder? Get a doctor to take a look. With the experience of the last time, Chu Jia was not intimidated, and was also very sweetly concerned about Baijia. It's okay, early death. What are you up to today, handsome? Paige waved her hand lifelessly and carefully dried the blood from the counter. I've come to sell equipment. The quantity is still around 1,000 pieces, but the level is around level 30. Sister Bai, give a price. I trust you, Chu Jia said casually, and very skillfully began to pull out his equipment. Biggie, I'm touched that you believe in me, but don't wool-gather me with one sheep. If you do that, I'll be working for nothing for the next half a month again. Baijia wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to reject Chu Jia. She could only accept all of Chu Jia's equipment and then quoted a price that made her heart ache to the point of not being able to breathe. $300,000. What do you think, handsome? Sister Bai, wouldn't this price be a bit high? Hearing this price, Chu Jia was a bit surprised. Originally, his expected price was 200,000, but he didn't expect Baijia to give a price that was a full 100,000 higher. What a boss lady of high moral character. Not high at all. It's transfer season, so I'll consider it early stocking up. Lower it, my conscience is too much. Baijia covered her chest and cut her throat. Both big white rabbits were deformed under her hard squeezing, and what she really thinks is, my little money, it's gone, it's all gone. I can't believe I'm hypocritical enough to give money away. I'm a black businessman. Woohoo! Seeing how resolute Baijia was, Chu Jia nodded his head in agreement. Since you said so, Sister Bai, then I'll fulfill you. Handsome, I can't thank you enough. Baijia's eyes moist, stained with her own blood, one by one, pointing out $300,000, trembling, handed over to Chu Jia. Hey, think of it as money for your life. Handsome, take your order. No need to order. Sister White, I trust you. Chu Jia smiled sparingly and asked, pointing at the skill book on the chair. Sister Bai, what kind of skill book is that? Can you bring it to me for a look? This time, although Chu Jia had also exploded into a skill book, it was a pity that it was a second-order skill book that he couldn't use. Page turned back to the skill book on the chair. After Chu Jia took away the cleave skill book last time, Bai Jia couldn't be bothered to pat her but with a second-rank skill book, so she found another first-rank skill book. I didn't realize it was being looked at by the big boys again. Strange, when we first met, it was clearly my large slime that the big guy was obsessed with, wasn't it? Unable to think straight, but Bai Jia still obediently took the skill book to Chu Jia. Curse of Weakness, First Order. Occupation, Warlock. Effect, applies a curse of weakness to the enemy, causing the enemy's four-dimensional attributes to be reduced by a small amount. Sure enough, it's another first-rank skill book. And it's also a very rare curse skill. Chu Jia was overjoyed in his heart. He was able to have another 9th-ranked grand spell for himself. Sister Bai, I'll take this skill book. I'll trade you a second-order skill book. The skill book Goblin Summoning was useless for Chu Jia to hold on to, so he might as well give it to Bai Jia. He knew that the value of this skill book was definitely higher than the Curse of Weakness, but such a kind boss lady, Chu Jia didn't mind letting her take advantage of her, let alone the skill book. Even if she took advantage of her body, what did it matter? Handsome, it's just a first-rank skill book, just take it. Paige waved her hand in denial. 300,000 she has shelled out, but at the end of Chu Jia accounted for a small advantage. Always feel a little tiger's head, snake's tail. Besides, she was a third-turn expert. She couldn't really look at ordinary second-turn skill books. In the next moment, Chu Jia placed the skill book on the counter. Summoning of the Goblins, second level. Applicable occupations, general purpose. Effect, summon LV30 kobolds to fight for you, with no upper limit on the number. Oh my god, Call of the Kobolds? A summoning skill book common to all professions. As long as there's enough magic, you can summon a constant army of kobolds. Geez, I never thought I'd see this skill book here. Handsome. This skill book is too expensive. It's more than $500,000. Do you really want to give it to me? Bai Jie's eyes whitened violently, excitedly running straight out from behind the counter, pulling Chu Jie's hand and shaking it continuously. The movement of the body drove the white body shirt to rise and fall, colliding with a blood-curdling sight. Oh my god, the rabbit is going to pop out. Emma, don't shake it. It's going to make me dizzy. It's only $500,000. Here, all of it. If it's not enough, it's okay to give you another billion points. Chu Jia covered his nose, trying hard to control the nosebleed from spewing out. Sorry, handsome, I got carried away. I went through a lot of trouble trying to get this skill book and failed. Never thought I'd get it from you. Thank you so much. Bai Jie's cheeks reddened slightly as she let go of her hand. Although this was a second-rank skill, the effect was strong, and it would greatly benefit her strength increase. It's okay, take it easy. When you get excited, I chicken out. Chu Jia waved his hand repeatedly and left the store quickly after saying goodbye to Bai Jia. Bai Jia, the boss's wife, is too topsy-turvy, and if he stays any longer Chu Jia is afraid that he won't be able to control himself. Take care, handsome. Let's play next time. Bai Jia happily and incomparably waved goodbye towards Chu Jia, then joyfully took the skill book and repeatedly scrutinized it. Today's experience is really a village in the dark. Sure enough, there are still opportunities around the big man. I can't treat Biggie like the plague anymore. The Goblin Heights have become the Goblin Rift, and I wonder where the big guy got the skill book from. Laughing, Bai Jia suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, a whole bunch of LV30 equipment, plus the summoning of goblins skill book. Grip the grass. It's not possible that that golden dragon is Biggie's divine pet, is it? So the person who exhausted me and turned Chauben upside down is you, big brother. Bai Jia did not hold back. Puff Sound again spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 13, Team Upgrade, Great Curse Technique Evil Obsidian Eye. When Chu Jia returned to the rental house, he was surprised to find Lin Wanqing still at the door. Ah, you never left, sensei? Lin Wanqing shook her head and said anxiously. No, I heard that a copy of Goblin Alpine has a divine beast present, and it's making a lot of noise. Wang Chenghu was hurt pretty badly. I was worried about you, so I came over again. Chu Jia, are you alright? Are you hurt? Lin Wanqing saw Chu Jia return and let out a long sigh of relief in her heart, but still uneasy, he checked up and down his body. Chu Jia was touched in his heart and smiled to comfort him. Don't worry, teacher. I'm not in trouble at all. You can't touch the teacher's side. Lin Wanqing took her hand away from Chu Jia and snapped. What's wrong with the teacher's parents and me checking on you? What is this thing on you? A hard-on? Chu Jia let out a sarcastic smile and took out the skill book from his pocket. Hey, I just got a skill book that I haven't had a chance to learn yet. Lin Wanqing glanced at it. It was the Curse of Weakness skill book, and her heart was once again gloomy. This kind of low-rank curse skill which most warlock professions didn't care to learn, took up the skill bar, and Chu Jie even took it as a treasure. He clearly worked so hard. The world, it's so unfair to him. Chu Jie, I'm sorry, teacher didn't expect that kind of horror from Goblin Mountain either. Chu Jie scratched his head awkwardly. The golden dragon was the one who messed up, so how come Lin Wanqing even apologized to him? While pondering how to comfort Lin Wancheng, he heard her continue, but don't worry, I've resigned. From now on, your teacher will personally take you to upgrade until the college entrance exam. Teachers didn't keep your guaranteed spot, but they will work hard to get you into a college. Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes looked at Chu Jie with a firm gaze. Chu Jie did not expect that Lin Wanqing would go to this extent for him. An ordinary student. Should I say Lin Wanqing is stupid or naive? But no matter what, Lin Wanqing would always be the best teacher in his heart from now on, bar none. However, because of this, Chu Jie was even more unable to promise Lin Wanqing this kind of good teacher. It should have been Chu Jie to repay her. How could she still let her work hard to bring herself upgrades? Teacher, thank you for your kindness, but a teacher's time is just as valuable, and I can't afford to delay him. Don't worry, teacher, I'll definitely get into college and live up to your expectations. Chu Jie spoke with a firm hand. Lin Wanqing, however, had dull eyes. An F-rank full mage with no family background and 6 days of precious time wasted for nothing. Even if Chu Jie works hard, without outside help, the chances of getting into college are almost zero. But Lin Wanqing also knew that Chu Jie had a strong nature, and forcing help would likely backfire. Thinking it over, she came up with a compromise. Chu Jie, I've joined the Gale Guild, which is ranked 3rd in Dongxing City, and the guild has newcomer benefits, where old people bring newcomers to upgrade. Tomorrow, I'll take you along to the second turn's copy to upgrade, although the experience is a little less, but this way neither of us will be delayed. How about it? This, Mr. Lin is too good to me, isn't he? Chu Jie was beginning to wonder if Lin Wanqing could be his own long-lost sister. Chu Jie wanted to live at home for a while, but any further refusal would be too suspicious. It's just that there are people to bring upgrades and I don't need to do anything anyway, so it's really no different from being a homebody. After a quick thought, Chu Jie nodded his head in agreement. Seeing Chu Jie finally agree, Lin Wanqing's face bloomed into a smile. Great, I'll pick you up tomorrow. I'll see you there. After saying that, Lin Wanqing was like a little girl, bouncing away. Trudger came home and sat on his ass on the couch. Taking out the Curse of Weakness skill book, he directly crushed it to learn it. System, strengthen the weakness curse for me. Chu Jie communicated the system with anticipation. Consume 10 skill points to begin strengthening the first order weakness curse, triggering a 10,000 fold blast. The first order curse of weakness has been strengthened to the 9th order, the Eye of Evil Obsidian. The system voice rang out, and the 10,000 fold blast came as expected. Haha, the 4th 9th ranked great spell. Let me see what effect you have. Eye of Evil Obsidian, 9th order summons the Eye of Evil Obsidian, which imposes the curse of evil obsidian on certain types of creatures in the area, absorbing the essence of life until death. Hiss, 9th order great curse technique, the Eye of Evil Obsidian. Looking at the effect, it seems that you can select an enemy and then curse all enemies of the same race across the board. My god, isn't this a strain on the 9 clans? The great plundering technique. However, the destructive nature of this skill doesn't seem to be as terrifying as Storm Wind Fury and Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade. It should work in crowded places as well. Chu Jie's heart was touched for a moment. Woohoo! It's not easy. I'm a newbie transmogrifier who finally has an extermination move that isn't as destructive. Closing the panel, Chu Jie took out his cell phone and swiped the short video. Starting a decadent and happy home life. Nima, I've seen a real dragon. So exciting. My life is worth it. Brothers, you don't know. That dragon is the boss now. A dragon's beard is longer than a street. A dragon's scale is a house. Is there any brother who knows what he's doing to tell us why a dragon popped up inside the copy? Directly dry bombing the copies. This makes me afraid to practice. At this time, the network of Dongxing City was almost entirely discussing the Golden Dragon's appearance and the collapse of the copies. Some people regret that they did not get to see the Golden Dragon in person. Some people were horrified that the Golden Dragon was so godlike. How could they upgrade in the future? More people are dabbling wildly in the hotspot of the Golden Dragon. Families, I can't believe I've seen the Golden Dragon of China. Give me credit and I'll share my blessings with you. Knowledge bloggers, analyze online. Why this dragon is a male and not a female. No more pretending. Close contact with the Divine Dragon allowed me to comprehend a powerful skill. Today's welfare, Vini 50. I'll pass it on to you. My friends, my profession is Dragon Envoy, and I've decided to go and take in the Divine Dragon. Please send a sports car if you think I can do it. And a carnival if you think I can't. I heard that the Golden Dragon twisted up the sky and the earth. Sister, I twisted up also waves. Oh, Want to see the brother? Please show your sincerity. In terms of the whole job, it's still the general public. The culprit, Chu Jie, happily watched the netizens have a fit of the giggles. Everyone is trying to muddy the waters, so that's even more reason why no one cares about themselves. The next day, Lin Wanqing came to Chu Jie's house early in the morning and forcefully woke him up from his bed. Then he was taken to the LV40 level Thorn Desert copy. Chapter 14, Woe to the Worst. The Eye of Evil Obsidian Unleashed. Teacher, even if you take me to upgrade, there's no need to do it so early. It's only 5 o'clock. I don't even go to school this early. Chu Jie yawned sleepily and sputtered. Other people take us to upgrade, we have to be there first, we can't make others wait. Here's the breakfast I bought for you, eat it on the go. Lin Wanqing stuffed a bag of xiaolongbao and a cup of soy milk into Chu Jie's hands, then began to introduce the Thorn Desert copy. The Thorn Desert copy we're going to today is a vast desert inside. The monsters in the replica are poison-tail scorpions. They are highly poisonous and often hide in the sand to sneak up on the transmigrants. When it's time to enter the copy, you must follow me closely. Come to the Thorn Desert replica square. Chu Jie and Lin Wanqing waited for a full hour before they saw the two members of the Gale Guild. These were two youths, one fat and one thin, both in their early to mid-30s, with facial profiles that looked somewhat similar. These two are brothers. The thinner one is called Zheng Tai, the older brother, and the fatter one is called Zhang Shi, the younger brother. Both of them are high-ranking members of the Gale Guild. Trudger, let's go over and say hello. Be polite. Lin Wanqing admonished Chu Jie and pulled him towards the duo. Hello seniors, I'm Lin Wanqing. I'm troubling you two today. Zheng Tai nodded at Lin Wanqing and said in a calm voice, it's fine. Old leading the new is our guild system, and it's also a benefit you get for joining the guild. Zhang Shi, on the other hand, glanced at Chu Jie with a disgruntled gaze. This kid is the one you were talking about yesterday? Just joining the guild and letting us bring outsiders to upgrade. Little girl, your request is a bit too much. Although Lin Wanqing had already informed them about Chu Jie yesterday, he was still not happy to see Chu Jie, an outsider, today. Hearing Zhang Shi's words, Lin Wanqing's face turned ugly. But in order to be able to let Chu Jie upgrade together as well, she explained sincerely, this is my student, Chu Jie, who unfortunately switched to become an F-rank full mage. He's very well behaved, and definitely won't bother you too. So please, 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 please. Zhang Shi snorted coldly and skimmed his mouth in disdain. F-rank professions should just go into the factory and hit the screws. Going down to the copies will only harm people and themselves. Hearing that Chu Jie was only F-grade trash, Zhang Shi became even more dissatisfied. If it's an advanced career, consider it a favor to sell. What's an F-class career? Let him work for nothing? Lin Wanqing sniffed, her red lips biting tightly for a long time before she stifled a sentence. Chu Jie he's not the same. Zhang Shi snorted. What's the difference? Aren't all F-rank professions trash? Ha ha. Seeing that the two sides were about to quarrel, Zheng Tai waved his hand to interrupt and said, that's enough. Banding is a perk for newcomers. How it's organized is someone else's business. I've built the team, so add yourselves in. Seeing that Zhang Shi had been speaking out of turn, Chu Jie was actually quite displeased. If it wasn't for Lin Wanqing pulling him all the way, he would really have to give this fatty some color. But right after that, he realized another problem. He didn't know how to form a team. Grouping is a feature that is only available after the transfer. Chu Jie had never teamed up with anyone before, so he wouldn't be able to use it. Excuse me, how should I apply for a team? Chu Jie opened his mouth and asked. Ha ha, you don't even know how to form a group, worthy of being an F-ranked profession. Zhang Shi sniffed and laughed. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, silently sent a group invitation to Chu Jie. Lin Wanqing invites you to join the team. Do you agree? Chu Jie clicked agree and the team panel immediately popped up in front of him. The panel shows abbreviated information about the team members. Zheng Tai, 3rd turn level 70, profession nihilist. Zhang Shi, level 68 in the 3rd turn, profession heavy hammer warrior. Lin Wanqing, 2nd turn level 45, profession wind mage. However, Chu Jie's column, under the cover of the star canopy, all the information was all question marks. TSK, an F-ranked full system mage who didn't go to learn an attack skill, but learned a concealment skill first? What? Worried that people will see your profession and be embarrassed? Seeing the row of question marks on the group panel, Zhang Shi sneered once again. Zhang Shi, shut up. We will now enter the copy and start brushing the monsters. Zheng Tai glared at Zhang Shi without any good humor. This younger brother of his own was strong but just had a broken mouth. Zheng Tai was really worried that one day he would be in trouble and offend a big shot that he couldn't afford to mess with and invite trouble for himself. The four of them walked towards the replica gate. At this moment, Quite a few transmigrators had already converged on the square. Everyone was in groups of 3 or 5, almost all discussing the same issue. Let's go down to the copy. We won't need a golden dragon, right? The Chinese true dragon was certainly powerful and extraordinary, but when the dragon's claws came out, the mountains crumbled and the earth was too terrifying. Let's hope we don't run into a golden dragon, so we can upgrade in peace today. Even Lin Wanqing had a worried look on her face and prayed anxiously. Don't worry, teacher, the golden dragon will definitely not appear. Chu Jie was dumbfounded and opened his mouth to comfort. As long as he didn't utilize the Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade, that golden dragon would naturally not appear. Chu Jie had just finished speaking when Zhang Shi's annoying voice came again. Yo, you're an F-ranked profession and you're taking the liberty of speculating about the golden dragon's movements? That's a divine beast. It's the true dragon of China. What do you know as a mere full mage? If you ask me, those people yesterday were too stupid to choose to run away when they saw the golden dragon. If I had been there, I would have definitely run towards the golden dragon. Maybe I would have gotten some heavenly chance. Zhang Shi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth high as he spoke and thought freely. Idiot, that golden dragon is made of sword energy, and chance. You won't even know how to die when the time comes. Chu Jie spat in his mind, genuinely feeling that Zhang Shi was stupid. The four of them entered the replica gate to the Thorn Desert. The sun was high in the sky, and there was a vast expanse of yellow sand as far as the eye could see. You two watch how strong a third-turn heavy hammer warrior really is. Zhang Shi pulled out a heavy hammer and leapt up, slamming the hammer into the ground. Boom! A shockwave swept across the sand, and the 5 poison-tail scorpions under the ground were directly shaken out. Set! Zhang Tai used nimble binding to fix the poison-tail scorpion in place. Zhang Shi blasted out with his hammer, and the poison-tail scorpion shattered and turned into empirical light, which did not enter the 4 people. Ha ha, how was it? This is the strength of an A-class heavy hammer warrior. Zhang Shi laughed up to the sky and looked at Chu Jie and Lin Wanqing in triumph. What a strong skill. Looking at the range of this attack, it should be a third-rank skill. Lin Wanqing covered her small mouth and couldn't help but marvel. Although this Zhang Shi had a bad personality, his strength was really strong. In just a few breaths of effort, he had exterminated 5 poison-tail scorpions. Killing monsters was so efficient. Yeah, I also want a third-rank skill too. Chu Jie also nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with envy. This skill that could only attack a 5-meter range around it was so convenient. Unlike him, the skills are all extermination moves. So annoying. Time rushes by, and in the blink of an eye it's evening. How's that for a good enough experience today? My brother and I are 2 third-turn experts to lead you in upgrading. You're picking up a great bargain. As the battle ended, Zhang Shi looked at Chu Jie and Lin Wanqing and said in a condescending manner, well, thank you both. Lin Wanqing nodded and gave a thank you. Although she did not like Zhang Shi's character much, the speed at which she gained experience today was indeed much faster than if she were to brush the monsters alone. Keeping up at this rate, in another week, he might be able to rise to level 46 himself. Chu Jie, on the other hand, looked at his half-pipe experience bar and fell into a deep silence. You've been brushing monsters for a day and you've only gained half your experience? That's nigh on too slow. He, who was used to leveling up to 30 in a second, felt extremely uncomfortable in the face of the normal upgrade speed. Ha ha, what's up Chugger? Shocked beyond words by this incredible upgrade speed? This is the speed of an A-ranked transmogrifier's belt training. You'll enjoy these 2 days, but you won't be able to enjoy it in the future. Seeing Chu Jie's silent demeanor, Zhang Shi only thought that Chu Jie was so shocked that he lost his words and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Jie raised his head, looked at Zhang Shi's stupid face, and faintly said, I'm going to take a piss. After saying that, Chu Jie ran directly towards the back of the dune. He could have endured the darkness if he had never seen the light. Having experienced 30 levels in a second, reverting to a rate of 1 level up in a few days was nothing short of torture for him. So Chu Jie decided, don't have no bitterness to eat hard. One move to rise to the full level of the second turn. This time, let's use the newly mastered 9th rank great spell Eye of Evil Obsidian. Curse spells shouldn't turn copies upside down. Grip. Having just arrived behind the dunes, Chu Jie was studying which skill to use. Suddenly, a dozen poisonous-tailed scorpions ran out of the sand. Morphing poisonous hooks danced and quickly surrounded towards him. Poison-tail scorpion, small monster, level, LV 40, physique, 233, spirit, 201, strength, 255, speed, 259. Chu Jie was shocked. Grip the grass. How come behind the dunes is the lair of the poison-tail scorpion? Nima, don't come any closer. I have a dense phobia. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you not to come over, but you're still running forward. Don't you understand human language? 9th rank mystic technique, Eye of Evil Obsidian. Chapter 15, the sky opens its eyes, and the evil observations droop their eyes. What a lazy donkey with a lot of to grind. Be careful, don't let the poisonous-tailed scorpion pinch your little cock. Zhang Shi looked at Chu Jie's back and cursed without a good mood. It was disconcerting that an F-ranked full-system mage wouldn't kneel to him, an A-ranked heavy hammer warrior. As soon as the words fell, the clear sky darkened abruptly. A huge eye that covered the sky opened in the vault of heaven. The giant eyes were bloodshot, their dark orbs rolling back and forth as they scanned all life in the Thorn Desert with the most extreme malice. Grip! What's that in the sky? In the sky? So big. What horrible eyes. Holy, the evil god is coming down. Zhang Shi looked at the giant eye in the sky in horror. His face turned pale with fear and he lost his voice and screamed. Boom! Blood light erupted. A suffocating curse of evil obsidian descends upon the world. Put! No matter where they were in the desert, all of the poisonous-tailed scorpions dried up and died in an instant, turning into countless blood droplets that floated into the sky. An inverted rain of blood hangs between heaven and earth, as if it were a wicked sacrificial ceremony. Holy, the evil god is looking over. Ah, blood, so much blood. The evil god is claiming his life. Help, I don't want to die. Zhang Shi was paralyzed with fear, his heart and liver trembling. This aura, this might, it was too terrifying. Other people have encountered the true dragon in the world, but they have encountered the evil god's descent. Lin Wanqing, you quickly go and bring Chu Jie back. We, run for our lives. Zhang Tai was similarly trembling with fear, terrified to the extreme. He stammered to Lin Wanqing as if he would have a mental breakdown in the next second. Good. Lin Wanqing was even more frightened and on the verge of crying, not encountering a divine dragon, but encountering an evil god that was even more terrifying than a divine dragon. This was too much luck. Not caring about any differences between men and women, Lin Wanqing quickly ran towards the back of the dune with the wind. Chu Jie, I'm your teacher. What's wrong with taking a look at a little ding-dong? However, just after running out not more than a few steps, Lin Wanqing froze directly in place as if she had been frozen in place, because her body suddenly began to violently bloom with white light. It's over. Finished. It's going to die. The evil god is onto me. Whoops. I'm sorry Chu Jie. It's the teacher who caused you harm. In my next life, the teacher will reincarnate as your wife and serve you for the rest of your life, Lin Wanqing said with tearful eyes, desperate to the extreme. But soon she realized something was wrong. Why is this light so comforting? Is this what an evil god's sacrifice feels like? Nope. Is this a upgrade? Lin Wanqing hurriedly opened the group panel, and the information that kept jumping around made her instantly dumbfounded. Teammate, kill the iron-armored poison scorpion king and gain 800 experience points. Teammate, killed the mutant poison tail scorpion. Gained 400 experience points. Teammate, kill poison tail scorpion. Gain 100 experience points. Experience reaches the upper limit. Leveling up to level 46. Experience reaches the upper limit. Leveling up to level 56. Experience reaches the upper limit. Leveling up to level 60. The requirement for 3 transfers has been met, so please hurry up and make 3 transfers. I've turned 2 full levels? What the hell is this? Who is this teammate? It shouldn't be. An incredulous thought rose in Lin Wanqing's mind. There were a total of 4 people in the team. Zhang Tai, Zhang Shi and himself were all there. So the 4th person was only Chu Jie. And, when he was just teamed up, his message seemed to be all question marks too. Lin Wanqing turned back stiffly, and saw Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi's bodies were also miso with upgraded white light. Moreover, the expression on the duo's faces mirrored their own. Dull, clueless, unbelievable. Could the evil god actually be Chu Jie? Chu Jie looked at the blood-red giant eyes in the sky, the dense veins constantly wriggling, as if it was a big meatworm, making his CN value drop wildly. Yet, this scene of blood everywhere is too netherworldly. It's true that it's not that destructive, but those big eyes can be intimidating. Sure enough, there's not a single good person in the 9th-ranked great spells, but a scare is better than a landslide. Kill the iron-armored poison scorpion king and obtain hardened poison, 2nd order. Kill the mutant poisonous tail scorpion and obtain the sharp stinger sword, bronze. Kill the poisonous tailed scorpion and obtain iron leather armor, black iron. Kill the iron armored poison scorpion king and gain 800 experience points. Kill the mutant poison tail scorpion. Gain 400 experience points. Kill poison tail scorpion. Gain 100 experience points. Experience reaches the upper limit. Leveling up to 36. Experience reaches the upper limit. Leveling up to level 50. Experience reaches the upper limit. Leveling up to level 60. The requirement for 3 transfers has been met, so please hurry up and make 3 transfers. How come LV40 monsters only have this much experience? Is it because the difficulty of the copy is too low? Chu Jie looked at the pitiful experience value and was filled with doubt. It wasn't until he saw that he had managed to level up to 60 that he let out a long sigh of relief. Already turned 2 and leveled up? That's fine. Finally, I can stop slowing down and upgrading. Great. J. Chu, 1938. Chinese-American businessman and politician. President of the PRC Supreme Court 1998 to 1995. Profession, full mage. Level, LV 60, second turn. Body mass, 1512. Spirit, 1621. Strength, 1488. Speed, 1517. Skills, Wrath of the Storm, 9th level. Starry Sky Curtain, 9th level. Dragon Extreme Skyblade, 9th level. Eye of Evil Obsidian, 9th level. Chu Jia closed the panel, collected the smile on his face, and began to brew his emotions. This wave has made a bit of a commotion again. And most importantly, the evil oozes. There shouldn't be any righteous people coming after me, right? Just to be safe. It's time to bring out my Oscar-worthy acting skills. With the experience of blowing up copies the previous 2 times, Chu Jia had also groped for some experience. The only way to go unnoticed is to disguise yourself as the panicked masses, and it's the unnoticed passers-by that live the longest. Brewing up his emotions, Chugai ran out of the dune with a terrified shout, waving his hands around. Ah, whose eyeballs are floating out, scared the baby to death. Mr. Lin, help! I'm scared! Woo! Seeing Chu Jia's exaggerated and incomparable running out from behind the sand dune, Zhang Tai's 3 people all had their mouths twitching and their heads full of black lines. This guy can't be unaware of the team info panel, can he? He can't even group. He probably doesn't really know. Chu Jia, what did you just do? Zhang Tai forced down the fear in his heart and asked hoarsely. Just now. For just a second. He directly jumped from level 70 to the full level 90 in 3 turns. A few years down the road. 1 second to the end. It's so shocking. It's unbelievable. What was even more unbelievable was that the originator of everything seemed to be this Chu Jia who had been added in halfway and had no presence. Ha! I went to pee. Didn't I just tell you guys? Chu Jia was full of doubts. How is this still scared of amnesia? Zhang Tai, Zhang Shi, Lam Yu and Qing. 1P dumped all 3 of us straight to full level? Really think we're the size of cuties, right? If Chu Jia had confessed to being lenient and said that he accidentally picked up the replica explosive device when he was peeing, he would have pressed it lightly and all the monsters would be dead. Zhang Tai's trio might just believe it. But Trudger says he didn't do anything. Lord Evil God. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger doesn't work like this. But although their hearts were shaken to death, the 3 people did not dare to show the slightest expression on their faces. It was obvious that the evil lord wanted to keep a low profile. If he said it, in case he angered the evil god lord, wouldn't he be looking for death? Chugger, what do we do next? Zhang Tai swallowed hard and asked anxiously. Although he was the captain, Chu Jia was the evil god lord. How many lives does he have that he dares to give orders to the Lord Evil God? The Thorn Desert has become hell on earth, and you're asking me what to do. At least he was a 3rd turn expert. Why was he directly scared silly? Chu Jia glanced at Zhang Tai with a face full of oddities, pulled up Lin Wanqing's small hand and ran back. What else can we do? Hurry up and leave the copy. Even though I'm just a small F-rank full mage, I don't want to die young. Chapter 16 Lord Evil God. Your secret has been revealed. If you're just a tiny F-rank, then we're not even a fart. Looking at Chu Jia's back, Zhang Tai was filled with bitter smiles. Is the evil lord too low-key? So Chu Jia is so powerful. He didn't lie to me. I'm the one who's been misunderstanding him. Lin Wanqing followed behind Chu Jia, her beautiful eyes shining. She was very frightened when she saw the Eye of Evil Obsidian before, but after learning the truth of the matter, Lin Wanqing was instead not afraid. The evil god Sama was her student, so what was there to be afraid of? Even her mind was frantically brainstorming all sorts of oddities at a rate of 4,000 words per second. Students and teachers by day, evil gods and beautiful women by night. Madam, the evil lord has finally stopped pretending. The evil god is too crazy for his beautiful wife to bear. The more Lin Wanqing thought about it, the more she was ashamed. The more she thought about it, and in the end, her entire pretty face was as red as the blood beads around it. Ha! What happened to Mr. Lin? Did he get hit by the curse too? I didn't use a skill on her, did I? Chu Jia turned around and saw Lin Wanqing's bright red face, and a row of question marks immediately surfaced on his head. Unlike Lin Wanqing's thoughts, Zhang Shi, who was following at the back, was running and shaking while peeing. Nothing else, the bladder was spasming in fear. Holy, Lord Evil God is actually Chu Jia? How many times have I taunted Lord Evil God today? 1, 2, 3, can't count at all. It's over. Finished. Am I going to die here today? This mouth of mine. It's so. You deserve to die. But I don't want to die. Thinking about what he did to Chu Jia today, Zhang Shi was scared out of his wits. This is a horrible evil god that clears the map in a second. It wouldn't be easy to exterminate yourself. Thinking that he could be killed instantly every next second, Zhang Shi was so scared that he started to piss blood. The four of Chu Jia hadn't been running for a while before they saw the transmutants converging from all directions, forming a fleeing army. Holy, yesterday I saw the divine dragon. Today I see the evil god. What kind of dog luck am I having? I told you that the divine dragon present wouldn't just kill a few kobolds. So it turns out that the evil god is its opponent. Oh my god. The whole copy is full of blood. It's horrible. Bless the dragon. I don't want to die yet. The transmigrants shouted in terror and rushed towards the replica gate like mad. They didn't dare to stay a second longer in this hellish scene. Chu Jia naturally blended into the fleeing army, shouting even more vigorously in order to act more like one. Damn evil gods. I'm INGPing. It almost made me incontinent. This statement immediately triggered the resonance of the people around them, and they all began to agree. Older brother. Brother is even worse than you. I was making a baby with my girlfriend, and the evil god suddenly came and scared me so much that I couldn't even lift it up. What are you guys doing? Our captain almost died. Ha! This damned evil god has finally started going after humans? That's not true. My gate captain was curious to touch the blood bead and is still awake. Holy, this evil god is too terrifying. Sinning. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Zhang Tai's trio sweated and sweated. The evil god lord laughed twice to himself. Why are you guys still talking high? Mom, you guys mustn't talk nonsense. If we offend the evil lord, our lives will all be at stake here. Right at this moment, suddenly a figure in battle armor cut through the sky and flew against the flow of people towards the depths of the Thorn Desert. Sentinel flight, a fourth turn powerhouse. Great, it's Lord Castle. We're saved when Lord City Lord comes. Seeing the City Lord arrive, a group of transmigrants cheered. Chu Jia, however, subconsciously shrunk his head. Nima, the City Lord is here. We have to be more low-key from now on. Though a City Lord of the fourth turn might not be able to catch one of his ninth-ranked great spells, but the Lord of the City is appointed by the state. He has people above him. What a depressing aura. Is this a high-level curse technique? Hiss, a curse spell that enveloped the entire sky. This is too outrageous. City Lord Wan Tian looked at the giant eye in the sky, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently. Yesterday it was a top-ranked warrior who cut through a golden dragon with a single slash. Today another top-level warlock who can summon the cursed giant eye appeared. Nima, how come the big shots are piling up to come to my little Dongxing city? Wan Tian had the heart to resign, but as the city's lord, he had to take responsibility for Dongxing city. The vault of heaven's giant eye hasn't dissipated yet, so the big guy might still be in his copy. Wan Tian bravely shouted. I'm Wan Tian, the city lord of Dongxing city. I don't know which senior is here. Please have a chat. As the words fell, the giant eye in the sky dome dissipated without a trace, and the sky above the Thorn Desert once again shone with a piercingly hot sun. Wan Tian, big brother, are you playing with me? The four of Chu Jie came out of the copy, and the time had already come to 5 in the afternoon. Teacher, Chu Jie looked at Lin Wanqing and was just about to open his mouth. Suddenly, a green jade finger was pressed against his lips, blocking all the words he was about to say. Trudger, there's no need to say anything. For the rest of the time, I won't force you to upgrade with me. Teacher understands that being overly involved in your life may not be a good thing. Perhaps, given some space, you can create even greater accomplishments. Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes gazed at Chu Jie and said tenderly, his own student was so powerful, so wouldn't it be holding him back if he was tied to himself again? How did Mr. Lin know what I was going to say? That's a bit too understanding, isn't it? Don't even need me to make excuses. Sure enough, a good teacher can see through the clothes and see inside the student. Chu Jie's heart was touched beyond measure and he opened his mouth to assure him. Teacher, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. Hearing Chu Jie's words, Lin Wanqing laughed. Lord Evil God, you don't know it yet, do you? But your secret has been exposed. Don't say you let me down. You're probably the best student I've ever taught in my life. Lin Wanqing thought mischievously in her heart, while on her face, she did not move and continued to cooperate with Chu Jie's performance. So we'll go home together later? What a tempting offer to go home together. However, Chu Jie was going to go and pick up the third turn quest and could only shake his head regretfully. Teacher, I have something else to do, so I can't join you. It's okay, you go about your business and be safe on the road. Lin Wanqing smiled and waved her hand as she bid farewell to Chu Jie. Chu Jie nodded his head, but he did not leave immediately, but instead came to Lin Wanqing's ear and whispered, Teacher, I don't think the atmosphere of this Wild Wind Guild is very good. You should not join this guild. The warm spit continuously bumped against Lin Wanqing's earlobes, causing her cheeks to instantly blush crimson as she shyly said, Okay, all yours. Seeing that Lin Wanqing agreed to quit the Gale Guild, Chu Jie then waved his hand at ease and ran towards the transfer hall. Looking at Chu Jie's back as he left, the two brothers Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi directly knelt down for Lin Wanqing. Sister Lin, we were wrong. See if you can intercede with Big Brother. Sister Lin, it's my mouth that's cheap. I deserve to die. I, Zhang Shi, am not a thing, but I don't want to die. Although Chu Jie did not speak loudly, Zhang Tai Zhang Shi was both at the third turn, so he naturally heard it clearly. Their Gale Guild had completely offended Lord Evil God, but Lord Evil God didn't want to reveal his identity. They couldn't directly ask Lord Evil God for forgiveness, so they could only curve and beg Lin Wanqing. I'm sorry, I'm just his teacher and can't make decisions for him. You deserve what you get now, so figure it out yourselves. This Zhang Shi had been mocking Chu Jie all the way. Lin Wanqing was even more angry in her heart than Chu Jie, so how could she still help them now? Without hesitation, she exited the Gale Guild, and she directly turned around and left. Looking at Lin Wanqing's back, Zhang Tai had mixed feelings in his heart. I don't blame people for refusing. I blame myself as the older brother for not disciplining my younger brother. Zhang Shi, in the past, I was too soft-hearted. Today I'll whip you to death. Zhang Tai directly condensed a long whip of Nianli and lashed it towards Zhang Shi's body. Aha! Wrong brother. In the past, the brutal and domineering Zhang Shi could not help but fight directly with Zhang Tai, but at the moment, he didn't have the least bit of energy to fight back. He's messed with the evil god lord. Perhaps the evil god was now plotting how to destroy the two brothers and even the entire Gale Guild. After smoking for half an hour, until Zhang Shi was bruised all over, Zhang Tai stopped with hatred. This matter is beyond our ability to solve now. Ask the president for help. Chapter 17, President Li Raffaele. Hasty. Clubhouse. The 5 big and 3 thickly berserk phone was enjoying a massage. Jingle bells. Just then, the cell phone rang. Li Berserk looked at it. It was a call from Zhang Tai, an old member of the guild. Hey, old iron. Come to the clubhouse and have a quickie together. This 88th mechanic that came in recently, his technique is really first class. Li Berserk picked up the phone with a smile. However, what came from his cell phone made his face change abruptly. What? You say you've offended a great man? You can't even save your life? You didn't tell him that we're from the Gale Guild? What? The Gale Guild is nothing in front of that guy? What a joke. There's no one in Dongxing City that the Gale Guild, can't offend. The Thorn Desert Replica Square, right? Wait, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone with a huff, Li Berserk phone violently rose from the bed. Leaping out of the window, he stepped into the air and swept towards the Thorn Desert copy. Arriving at the replica square, Li Berserk phone saw the scaly Zhang Shi at the first glance, and instantly became furious. How did the stone get hurt like that? Who moved? Which dog hit? The Gale Guild is the third-ranked guild in Dongxing City. The guild members were surprisingly beaten and skinned in broad daylight, simply not putting him, Li Berserk phone, in his eyes. President, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. The injuries on Zhang Shi's body were inflicted by me. Zhang Tai held down Li Berserk Fang's shoulder and explained. Ha? Your father's dead? You two fighting over the family fortune? Li Berserk was full of doubts. Didn't you say you were offended? Why are the two brothers fighting first? That's not true, because Zhang Shi offended that terrifying big shot. I was momentarily angry, which is why I taught him a lesson. Zhang Tai explained awkwardly. Old iron. That's what you're not. How can you bone your own brother because of an outsider? Tell me in detail who you have offended. Lu Yunxian of the Yunxian Guild, Red Rose of the Rose Guild, or City Lord Wan Changtian. Just say it boldly, and I'll set you straight. Li Berserk phone puffed out his chest, with a grandiose air of I'll do it for you. There were a total of 4 fourth-turning powerhouses in Dongxing City, and Li Berserk phone had old dealings with all of them. The things that Zhang Tai felt that he could not afford to offend were just a matter of words in his eyes. President, just set it up and forget about it. Just don't lie down. This person's name is Chu Jie, and he's a student who just transferred. Profession is an F-rank full mage, Zhang Tai said with a gloomy face. This was the information that Chu Jie had displayed on his bright side, which was why he dared to tell Li Berserk phone directly. But the secret that Chu Jie was an evil god lord, he would never dare to reveal a single word to Li Berserk. Li Berserk had a constipated expression on his face. Old iron. Are you kidding me? An F-rank full mage scares you like that? How did we get a wimp like you out of the Gale Guild? He wouldn't be surprised if Zhang Tai said that they had offended people from the other two guilds, or even said that they had offended City Lord Wan Changtian. But what the hell kind of cold joke is it to offend an F-rated loser? Chairman, it's not that we're wimps, it's that person is really too terrifying. We can't say more than that, so think of a way to make amends. Will you? If we're any later, we won't be able to keep the Gale Guild. Zhang Shi opened his mouth with a face full of bitterness. They didn't look for Li Berserk phone to come here to give them support, but to find a way to take the heat off Chu Jie. Shake the out of it. Are you two serious? Making me, Li Berserk phone, apologize? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, Li Berserk wind, am to die, and even if I jump into the sea, There is absolutely no way I will apologize. You guys don't dare to say it, do you? Go! Take me directly to that kid. I'd like to see just how much weight this man has to scare you all like this. Li Berserkfeng cursed angrily and directly ordered Zheng Tai and Zheng Shi to take themselves to Chu Jia. Zheng Tai was 100 times reluctant in his heart, but looking at Li Berserkfeng's eyes, if he didn't agree, he would definitely beat himself up like he beat up Zheng Shi himself. Helpless, Zheng Tai could only nod his head and agree. If I remember correctly, Chu Jia should be heading towards the transfer hall. Chairman, let's observe from afar later. You mustn't be impulsive. The entrance to the transfer hall. Chu Jia looked at the closed door, and black lines appeared on his forehead. Ah, this? It's only 5:30. Why are we off? Having no choice but to call Fong Ting, Chu Jia could only call Fong Ting. Hey, big guy. I'm in. What can I do for you? My daughter is always at your service. The call was answered in almost seconds, and Fantine's urgent and respectful voice came through the phone. I tried to use the transfer crystal, but you guys were closed. Chu Jia talked about the problems he was facing. No problem. Just a minute. Big guy. 5 minutes. Oh no. 3 minutes. Fontaine said back decisively. Immediately after that, Chu Jia heard the sound of a toilet flushing. Chu Jia was filled with speechlessness. What a big toilet summoning technique. Just come over in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone for exactly 3 minutes, Fontaine rushed to the entrance of the transfer hall in a fiery hurry. At the moment, she was wearing flip-flops on her feet, cartoon pajamas over her body, and a wet towel wrapped around her head. There are only 2 words for the body, messy. Hoo-hoo. Biggie, I'm coming. No timeouts, right? Fantine held her knees and came up for air. No. Chu Jia froze and shook his head, shocked by Fong Ting's dedication. That's good. Hey. Fong Ting sniffed and grinned, asking as she opened the door with her key. Big brother, didn't you just complete your transfer yesterday? Why do you need to use the transfer crystal again today? Because I'm level 60. Ah. Just happened to stop by and came over to pick up the transfer quest, or else I'd have to make another trip, Chu Jia said rightfully. Snap! The key in Fong Ting's hand fell heavily to the ground. It was only turn 2 yesterday, and today it's turn 2 full level? Nima! What kind of heaven-defying upgrade speed is this? Isn't it true that the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade? How come it's the direct opposite when it comes to the big guy? The shock in Fong Ting's heart could not be described in words. He hurriedly picked up the keys and bowed repeatedly to apologize. Sorry big guy, I lost my cool again. You're upgrading so fast. I'm too surprised. Chu Jia waved his hand, unconcerned. It's okay, just open the door. I've got to get home for dinner after the mission. Fong Ting nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and quickly opened the door, leading Chu Jia into it. Neither of the two noticed that not far away in the green belt, 3 figures were furtively watching them. President, it's that handsome guy. You mustn't be impulsive. We've already offended him. And if you're impulsive again, the Wild Wind Guild will be completely finished. Zheng Tai pointed at Chu Jia in the distance and anxiously reminded Li Berserkfeng. Shut up, you think I'm like you 2 goons? I'm the president of the Gale Guild, a 4th-turn powerhouse, the #1 tough guy in Dongxing City. There's no one I'm afraid of in a 50-mile radius. Li Berserkers cursed Zheng Tai without any good breath and looked at Chu Jia. I'd like to see what kind of sidetracks this kid used to scare you 2 into such a state. Scrying spell, unleashed. A rippling star map appeared in front of Li Berserkfeng's eyes. The Milky Way is bright and the stars are vast. Li Berserkfeng felt that the countless starry skies he had watched since he was a child were not as shocking as this moment. A masking skill? And so magnificent? This kid has some discipline. However, in front of a 4th-turn powerhouse, it's not the slightest bit useful. Li Berserk sneered, intending to violently break Chu Jia's masking skill. Suddenly, a star flickered slightly, enlarging in his pupils. Put! Li Berserkfeng violently spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fell on his back. Grip grass. President, why are you vomiting blood? Chairman, are you okay? Don't die. Chairman. Zheng Tai and Zhang Shi were shocked and took out the recovery potion from their backpack space, and madly poured it into Li Berserkfeng's mouth. Li Berserkfeng's pale face gradually recovered, but his gaze remained dull, as if he had not yet recovered from what had just happened. It was a long time before he muttered incredulously, "What the hell? I got hit by a meteor in broad daylight? Nope, that's the backlash effect of the masking skill. I scoped out that kid for a second. Then I was backfired by the masking skill and almost died?" Li Berserkfeng finally realized what had happened, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. I almost died just looking at it. What kind of rebellious bigot is this? Mud. Hasty. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Chapter 18, Third Turning Quest, Tournament Champion. At this moment, Li Berserkfeng finally realized why Zheng Tai and Zhang Shi were scared to death. Don't say they're scared. He's scared to death right now. Holy, could the big guy have found out when I was just probing? The big man isn't going to come over and destroy me after he's done with business, is he? Apologize. Must apologize. Man up and admit when you've done something wrong. Whoever denies it is a grandson. However, before that, he needed to understand clearly how Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi had messed with big brother Chu Jie. You too, tell me what happened before. Sure, pick up on the things you can say, and don't tell me what you can't. Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi nodded and told Li Berserk to tell Li Berserk about the matter of bringing training and upgrading. Not sure what just happened, but one thing was certain. The president's proud little spine, broken. After listening to the narration, Li Berserk concluded thoughtfully, Zhang Shi, that means you not only mocked the big brother, but also pretended in front of him? Zhang Shi nodded his head and commiserated. Chairman, I didn't know big brother Chu Jie was that scary. If I had known he was so powerful, I would never have said those things. Li Berserk was non-committal. His eyes looked at Zhang Tai and asked in a deep voice, Old Iron, do you mind if I hit your brother twice? Zhang Tai completely understood Li Berserk Fang's mood and nodded his head repeatedly. President, feel free to fight. The next moment, a roar resounded through the entire street. Zhang Shi, I want your dog's life. 4th rank skill, Running Thunder Windbreaker Claw. Miss, did you hear a miserable howling sound? In the transfer hall, Chu Jie stopped his steps and looked outside with a face full of oddities. Don't worry about it, big guy. Outside the transfer hall, there are often ghosts of people who can't complete their transfer quests. You may not be able to understand, big brother, but even a difficult level transfer quest is too much for most transferees to bear. Fang Ting was already accustomed to the various farces outside the transfer hall, and just assumed that this time was just like any other. Chu Jie nodded indistinctly and withdrew his gaze, correcting himself seriously. Missy, don't talk about me as if I'm unearthly. I'm just a tiny F-rank full mage. Fang Ting looked at Chu Jie's sincere eyes and was touched hard inside. This big guy, he's really too low-key. Arriving in front of the transfer crystal, Chu Jie familiarly pressed his palm on it. I wonder what the third transfer will be for the mission. Chu Jie was filled with anticipation. Next moment, the transfer crystal trembled violently, and a blood-colored light that was even more intense than the last time erupted out. The entire room was suddenly shrouded in a blood-colored shadow, and even the air seemed to become sticky. Inferno level. Another hell of a level. Although Fang Ting had expected it, a heart still couldn't help but beat wildly. It's the kind of shocking spectacle that some people never see once in their lives, and she, in just 2 days, had witnessed it twice. This is simply unprecedented. Because of the shock, Fang Ting's beautiful eyes stared blankly, and her chest rose and fell even more violently, so much so that the zipper of her pajamas slowly slipped down without her even noticing. Ha ha, sure enough it's another hellish mission. Chu Jie couldn't help but laugh when he saw the vision. After his last transfer, he had fallen in love with hell. The main thing is that the surge in attribute values feels really good. It made him feel all male. Hey, let's see, which copy is going to suffer again? Chu Jie gave a bad smile and opened his quest panel. However, after seeing the content of the mission, his smile stiffened, because there were 2 quests for the 3rd turn, and neither of them was easy. Task 1, please win the championship in a 1,000 player tournament. Dongqing City is just a small town. Where am I going to participate in a 1,000-player level tournament? I'm older than schoolchildren and younger than old men and women. Okay? Task 2, kill a mutant deep-sea turtle in single player to obtain the task item, different colored deep-sea crystal. I remember several copies of the seas having deep-sea basilisk turtle bosses, but a mutated deep-sea basilisk turtle, that's outrageous. Mutated elite monsters are hard to come across, let alone mutated bosses. This isn't a game of strength, this is a game of luck. Chu Jie let out a long sigh and smiled helplessly. It was like he was thinking of the hellish quests as simple, powerful brick flies don't solve all problems. Still, he's in a good frame of mind. Although both quests were difficult, they weren't so difficult that they were impossible to accomplish. Nothing more than a bit of a hassle. Go home and relax for a few days before you think about how you're going to accomplish your mission. Turning back, Chu Jie was about to bid farewell to Fang Ting when his pupils abruptly shrunk. Grip the grass. What's that? 2 white blobs, so shaky. Ah, miss, are you comforting me? That's too polite. Please change the angle. I think a 30-degree overhead view is more flattering. Although he didn't complete the hellish quest, the blood-spurting scene instantly made Chu Jie mail in place, because, inside the cartoon pajamas, there was nothing on. Chu Jie's exclamation brought Fontaine back to her senses. Looking down, the pajama zipper had slipped down to her belly button at some point. Ah, how did the zipper open? I just got out of the shower and came over. It's in there. Ah, how humiliating. How long have I had this gap? Fang Ting exclaimed in shock and hurriedly zipped up her zipper. A pretty face already scarlet. It's fine, you're in neutral and I'm hanging up. It amounts to nothing. As the view of the peaks disappeared, Chu Jie removed his glasses and spoke in a deep, comforting voice. The mind also came to a conclusion. Bigger than Lin Wanqing, smaller than Bai Jie. It's just the right size for one hand. Hearing Chu Jie's words, Fong Ting's cheeks turned even redder with shame, as if they were about to drip water. To keep the embarrassment from continuing, she hurriedly changed the subject. Big brother, I just saw you sighing. Is this mission too difficult? It's not hard. It's mostly a bit of a pain in the ass. Chu Jie shook his head and opened his mouth. Biggie, if it's convenient for you, you can talk to me. The computers in the transfer hall are connected to a database for the city of East Ascension, which may be of help to you. Fong Ting bit her red lips and said carefully, scouting out other people's transfer quests is a rather offensive thing to do, but it was true that she didn't have any ill intentions. She just wanted to do what she could to hold Chu Jie's thigh a little tighter. Well, that's okay. Then check for me if there's been any larger tournaments lately. Fong Ting had been so honest with Chu Jie. Chu Jie didn't mind revealing some of the contents to her. Ah, good. Please follow me. Big brother. Hearing that Chu Jie not only didn't blame himself, but actually told him the mission information, Fong Ting's heart was wildly happy. She trotted ahead and led the way, guiding Chu Jie to the counter and quickly operating on the computer. It didn't take her long to find dozens of contests. One day later, raiding the Misty Swamp Replica Tournament, number 100. 3 days from now, see Fishing Tournament, Happy Hour for Anglers, number 1000. 5 days later, Parent-Child Games, number 1200. Various information about the competition dazzled Chu Jie's eyes and opened his eyes. It's just that there aren't often enough of them to suit him, and there are enough people to play in a game that he can't participate in. If there's really nothing suitable, I'll just go to the Parent-Child Games. Who isn't a 216-month-old baby already? And you get to meet young women. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Just as Chu Jie was planning to give up his life to be a chow thief, a message suddenly surfaced before his eyes. 10 days from now, the Universal College Entrance Exam. Number of references in Dongxing City, 2000. Chapter 19, Zhang Shi. I'll kill you. Live in a mansion. Chu Jie slapped his head as if in a dream. Yeah, high school counts as a competition. Anyway, I'm a fresher, so I don't have to do anything deliberately. I can just take the entrance exam. Besides, I promised Mr. Lin that I would do well in the college entrance exam and get a bright score. Chu Jie grinned, not expecting the first transfer quest to find a solution so easily. Biggie, this information is useful to you, isn't it? Great. Seeing the smile on Chu Jie's face, Fong Ting smiled equally happily. Yes, it did help me. This skill book is for you, as a thank you gift. Chu Jie smiled and nodded, taking out the second-rank skill book Hardened Poison that had popped up today and gave it to Fong Ting. Hardened Poison, second order. Applicable occupation, assassin. Effect, adds a poison effect to the weapon, increasing attack damage by 30% and causing the enemy to enter a poison state after hitting them, continuously reducing their life force. Is this Assassin's top skill book Hardened Poison? Fong Ting covered her small mouth and looked at the skill book on the counter in disbelief. Her profession happened to be an assassin, so naturally she knew the Hardened Poison skill book very well. This was a top-tier skill book that could only be dropped by the boss Iron-Armored Poison Scorpion King. Not only does it increase damage significantly, but it also applies a poison status when it hits. It is a skill that all assassin professions dream of. Put it on the market. It's at least $200,000. Even $200,000 may not be able to buy it. And he had only helped Biggie look up a little information and straight away he gave himself a book? Not bad for a big guy. Just trenchant. Big brother, this skill book is too expensive. Or I. Holding the skill book in her hand tightly, Fong Ting was somewhat incoherent. Having mastered the Hardened Poison skill, she could almost double her battle power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Big Brother's move had directly changed her fate. It's just a skill book. No need to be too concerned. Chu Jie smiled and waved his hand, directly leaving the transfer hall. Looking at Chu Jie's dashing back, only then did Fong Ting finish the latter half of her sentence with a slight loss. Why don't I show you the slot again? Leaving the transfer hall, Chu Jie's heart suddenly produced an empty feeling, as if he had missed two major opportunities. Thinking left and right and not being able to understand, Chu Jie simply stopped caring about him. Go to the trading market on the way, and look for Sister Bai to sell your equipment. These equipments are of a higher grade and are estimated to sell for $400,000 or $500,000. Let's set a small goal of saving up $1 million. Thinking so, Chu Jie quickly ran towards the trading market. Just as Chu Jie left, two heads sneaked out of the green belt. Big brother didn't directly exterminate us. This is giving us a chance. Old Iron. What do you think we should do to apologize to the big man? Looking at Chu Jie's back, Li Berserk Fong had a heartbeat. Who would have thought that the small Dongqing city would harbor a terrifying big brother who was strong enough to kill a fourth-turn powerhouse in seconds? President, Big Brother Chu Jie is obviously traveling the earth and experiencing all of life's conditions. If we apologize directly, we will definitely break the Big Brother's cultivation sense, and it will be a mistake. So we have to apologize to the big guy in a euphemistic way. Zhang Tai held his chin and said thoughtfully, reasonable and reasonable. Then what exactly should we do? Li Berserk nodded his head deeply and looked at Zhang Tai expectantly, waiting for his next words. Why don't we have a lavish dinner party and get all the brothers and sisters in the club together? At the dinner, make Big Brother Chu Jie the guest of honor and treat him with the highest level of courtesy. This way, we won't expose the identity of the Big Brother, and we can also show the sincerity of our Wild Wind Guild. Zhang Tai told his plan in a nutshell. Old Iron, you can I can't believe you came up with such a good idea. A smile appeared on Li Berserkfang's face as he patted Zhang Tai's shoulder approvingly. But soon, he realized a new problem. But how do we invite the big man to the dinner? Just looking at the big man's back makes my legs tremble. So don't you dare ask me to invite. Why don't you go talk to the big man, Old Iron? Zhang Tai sniffed and shrunk his neck in horror. President, be a man. You're scared and I'm scared. Why don't we text the big guy? Li Berserk and Zhang Tai discussed intensely. Behind them, Zhang Shi was lying on the ground with a pale complexion. His arms raised helplessly as he shouted furiously in his heart. President, my own brother, can you two just get me to the hospital before we talk? I'm yet really dying. Chu Jie spent 10 minutes to arrive at Bai Jie's store. However, the store was not only closed, but also had a sign saying shop transfer. How is this still going out of business? Is it so bad to be in business now? What a shame about a conscientious boss's wife. Chu Jie sighed and was not in the mood to sell his equipment, regretfully walking towards his home. When he returned home and ordered takeout, Chu Jie lay on the couch and looked at his cell phone. Unsurprisingly, the internet has once again been swept away by Evil God. The Evil God is really too scary. The eyes are as big as the moon. It scares the hell out of me. Nima. The most terrifying thing is to stare whoever dies. A copy of the poison-tail scorpion. A single stare all mummified. Is there any big brother to explain? Why are all the poison-tail scorpions dead, but we transmutineers are fine? Isn't it obvious? Scorpions are delicious. Deep-fried scorpions. Evil God same model. Jumping price of 500 a box. Family members, take a look at this talisman to ward off evil spirits. The Buddha himself has blessed this talisman. Even the evil spirits have to tremble when they see it. The trolling, the whole living, and the rubbing of traffic bandwagons are just like the Golden Dragon present. Chu Jie had gotten used to it and was having fun watching it, from time to time giving a nod to the netizens' divine replies. In addition to the routine program above, this time there were some god-awful remarks. Lord Evil God has finally descended. I am Lord Evil God's dog, Twilight of the Gods. The Evil God lives forever. We wish to follow Lord Evil God forever. Foolish mortals, this time the Lord Evil God is merely giving you a warning. If you can't come to your senses, it will be humanity that will be destroyed next time. Gee, what a middle-of-the-road statement. Chu Jie's goosebumps rose as he watched. The level of abstraction in this class of netizens is really high, making it look like a cult. Extremely good. Simply superb. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room and the takeout arrived. Chu Jie fetched takeout and continued to swipe his phone as he ate. The decadent and joyful life of the house has once again drawn to a close. Time rushed by and it was 7 days. No one to bother me. I can sleep until I wake up every day. I can do whatever I want. This kind of day is really too good to be true. Trudger was largely satisfied with the week of living in the house. There was only one thing that made him feel rather bad. That is, for 7 days someone has been sending him scam texts. Chapter 20 Beach Party. Gale Guild mobilizes. Drip. The cell phone rings. Chu Jie looked at it and couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. Again? It's not over, is it? The Honorable Mr. Chu Jie. I am the manager of the Henteing Hotel and would like to invite you to attend a lavish dinner organized by the Henteing Hotel. We will reserve exclusive VIP seats for you, and we hope you will come to the venue as a VIP. You hotel manager? I'm still Qin Shi Huang. How come there are still so many scammers in the world of universal transfer? Thanks to my professional anti-fraud education in my previous life, you want to cheat me? No way. Chu Jie snorted coldly and directly blacked out the sender. It's so annoying. Eat something good to suppress the fire. Opening the takeout he just picked up, Chu Jie intended to calm the cranky mood with a good meal. Snap. A raffle ticket suddenly fell out of the box. Ordering takeout and getting a raffle? Why didn't we have that the other day? Chu Jie picked up the raffle ticket and subconsciously scraped off the gray coating on it. Then he saw 3 large, clear letters come into view: the grand prize. Once you scratch it, it's the grand prize. It looks fake. Chu Jie skimmed his lips and instantly lost all trust in the raffle tickets. Still, he habitually turned the raffle ticket over to see what the grand prize actually was. Grand prize, one winner a VIP ticket to the beach party. With a VIP ticket, you can enjoy a seafood buffet, unlimited cocktail refills, beach volleyball, and many other activities, and bikini girls waiting for you. Seeing the grand prize reward, Chu Jie's eyes lit up. This is bikini seafood buffet, bikini unlimited refills, bikini volleyball. Chu Jie suddenly felt as if the raffle ticket in his hand had gained 3 more points of credibility. Geez, it's time to get out after being at home for so long. It just so happens that the second quest of the third turn is to kill the mutant deep-sea basilisk turtle. So let's go to the beach and take a stroll. Maybe I'll run into a mutant deep-sea genuine turtle in a bikini on the beach. Ha. In just a second, Chu Jie convinced himself. Directly dialed the contact number on the raffle ticket. Of course, Chu Jie was still wary of the raffle. Talking about feelings is fine. Talking about money is out of the question. As soon as the money was mentioned on the other side, he immediately hung up the phone. On the other hand, the Gale Guild building, Li Berserk and Zhang Tai sat in the conference room with haggard faces. Old Iron, what's your takeout raffle? Is it reliable? 7 days. They tried to think of every reason to invite Big Brother Chu Jie to the dinner. As a result, not only did the big guy not reply, he blackballed them all. This made Li Berserk Fang's heart go up and down, and he couldn't even sleep soundly, afraid that if he closes his eyes, he'll be euthanized directly by Big Brother. President, I think the previous invitation was because it was too sudden. That's why Big Brother Chu Jie didn't agree. After all, Biggie is now playing the role of a poor student who just switched jobs, lives in a rented house, and eats cheap takeout. And inviting Biggie by raffle is both reasonable and natural. Biggie, he should come. The more Zhang Tai spoke, the less he had the courage to do so. Big Brother's thoughts were unpredictable. He was just a small trash of the third turn. How could he dare to say that he could see through Big Brother's law of action? Hey! A sigh rang through the conference room. The atmosphere was oppressive and desperate. Jingle bells. Just then, Li Berserk's phone suddenly rang. Seeing that familiar string of phone numbers, Li Berserk Fang's eyes snapped open. The 5 big, mighty men were practically weeping with joy. Biggie he called me. Woohoo! Zhang Tai was equally excited as he quickly reminded Li Raging Wind. Chairman, don't cry. You jibe up. It's the only chance. If you don't capitalize on this, our Gale Guild will be finished. Li Berserk Fang nodded his head fiercely as he heard this. Yeah, can't cry. No crying in front of the big guy. Li Berserk hurriedly brewed up his emotions and sullenly answered the phone. Hello, what can I do for you? Oh, you won the grand prize, didn't you? You're so lucky. I'll send over the beach party VIP level admission tickets immediately. The party starts at 4 p.m. at Moonlight White Beach. Yes sir, have fun at the party. After hanging up the phone, Li Berserk and Zhang Tai looked at each other and hugged each other. Woohoo! It's not easy. The big man finally agreed. The Windstorm Guild has been saved. Li Berserk quickly found an errand boy and asked him to give the entrance ticket to Chu Jie. Immediately after that, he spoke on the guild channel. Today at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone will gather at Moonlight White Beach. Absentees will be kicked out of the guild. As soon as these words came out, the entire Gale Guild directly boiled over. Whoa, even all the members are out? The chairman is going to make a big move. Ha, the last time we went out en masse was to raid a hidden copy. What's the big job this time? Excited. Just joined the guild for a month and I can't believe I can participate in such a big event. Cool. When Li Berserk Fang saw the guild channel statement, the corner of his mouth twitched hard. Although this matter was related to the survival of the Gale Guild, it couldn't be done recklessly like before, and it was necessary to serve the big brother comfortably. Not a raiders event, just a beach party. Anyone who makes a scene at the party, I'll take it up with them. Li Berserk hurriedly explained on the guild channel and warned the group of reckless people in the meantime. What? A beach party? Are you kidding me? We're going to the beach to play in the water in the Wild Wind Guild? You're silly. This kind of large-scale event definitely needs to be concealed from the people of the Cloud Crest Guild and the Rose Guild. I get it. It's an open and shut door. The president is really high. Not only did Li Berserk's explanation not have an effect, but it made the members even more imaginative. Li Berserk Fang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Naya, you brain-fixing monsters have quite the imagination. Forget it, I don't have the time to bleep with these guys. Just don't make a mess this afternoon. All the matters of the beach party need to be arranged by Li Raffaele himself. This was a reception for Big Brother Chu Jie. He didn't feel comfortable with someone else arranging it, and just like that, a beach party was quickly planned, and Chu Jie, too, soon received the beach party VIP level entrance ticket. My god, not only did they not mention the money, but the admission tickets were delivered so quickly? Am I really hitting the jackpot here? Chu Jie looked at the exquisite entrance ticket in his hand, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. He was only calling for fun, and didn't really have much hope in his mind. Never in a million years did I realize that the raffle was real, the tickets were real, and the beach party was real. It's really too early to tell, but looking at what's happening now, it's about 7 or 8% more believable. Let's go check it out this afternoon. If it's real, we'll have a good time. If it's fake, we'll reward them with an extermination blow. Chapter 21, No one to help you to the green clouds? I've come to send you to the western paradise, Moonlight White Sand Beach, the first sea bathing beach in Dongqing City. The sea is crystal clear and the beach is covered with fine white sand, which looks as if the moonlight is pouring down. Soft and soothing. Best of all, the nearby waters are largely free of wildlife, so you can swim with confidence. Therefore, this place became the preferred vacation spot for the transmigrants of Dongqing City. And today, the entire Moonlight White Beach was chartered by the Gale Guild. My God, the president even directly chartered the Moonlight White Beach. This must be $7 to $8 million, right? Less. At least 10 million to hit the bottom. With so much money invested in the grounds alone, I can't imagine what big moves the chairman is going to make today. It's just a pity that our guild is full of females and we won't be able to see the bikini ladies. At 3:30 p.m., the members of the Gale Guild arrived at the Moonlight White Beach one after another. Wearing their battle armor, they chatted in groups, curiously guessing what the chairman's big action was today. One heart was burning with excitement, but what they didn't know was that President Li Berserk was even more anxious than they were. Lao Tai, it's already 3:30. Why hasn't Big Brother Chu Jie come yet? The big man isn't going to trick me, is he? Do I have to look twice? Li Berserk paced back and forth on the beach, his heart racing. For this afternoon's beach party, he's invested over $15 million. Several large tables of various delicacies were prepared and entertainment facilities were available, in order to provide the most satisfying experience for Big Brother Chugger. If Big Brother Chu Jie didn't come, then all his hard work today would be wasted. Money is still a small thing. The main thing is that he will have to sleep with his eyes open from now on. Chairman, Big Brother Chu Jie is a terrifying existence that we can't even look up to. This kind of big brother is most interested in promises. And it's not an exaggeration to say that a promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold and a word is worth 9. Just don't worry, the big guy will definitely be here. Zhang Tai opened his mouth to comfort, but a heart was equally tense. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over and he saw a teenager in beach pants and flip-flops getting out of a cab. The man was erect and handsome. Most importantly, exuding an awesome aura of understatement and luxury. Isn't it just Big Brother Chu Jie? It's coming. It's coming. He's coming. President, Big Brother Chu Jie, he's here. Zhang Tai roared with excitement, more excited than meeting his own father. Li Berserkphone naturally saw Chu Jie as well, and an expression of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. The big man is here. Great. It's a sin for me to doubt Big Brother's promise. I'll go and greet him personally now. Li Berserkers fiercely shook himself and excitedly ran in the direction of the entrance. Just running out 2 steps, he suddenly realized that he had been abrupt and nearly broke Big Brother Chu Jie's low-key cultivation. No, Biggie is playing a regular student right now. I don't know him at all. It's too weird to go over there in person. Old Iron, you know the big man. Go over and greet him. Don't make any mistakes. Zhang Tai nodded and quickly ran towards the beach entrance. Wow, there really is a beach party. Chu Jie looked at the arrangement on the beach from afar and opened his mouth wide in surprise. Several 10-meter-long tables, all filled with seafood, fruits and wine. The entire beach was hung with small colorful lights and the ambience was pulled together. It's beautiful to look at in broad daylight, and I shudder to think how mesmerizing it will be when it's lit up at night. No poking. Needles don't poke. Chu Jie was in a good mood and walked towards the entrance with brisk steps. At the entrance, a young man in a backpacker's pants acted as a security guard, doing an ID check on the entrance. Seeing Chu Jie, he couldn't help but be wary in his heart. Despite wearing normal beach pants, it was surprisingly 3 times more handsome than his backpacking pants. Most importantly, he had never seen the teenager in front of him in the Gale Guild. What do you do, kid? The strap pants youth inquired in a deep voice. Today, all the members of the Gale Guild have come out, and the president has even chartered the Moonlight White Beach, which is definitely a super action. He would never let any outsider come in and interfere with the guild's great events. I'm here for the beach party. Here's my ticket. Chu Jie handed the VIP level entrance ticket to the backpack pants youth. What the hell? Tickets? They're an internal guild event. Just brush your face and use a gross admission ticket. The youth in the backpack pants received the entrance ticket with an odd expression on his face, glanced at it, and was instantly shocked. Beach party VIP ticket. Location, Moonlight White Beach. Time, 4 p.m. Nice guy. This admission ticket is not only exquisite, the time and place are alright, too. What does that tell you? Their Gale Guild operation was leaked. Is this a business war? It's so dirty. Luckily, the opponents don't know it yet, and they don't need a ticket for entry. Can I go in now? Chu Jie looked at the backpack pants youth who did not speak for half a day and asked in a puzzled voice. Go in? Good thinking. I've seen through you. Kid, honestly, where did you get this admission ticket? The backpack pants youth returned to his senses, staring at Chu Jie with an unkind gaze as he opened his mouth to question. What's wrong with ordering takeout? Chu Jie's heart thumped. The tone of the strap pants youth gave him a bad feeling. Put. Ha, our boss spent tens of millions of dollars to charter the venue, and you want to come in by ordering a takeout? The strap pants youth couldn't help but laugh out loud. The spy in front of us doesn't seem to have a good head on his shoulders, trying to blend into their guild without a reasonable excuse. So you're saying the beach party is real, but my admission ticket is fake? Chu Jie's brows furrowed as he asked in displeasure. Nonsense. If this admission ticket is real, I'll go up to the sky in place to show you. The backpack pants youth tightened his smile and snorted coldly, mockingly. Next, he then literally went to heaven in place. Third rank skill, nimble ascension fist. Zhang Tai rushed to the duo in a fiery hurry. Directly making use of his strongest skills, he fulfilled the wish of the youth in the backpack pants. Little friend Chu Jie, don't listen to that kid, he's just an intern. This admission ticket is real. Top real. I really didn't expect that the person who won the special prize would be you. Ha, fate. What fate? Ha. Zhang Tai caught the entrance ticket that floated down from the sky and respectfully handed it to Chu Jie with a smile piled on his face. Mud. There's a Gale Guild stamp on the ticket. Can't you see it on the guy in the pants? Luckily, I came in time. If the Chu Jie bigwig they had worked so hard to invite was turned away by a tiny security guard, he and the president could be infuriated to death. Puff. The youth with the backpack pants fell down from the sky and looked at Zhang Tai with a grudging face. Tai, what are you doing? Ouch. I've been a member for 2.5 years. Why am I still an intern? As soon as the words left his mouth, a line of hints floated in front of the backpack pants youth. You have been kicked out of the Berserkers Guild by the president. Chapter 22 Larkspur probes the bottom. All change into bikinis. Zhang Tai, could it be that this beach party is organized by the Gale Guild? Your brother Zhang sure wouldn't be there, would he? Chu Jie did not expect to see Zhang Tai here. He couldn't help but frown at the thought of his experience with the band practice a week ago, and suddenly he didn't want to be at this beach party. Seeing Chu Jie frowning, Zhang Tai was instantly scared half to death. As expected, the big man was quite dissatisfied with the Wild Wind Guild. The reason why they don't exterminate us is definitely Big Brother compassion. I had to say something to reverse the negative attitude of the bigots towards the guild. Chu Jie, don't worry, you definitely won't see Zhang Shi today. Zhang Shi accidentally fell and is now being treated in ICU. Except for Zhang Shi, all of us in the Gale Guild are good people. You fell and went to ICU? Is the bar so low in the ICU? Trudger didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. As for Zhang Tai's claim that the Wild Wind Guild were all good people, he was skeptical. The Gale Guild are all good people? What did he say then? Chu Jie pointed at the backpacking pants youth. Just now, this person's attitude towards himself was quite harsh, practically interrogating him as if he were a spy, making him quite upset. Seeing Chu Jie accountable about the backpack pants youth, Zhang Tai suddenly sweated like a pig. Chu Jie, you're mistaken. He's not a member of our guild. He's just playing basketball in our guild. A second ago, Zhang Tai wouldn't dare to say this. It would be lying to the big brother. But it's okay now, because the backpacker youth has been kicked out of the guild. Oh, so it's a temp. Chu Jie nodded thoughtfully. Although he knew it was mostly a pretext, the discontent in his heart did diminish a lot. So what can I enjoy with this VIP level admission ticket? Seeing that Chu Jie finally did not intend to leave, Zhang Tai was so moved in his heart that he was practically crying. Everything. As the only guest of honor, Chu Jie, you get to enjoy everything at the party, and it's all at the highest level, Zhang Tai said with conviction. This wave of Gale Guild was a total mobilization, and the president was even reckless with his investment, so he believed that he could definitely satisfy Big Brother Chu Jie. My God, that good? Then get busy. I'm going to experience it now. Hearing that he could enjoy the highest level of treatment, an expression of surprise appeared on Chu Jie's face. After waving goodbye to Zhang Tai, he took a big step into the moonlit white sand beach. Holy, is this Poseidon prawns? Is this the East Lake hairy crab? Top quality seafood, and they put it here as a buffet? Chu Jie walked up to the seafood buffet and was stunned by the array of top quality seafood. Tear off a shrimp leg and savor it. The shrimp is cute-tastic and the sauce is sweet and savory. It's just absolutely delicious. Chu Jie couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With all this food alone, it's not a bad wave to come. Just as Chu Jie was savoring the food, some of the members of the Gale Guild also cast their eyes over. Who is that kid that Zhang Tai is fighting over him? A trainee member? It doesn't look like it. The president hasn't even been served yet and he's eating away. That's a bit too casual of an outfit. isn't it? He's not really here to party, is he? What the hell? No one knows this kid? Then why is he able to attend our guild events? Chu Jie's distinctive style of painting had the crowd intrigued, but the unthinkable thing was that no one recognized the teenager. After some discussion, a round-faced youth was pushed out by the crowd. This man is called the Know-It-All and he is very sociable and can talk to anyone. The crowd intends for him to probe Chu Jie. Pepsi made a holding gesture to the crowd and walked confidently towards Chu Jie. Hello, handsome, does this buffet taste okay? Pepsi smiled and came to Chu Jie's side and began to get close. It tastes great, and your Wild Wind Guild is too rich. Although Chu Jie didn't recognize the person in front of him, it didn't affect his ability to make small talk with the other party. A party is about getting high and getting acquainted. Hearing Chu Jie's words, Pepsi's eyes twitched and came up with 2 points of information. First, the kid in front of me is not a member of the Gale Guild. Second, the kid in front of me doesn't have much insight. Ha ha, eat more if it's good. But I heard that this party is an internal guild event. How did you get in here, old buddy? Pepsi continued to ask with an unmoving smile. Ha ha, I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it. I was given a raffle ticket when I ordered takeout, and when I lightly scratched it, it went straight to the grand prize. The reward is VIP level admission to this beach party. How's that for awesome luck? Chu Jie said triumphantly. What? Takeout? Grand prize? Admission tickets? Or VIP level? What's this all about? Pepsi's smiling face froze, and the CPU went straight to dry smoke. Gale Guild is the third largest guild in Dongqing City. Since when do you do takeout? Also, for the guild's big event, why do you have to use a raffle to recruit some unrelated people? Pepsi was puzzled, but he believes that there must be a reason why leather pants are worn over cotton pants. Either the leather pants are too thin or the cotton pants have no wool. The reason why I didn't think about it must be that I didn't penetrate it. So, old man, you're purely possessed by koi and actually have nothing to do with the Gale Guild? Pepsi continues to ask questions and gather information. You could say that. Chu Jie nodded. Hearing Chu Jie's affirmative reply, Pepsi was even more speechless. However, just then, he suddenly had a flash of insight. Wait, I think I got it. Involving unrelated people will not only cover for our activities, but also publicize the Wild Wind Guild through the mouths of others. This is a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So the chairman's wave is in the atmosphere. High, really high. Pepsi was enlightened and felt like he had seen it all. Older brother, your luck is too good. What's your profession? You don't get a luck bonus, do you? Knowing that Chu Jie was just an ordinary passerby, Pepsi completely let go and chatted with Chu Jie while eating. Which is not. I'm just an F-rank full mage. Chu Jie waved his hand with a helpless face. See, that doesn't make sense. You're trading a lifetime of luck for a special prize. TSK, old brother, you are really miserable. It's not an easy life, is it? Pepsi looked at Chu Jie with a face full of sympathy. In the Gale Guild, C-rank transmutators were at the bottom of the hierarchy. It's almost too much to think about how miserable the days of an F-rated career would be. It's indeed quite difficult. You have to be careful when putting up a skill. Chu Jie nodded. The skills are all extinction level. The copy is too brittle is very annoying. Older brother, don't just eat. Older brother will give you a trick. Take advantage of this event to put your foot down and lick a few more of the big boys. Maybe one of the big boys will have a soft heart and take you under his wing. This way, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Pepsi opened his mouth to suggest. As far as he was concerned, F-rank professions should not be considered dignified. Kneeling to get the gold out of a man's knees is the way to go. Forget it, I'm just here for the beach party today. I don't want to do anything else. Say, when do we get to see the bikini ladies? Trudger politely declined, bringing the conversation back to the beach party. It's a bit of false advertising when he's half full and there's not a single bikini lady in sight. Ha ha, what kind of beautiful dream are you having, old brother? There are just 20 female transmutants out of the 200 or so of us in the Wild Wind Guild, and these 20 women, all of them are female characters, tough as nails. Don't even get me started on you. I've been in the guild for years and I've never seen them in bikinis. Pepsi cackled. Young people nowadays, their hearts are really higher than the sky. Lucky draw for an entry ticket. You don't really think you're a VIP, do you? However, as soon as he spoke, a guild message popped up in front of him. Lee Gale, all female members of the guild, change into bikinis immediately. Chapter 23, beautiful women surround you. Chairman, are you crazy? Although Lee Berserkphone did not meet with Chu Jie directly, he was nearby, pretending to bask in the sun. He was actually keeping an eye on Chu Jie's side at all times. When he heard that the big man wanted to see the bikini ladies, he didn't say a word and directly at all the members in the guild channel. Lee Gale, all female members of the guild, change into bikinis immediately. The moment these words came out, the entire guild directly exploded. Chairman, are you crazy? We're Valkyries, making us wear that kind of clothes? Pussy whipped stuff. Old me definitely doesn't wear it. Old me has the same figure as wearing battle armor. Nope, it's not that we don't wear them. We're pressed for that kind of clothing. That's right. If you like to watch it, go online and watch it. Can't a big man find a website? Although there were only 20 female transmutants in the guild, their voices were not small. In just a few seconds of effort, the entire guild channel was screened. It was full of female trannies voicing their displeasure. Lee Berserkwin naturally knew the character of the guild's female transmogrifier beyond measure. He calmly continued to speak on the guild channel. Lee Gale, anyone who changes into a bikini will be able to pick up a piece of silver-ranked equipment from the guild's warehouse. The constant barrage of messages came to a steep halt at this statement. Once again, when new content appeared, it had changed its flavor. What do you mean, Chairman? Irritating our sisters with silver equipment? Cut. Isn't it just a bikini? Sisters, it's time to show off your hot bodies. Dress up. President, the brothers want to wear bikinis too, okay? Don't get me wrong. It's not for the silver gear. It's simply to experience the coolness. Lee Gale, get out of here. Hoo. There it is. Got it. Older brother. Although your guild has fewer women, the quality is quite high. This healthy wheat color. This hot body. It's just beautiful and sassy. Chu Jia couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he saw the 20 bikini beauties that suddenly appeared. Pepsi glanced at the guild channel and then at Chu Jia, and the crab legs in his hand dropped on the table in surprise. It won't? No way? The president made the guild beauties wear bikinis. It can't be to fulfill this little brother's wish, can it? Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Pepsi immediately shook his head in negation. How is that possible? If this kid really had that much energy, the president would have come over to entertain him personally long ago. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Older brother, you're kind of blessed with eyes. Our Gale Guild beauties, who usually do nothing but fight. That body is absolutely top-notch. Pepsi laughed, putting the doubts he had just had behind him, and also began to appreciate the hot body of the guild's beauty. Not only Pepsi, but also the men of the Gale Guild didn't care to discuss the chairman's big move. More than 100 people lined up in a row and admired the bikini ladies with a straight face. However, by blocking them like this, they directly blocked Chu Jia's field of vision. It's blocking me from seeing. It's not that I'm saying that you have too many men in the Gale Guild. It should just be balanced by recruiting more female members. Chu Jia withdrew his eyes and said in a spoiled voice. Hearing Chu Jia's tirade, the corners of Li Berserkfang's mouth, who was secretly observing, twitched viciously. The style of their Gale Guild was to be fierce and domineering. Where else would a girl want to come but a girly man? Even if he goes recruiting now, it's too late in the game. However, the big man's desire to see the bikini ladies must be fulfilled. If they don't fulfill it, I'm afraid that their Gale Guild will simply disappear from the world. What to do? What to do? Li Berserkfang was sweating like a pig and panicking. It seemed that the only way to get the guild's beauties to specialize in serving the big man alone. Lee Gale, all female trannies to serve at table 1. Chu Jia at table number 1 is our guest of honor. As long as we make him happy, each of us can receive a piece of gold equipment. The moment these words came out, the guild channel was surprisingly silent for a while. Nothing else. Everyone was shocked and numb. Everyone knew exactly how precious gold equipment was. Each one costs over $1 million. 20 people, one piece each, that's $20 million. A huge sum of $20 million, but only to win a smile from Chu Jia. What exactly is this Chu Jia? Good. President, let's go. Chairman, what exactly is this Chu Jia? Can you tell me? I can do without the gold level equipment. Ha, I saw him. Surprisingly handsome. Ah, I want the seat next to him. You're not allowed to take it from me. What kind of pussy talk is that? Whoever grabs it is on the hook. Seeing the president directly promising gold-level equipment, the beauties went straight into a frenzy. Each of the 20 people showed their abilities and rushed towards Chu Jia's direction at breakneck speed. As for Pepsi, he originally wanted to tease Chu Jia with a sentence, "You're an F rank who can take a look at it. But you're satisfied, and you still think that the big brother is blocking your view." But after seeing the contents of the guild channel, his entire body was directly dumbfounded. His throat was dry and he was trembling. Looking at Chu Jia, he couldn't even say a word. It's really him. The chairman's previous arrangements were actually all for him? Another silver equipment. Another gold equipment. It's so pleasing to this extent. OMG. It's not possible that this afternoon's event was all organized for him, too, is it? Where's the promised F-ranked full system mage? How did you turn into a bigot in the blink of an eye? Just as Pepsi was shocked, more than 20 beautiful women had already arrived at the long table one after another. I'll go. What's with all the beautiful women running over here? More than 20 beautiful women suddenly flashed to his side, startling Chu Jia so much that he was almost about to unleash his extermination move. Handsome, I'm so sorry I left you out in the cold earlier. The chairman said you're our guest of honor. so he asked us all to come and serve you. Beside Chu Jie, a beautiful woman wearing a leopard print bikini softly explained. She had a hot, peaked body, and her wheat-colored skin exuded wildness, but her voice was pitifully soft and full of a paradoxical attraction. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Jie curiously. Someone who can make the chairman spend tens of millions of dollars to curry favor is definitely not an ordinary person. Can't it be that the handsome young man in front of us is a fifth rotation powerhouse even more powerful than the chairman? If that's the case, I must serve him well. Even if I can't see me, I must impress him to do so. It wasn't just Miss Leopard Print who thought this way. The 20 beauties were almost all thinking the same thing. They are flamboyant and strong, but because of this, they are more muchon than other women. Now that they had seen a handsome man that even the chairman had to curry favor with, the curiosity in their hearts alone was enough to make them fall. Geez, your president is so polite. He. Chu Jie's mouth was crooked with laughter. He really didn't think that the VIP level admission ticket would actually have VIP level treatment. Being surrounded by 20 bikini-clad ladies made him truly feel what it meant to be in waves. Like in heaven. You're welcome, it's only right to serve you. Yes, handsome boy, you're so handsome. Even if the chairman doesn't say anything, we'll come over. Handsome, you have a great body. How did you train? The big muscles are awesome. How old are you? Handsome, are you 18? I like 18 boys the most. The beauties laughed and opened their mouths. The voice was as melodious as a lark. Pepsi listened with goosebumps. These women, who usually talk big and bold, are like dinosaurs. I didn't realize one would clip more than the other. However, it seemed as if he himself had dipped into Chu Jie's light and could enjoy the hot body of the guild's beauty up close. Just as Pepsi was secretly thinking in his mind, he suddenly felt a tightness in his collar. A beautiful woman in a shell bikini lifted him straight up and threw him through the crowd. Then, the shell belle rightfully took the Pepsi spot. The shell beauty had a shapely figure and fair skin, as if she had bathed in milk, making people want to take a bite. She said sweetly to Chu Jie as if nothing had happened. Handsome, what do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you. Chu Jie glanced at the table and said, abalone it is. The shell beauty sniffed, and her fair face suddenly blushed. Oops, handsome, you're bad. So many people are watching. It's not convenient. Chu Jie had an odd look on his face. Isn't the abalone within your reach? What's so inconvenient about it? Ah, so it's this abalone. It dawned on the shelled beauty that her cheeks reddened even more in shame. She hurriedly picked up an abalone and brought it to Chu Jie's mouth. Here, handsome, open your mouth and I'll feed you. Chu Jie opened his mouth and swallowed the abalone in one gulp, feeling happy to fly. Nima, this is like the life of King Joe in general. Cool, it's so damn cool. Seeing Chu Jie take his abalone into his mouth, the shell beauty giggled happily. The leopard-printed beauty on the opposite side, on the other hand, had a bearish rage rising in her eyes. This woman is usually big-headed, but I didn't think she'd be so good at it. No, I can't be left behind either. The leopard-printed beauty asked as she picked up a grape. Want some grapes, handsome? Chu Jie shook his head. Grapes are too small. I want papaya. The big, yellow kind is better, soft and sweeter. When the leopard print beauty sniffed, her cheeks also instantly turned scarlet as she pouted. Darn, even though my skin is wheat-colored, my papaya isn't that yellow. While the beauties were chatting with Chu Jie, the Hans in the guild were already burning with rage. There were already too many wolves in the guild. Now, the president has asked all the beautiful women to serve an outsider. What kind of thing is that? Yet angry as they were, no one had the courage to question the president's decision. They, the members of the group, knew best how violently raging Win's character was. That's a master who can put someone in ICU at the drop of a hat. But fear doesn't extinguish the anger. It only makes it burn more fiercely. After a few moments, the vice president finally couldn't help himself and directly questioned in the guild channel. Lee Berserk Wind, do you have any idea what you're doing? Taking the guild's money, taking the guild's women to please an outsider. Are you stepping on a horse and going crazy? Chapter 24, Spitting Blood to Fight the Nest. President Greatness. Seeing the vice president's statement, the crowd of members of the Gale Guild were relieved and scared. Relief because the vice president shouted what was on their minds. And the fear is because of the fear that the president will get furious and do something crazy. However, to everyone's surprise, the always irascibly raging Wind did not get angry this time. Lee Gale, I know what I'm doing. I can only say that everything I'm doing right now is to protect the Gale Guild, and even the entire Dongxing City. Posting the above to the guild channel, Lee Berserk couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Who can know the bitterness in his heart? Since meeting Big Brother Chu Jie, he's been gentler and speaks politely. When I see an old lady crossing the street, I want to go over and help her, fearing that it's another hidden bigot. He, Dongsheng Hummer Lee Berserk Feng, could even change his name to Lee Chunfeng now. Chairman, it's somewhat believable for you to say it's for the Gale Guild, but saying it's for the entire Dongxing City is outrageous, isn't it? That kid looks only 18 or 19 years old. What kind of strength can he have? Could it be that his background is too strong? Chairman, if something happens, just say so. The guild brothers will carry it together. We, the 200+ members of the Gale Guild, are united as one. What can't be solved? Lee Berserk's explanation was so outrageous that the members didn't believe it at all. As the third largest guild in Dongxing City, they were usually used to being wild and crazy, and they didn't believe at all that there was anything in Dongxing City that they couldn't handle. Hey, you guys wouldn't say that if you knew how scary the big guy was. In front of a crushing level of power, even more people are nothing more than cannon fodder. Ah, Lee Berserkphone shook his head helplessly, staring at the blue waters in a daze. Once upon a time he was as cocky as these guys, until he probed the big guy himself. Thinking about this, he hurriedly reminded the crowd in the guild channel. Lee Gale, I can't say more than that, believe it or not, but you must not probe Chujie with your scrying techniques. Never, never, never. For emphasis, Lee Raging Wind said it 3 times in a row. However, the words fell. Put, put, put. More than 200 men on the beach. All of them vomited blood and fell to the ground. The crimson blood colored the beach directly. Lee Gale, asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you not to probe, but you didn't listen. What? Can I, the president, hurt you? Now you guys know. Big brother Chujie doesn't have to do anything. Just by relying on the backlash effect of the masking skill, he can destroy our Gale Guild. Martyr. If it weren't for the fact that Big Brother is now practicing in a low profile, the entire Dongxing City would be buried with you for your disrespectful behavior alone. Lee Berserk broke into a shouting match on the guild channel. If there were only 1 or 2 people spitting blood, he would have put up with it. As a result, except for the woman, all the other guild members vomited blood and fell to the ground. His guild is raising a bunch of stubborn asses. After Lee Berserk finished cursing, the guild channel was silent. Now you know it's wrong? Knows to be silent? It's true that people can't be taught, but when they are taught, they can be taught. Lee Berserk only thought that the guild members were all reflecting in shame, until a message appeared on the guild channel. President, dying, help. When this statement was made, a large number of followers appeared behind it. +1, +1, +1. Black lines surfaced on Lee Berserkfang's brain. Nice guy. Turns out it wasn't reflecting. It was running out of energy to reply. Speechless as he was, as the president, he couldn't possibly see death. Just as he was planning to call up Zhang Tai to save him, he realized that Zhang Tai was also lying not far away. No, old iron. Why are you lying down too? Zhang Tai, chairman. I'm just a little bit curious. Lee Berserk, you're such a cutie pie for stepping on a horse. It was a good thing that Lee Berserkphone was a 4th turn powerhouse, and his speed was terrifyingly fast when he went all out. Bottles of healing potions were poured into the guild members' mouths. Even after pouring the healing potion, he had the time to fling a slap. Let you animals disobey your labor. I'll slap the hell out of you. Will you listen to me next time? A wave of saves fell down and slapped him good. What's going on over there? Why are they all spitting blood and falling to the ground? The scene of more than 200 people vomiting blood and falling to the ground was so shocking that even though Chu Jie was chatting happily with Miss Bikini, he still noticed it. Hearing Chu Jie's inquiry, the bikini ladies all fell silent. Realistic. It's so realistic. The confused look, the skeptical tone, it was seamless. If they didn't know the truth of the matter, I'm afraid that they really would have been fooled by Big Brother Chu Jie. With just a cover skill, it almost took the entire guild right down to seconds. This is outrageous. Terrifying. I thought Biggie was a 5th rotation powerhouse, but now it seems that I'm still shallow. Oh my god. It's so lucky to meet such a heaven-defying bigot in this life. Holy, if I fall for this kind of big shot, I won't take off from where I am. The same shock was in the eyes of the bikini ladies. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying the handsome man in front of them, who appeared to be nothing but handsome, really was. I don't suppose they're mad at me, are they? Seeing that the bikini ladies were silent, Chu Jie once again opened his mouth and asked. At these words, the beauties snapped back to their senses, their backs breaking out in a cold sweat. With just a masking skill that had no offensive power, it had backfired on everyone in the guild to the point of serious injury. If the big man moves his finger again, won't the Gale Guild be destroyed immediately? So, in order to stay alive, the big man must not know that the guild is disrespecting him. No. Handsome, you misunderstand. They are nesting. Right. Sister is right. Spit the blood and hit the nest. Our Gale Guild's unique way of fishing. Handsome, we don't need to worry about those fishing guys. Let's just keep playing and dancing. The bikini ladies racked their brains to change the topic and serve Chu Jie more attentively. So that's how it is. So that's how the milk is. 20 hot beauties throwing themselves at him. What man could stand up to that? Bathed in the cleanser, Chu Jie rolled his eyes and left the spitting blood behind. Lee Gale, good job. Girls, remember, Don't ever break Big Brother's low-key cultivation. Although Lee Berserk Phone was doing his best to save the injured, he was likewise paying attention to Chu Jie's side. I was worried that the female members had messed up, but I never expected them to handle it so well. And then look at the downed animals, doing no favors and netting themselves trouble. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and Lee Berserk added another slap to each of them. Bunch of animals, can't even keep up with a pussy. The members of the Gale Guild were obediently beaten up, so they didn't dare to retort again. This kind of means of seriously injuring an enemy with a masking skill was unheard of for them. However, this was still the tip of the iceberg shown by Big Brother Chu Jie. It was simply unthinkable to imagine how terrifying the power of the big man would be when he actually unleashed his skills. And just now, with so many people scouting Big Brother Chu Jie together, Big Brother had already been enlightened by not exterminating them, not to mention letting the guild's beauties serve the Big Brother. A bunch of members just hated that they had grown an extra handle, or else they would have gone to serve the Big Brother as well. One after another, more than 200 people got up from the ground, sat on the beach, gazed at the blue sea water, and sighed like a great realization. Ah, it's good to be alive. Lee Berserk looked at the guild members who had all subsided and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. The herd subsided, so that should be fine. It looks like our Wild Wind Guild can survive this. Just as he was planning to sit down and rest for a moment, Lee Berserk Fang's pupils steeply condensed, looking at the entrance of the beach and saying in shock, "These 2 cents. Are those 2? Grandma, how did they get here?" Chapter 25 3 Great Guilds Gather. Mutated deep-sea basilisk turtle. Lee Berserk rushed to the entrance of the beach in a flash. Sure enough, he saw 2 familiar figures, a man and a woman. The man was in his 40s or 50s, but he was dressed like a bimbo and tie. It was none other than the president of the number 1 guild in Dongqing City, the Yunxian Guild, Lu Yunxian. The woman was dressed in a red robe, with a top-notch figure in front and back, and exuded a hot, right woman's aura all over her body. It was none other than the president of the 2nd guild in Dongqing City, the Rose Guild Red Rose. Behind the duo, there were dozens of members from their respective guilds. One look at the visitor. Lu Yunxian, Red Rose, what are you doing here at Moonlight White Beach? Lee Berserk asked with a gloomy face. The group of livestock from their own guild had just subsided when 2 guilds outside came looking for trouble. God damn it, he was just trying to sincerely apologize to Big Brother Chu Jie. Why was it so hard? Hee President Gale, what are we doing here? Don't you knowingly ask? You're so bad even if you have something good to do. You're so bad. Red Rose smiled coquettishly, her voice tingling to the bone. It's no small feat for the entire Gale Guild to be out in force. Mostly, they found a heavenly chance like a hidden copy. If it wasn't for Lee Berserk Fang's reckless character and his inability to cover his ears, they might have really missed this creation. President Lee, didn't the 3 of us agree on this? Whichever one finds the hidden copy, all 3 raid together. As a result, you didn't even give us a heads up. Lu Yunxian similarly spoke in agreement. The monsters in the hidden copies are capable of bursting out superb equipment and skills. It's a huge boost to the guild's war effort. As the president of the number 1 guild in Dongqing City, he would never let the Gale Guild have it all to himself. Naya, a hidden copy? Where is there a hidden copy? Labor's having a beach party. Lee Berserk Phone broke into a rage, almost spitting blood in anger. It's okay for the guild animals to misunderstand. These 2 presidents have such vivid imaginations. Chairman Gale, you're really cute when you're being sophomoric, but how do you explain the blood all over the beach? Red Rose smiled and opened her mouth to ask a question. All hands on deck, blood everywhere. Just by seeing this scene, she could already imagine what kind of grueling fight the Gale Guild had gone through. Blanche, it's utterly indefensible. 10,000 grass mud horses raced through Lee Berserk Fang's heart. That scene of blood spilling on sandy Long Beach, not to mention the misunderstanding of outsiders. Even he felt like he had experienced a great battle. But there really aren't any hidden copies. That's purely an IQ tax paid by animals who are dying. President Lee, by the looks of it, the hidden copy isn't something that you, the Gale Guild family, can raid down. If that's the case, why torture your guild members? Wouldn't it be better to work together? To tell you the truth, someone Lu just recently contracted a mutant deep-sea shin turtle, and its defense is amazing. With its participation, it's guaranteed that you can pass the hidden copy without injury. Lu Yunxian opened his mouth proudly. His profession was a beast master, and the mutant deep-sea shin turtle was a top-grade divine pet that he had encountered by chance and spent a great deal of effort to take in. The reason why it was revealed at this moment was that it could both reassure Lee Berserkers and have a deterrent effect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You guys love to believe it or not, there's no such thing as a hidden copy anyway. Stay where you are. Don't interrupt our party, Lee Berserk said without a good mood and directly began to drive people away. Explanations are impossible to explain, whether it was Lu Yunxian or the Red Rose. At best, they made him a bit wary, but Big Brother Chu Jie, That was a terrifying existence that could easily control his life and death. The lesser of the two, Lee Berserk Foam could figure it out with his butt. Seeing that Lee Raffaele couldn't explain and started to roughly drive people away, Red Rose and Lu Yunxian became even more certain of the existence of the hidden copy. But walking is not an option. If they let the Gale Guild group of reckless people get all the benefits of the hidden copy and become the #1 guild in Dongqing City, they didn't know how they would suppress them in the future. Since Chairman Gale said no, let's pretend there isn't one. But a party is a party with a lot of people. Why don't we let our Rose Guild sisters participate as well? Sisters, get into your battle robes. Accompanied by a soft cry from the Red Rose, the 50 or so members of the Rose Guild behind her all changed into bikinis. The Rose Guild was a guild made up entirely of female transmutants, a far cry from the Gale Guild, which was made up entirely of men. And every member is a beauty. There are sweet Lolita, little family girl, mature imperial sister. The different styles of beauty are simply dazzling. Red Rose herself changed into a fiery red bikini. Two advantages that were already big are made even more visually appealing with the addition of a bikini robe. But any man would have his blood pumping at just one glance and couldn't help but marvel at the words. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? And Red Rose's idea was simple. Since you, Lee Gale, want to act, then we'll act with you. If you're capable, you'll keep hiding and never raid the hidden copies. Seeing this, Lu Yunxian, who was on the side, also had a knowing smile appear on his face and concurred. Yeah, the guild members are busy killing monsters every day, so it's time to take a break. Guys, let's take a vacation and have some fun today. Hearing Lu Yunxuan's words, the members of the Yunxuan Guild immediately cheered. Seeing that the two guilds had no intention of leaving at all, Lee Berserk Wind was really in over his head. It seems that a hard drive won't get rid of it. Good thing. He had the foresight to bag the entire moonlit white sand beach ahead of time. Want to go to a beach party? That's only if he agrees. I'm sorry, but I, Lee Gale, have chartered the moonlight white beach today. Of course, don't say I don't give you face. $20 million each and I'll let you in. Lee Berserk Foam smiled smugly and coldly, with mockery in his eyes. It only cost him a total of $15 million for the package plus setup. Now, he's asking for $20 million per family in a lion's den. Both of these two presidents were shrewd and were absolutely not going to be the wrongdoer. However, in the eyes of Lu Yunxian and Red Rose, this account was not so. The materials needed to open the hidden copy are of expensive value, at least $10 million, plus the fact that the person from the Wild Wind Guild has suffered a considerable amount of injuries, so they definitely won't be able to compete against the two of them. $20 million is a small price to pay, but it's within reason. Red Rose and Lu Yunxian each made a combined decision in their hearts, and then they directly clapped their hands and agreed. Okay, $20 million is $20 million. The money's been called, so we're going in. Looking at the $40 million that suddenly arrived on his cell phone, Lee Berserkers were dumbfounded. No, $20 million. That's $20 million. For a beach party? What are you two big bastards thinking? Am I making or losing money? Just as Lee Berserk Wind froze, 100 people from the two guilds had already entered the moonlight white sand beach. Though they were ostensibly attending a beach party, naturally they weren't really here to have fun. As soon as they walked into the moonlight white beach, Red Rose and Lu Yunxian carefully observed it, looking for clues to the hidden copy. All of the male members of the Gale Guild are sitting on the seashore, with crimson blood underneath them, and it looks like they're all injured and are recuperating. And the few female members are surrounding a small handsome man with food, drink and conversation. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 26, Dangerous Man? The Red Rose steps in. One handsome guy monopolizing all the pretty girls in the guild? Nima. What an exciting episode this is. Even though Lu Yunxian and Red Rose were well informed and experienced, they were messed up at this moment. They quickly asked about it in the guild channel. Who the hell is that kid? And do you know any? Although they didn't know what was going on, their intuition told them that it was by no means simple. What a handsome little brother. But I've never seen one. How could those reckless people from the Gale Guild allow this to happen? It's unbelievable. Don't know him, but I envy him so much. The members of the Yunxian Guild were talking about it, but no one recognized Chu Jia. Seeing this, Lu Yunxian immediately sent a few resourceful guys to scout for news. On the other hand, the Rose Guild side got a different result. Oh my god, how could it be him? Bai Jia's beautiful eyes were round, never expecting to see Chu Jia here. Bai Jia was also a member of the Rose Guild, and when she heard that the people from the Gale Guild were secretly raiding the hidden copies, she followed the president to the moonlight white beach. Intend to make back all the money I've recently lost on a certain bigwig in one fell swoop. But the moment she saw Chu Jia, she was humanly dumbfounded. Whoops, I'm not even going to open my black store. Why won't Biggie leave me alone? Nope, Biggie, this is for the Raging Wind Guild event. I'm later. So, I'm yet in the middle of a gun. Wait, it can't be. that all of the big actions of the Wild Wind Guild today are for Big Brother Chujie, right? Looking at the crimson blood, Baijia suddenly thought of her first experience of meeting Big Brother Chujie. Just because she took one more look at Chugger Biggie in the crowd, she vomited blood until her period stopped coming. That's it. That's definitely it. Where are the hidden copies? Where's the die-in? The blood all over the ground was the result of the backlash from probing Big Brother Chujie. It was only when they encountered an inscrutable existence like Big Brother Chujie that the group of reckless people from the Gale Guild could be as honest as grandchildren. The president is making a big mess. In just a few breaths, Baijia guessed the truth. A cold sweat broke out on his back and he hurriedly reminded the president in the guild channel. Chairman, I know that handsome guy. His name is Chujie. Everything the Gale Guild did today was probably for him. This man is very dangerous. The farther we get away from him the better. Never. Million. Don't go near him. To emphasize Chujie's danger, Baijia said it 3 times in a row. However, Red Rose's reply made her heart go cold. Oh, a dangerous man? That's just right. I'm a man who likes to turn danger into good fortune. Remember, sisters, men conquer the world and women conquer men. In a bikini robe, we are invincible. Since this Chujie is the key figure of the Gale Guild, I will personally go out and capture him today. Red Rose smiled and taught her sisters, twisting her water snake-like waist and walking towards Chujie. The members of the Rose Guild were all thrilled to see that the president had even taken action himself. Wow, with the chairman personally coming out. I'm afraid that little Hottie is going to become the chairman's skirt immediately. 5 minutes. I guess in 5 minutes Chujie will be mesmerized by the chairman. It won't take that long. Our president has a lot of flavor. Just one glance at Chujie will make her sink. President, don't go too fast. Slowly attract him so we can learn from him. The crowd of beauties stared intently at Red Rose, wanting to see what means she used to take Chujie down. Red Rose's smile widened at the corners of her mouth when she saw the news from her sisters. This Chujie was young and looked like a fledgling. She's a veteran of love affairs, so it's easy for her to pin him down. Coming to the long table, if anything, he emitted a powerful aura of the 4th turn. The beauties of the Gale Guild had already guessed that Red Rose was going to come over to steal men from them, and they were naturally quite dissatisfied in their hearts. However, none of them dared to make a move in the face of a 4th turn powerhouse. Under the pressure of the 4th turn's aura, the beauties unwillingly made a path, allowing Red Rose to walk beside Chujie. Ha! Another new beauty coming through? Chujie couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw the Red Rose. A big wave. With that fiery red bikini, the sexiness index directly pulled full ah, especially that pair of magnificent waves. Chujie felt like he could swim in them. I'm sure it's a chick. It's not open yet, is it? That's funny. Chujie's reaction was caught in the eyes of Red Rose. She revealed a flirtatious smile and took the initiative to throw a wink at Chujie. Hello there, handsome boy. At the same time, Red Rose habitually activated her scrying skill. Charm your opponent with your behavior and lower your enemy's guard. Then taking the opportunity to use her scrying skills to gather information was a habit she had developed over time. Even when encountering a high-level transmogrifier, this move was unbeatable. Little brother, let me see what kind of secrets you're hiding. Next moment, the Milky Way shines brightly and meteors strike. Aha! Red Rose only felt a sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out. Luckily, she closed her mouth in time, which prevented the blood from spewing out. However, even though he didn't spit out blood, his body was still heavily damaged. The Red Rose only felt weak, and her body slumped over towards Chujie. Hello, miss. Missy, what's wrong with you? What's with the swelling and the ball bumping? Red Rose suddenly fainted, startling Chujie and hurriedly reaching out to hold her. Wow, it's too heavy to grasp in one hand. Red Rose was being held diagonally by Chujie, her gaze filled with a panic that was hard to hide. What was the picture just now? Why was my body so horribly and seriously injured just by looking at it? Even if it's City Lord Wan Tian, it's impossible for him to inflict such severe injuries on me in a short period of time. Horror, fear. Red Rose's heart was beating wildly out of control. She had thought that the danger Baijia was referring to was the terror of Chujie's background. Never thought it would be a danger that could kill you if you look at it. It's too nifty to be dangerous. Whoa, Look. The president has hugged Chujie. How romantic. Which trick is the president using? Bitter meat, beauty, and throwing the finger. I can only discern so much, and the deeper ones can only be answered by the president himself. Worthy of being the president, this rate of progress is simply divine. It's not like you're going to have a baby in a little while, is it? It's so touching. Is this the chairman? His flirting skills are practically perfect. When the members of the Rose Guild saw Chujie and the president embracing together with romantic postures and ambiguous atmosphere, they were simply stoked and frantically swiped the screen on the guild channel. Looking at the statements on the guild channel, Red Rose was on the verge of tears. What are you all excited about? I almost died. You're president. Still touched? I can't move a muscle right now. Missy, are you okay? Chu Jie looked at the red rose in his arms and asked with some concern. Said the words suddenly fainted. Why is this young lady so weak? At those words, a flash of panic flashed through Red Rose's beautiful eyes. Biggie just nearly killed me and then asked if I was okay. Should I answer yes or no now? Oh, my god, that's a tough one. I don't know how to do it. A fine cold sweat oozed from Red Rose's body. Really unable to figure out what exactly Chu Jie's intentions were, one could only look at Chu Jie in silence, begging the big man to spare his life with his gaze. Chapter 27, Treating the Red Rose. I really don't dare to disclose it. President, don't panic. Big brother Chu Jie is playing an ordinary student who just transferred at the moment. As long as it doesn't interfere with Big Brother's low-key cultivation, Big Brother will pit a little bit of money at most and won't hurt you. Just then, Bai Jie's message suddenly appeared in the guild channel, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver in an instant. Red Rose hurriedly replied back. Handsome, I'm fine, I just got heatstroke. It's summer, and it's on the beach. It's reasonable to faint from heatstroke, right? Ha, heatstroke? It's almost evening and it's not too hot. How could you get heatstroke? Missy, could it be that you're parched in your heart with lust? Chu Jie looked up at the sky, wondering, but looking at Red Rose all sweaty and wet, it did look a lot like heatstroke, too. He turned his head to look around at the beautiful women of the Wild Wind Guild and asked, Ladies, is there a priest among you? Heal this young lady. In this world of universal transmutation, some minor ailments can be cured by a priest's healing spell. Of course, major illnesses or serious injuries still require a trip to the hospital, taking a healing potion or using a high-level healing skill to heal. The beauties of the Gale Guild had also probably guessed that Red Rose's fainting wasn't a heatstroke. It should also be a result of probing Big Brother Chu Jie, who had suffered a backlash. Not only was this woman trying to steal a man from them, she was also suppressing them with her fourth-turn breath. Now that they were deflated, they couldn't wait to steal their joy, so how could they help Red Rose heal? As a result, 20 people shook their heads in tacit agreement, indicating that all of them were not priests. No priests? That's a bit of a problem. Let's see. What was I supposed to do with heatstroke in my previous life? Chu Jie began to recall in his mind some of the ways to deal with heatstroke in his previous life. It wasn't as magical as a healing spell, but it was still more than enough to ease the discomfort. The first step is to get the person with heatstroke to a cool place to lie down. There are umbrellas right here at the seafood buffet, so it's just as well that we don't have to shift. Step 2. Unbutton your shirt to allow the heatstroke victim to breathe. There's only one red cloth left on Missy. If you untie it again, you'll see it directly. Step 3. Drink patchouli. There's nothing but booze and drinks here. Where's the patchouli? Don't say it's not here. I don't even know if it's in this world. Chu Jie walked through the process, breathlessly realized that he seemed to have nothing to do. Never mind. I'll just rub Missy's heart. In his previous life, when he had a physical headache, his old mom would patiently rub the uncomfortable area. It won't take long to feel much more comfortable on your own. Chu Jie put his palm over the heart of the red rose and rubbed it in circles. How's it going? Missy, feeling better? Biggie, you're also too direct, aren't you? Feeling the warmth of Chu Jie's palm, Red Rose's cheeks blushed. I didn't realize the big man liked that. Sure enough, meeting the chest can be a blessing. Handsome, don't mind me, just make yourself comfortable. Red Rose opened her mouth with a pasty voice, her tone soft and murmuring, as if she was enjoying herself quite a bit. I am indeed quite comfortable. Ahem. Missy, you're not being proper. I thought you had a heat stroke. I was helping you with your chest. What do you take me for? Chu Jie corrected righteously. Oh, yeah ha, I had a heat stroke. Red Rose's beautiful eyes snapped open and her cheeks reddened even more. Being massaged by a big shot of this caliber, she was afraid that she would only experience this once in her life. Just now, I was so focused on enjoying myself that I forgot I had a heat stroke. I feel better. Handsome, you are wonderful. Thank you. Red Rose nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, making a full affirmation of Chu Jie's skill. Ha, it really works? Did I grow a pair of gynecological saints? Chu Jie was a bit surprised, but no matter what, it was always good to recover. Missy, I see your symptoms are quite severe. You're soaking wet. Let me walk you to a place with a bed and get some rest. Chu Jie opened his mouth and suggested. The beauty in front of her was beautiful, plump, and even had a different kind of young womanly feeling. Lying on his lap gave him the inexplicable feeling of being possessed by a chow thief. But he's here for a beach party, not to take care of sick people. No, 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 handsome, I won't bother you. I'll just go by myself. Red Rose hurriedly stood up from Chu Jie and waved her hands repeatedly. She was content that Big Brother hadn't pursued her for the sin of private probing. How dare you bother the big man again? Besides, with the big man around, her heart was in her throat. It's hard to sit still. let alone rest. After saying that, Red Rose ran towards the members of the Rose Guild as if she was fleeing. The beauties of the Gale Guild all laughed when they saw Red Rose's fleeing appearance. So what if you're a fourth-turn powerhouse? So what if she's the #1 woman in Dongqing City? In front of our big brother Chu Jie, don't you still have to be a good little woman? Hearing the laughter behind her, Red Rose was mortified. But her head was full of Chu Jie's business at the moment, and she had no time to be concerned with this group of women in general. Why are you back? Chairman, did you succeed in taking down Chu Jie? Why isn't that Chu Jie kid following the president's ass? My god, President, why is your face so red? Why is your body so wet? What did that kid do to you? The beauties of the Rose Guild were all puzzled when they saw that Red Rose had returned so quickly, especially after seeing the Red Rose with scarlet cheeks and soaking wet. It was almost as if she had flirted with Chu Jie. The gazes of the women became even more stunned. Red Rose didn't even have the heart to consider what the guild members were thinking at the moment. She came to Bai Jie in a flaming hurry and asked impatiently, Bai Jie, tell me everything you know about big brother Chu Jie. Hearing the Red Rose address Chu Jie, the women were all shocked. Chu Guy big brother? The president called that handsome guy big brother? Did the president really fail? And also became Chu Jie's captive? Only Bai Jie. Not only was she not shocked, but her face was filled with a bitter smile. She had guessed this would be the outcome. She knew best how terrifying big brother Chu Jie was, the mysterious masking skill, the true dragon god's pet that opens mountains and cracks rocks. Even, the evil god's descent that had been making a lot of noise some time ago was mostly related to big brother Chu Jie, but knowing that, she wouldn't dare to say it at all. Chu Jie big brother is obviously in the red dust refining heart practice. Once poked and prodded, she will definitely die without a burial place. Chairman, although I know a little bit about big brother Chu Jie, I really don't dare to disclose it. Chapter 28, The Three Guilds Calculations. Chu Jie can't stand it any longer. Hearing Bai Jie's words, Red Rose snapped back to her senses. Oh, my god, what are you doing? I can't believe I'm trying to dig up the bottom of Chugger's big brother. Is it that you can't die fast enough? A cold sweat broke out on her back, and Red Rose explained with an awkward smile. Paige, I was just testing you, and you did a great job. No one can reveal big brother Chu Jie's secret. The women. It didn't say anything, but then it seemed to say everything. But anyone who isn't a fool has guessed. This handsome man called Chu Jie was feared to be an existence that even the president had to look up to. Could it be a fifth-turn powerhouse? Or even higher? The beauties of the Rose Guild all secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, their hearts shocked to the extreme. For her part, Paige let out a long sigh of relief. If the chairman insisted on her revealing information about big brother Chu Jie, then she would have to quit the Rose Guild in all likelihood. President, so are we going back now? Red Rose sniffed, and a tangle of colors appeared on her face. A mere glance almost kills itself. Facing this kind of terrifying existence, she instinctively wanted to flee. But she spent $20 million. $20 million just to make a sauce. Even if her Rose Guild is a big family, she can't afford to make it like this. More importantly, all of Li Berserkfang's arrangements today were clearly for big brother Chu Jie. If we don't find out what he's up to, it's hard for Red Rose to have peace of mind. Big brother Chu Jie driving here will definitely not just be here for the beach party. I guess there will be a big chance coming. The Gale Guild has already taken the lead. If we leave now, won't we be giving away the opportunity for nothing? So, for the sake of our Rose Guild's future, we must stay. After thinking for a long time, Red Rose decided to stay with a clench of her silver teeth. But won't this be too dangerous? Bai Jie warned. Don't look at big brother Chu Jie, who is now just a harmless little colorful batch. Maybe he'll suddenly pull out the divine dragon and yank everyone up? After all, it's still a mystery why the kobolds messed with big brother Chu Jie. Hearing the word danger, Red Rose's body subconsciously trembled. She was forming a mental shadow over those two words now. Still, she forced herself to be calm and reassuring. I was careless before, but it's different now. With the Gale Guild in front of us, even if there's danger, they'll be the first to suffer. Let's just wait and see what happens here. It's 99.9% safe. Seeing that the president was so confident, Bai Jie didn't say anything else. But the inexplicable apprehension in her heart could not be quelled by any means. The first time she bumped into big brother Chu Gai, she lost tens of thousands of dollars. The second time she bumped into big brother Chu Jie, she was almost run over by a golden dragon. The third time she ran into the Chugger bigwig, she lost another $100,000 or so. Although she had obtained the Call of the Goblin's skill book, Bai Jie was still depressed in her heart. It always felt like something bad was going to happen this time when I met big brother Chu Jie as well. On the other hand, the Cloud Crest Guild. Chairman, I've already scoped out that kid's news. His name is Chu Jie. He's a student who just switched professions, and his profession is the most trashy F-rank all-around mage. The only reason I was able to attend this beach party was that I won the grand prize for ordering takeout VIP level admission. The beautiful women of the Wild Wind Guild are all surrounding him, precisely providing him with VIP level service. The members scouting for news had also finished gathering information and were reporting back to Lu Yunxian. Lao Zhao, is this information true? Listening to the news reported by member Old Zhao, a row of question marks surfaced on Lu Yunxuan's head. He thought about Chu Jie being a celestial genius or a family descendant. I didn't realize that he was a poor student who had switched to an F-rank profession and could only eat takeout. How is it possible that a poor student has become the guest of honor of the Gale Guild? President, don't worry, the news is absolutely true. I sent this kid's picture to the guild recruiting crowd, and a guy named Wang Chung who recognized him. I followed this clue and purposely asked the principal of the second middle school, and it was determined that this kid is Chu Jie, and his occupation was also determined to be an F-ranked full-system mage. Lao Zhao said with conviction. To add credibility, he went over the course of the investigation as well. Lu Yunxian never expected that this glance of fake news would be true. You won the grand prize, so you get VIP treatment? All the pretty girls in the guild are going to serve a little F-ranked trash? He can't even dream of having 20 people together. This is a VIP ticket? It's a dream come true coupon, right? Wait, what if this isn't an entrance ticket, but something else? Like, important props to pass the hidden copies? Suddenly, Lu Yunxuan's mind flashed and thought of another possibility. If Chu Jie had coincidentally grasped the important props to pass the hidden copy, then it seemed that everything could be explained. Li Berserk used the beauty trick to try to get the props from Chu Jie. The male members of the guild knew what was going on and listened to it. The props were also purposely described as VIP-level admission tickets in order to avoid people's attention. What a profound calculation. I didn't expect. The big and burlyly raging wind is actually an old V2. If I hadn't been so skillful, I would have let him fool me. Lu Yunxuan's eyes flashed with a wise light, as if he had pierced through everything. Immediately afterward, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he gave a new order to Old Zhao. Lao Zhao, you've done a great job. Next, I'll give you a new assignment. Spy on Chu Jie and find the right opportunity to snatch the VIP-level entrance ticket from his hands. Such an important prop must be in the hands of their Yunxian Guild. Great. No fuss. Seeing that the people from the Yunxian Guild and Rose Guild did not make any obvious movements, Li Berserkphone let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He actually regretted it in his heart after the entrance of the two guilds. So what if you make $40 million in the blink of an eye? Compared to Big Brother Chu Jie's happiness, it's not even a hair. If he upset Big Brother Chu Jie, he would really have a life to make money but no life to spend it. Luckily, the two guilds were quite sensible and didn't make a scene. Although that woman, Red Rose, tried to seduce Big Brother Chu Jie, she ended up stealing the chicken, and is now being honest. The situation was still within his Li Rafale's grasp, but what Li Berserkphone didn't know was that under the attentive service of 20 beautiful women, Chu Jie could barely hold his head above water. Chapter 29 Surfing a Wave. Do you as much as put the wrath of the storm? Handsome, have an oyster. It's good for you. Handsome, don't eat hers, eat mine. This is super tonic for me. The shell beauty and the leopard print beauty simultaneously brought the oysters to Chu Jie's mouth, their gazes clashing fiercely in the air. Hiccup. Chu Jie rubbed his bulging stomach and burped, not eating anyone's oysters. He couldn't eat anymore. He really couldn't. 20 beautiful women took turns feeding, and their stomachs exploded. Dining time is over. Let's do exercise together next. Chu Jie raised his hand to stop the beauties from feeding and prepared to exercise to eliminate the food. Sporting with 20 of us? Handsome, you'd better eat the oysters or I'm afraid you won't be able to top it. The shell beauty's cheeks blushed slightly as she handed the oysters in her hand to Chu Jie once again. Missy, are you looking down on me? With my skills, one person can battle 20 of you without the slightest problem. Chu Jie pushed away the oysters handed to him by the shell beauty and said with dissatisfaction, Handsome, are you that fierce? The leopard print beauty subconsciously glanced underneath Chu Jie and couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Of course, I used to specialize in volleyball. We're pros. Chu Jie stood up and confidently patted his chest. In his previous life at school, he was on the varsity volleyball team, holding the position of lead attacker, and his skills were absolutely superb. While there are some differences between beach volleyball and regular volleyball, they are not too far off. By sports. Handsome, you mean beach volleyball? Shell beauty and leopard beauty froze at the same time, their faces filled with dismay. Yeah, what do you guys think? Chu Jie nodded rightfully. The main program promoted on the admission ticket is beach volleyball. Don't you play volleyball? Do you play in the sand? I thought. Shell beauty's cheeks blushed and she stammered. They say that when you're full. Who would have thought that Chu Jie big brother would want to play with a ball when he's full? And it's not even their ball, but a volleyball. The leopard print beauty's cheeks were equally blushing, but she didn't bother to explain and directly hugged Chu Jie's arm and said, "Handsome, I want to be on your team. I'm pretty good too. Let's beat the crap out of them together." Seeing this, Shell Beauty simply stopped making excuses. Holding onto Chu Jie's other arm, she begged in a delicate voice, "Handsome, I've never played volleyball before, will you team up with me?" The rest of the beauties were not willing to lag behind, pampering and softening, all wanting to be in a group with Chu Jie. "Handsome, you didn't even eat my watermelon just now, and now if you don't team up with me, I'm going to be sad. Handsome, I'm so cute, can you bear to be a rival to someone else?" When Li Berserkfeng, who was secretly observing, saw this scene, his goosebumps directly fell to the ground. He was the most aware of how arrogant and overbearing this group of female members of the guild usually were. When you get into the copy, it's all one female slayer, not to mention that people from other guilds didn't dare to mess with them. The male members of the guild had to lose their smiles. At this moment, these female bandits were all transformed into little girls, more whiny and charming than the women of the Rose Guild. Li Berserkfeng feels like his worldview is cracking open. However, in the minds of a group of beautiful women, they only felt that they hadn't acted cute enough, winky enough, or burned enough. One must know that Big Brother Chu Jie could seriously injure the Red Rose of the Fourth Revolutions with just a single look. With this kind of strength, he was at least a sixth-turn powerhouse. This might be the only time in their lives that they would have the opportunity to get up close and personal with such a terrifyingly powerful person. Of course we have to do everything we can to make Chu Jie Big Brother feel good about them. Even if you don't have a good feeling, a one-night stand is not a bad idea. Chu Jie was surrounded by 20 bikini-clad beauties and felt like he had played dozens of volleyball games with his face in just a few minutes. This young lady, your ball hit me. That young lady, you're overloading your balls, aren't you? At this moment, he truly felt what it meant to fight for favor in the harem. It's too intense. Chu Jie also knew that this kind of thing could not be reconciled at all. No matter which of these beauties you choose to group with, the others will feel favored. If that's the case, then why do you have to play volleyball? Why not play a sport that doesn't require competition? Missy, you guys stop arguing. I suddenly don't want to play volleyball. Let's go surfing. Upon hearing Chu Jie's proposal, the beauties instantly quieted down, their expressions all slightly dejected. Beach volleyball allows you to show off your hot bodies, work with each other, and even create a little physical friction to heat up the relationship. Surfing definitely can't keep up with beach volleyball in that regard. But Chu Jie Big Brother's words, they cannot dare to disobey. Only, handsome, there's no waves to surf today. The leopard-printed beauty glanced at the calm sea and spoke. The rest of the beauties nodded in agreement. It's not that they don't want to make waves, it's just that the conditions don't allow it. Don't worry, the waves will pick up in a few minutes. You guys go ahead and get your boards ready and we'll go down to the ocean together later. Chu Jie smiled mysteriously and said with great certainty, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as wind, and it just so happened that he had mastered a 9th-ranked great spell of the wind system, Storm's Wrath. It shouldn't be a problem to make a bit of waves with an extermination move, right? At those words, the crowd of beauties all brightened up. If one did not know the identity of Chu Jie's big brother, one would only think that Chu Jie was talking about the weather. And the girls who knew what was going on inside were well aware that Big Brother Chu Jie was going to use his skills to create waves. The sea was wide and boundless, and their skills hit out, stirring up a little wave at best. It was too much to think about what rank skill Big Brother Chu Jie was going to use to raise the waves. 5th degree? 6? Or higher? All the women's eyes are full of longing. The heart all cannot control the bang bang beat up. Okay handsome, let's go get a surfboard. See you later. Oh, of course, the beauties know better than to break the big man's low-key practice. On the face of it, he said he was going to the store to buy a surfboard, but in reality, he had been secretly keeping an eye on Chu Jie. How could they miss the opportunity to witness the high-level skills with their own eyes? You guys, what skill will Big Brother Chu Jie use to create waves? It must be a water skill. It must be at least a 5th-ranked water skill to be able to raise waves, right? Is it possible that it's a wind skill? Windswept waves. It's beautiful to think about. Please, a wind skill has to be at least 6th ranked to make waves. Let's just surf a wave. How could the big guy use such a high-level skill? Chu Jie looked at the backs of the 20 bikini beauties and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. TSK. Nice back. Good hips. Stopping to admire it for a moment, he hurried toward the beach. Arriving at the beach, he found a huge reef to hide his form. Looking at the blue as blue sea, Chu Jie began to think about where to put his skills. The 9th-ranked grand spell is too powerful. It definitely can't be released on the seashore, or else I'm afraid the entire Dongqing city will be destroyed. It must be released as far as possible into the deep sea. There are still wild monsters inside the deep sea, creating waves and brushing a wave of equipment at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If I can have the luck to exterminate a mutant deep sea basilisk turtle, Then I'll be able to directly complete a transformation quest. Just as Chu Jie was seriously thinking about where his skills would land, a black shadow silently approached towards him in the water. Chu Jie. Chu Jie. Surrounded by the people of the Gale Guild, I haven't been able to make a move. I didn't think you'd take the initiative to separate from them, even to such a secluded corner. Ha, you're not deliberately creating an opportunity for me, are you? Lao Zhao dived in the water, looking at Chu Jie, who remained oblivious, secretly laughing in his heart. He thought that the guest of honor of the Wild Wind Guild would be some kind of powerful person. I didn't realize it was a kid with no sense of crisis. Today, it's up to him to teach this kid a good lesson. Old Zhao's eyes flashed with a flash of sternness, and he was about to leap out of the water to capture Chu Jie. When he was about to do so, suddenly, he saw Chu Jie's lips open and close, as if he was releasing a skill. Look at the shape of his mouth. The name of the skill is 9th rank Mystic Technique, the Wrath of the Storm. Chapter 30, is this a wave? This is a damn tsunami. 9th rank Mystic Technique, the Wrath of the Storm. Accompanying the fall of Chu Jie's voice, the clear sky was instantly covered in black clouds. The wind is howling and the waves are rolling. A water tornado that was thousands of meters high rose up from the deep sea, like an extinct black dragon, charging straight into the sky. Terrifying wind pressure enveloped all directions, and the entire sea was violently stirred up. Countless deep-sea wild monsters were swept out of the sea and scattered in panic. But in an instant, their bodies were cut by thousands of wind blades. The blood dyed the sea red, turning it into a heavy, furious wave that roared towards the sea. Mud. What has this Chu Jie kid done? Why is my water control power failing? Could this be a trap? Old Zhao's body rolled uncontrollably in the seawater. His profession is deep water assassin, and he can manipulate the water element like a mage. But at this moment, no matter how he cast his spells, the water elemental was no longer under his control. No, to be precise, the moment he controlled the water element, an even stronger force would directly take away the control of the water element. In front of this powerful force, he was as small as a mole cricket and could only be manipulated. Seaside. The beauties of the Gale Guild were joyfully rushing towards the beach with their surfboards. However, after seeing the waves set off by Chu Jie, everyone was dumbfounded, and each of them turned white with fear, only to see that in the middle of the deep sea, a huge wave that was 100 meters high was approaching the seashore at a terrifying speed. And along with the howling wind, the waves were still rising, as if they were going to swallow the entire sky. Holy, this is the wave created by Big Brother Chu Jie? This is a wave? It's a damn tsunami. Heavens, this kind of might. How many ranks of skills must this be? Help, run fast. I don't want to die. The boards fell to the ground with a snap, and the beauties, shaking like chaff, rushed madly toward the city. Li Berserk, what the hell did you bastard thing do? Why did Big Brother Chu Jie unleash such a terrifying skill? Red Rose changed her previous flirtatious temperament and grabbed Li Raging Wind's collar and questioned him sternly. She had been paying attention to Chu Jie, so she naturally knew that this terrifying skill was unleashed by Chu Jie. But what she couldn't figure out was that just a moment ago she was eating seafood and singing. How come in the blink of an eye Big Brother Chu Jie looked like he was going to exterminate them? She's just here for the fun. She doesn't want to die here. Would you believe me when I say that Big Chugger was simply trying to surf a wave? Li Berserk Wind was so depressed in his heart that he almost spat out blood. Who would have thought that a random skill from Big Brother Chu Jie would be an extermination level? If I had known, I wouldn't have been able to let the big guy surf even if I had let the big guy surf him. Li Berserk Wind. Are you kidding me? You call 100-meter tsunami surfing? You're too much of a surfer. Say, what ulterior motives are you harboring in inviting Big Brother Chu Jie here today? Red Rose's tone was even angrier, completely disbelieving. With such a high tsunami, I'm afraid even a fourth-turn expert wouldn't be able to top it. How do you do that? With your life? It's not me surfing. It's Chugger Biggie surfing. The tsunami that we regard as a disaster may be just a small wave in the eyes of Big Brother Chu Jie. It's too late to explain. Let the guild run for their lives. A little later the relatives can have a seat together. Li Berserk Foam really had a hard time saying anything. He really just wanted to apologize to Big Brother Chu Jie. How is it so difficult? 100-meter tsunami was approaching, and he didn't have the heart to argue with Red Rose. This is really going to be a piece of the east and a piece of the west if it gets hit. Breaking free from Red Rose's grip, Li Berserk shouted up towards the guild members. Run the away. What are you waiting for? The members of the Gale Guild were stunned by the sudden gale and tsunami. It was only when they heard Li Berserk's shout that they snapped back to their senses and frantically fled towards the city. Holy, what the hell is this gale and tsunami? The weather forecast didn't say it was this bad. This isn't weather. It's clearly a skill, alright. I can feel the magic fluctuation. Grass, a skill that can stir up an entire ocean. What kind of rank is this damn skill? It couldn't be Big Brother Chu Jie getting mad, could it? How did those pussies serve Big Brother? How did they make Big Brother so angry? I should have known those pussies wouldn't work. I should have been allowed to serve Big Brother Chujie. *****ing. Get the outta here. If you don't stop beeping, I'll throw you in the ocean and feed you to the fish. While the members of the Gale Guild were fleeing for their lives, the Rose Guild also started their escape mode at the same time. Bai Jie took the brunt of running at the front, crying as she ran. Whoops, I knew it. There's absolutely nothing good about meeting with Big Brother Chujie. It's like a mobile natural disaster. Help, I don't want to die. The members of the two guilds were frantically fleeing for their lives, their feet smoking. However, the Yunxian Guild remained on the beach, immobile as a mountain. Haha, can't hide the hidden copy finally? So the entrance to the replica is on the sea. No wonder I didn't have any clues after searching around. Just this might of opening a copy is so shocking. It seems that this hidden copy must be a treasure. Lu Yunxian stood on the beach, looking at the huge waves rolling in. Chairman, this wave isn't right. Should we take shelter first? How can a tornado suddenly blow on a good sea? It's so weird. Yeah, the Gale Guild and Rose Guild have run out of people. The member of the Yunxian Guild looked at the empty beach and asked with anxiety. Lu Yunxian sniffed and skimmed his mouth in disdain. Nonsense. This is the vision of a hidden copy opening. Of course it's different. Don't look at those two guilds people running fast. When the entrance to the replica appears, they'll absolutely run back immediately. We just need to block this wave and we'll have a head start. It's just a small wave. Watch me block it easily. As he spoke, Lu Yunxian directly summoned the mutant deep-sea shin turtle, rock ground worm, and iron-armored giant bear, three defensive-type pet beasts. The three favored beasts released their skills at the same time, coalescing 3 layers of earth, gold, and water shields in front of Lu Yunxian. The 3 layers of shields shone brightly, giving the impression that they were impenetrable. The security is pulled right up to full. 3 layers of shields. How does this lose? Can you still take me in seconds? Lu Yunxian clasped his hands on his chest and looked disdainfully at the 100-foot tsunami that was close at hand. The next moment, he got his answer. Boom! A huge tsunami carrying the weight of 10,000 pounds came crashing down. The cruise ships in the harbor were instantly crushed into scrap metal. The reefs of the coast were instantly torn apart, and the entire earth shook violently. Boom! Boom! The outermost 2 layers of earth and gold shields didn't even last a second before shattering apart in pieces. Only the innermost water shield, with its water affinity, barely held up. However, the top of the shield was also covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and it was obvious that it wouldn't be able to support it for much longer either. The favored beast, the rock groundworm, is dead. The favored beast, the iron-armored giant bear, is dead. Looking at the 2 lines of bright red reminders that popped up on the information panel, Lu Yunchuan's eyes went wide. Grip grass? My 2 extremely favored beasts. Really nasty seconds for me? It was too late to think too much. Seeing that the last layer of the shield was also faltering, Lu Yunxian frantically pulled out defensive equipment from his backpack space. Earth shield, frost barrier, harness golden armor. A golden light blossomed in front of Lu Yunxian, reforming a solid defense line. Click! The last layer of the shield shattered and the seawater poured in, like the heavy fist of a sea god. It solidly bombarded Lu Yunchuan's equipment. Click 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 dash. The seawater collided with the equipment, and in just a few breaths of effort, countless cracks appeared on the equipment. Earth shield, gold grade, has reached its wear limit. Equipment damaged. Frost barrier, gold grade, has reached its wear limit and the equipment is damaged. Beast harnessing golden armor, gold level, has reached its wear limit and the equipment is damaged. Nima, my gold level equipment. 40 million, 80 million, 100 million now. OMG. Don't break it, please. The heart won't hold out. Watching his treasured gold level equipment shatter one by one in front of him, Lu Yunchuan's heart ached so much that he simply couldn't breathe. However, thanks to the protection of the favored beasts and equipment, Lu Yunchuan's crowd also struggled to survive the first wave of the tsunami's most terrifying impact. East Rising City Center. Feeling the violent shaking of the ground, the citizens all looked towards the seashore. A huge tsunami hundreds of meters high was seen falling as if it was going to swallow the entire Dongxing city. Holy, it's an earthquake. There's a tsunami. The world is going to end. Holy come on. What the hell is a tsunami this big? Gripes. It can't be some big scary guy casting spells on the beach again, can it? Run. Help. Poseidon is angry. The citizens were running around in fear and panic. Luckily, just as the tsunami rushed directly into the city, a milky white shroud of light quickly surfaced, enveloping the entire Dongxing city. The tsunami crashed on top of the light shield, causing it to tremble violently. But this tsunami was, after all, only a trace of the aftermath of the extermination move, and its power was limited. The light shield shook violently for a few minutes, but eventually it held up with difficulty. Kill the giant shark of the deep sea and obtain the sharp-toothed hammer, silver. Kill the ghost jellyfish and get the green silk robe, gold. Kill the shadow octopus and obtain the ink bowl, bronze. The message panel was frantically swiping, but Chu Jie stood frozen on the beach and had no time to look at it. No, I've already thrown Stormbringer so far. Why is it still making so much noise? Holy, I still underestimated the power of the extermination move. The tsunami caused by this aftermath alone is estimated to have the power of a 5th or 6th rank spell. Right, Missy? I really didn't mean it. Chu Jie was protected by the power of wind around him, and the tsunami did not hurt him. When the waters receded, he rushed toward the beach to check on the situation. The entire beach is a mess at the moment, with debris, boards, bikinis and other debris all over the sand. More still, some monsters rolled up from the deep. They did not die in the fury of the storm and were washed ashore with the tsunami. Most of them were dying and lying half dead on the beach under the impact of the tsunami. Chu Jie ignored the monsters and quickly swept his gaze across the beach, looking for signs of humans. No one familiar to his own eyes was there, so it seemed that he had escaped early. The dozens who didn't escape lay wet on the beach, constantly spitting seawater out. It looked wretched, but it was also clearly alive. No one died. That's good. Chu Jie's heart let out a long sigh of relief, and his sense of guilt was slightly reduced. From his backpack space, he pulled out all the several thousand pieces of equipment he owned and piled them up on the beach. He wasn't one to pull out a gun and not recognize it, and naturally he would be responsible for breaking someone's things. This is all I have. Consider it compensation for this tsunami. Chu Jie shouted a couple words across the room to the beach operator, then quietly ran toward the outside of the beach. The wave had made a bit more noise in case someone was investigating, so he'd better leave the scene of the crime quickly. Anyway, he was satisfied with a full meal today, and also had a good time with the bikini ladies. The only regret is not finding the mutant deep-sea basilisk turtle. Just as Chu Jie was thinking so, he suddenly saw a grayish-brown sea turtle lying on its back at the entrance of the beach. Chu Jie stopped his steps, and an odd color gradually appeared in his eyes. Ha, turtle, why do you look a little familiar to me? Chapter 31 Lu Yunxuan's second defeat. Wang Qinghu's door to settle scores. Lu Yunxian lay on the beach in rags, his gaze lifeless as he looked at the sky that had regained its clearness, his heart as if he was dead. Shattered. It's all broken. Nima, $200 million. Just build it. A wave hit, and Lu Yunxian was directly washed and dumped. Until now, the sound of cracking echoed in his ears. On closer inspection, it was the sound of his heart breaking. Fortunately, his most extreme pet, the mutant deep-sea basilisk turtle, did not die in the tsunami. As long as this mutant god's pet was there, Lu Yunxian believed that he still had a fighting chance in the hidden copy. But anything that doesn't kill me makes me stronger. As long as the mutant deep-sea basilisk turtle is still around, I can definitely make a comeback. Lu Yunxian reassured himself in his heart. The ambition of the first president slowly recovered. Favored beast mutant deep-sea basilisk turtle is dead. Suddenly, a line of blood-red tips appeared. Lu Yunxuan's eyes widened violently, and his heart, which had just recovered, sank to the bottom once again. Naya, what the hell? The tsunami is over. Why is my turtle dead? Lu Yunxian violently rose from the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he swept across the beach, locking onto the grinning Chu Jie with a single glance. At his feet was none other than the mutated deep-sea basilisk turtle that had already swallowed its breath. Kill the mutated deep-sea basalt turtle and obtain the foreign-colored deep-sea basalt crystals. I thought this mission was going to drag on for at least a year and a half. I didn't realize that coming out for a beach party would be so easy. What kind of dog luck am I having? Ha ha, this beach party was so worth the trip. Chu Jie's mouth couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the tips on the information panel. Who would have thought that he would go down with a storm's fury and really catch a mutant deep-sea basilisk turtle in the wild area? Moreover, this mutated boss was washed to death in the tsunami just now. Chu Jie effortlessly made a flat A and directly finished it off, getting the transfer quest prop. Just as Chu Jie was joyfully planning to leave the moonlit white sand beach, suddenly a middle-aged man with tattered clothes and a disheveled face blocked in front of him. Aha, bastard boy, what have you done? Do you know what this turtle you killed really is? Lu Yunxian was like a thunderbolt, hysterically roaring at Chu Jie. Mutant deep-sea basilisk turtle. This is a superb favored beast that is hard to come by in 100 years. Nima. Surprisingly, he was killed by a rookie who had just turned, not to mention the deep-sea genuine turtle. Even he felt suffocated. Shake the grass. Who are you? I killed a mutated deep-sea basilisk turtle. Why are you so excited? Chu Jie was startled by Lu Yunxian, and when he came back to his senses, he didn't have the heart to curse back. You know it's a mutated deep-sea basilisk turtle and you still kill it? This turtle is mine. My turtle. Lu Yunxuan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chu Jie, almost spitting blood in his heart in anger. He hasn't risen again yet. The East Mountain is gone. You say that? Whoever kills first is counted. Chu Jie bristled with disdain and continued to walk towards the beach beyond. He could kind of see that this uncle was a monster robber. His hand speed was not as fast as his own, and he was robbed of his boss, and as a result, his defense was broken in place. Hey, how come middle-aged people nowadays are so psychologically fragile? Kid, where are you going? Did I give you permission to go? Seeing that Chu Jie was about to leave without a care in the world, Lu Yunxian was completely enraged to the extreme. A hand grabbed Chu Jie's wrist and snapped, "Kid, take out $500 million to compensate me right now. Otherwise, I'll take your little life right now." Lu Yunxuan's lion's mouth was $500 million. He wondered what secrets Chu Jie was hiding, but since they could be honored by the Gale Guild, they must have some family background. All of today's losses, he was going to earn it all back from Chu Jie. 500 million? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you daydreaming? Still want my life? I'll take your life first. Hearing Lu Yunxuan's naked threat, Chu Jie was also completely enraged. The magic surged as he stretched out his palms. 9th rank mystic technique, Stormwind. Feeling the terrifying magic power emanating from Chu Jie's body, the originally arrogant and incomparable Lu Yunxian was directly dumbfounded. What a strong magical pressure. Nima, wasn't this Chu Jie a rookie who had just been transferred? What the hell is this suffocating magical pressure? Puff. Lu Yunxuan's heart and liver trembled, and he directly knelt to Chu Jie. Sorry handsome, I was wrong. I admit I was pretending just now. Please spare me. Lu Yunxian bent his head to the ground and begged for mercy. The terrifying existence that made him gasp for air with its magical pressure alone. He took his head and beat it. At this moment, he also finally understood why the berserkers had made Chu Jie his guest. Not some hidden identity, much less a bull asterisk 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 admission ticket. Just because this Chu Jie is a real living god. You're on your knees before I even put my skills into play? Good guy. Seeing as you were so powerful just now, it turns out you're a paper tiger. Seeing Lu Yunxian wimp out in seconds, Chu Jie cancelled the release of Storm Wind Fury, but his heart was still a bit upset. This is not only pretending in front of himself, but also trying to blackmail himself. It would be too cheap to let him go just like that. Just as Chu Jie was thinking about how to teach Lu Yunxian a lesson, suddenly a familiar voice came from not far away. Chu Jie, finally I found you. Earlier in Goblin Mountain, you kid dared to sneak attack me. I'm going to teach you a hard lesson today. Chu Jie looked up and saw Wang Qinghu and a group of juniors jumping down from the cab, rushing towards him with a bad face. Grip the grass? Wang Qinghu? How did you know it was me who attacked you? I didn't talk the whole time I was beating you up. Chu Jie saw Wang Qinghu, heart thump. When he violently beat up Wang Qinghu before, he sneaked in from behind and knocked him down in one move, and he didn't say anything the whole time. So how did this guy find out about himself? Nima, you weren't talking, but you were laughing so loud. I can't stop dreaming about your devilish laugh now. Today, if I don't cripple you, I won't be called Wang Qinghu. Wang Qinghu stood opposite Chu Jie, holding his staff and glaring at Chu Jie with a puff of anger. Previously, he was sneak attacked by Chu Jie, and he was directly laid up in the hospital for a week. Today accidentally saw Chu Jie and the recruiting crowd of Yunxian Guild at the moonlit white sand beach, surrounded by so many bikini beauties. He was so angry that he ran straight out of the hospital, called up a bunch of minions, and vowed to make a clean break. Chu Jie, how dare you make a move against our Wang Xiao? You're living out of patience? Is young Wang's A-grade golden body something you can step on? Simply big guts. You won't be able to escape today. I will definitely let you taste the terrifying strength of our Wang Xiao. The little brothers also shouted madly for Wang Qinghu, arrogant to the extreme. Oh, so that's it. I'm sorry, I was having too much fun to hold back. Chu Jie scratched his head in embarrassment. When he thought of the feeling of wildly stomping on Wang Qinghu before, he couldn't help but have a smile of reminiscence appear at the corner of his mouth. Blanche, now you know you're embarrassed? What were you doing when you stepped on me earlier? Cut the crap and suffer death. Chu Jie. Thunder strike. Wang Qinghu gritted his teeth and roared. Shaking his staff, a thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere in the air and slashed down towards Chu Jie's head. Chapter 32 Brave Lu Yunxian. Big brother Chu Jie's gift. Click. Just as the thunder was about to fall on Chu Jie, a large hand suddenly appeared. With a casual slap, he directly shattered the thunder. The person who struck out was no other than Lu Yunxian. In broad daylight, with a clear sky, how dare you blatantly bully the few with the many? I, Lu, am most displeased with the injustices of the world, so you guys quickly apologize to this handsome man and I can forgive you. Lu Yunxian stood up and blocked in front of Chu Jie, righteously shouting at Wang Qinghu. He didn't know the identity of big brother Chu Jie just now, and had offended the big brother, and was at a loss as to how to make up for it. I didn't expect a few little pieces of trash to show up right away, but they were even more arrogant than he was before. From that thunder he had already judged that these few people were really small trash, not pretending to be pigs. so he immediately seized the opportunity to put on a good show in front of big brother Chu Jie. Grip the grass. Where is the old beggar who dares to meddle in our business? I advise you to get the hell out of here right now, or else I'll beat you up together. Wang Qinghu looked at the ragged Lu Yunxian and didn't even recognize that this person was the president of the Yunxian Guild and unceremoniously cursed even him. What? Calling me an old beggar? Nima. I am a flower in my 40s, known as the jade-faced little white dragon. How dare you, this turtle grandson, call me an old beggar? I never beat up little kids, but I'll make an exception today. Hearing Wang Chenghu address himself, Lu Yunxian instantly became furious. With a stomp of his foot, he charged towards Wang Chenghu's crowd. Old beggar, the little master gave you face, right? Brothers, together, him for me, Wang Chenghu shouted, and the surrounding minions joined together, releasing their skills frantically towards Lu Yunxian. For a while, sparks and lightning continued to explode, and it looked like the aura was quite extraordinary. However, Lu Yunxian was a fourth-turn powerhouse. Even if it was a beast master who was not good at melee combat, the attribute bonus brought about by the ultra-high level, crushing the just-turned Wang Chenghu was also simple. Snap! The large hand kept waving, and the sparkling lightning was like a cucumber, being easily slapped to pieces. I blanch. It's not right. Why is this old beggar so hanged? Holy, this can't be a hermit high priest. Bull asterisk 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 hermit Highlander. Hermit Highlander can mix into beggar? Brothers, keep bombing me. A wave of attacks built nothing, and Wang Chenghu's crowd was taken aback. When he was about to open the second wave of bombardment, Lu Yunxian had already rushed to Wang Chenghu, calling me an old beggar, and bullying the handsome guy next to you? I'll teach you a good lesson for your father today. Snap! I hit! Lu Yunxian gripped up Wang Chenghu's collar and started to beat him up furiously. Ow ow ow! My father is Boss Wang. How dare you hit me? I'm an A-rank thunder lawgiver. You can't afford to pay for damaging me. OMG! It hurts like hell. I know people from the Yunxian Guild. Stop it now. Wang Chenghu was arrogant at first, but as Lu Yunxuan's fists fell on his body with a bang, bang, pop, 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 he suddenly couldn't hold it together. A four-turn fist. That's really hard. Hurry up and bring out all the backers you can think of. This is not good. Once Lu Yunxian heard that Wang Chenghu even took the Yunxian Guild, his back immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and he fought even harder. Nonsense. Take back what you just said. Withdraw. Withdraw at once. Wang Chenghu was beaten and wailed, panicked and asked for help from his little brothers. Brothers, help me. Help me. A few brave juniors rushed towards Lu Yunxian and tried to save Wang Chenghu. Dare to hit our brother Wang. Old beggar you. Ouch ouch ouch. Pain pain pain. As a result, Lu Yunxian directly tackled them together and beat them up together. When the surrounding juniors saw how terrifying Lu Yunxian was, they were all trembling in fear. How could they dare to come forward again? For a while, only the miserable howls of Wang Chenghu's several people remained at the beach entrance. Chu Jie didn't expect Lu Yunxian to be quite eye-catching, and directly helped him block Wang Chenghu. This caused Chu Jie's dissatisfaction with Lu Yunxian to disappear without a trace. After watching the play for a little while, Chu Jie didn't linger any longer and quickly ran towards the city. Biggie's gone. Is this forgiveness? Holy, how could there be such a big man in Dongxing City? It couldn't be that the divine dragon's emergence and the evil god's descent a few days ago were both related to this big brother, right? Seeing Chu Jie walk away, Lu Yunxian let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Stopping the movement of his hands, he threw Wang Chenghu's several people directly to the side. Seeing this, the surrounding minions hurriedly set up the unrecognizable Wang Chenghu to run away in a grayish manner. Lu Yunxian also didn't pay attention to a few little ones, and with a few dodges, he quickly rushed to the bushes by the roadside and found Li Berserk and Red Rose who were lurking nearby. Ah, old Lu, I've never been able to look at you before, but you've really convinced me today. Daring to fight hard with big brother Chu Jie, you're really something. Seeing Lu Yunxian, Li Berserk couldn't help but give a thumbs up and sked in praise. They fled early, but not by much. They all saw what happened just now in their eyes. Red Rose had already changed back into a large red dress and nodded in agreement. That's right, President Lu is really powerful today. From now on, I would like to call President Lu the second fiercest man in Dongxing City. Of course, the number one slugger is definitely big brother Chu Jie. Chairman Lu doesn't have a problem with that, does he? Hearing the duo's flirting, Lu Yunchuan's forehead veins rippled and he gritted his teeth. You too, since you know the identity of big brother Chu Jie, why don't you tell me? My favorite beasts, my equipment. Do you know how much money I lost this time? At this moment, Lu Yunxian woke up even if he was stupid. Where are the hidden copies? That tornado, that tsunami, it's all the handiwork of big brother Chu Jie. If it was an ordinary wave, How could it have messed him up so badly? Upon hearing Lu Yunxuan's questioning, Li Berserk Feng and Red Rose simultaneously had an odd color appear on their faces. Is that even a tell? Wouldn't it be fine to probe Big Brother Chujie? Looking at the duo's rightful appearance, Lu Yunxian was even more furious. Who has nothing better to do than to probe a high school student? Besides, with Big Brother Chujie's identity, even if we probe, what can we find out? Saying that, but Lu Yunxian still turned his head to look at Chujie's back and unleashed a probing technique on him. The bright and vast Milky Way appeared in front of us. A meteor crossed the line between reality and illusion, directly hitting Lu Yunxuan's heart. Put! Lu Yunxian violently spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fell on his back. Gosh, old Willow, you're really probing, aren't you? Li Berserk and Red Rose stared at the same time, once again impressed by Lu Yunxuan's courage. Previously, when they probed Big Brother Chujie, it was because they were completely unaware of Big Brother Chujie's bottom line, and Lu Yunxian knew that Big Brother Chujie was terrifying to the extreme, but he still dared to use his probing technique on Big Brother. I have to say, Lu Yunxian, you're really brave. Blanche, careless, you two old s. Why didn't you tell me that Big Brother Chujie possesses such a terrifying masking skill? Lu Yunxian looked at Li Raging Wind and Red Rose with a pale face, and in his heart, he greeted all the ancestors of these two people. Hey, we didn't expect you to really dare to probe Big Brother Chujie either. Come on, drink this healing potion, and then let's discuss how we should divide up Big Brother Chujie's gift. Li Berserk Wind didn't care about Lu Yunxuan's bad attitude and took out the healing potion from his backpack space and gave it to him. What feed? Big Brother Chujie almost got me killed. Is that a gift? Lu Yunxuan's physical strength gradually recovered, and he sat up with great difficulty, saying without a good mood, "Humph, that was your own fault. And you're blaming Big Brother Chujie?" Red Rose heard Lu Yunxian in young Chujie Big Brother. Dissatisfied cold snort, tone of voice said, "The gifts we're talking about are the equipment left behind by Big Brother Chugger and the monsters he rolled up from the deep. You know, there are hundreds of Turn 4 monsters inside, and a dozen or so Turn 5 monsters, and all of them are seriously injured and dying, so they don't need to waste any effort at all to exterminate them and gain experience and loot. This wave of feeds, isn't it countless times stronger than any hidden copy? If Big Brother Chujie hadn't explicitly said that this was compensation for all of us, would we have nothing to do but chat with you for so long?" Chapter 33, The Start of the High School Exams. The Little Princess of the Yunxian Guild. Yeah, those monsters that Big Brother Chujie rolled up from the deep sea are high-level wild monsters that are usually rare to see. Not only is the experience plentiful, but it's also bursting with excellent rewards. Big Brother Chujie is too generous with his hand. Hearing Red Rose's words, Lu Yunxian snapped out of it, and his face was suddenly ashamed. Still, it's time to fight for the benefits. I, Yunxian Guild, have suffered the greatest loss and must allocate the largest piece of cake. I want 50%, and you two will allocate the remaining 50%. How about it? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Big Brother Chujie is still invited by me. 50% should go to our Gale Guild. I've personally served Big Brother Chujie. It's not too much to ask for 40% from the Rose Guild, right? The three presidents of the General Assembly are quarreling over the distribution of benefits. Chujie, on the other hand, had already called a cab and quickly returned to his cottage. Lying on the couch, his mood settled. When I opened my cell phone, there was a flood of messages discussing the tsunami that had just occurred. 100-meter high tsunami. That's shocking. My grandpa's never seen it before. What's going on in Dongxing City lately? Another golden dragon. Another evil god. And today there's a horrible tsunami. It's not really going to be the end of the world, is it? Nonsense. This is the supreme treasure coming to light. Our Dongxing City is going to be rich. Is there a possibility that this tsunami was rolled up by the golden dragon? Wang, is that you? Since the storm's fury was released in the deep sea and there were few people on the beach, thus the discussion focused on the tsunami. Some people even linked the golden dragon to the tsunami and brainstormed a play about flooding Shintangwan. Chujie watched with interest for a while, and after making sure that no one noticed him, he opened the game and started scoring. It was 3 days in a row, and it was time for the entrance exam. In this world, the college entrance examination is also an extremely important talent selection. Both the state and the individual are taking it quite seriously. Also, the high school exams will be broadcast live, amounting to an exciting game. Consequently, when Chujie arrived at the higher education examination square in the center of the city, the place was already overcrowded. Almost a large portion of the public came to the high school plaza to see for themselves how this year's candidates would shine. Trudy showed her ID and passed the candidate entrance. You also got a points bracelet and a copy of the GAA. Information on the college entrance exam. 1. The content of the high school exam is a copy of Killing Monsters. According to the level and number of monsters killed, there will be points real-time feedback to the bracelet. 2. The GAA can be organized in teams of up to 4 members, and points will be distributed equally to each member. 3. In the course of the entrance examination, in addition to the skill equipment of the transmigrator itself, one-time props such as skill scrolls may not be used, and once discovered, they will be regarded as cheating and the examination results will be directly cancelled. I'll be damned. It's so official. What would a high school entrance exam be like in the other world? I feel like I'm getting nervous already. Looking at the dense writing full of A4 paper college entrance examination instructions, Chu Jie dreamed back to the previous life of 3 days a small test, 5 days a big test of high school life. The heart cannot control the rapid beating up. Don't be nervous, this is not the same as the old days. There's nothing that can't be solved by a single extermination move. If there are, then too. Chu Jie rubbed his chest and comforted himself while walking into the high school plaza. However, just after entering the square, his face turned ugly with a swish. Suddenly, he realized a serious problem. In the high school, he can't seem to use the extermination move. If an extermination move went down, the copy of the college entrance exam might be directly destroyed. So how could he still complete his transfer task? Grip? How am I going to get first place if I can't use my extermination move? No skills, not even equipment. What a nasty naked test. Chu Jie was depressed for a while. I should have known better than to throw all my gear on the beach. It's good to keep 1 or 2. Hundreds of candidates had already come to the square at this moment, gathering in 2s and 3s and discussing with each other. They were all wearing fine equipment, with a confident look of high wariness. After seeing Chu Jie, who entered wearing a casual shirt, the crowd was stunned and then burst into laughter. Ha! Isn't this Chu Jie? Why isn't he even wearing any equipment? Ha ha! I guess I can't afford to buy equipment. I heard that this guy is quite poor. No more than he can afford black iron equipment. Could it be that his level hasn't reached level 10 yet? Those equipments below level 10 have pitifully few attributes. It would be better to wear them. It's possible. How can an F-ranked full system mage be upgraded when he can only use first-rank skills? The crowd looked like they were on a high horse, pointing at Chu Jie. But soon, their eyes moved away from Chu Jie and landed on another teenager who had just entered. The young man had sword brows and starry eyes. His temperament was arrogant, and he wore bright silver battle armor, as if he was a young general, giving off a noble and domineering feeling. My god, Lu Shun, young Master Lu, this equipment, it's all silver level, too damn rich. Equipment is nothing. Young Master Lu is an S-ranked professional Templar Knight. That's an existence that is expected to hit the top rank. I'm impressed. If I can team up with this kind of big shot, I'll get into a prestigious school on my back. Young Master Lu Shun, do you need assistance? I'm an A-ranked profession spirit healing priest. I can milk and assist, so you'll be satisfied. When they saw Lu Shun, fawning and pleasing colors appeared on the faces of the people. Some people even took the initiative to come up and directly ask about forming a team. Chu Jie also looked back and searched for information about this person from his memory. Lu Shun, the young master of the Lu family, the largest family in Dongqing City, had a terrifyingly strong background and talent. It is far from the kind of thuggish family that Wang Qinghu can be compared to. Lu Shun walked into the plaza with a high hand, completely ignoring the transmigrators that surrounded him. He was an S-ranked transmuter, and even if he wanted to group up, he wouldn't group up this group of flies. However, as he passed by Chu Jie's side, he gave a slight lurch and a teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chu Jie, the original number 1 in the 2nd grade. Lu Shun had been in contact with Chu Jie a few times during previous school exchanges. I didn't realize that this top student had switched to an F-rank profession as a full system mage, so it was really a heavenly pleasure. Of course, Lu Shun only paused his steps slightly before continuing forward. Originally, his and Chu Jie's identities were worlds apart. After the transfer, the gap between the two was even more infinitely wide. Not to mention communicating, even mocking, he felt that Chu Jie was not qualified. Not long after Lu Shun entered the square, a beautiful figure appeared from the entrance of the square, once again attracting everyone's attention. The young girl was tall and fair-skinned, wearing a tight-fitting leather armor outfit that made her body look extraordinarily delicate. Her hair, however, was dyed grayish-purple, adding a touch of rebellion to her fresh appearance. Whoa, it's Yul Yul, so beautiful, so valiant, so cool, paying attention only to Goddess Willow's appearance. You're too shallow. Goddess Lu is the little princess of Yunxian Guild. Her occupation is also S-rank. If she can become Goddess Lu's boyfriend, it's a direct double harvest of career and love. Do your spring dream. How can we dare to covet a beauty like Goddess Lu? I'm afraid that only the door-to-door Lu Shun is qualified. As soon as Lu Yuer appeared on the scene, she sparked an even more heated discussion than Lu Shun. Not only the candidates in the arena, but the spectators in the audience also shouted frantically. Obviously, Lu Yue had a not-so-small popularity in the entire Dongxing city. The podium. City Lord Wan Changtian sat in the main seat. On his left hand were several high school principals, and on his right hand were the presidents of the 3 major guilds and the heads of some of the major families. Lord City Lord, why do you look so haggard? Seeing that Wan Changtian's face was full of fatigue and his eyes were still topped with dark circles, Lu Yunxian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Hey, it's not because of the recent visions in Dongxing City. Another golden dragon, another evil eye, and a few days ago a terrifying tsunami was inexplicably set off. The transmutants in Dongxing City are all panicking a lot, and they don't dare to go down to the copy without preparing a dozen bottles of healing potions. I'm dying of worry as the lord of the city," Wan Changtian explained with a bitter smile. He had been tracking down the top-ranked warrior and the top-ranked cursor. However, after searching for half a month but did not find any clues, causing his whole heart to be exhausted. Hearing Wan Changtian's words, Lu Yunxuan's heart sank. Oh, my god, we're all in the same boat. He was now almost 100% certain that both the Golden Dragon and the Evil God were definitely related to Chu Jie. 2 big terrorists of this level can't appear at once, can they? Lord City Lord, be optimistic. Maybe both the Golden Dragon and the Evil God have already left. Lu Yunxian opened his mouth to comfort, because he knew the true strength of Big Brother Chu Jie. He was quite certain that a big brother of this level would not stay in Dongxing City for long, or even, most likely, left east rising the day of the beach party. Ha, fair enough. Let's not think about it too much today and focus on looking at the entrance exams. I have a feeling that there will be a dark horse in our Dongxing City this year. A rare smile appeared on Wan Changtian's tired face. Take advantage of today's college entrance exam to see the new generation of young people in Dongxing City for a change. Those 2 top bigwigs are messing with the wind and rain. They can't even mess with the high school entrance exams, can they? As he spoke, Wan Changtian heard the surrounding audience murmuring about Lu Yue and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, President Lu, this daughter of yours is really appealing. Ha, the city lord has flattered me. When the child reaches puberty, he is rebellious, and I, as a father, am worried to death. Hearing the city lord praise his daughter, Lu Yunxian was happy and helpless, gazing at his daughter. He only hoped that she would do well in the college entrance exam and strive to take the top prize in Dongxing City. However, with a slight deviation of his gaze, an extremely familiar figure suddenly entered his field of vision. The originally calm Lu Yunxuan's eyes widened violently as he stood up from his chair in shock. Grip? Chu Jie? Why is he here? Chapter 34, sorry. I want to team up with Chu Kit. Grip? Chugger? Why is he here? Does that make sense? Lu Yunxian looked at the entrance of the square with a face full of shock, looking at the figure that he could never forget in his life. After what happened at the beach party, he was now in nothing but awe of Big Brother Chu Jie. The aftermath of the skill alone had swept up 100-meter tsunami, hitting him in a terrible way and tipping him over the edge. In front of this kind of existence, he, the first president of Dongxing City, was not a bit different from a small ant. Just now, I was thinking that Big Brother Chu Jie had already left, and I was afraid that I would never see him again in this life. However, now, suddenly seeing Big Brother Chu Jie messing into the college entrance exam, he was almost scared half to death. What's so unreasonable about that? Big Brother Chu Jie is currently in the Red Dust Refinement, playing as a high school student who just transferred. Doesn't President Lu know that? Red Rose gave Lu Yunxian a dissatisfied look and reminded him through her voice transmission skill. I advise you not to make a fuss. The big man is good-tempered but obviously doesn't want his true identity to be known. If you expose the identity of the big brother in front of people, you'll die without even knowing how. When Lu Yunxian heard this, a cold sweat broke out on his back and he hurriedly sat down again. Though his men had once told him that Chu Jie was a second-form student, but after seeing the terrifying strength of Big Brother Chu Jie, he just assumed that it was fake news. Who would have thought that the news would be true? Not only is this horrible bigot studying in high school, but he's even taking the entrance exam with his own daughter. Oh, my god, wouldn't your own daughter be in danger then? President Ryu? What happened to the student named Chu Jie? Why are you so surprised? Lu Yunchuan's sudden exclamation of surprise also startled Wan Changtian at the side. He opened his mouth to ask with some displeasure. City Lord doesn't know. This Chu Jie is somewhat special. As for what's special, I'll let the principal of the second school tell you. I'm suddenly in a bit of a hurry, so I'll excuse myself for a moment. Lu Yunxian smiled sarcastically and didn't have time to explain. Hurrying up, he got up and went outside, dialing his own daughter's phone number with great anxiety. With Big Brother Chu Jie involved, this is no longer an ordinary college entrance exam. If you're not careful, you can really die. Must give a reminder to Yul to stay away from Chu Jie. When Wan Changtian saw Lu Yunxian suddenly leave the table, the doubt in his eyes intensified, and his gaze looked inquiringly at the principal of the second middle school on his left. Headmaster of the second middle school, What's so special about this Chu Jie? The principal of the second middle school sniffed and his old face jerked hard. Why would the chairman of the Cloudcrest Guild know Chu Jie? If you know each other, then you know each other. Why are you suddenly throwing words at yourself? Thinking that he had privately snatched Chu Jie's guaranteed place, the principal of the second middle school was overwhelmed with apprehension. Lord City Lord. This Chu Jie was originally a student with very good grades, but during the transfer ceremony, it was transferred to the most trashy F-rank all-around mage. This kind of student doesn't have any future to speak of, and I didn't think he would have the courage to take the entrance exam. Don't say President Liu is surprised. I'm surprised too. This is just a waste of our country's resources. The principal of the second high school fawned and explained. Thought that was a seamless speech. It both echoed Lu Yunxian and belittled Chu Jie, reducing the likelihood of the city lord paying attention to Chu Jie, headmaster of the second middle school. Don't say too much. Be careful of the wind and flash your tongue. That's right. The jig is up. Anyone can be a dark horse, and educators need to be more careful with their words. Before Wan Changtian could reply, Red Rose and Li Berserk were the first to become dissatisfied and aggressively counterattacked. A high school principal in the district has reduced Big Brother Chu Jie to nothing. Nima, you're drinking fake wine, aren't you? The principal of the second middle school sniffed, and his face went red and white. He didn't understand why these two assembly presidents had to head for the F-ranked Chu Jie. To save face, he said even more nonchalantly, and a dark horse? A dark horse in the F class? What the hell kind of joke? Just watch. When the college entrance exams start, you'll know how trashy this Chu Jie is. Seeing this scene, Wan Changtian's eyes couldn't help but flash with a thoughtful light. The three assembly presidents all knew Chu Jie. This Chu Jie doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems on the surface. The plaza. Lu Yuer had just walked into the square when Lucian arrived in front of her with a spring in his step and took the initiative to invite her. Yuer, let's team up together. With our two S classes working together strongly, we can definitely get a record-breaking score. With her excellent looks and deep background, Lu Yuer was simply her perfect companion in Lucian's opinion. In the previous school life, Lucian then pursued Lu Yuer for a long time. Only Lu Yuer did not agree to him, but in Lucian's heart, he had already regarded Lu Yuer as his forbidden domain. Hearing Lucian address herself, Lu Yuer couldn't help but frown. Other people might not know, but she knew very well that Lucian was a golden jade outside of a golden jade inside of a golden jade outside of a golden jade inside of a golden jade. Not only is his character narrow, but he is also involved in all sorts of vices. How could she possibly like someone like that? But this guy is like velvet candy. How can't get rid of it? It's really annoying. Jingle bells. Just as Lu Yuer was thinking how to refuse, her cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, it was my own presidential father who was in charge of heaven and earth. Willow brows furrowed, and eventually she picked up the phone, but her attitude was rather cold. What? It's high school and you're calling me. Daughter, no matter what, today you must promise father one thing. Never go near Chu Jie. On the other side of the phone, Lu Yunxuan's urgent and nervous voice came. Oh, got it. Lu Yuer faintly put down his sentence and directly hung up the phone. Then, she said to Lu Xin with an expressionless face, excuse me, I'm going to team up with Chu Jie. Chapter 35, Lu Yuer begging, Chu Jie's principal. Excuse me, I'm going to team up with Chu Jie. Lu Yuer's voice was cold and flat, but her gaze was filled with a fire-like rebellion. It's fine for the guild pops to mind their own upgrades usually. It's amazing that they are now even interfering greatly with what kind of friends they want to date. Since Pops wouldn't let her get close to Chu Jie, then she would just team up with Chu Jie, just in time, and as a way to reject Lucian as a dude. But Lu Yunxian, who had just returned to the podium, heard his daughter's words and was so angry that he directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. My own daughter. You're really trying to piss off Pops, that Chu Jie. But he was a terrifying existence that even Pops didn't dare to mess with. It's over. I'm not going to go gray. Ha ha, why is Chairman Ryu so angry? Thinking on the bright side, if you and Chu Jie get together, you, the old father-in-law, will earn hemp. Red Rose looked like she was watching the show and teased with a smile. Ha ha, reasonable. That way, we won't dare to covet the throne of the #1 guild in Dongqing City anymore. Li Berserkphone sniffed and similarly laughed out loud. The corner of Li Yunxuan's mouth twitched viciously. How many lives does he have that he dares to be an in-law to big brother Chu Jie? The doubts in the hearts of Wan Changtian and the principal of the second middle school on the side were instantly answered when they saw the scene. No wonder Lu Yunxian knew Chu Jie and still looked terrified to death. Feeling that his precious daughter has a crush on Chu Jie, this yellow hair What? You want to team up with Chu Jie? Which Chu Jie are you talking about? It can't be the Chu Jie who switched to a full mage in the second middle school, right? Lucian was equally stunned by Lu Yuer's words, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses and asked incredulously. The surrounding students were even more dumbfounded as they looked at Lu Yuer. almost unable to believe their ears. How was it possible for an S-ranked transmuter to team up with an F-ranked Chu Jie? Even if Goddess Lu wanted to reject Lu Xun, at least find a reliable excuse. Lu Yuer didn't say anything and gave the answer with her actions. She moved lightly with her lotus steps and arrived in front of Chu Jie, who was frowning and pondering, and took the initiative to invite Chu Jie. Let's team up for the entrance exam. Chu Jie was racking his brain on how to win the high school entrance exam as a naked exam. Lu Yuer's sudden invitation broke his thoughts for a moment, and then a flash of light. What the hell? Someone wants to team up with me? Ha, right. I'm having trouble getting first place on my own, but I can get someone to take me to first place. Chu Jie raised his head and looked at Lu Yuer's exquisite pretty face and asked expectantly, Lu Yuer, are you strong? Lu Yuer nodded confidently. You could say that. I'm an S-rank transmuter. Chu Jie continued. Then did you know that I'm an F-rank full mage? Yuer smiled in relief. I know, but it's okay. Chu Jie's eyes lit up. Then can you take me to the top of the college entrance exam? Yull. Wait a minute. The rhythm doesn't seem to be keeping up. How did the conversation turn into taking first place in the high school? Lu Yuer blinked her soulful beautiful eyes, not reacting for a moment. Only after a long time did she look at Chu Jie with an odd expression on her face and returned. There are hidden tigers and dragons among the college entrance exams. Even I don't dare to guarantee a solid first place. When Chu Jie heard this, he was filled with disappointment. Can't take first place? Then I'm sorry. I can't team up with you. Lu Yuer's pretty face jerked fiercely, and her entire body was confused. She never expected that the S-ranked her initiative to invite Chu Jie to team up would be rejected. The reason for refusal is still so lofty. To get the first place in the entrance exam? Nima, why don't you go to heaven? If she normally encountered such a delusional guy, she would definitely turn around and walk away. But she had just told everyone to team up with Chu Jie. How is this going to turn around and go back any different than a kid running away from home and ending up at the kiosk for the afternoon? Lu Yuer moved a few more points closer to Chu Jie and quietly begged, Big brother, give some face. So many people are watching. Chu Jie helplessly shook his head. No way, old sister. Brother is a man of principle. Lu Yuer had a black line. Then you could at least lower your requirements, such as setting a small goal first, getting into the top 100 in Dongsheng City? Chu Jie sighed. I would like to, but I mainly have a mission and I'm stuck. Yull. What kind of mission would require first place in high school? Lu Yuer was completely unconvinced and only thought that Chu Jie was making excuses. But when she heard the students behind her already starting to rustle and discuss, she became even more anxious and racked her brain to persuade Chu Jie. I'll give you a silver-ranked staff and beg you to team up with me. Okay? Lu Yuer took out a brilliant silver staff and looked at Chu Jie with a gaze full of pleading. And in her heart, she was speechless to the extreme. Obviously she was an S-ranked transmuter. Why would it turn into her begging Chu Jie? Chu Jie was also quite helpless when he saw that Lu Yuer was so persistent. Oh old sister, it really doesn't work. If I don't get first place, I'm taking a chicken college entrance exam. I might as well go home and play games. Hearing Chu Jie's words, Lu Yuer completely collapsed. But the one who has hopes of taking first place in Dongsheng City besides me is Lu Xun. If you don't team up with me, do you want to team up with Lu Xun? Chu Jie glanced at Lu Xun, whose eyes were on fire next to him, and instantly had a disgusted expression on his face. With him? Forget it. Then it looks like I'll have to team up with you as well, if you invite me. So reluctant to look. It's really aggravating to team up with me. Lu Yuer gritted her teeth as she thought, but still sent Chu Jie a group invitation. No matter what, one's face was finally saved. After Chu Jie agreed, the team panel appeared. Lu Yuer, first turn level 30, profession Beast Soul Warrior. Beast Soul Warrior. Lu Yuer is actually in this profession. I remember that this profession can absorb beast souls and change into orcs to fight. A transmuter can gain different abilities based on different beast souls. In the early stages, this profession is very strong, and in the later stages, it can absorb different types of beast souls and become a hexagonal warrior. Chu Jie recalled the information of the Beast Soul Warrior in his mind, and his heart was filled with confidence. How did he even hide the information with his masking skill? Just as Chu Jie was checking out Lu Yuer's messages, Lu Yuer was also browsing through Chu Jie's messages. Lu Yuer had wanted to see just what capital Chu Jie had with such a big mouth. As a result, Chu Jie's level and occupation were all question marks, and even his name was in an invisible state. Good lord, everyone is scrambling to get their levels at this point, trying to find more powerful teammates. Chu Jie was good, hiding his information so tightly that he couldn't even see his name. Lu Yuer didn't need to think about it to know that Chu Jie's level was afraid to be pitifully low. After all, how many levels could an F-ranked profession rise to in just half a month in the district? Yull, are you crazy? Teaming up with trash like Chu Jie? You're simply joking with your future. Lu Xun looked at Lu Yuer and yelled incredulously. There would be a glow link when teaming up. Thus Lucian could see clearly that Lu Yuer had really formed a team with Chu Jie. It was better to form a team with the F-ranked Chu Jie than to form a team with the S-ranked himself. Lucian felt like he had been slapped with 2 hot slaps in public, which instantly made him furious. What I do is my own business. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and she disliked back nonchalantly. Being choked by Lu Yuer, Lucian's heart became even angrier. But Lu Yuer was the daughter of the first president of Dongxing City. He didn't dare to say anything harsh in public, and could only aim his spear at Chu Jie. Chu Jie, do you know that Lu Yuer is my woman? I advise you to quit the team right now, or else you'll be in for a treat. Chapter 36, Entering the Copy. Cat Ear Woman Lu Yuer. Lu Yuer saw Lucian aimed at Chu Jie, her face swish as cold as ice. She was not using Chu Jie as a shield when she invited him to team up. If Lucian were to make a move against Chu Jie, she would definitely not spare him. Lu Yuer's red lips slightly opened, and when she was about to open her mouth to warn Lucian, Chu Jie spoke up first. Oh, your woman? Sorry, she's mine now. Her first time is mine too. I'm inexperienced the first time, but I'll take gentle care of her. Of course, I'm talking about the entrance exam. You wouldn't misunderstand anything, would you? Chu Jie opened his mouth with a beaten expression, although talking about the college entrance examination, but the words in his mouth make people think wrongly. His face is hung with a smile of your wife and I raise it. It made Lucian, along with the surrounding students, all furious. Nima, this Chu Jie is too shameless. It's just a team. Do you really think you're the emperor's son-in-law? Goddess Willow is just doing charity. You kid is really stomping on your nose. My goddess, when did your eyes go blind? Why did you pick a garbage team? The surrounding students cursed at Chu Jie with their mouths full of words. Originally, Goddess Lu choosing Chu Jie as her teammate had made them sour. Now Chu Jie was even proudly pretending to be a pussy. It was simply unbearable for them to endure. Nima, Chu Jie, I'm going to you to death. Chu Jie's words made Lucian feel like he had a green head all of a sudden. He copied his greatsword and was about to slash at Chu Jie. Lu, doing something before the exam can get you disqualified from the college entrance exam. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. The minions stopped him just in time and rushed to warn him. Lucian felt suffocated to death, but also knew the stakes, and could only retract his greatsword with hatred. Chu Jie, you wait. Candidates are allowed to fight each other in the middle of the college entrance exams. I will definitely not let you go. Putting down a harsh word, Lucian left in a huff. 3 or 2 words and the whole defense is broken. And you're still fighting me at this level? Chu Jie watched Lucian leave with disdain and whistled leisurely. Turning back, he saw Lu Yuer looking at himself with an odd expression, her cheeks still slightly flushed. No? What are you looking at me like that for? Sis? This man is so shameless, but I feel kinda like it. Hey. Lu Yuer's heart slandered. She had thought that Chu Jie, who came from a civilian background and was still F-ranked, would definitely not dare to start a conflict with Lucian. Never in a million years would I have thought that Chu Jie would be so rigid. The words spoken were detrimental and indebted, dirty and yellow, directly breaking Lucian's defense. It made her feel so good somehow, even though she had talked herself into it. Of course, these words could certainly not be said to Chu Jie. Lu Yuer handed the staff in her hand to Chu Jie and changed the topic. Here's the staff you were promised earlier. You should be able to use it at your level, right? Chu Jie took the staff and looked at it. Secret silver staff, silver, rank, 10, effect, spirit plus 10. A staff that was only level 10 and pitifully low-leveled. To Chu Jie, it wasn't even a chicken rib. However, in the end, it was Lu Yuer's good intentions, so Chu Jie still nodded and said, it works, thanks, that's good. The corners of Lu Yuer's mouth curved into a happy smile. Although she hadn't been in contact for long, she already felt that Chu Jie was a different person. Maybe it won't help too much in high school, but maybe a lot of interesting things will happen. The time quickly came to 8 o'clock, and it was time for the entrance exam. City Lord Wan Changtian flew through the air and arrived above the square. Speaking aloud, students, the entrance exam is about to begin. This year's copy of the entrance exam is Behemoth Mountain Range, and the exam lasts 4 hours. The other rules are clearly stated in the instructions for the higher education examination, so I won't go into details. Good luck to all of you with your grades. After saying that, Wan Changtian waved his hand, and a huge duplicate teleportation portal immediately appeared in the center of the square. The candidates saw the replica gates open and quickly rushed in. Chu Jie and Lu Yuer were no exception, rushing into the copy at top speed. Once all the candidates had entered the replica, countless chains steeply emerged from the gate, locking the portal. Once the entrance exams begin, no outsiders will be able to enter the copy. However, the high school screen also appeared in real time on a large screen above the plaza, allowing all viewers to see what was going on in the replica. Only a white light flashed on the screen, and thousands of candidates randomly appeared on the outskirts of the Behemoth Mountain range. The students in the group will then appear in the same place. Lu Yuer entered the middle of the copy and first made sure that Chu Jie was right next to her, then quickly recalled the relevant information about the Beast Mountain range. The Behemoth Mountain range is a man-made replica in which the monsters are mostly wild beasts with levels between LV10 LV30. Compared to the monsters in the outside world, the monsters in the Behemoth Mountain range are larger and do more damage. After a moment of recollection, Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes couldn't help but stare. It's clear that this year's entrance exams are notoriously difficult. Chu Jie, the monsters in the Behemoth Mountain range are all very powerful. Just follow behind me and don't leave. Lu Yuer opened her mouth and barked up at Chu Jie. Although she had teamed up with Chu Jie because she had rebelled against her old dad's request, since she had become a teammate, Lu Yuer would not abandon Chu Jie. Don't worry, just kill the monsters. I won't cause any trouble for you, Chu Jie said confidently. Although he didn't have equipment and couldn't put in skills, his level was here after all. At LV60, he should still have no problem defending himself. Hearing Chu Jie's words, Lu Yuer nodded in satisfaction. Previously, she was worried that Chu Jie had entered the copy and was out of line again, but it seemed that she had overthought it. Well, in that case, let's rush deeper into the forest first. The small monsters in the periphery are too low level to get many points. If we want to take first place, we have to kill as many elite monsters and bosses as possible. Saying that, a light blue ghost suddenly surfaced at Lu Yuer's wrist and directly attached itself to her body. Two fluffy white cats emerged on top of Lu Yuer's head, and a layer of adorable fluffy fur surfaced on her pretty face. A long, thin cattail even sprouted from his ass, swinging in the air. I Blanche, the cat-eared lady. Chapter 37, Ghostly Spotted Python. I'm so strong? OMG. I've seen a real cat-eared lady. Chu Jie's eyes lit up as he surrounded Lu Yuer and kept sizing her up. Fluffy and with floppy ears. It's just adorable. It's so tempting to jerk off. Being recklessly surveyed by Chu Jie, Lu Yuer's cheeks slightly reddened, inexplicably having the feeling of being looked at. I have two forms, cat spirit form and bear spirit form. The bear spirit form is powerful and suitable for one-on-one jousting. The cat spirit form is very agile and is much more convenient to use for rushing and speeding through monsters. Well, let's get a move on. After a brief introduction, Lu Yuer quickly ran towards the depths of the mountain range. Chu Jie followed closely behind. Watch with interest as the cat's tail continues to dance through the air. When you look closely, the tail doesn't grow out of the butt, but is attached to the top of the butt. What would it feel like for a person to grow a tail? It shouldn't be a problem to touch it, right? Curious in his mind, Chu Jie quietly stretched out his big evil hand, seemingly feeling something in her heart. Lu Yuer subconsciously looked back and suddenly exclaimed in shock. Ah, Chu Jie, there, can't be touched. However, it was already too late. Chu Jie's large hand had covered the fluffy tail. Wow, soft and feels great in the hand. Lu Yuer stiffened, feeling an electric current running through her body, making her body tingle, and her entire body tilted over directly towards the back. My god, is that so sensitive? Chu Jie hurriedly let go of his hand and held onto Lu Yuer, who was about to fall to the ground. The cat's tail is for maintaining balance, and once it's touched, my movements are affected. Lu Yuer explained with a blushing face. And of course, it's sensitive is all. Sorry about that. First time I've encountered a cat-eared lady. Didn't realize tails were so important. Chu Jie expressed his apologies repeatedly. Although Lu Yuer was mortified, she really couldn't say anything and stood up, resuming her journey. Along the way, the duo encountered quite a few small LV10 LV20 monsters, but Lu Yuer didn't even stop and directly ignored them. Half an hour later, the duo finally arrived at the central location of the Behemoth Mountain range, and also finally encountered their first elite-level monster. Hiss! A thick mottled python wrapped around the tall trees. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Chu Jie and Lu Yuer in death. The python's body was the thickness of a bucket, wrapped in a circle around a large tree, at least 20 meters long and weighing several tons. Between the snake's letters gulping and spitting, it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Spectral Python, Elite, Level, LV23. Physique, 222. Spirit, 213. Strength, 245. Speed, 221. What a high attribute. At only level 23, all four-dimensional attributes have broken 200. Worthy of being a monster in the Behemoth Mountain range. It's really strong. Lu Yuer's willow brows frowned tightly, and her cat's tail was alertly erected, already in a fighting state. Chu Jie, you stay here. I'm going to take care of this phantom-spotted python. After saying that, Lu Yuer took the initiative to rush towards the phantom-spotted python with a killing intent. No? That's all the high school monsters are? How come the attributes of this elite monster aren't even a fraction of my attributes? Chu Jie glanced at the attributes of the phantom-spotted python, followed by his own attributes. and was completely confused. Jay Chu, 1938. Chinese-American businessman and politician. President of the PRC Supreme Court 1998 to 1995. Profession, full mage. Level, LV 60, second turn. Body mass, 1512. Spirit, 1621. Strength, 1488. Speed, 1517. It was only after a long time that Chu Jie smiled to himself and came back to his senses. I'm too nervous to take the entrance exam for the first time. Forgetting that I've been through one hell of a mission, let alone elite monsters. I'm afraid that the boss's attributes aren't even a fraction of my attributes. What kind of skill is this? A flat A can kill a piece of it. Understanding the gap between the strength of the enemy and the enemy, Chu Jie's heart immediately swelled. So what if you take a naked test? With this attribute value, taking the first place in the college entrance examination is not a sure thing. Older sister, come over here. Brother will show you something awesome. Chu Jie raised his arm and was planning to show his explosive strength to Lu Yuer. However, when he looked up, the phantom spotted python was already scaly and dying. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yuer's body was like a phantom, agile truly like a spirit cat. When the sharp claws waved, the claw marks intertwined into an impenetrable net, enveloping the huge body of the phantom spotted python. Put! Countless lines of blood exploded on the body of the phantom spotted python. The huge, spectral spotted python fell from the tree with a loud thud, dead as a doornail. I'll go. That was too fast. An elite monster solved in the blink of an eye? As expected of an S-ranked profession, it's really powerful. Chu Jie trotted closer and praised him. This giant python's speed is not as good as mine, and its defense isn't too strong, so it's fairly easy to solve. Although Lu Yuer spoke modestly, the corners of her mouth curled up high in a smug arc. This Chu Jie still looked reluctant to team up with me before. Now he knows how powerful I am, right? However, Chu Jie's next words caused her face to change drastically. Oh old sister, I'll join you in the battle later. A monster of this strength, I think I'll be fine on me. Chu Jie opened his mouth to propose, with a look of eagerness. The previous battles were all about a single extermination move directly destroying a map's monsters. It's cool, but there's little to no combat involvement. But now, with his ultra-high attribute value, he was fully capable of feeling the thrill of close combat as a warrior. It's exciting to think about. No way. Absolutely not. Lu Yuer sniffed and directly rejected Chu Jie's proposal. The reason she was able to quickly resolve the battle just now was because of the superb skills of her S-rank profession, plus the added power of her body covered in silver equipment. It looks easy, but it's actually very demanding. Chu Jie, an F-ranked full system mage, could not possibly replicate his own achievement in any way. If Chu Jie was allowed to participate in the battle, not only would it not improve the efficiency of the battle, she also had to spend energy to protect Chu Jie, which could be more than worth it. Thus, at the first moment Chu Jie opened her mouth, Lu Yuer directly rejected Chu Jie's proposal. Of course, considering Chu Jie's face, she still said politely, Chu Jie, didn't we agree that I would take you to first place? I'm a man of my word, but if you move a single finger, you're looking down on me. Man, does this girl have such high self-esteem? Chu Jie was flabbergasted by Lu Yuer's words. Looking at the eyes that were like fire, Chu Jie didn't really know how to retort for a moment, so he could only nod his head and agree. Okay, then you go ahead and solo, and if you get tired, switch to me. Seeing that Chu Jie had finally dismissed the idea, Lu Yuer's heart let out a long sigh of relief. The duo continued to look around for signs of elite monsters. Outer Plaza. Lu Yuer, as a popular candidate of Dongqing City, the battle just now was clearly broadcast live. The audience marveled at Lu Yuer's super strength, but more people were frantically expressing their dissatisfaction with Chu Jie. Nima, Goddess Lu's teammates are too wasted, being spectators the whole time? Asterisk 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 asterisk. A man doesn't work and lets a woman fight the whole time? Scum, my Goddess Willow is so pitiful. This guy named Chu Jie is really something. Which school is this Chu Jie from? Report him. I want to report him. I heard it's from the second middle school. Just an F-ranked full system mage. I really don't know why the goddess is teaming up with him. Chapter 38 Panicked 3 Assembly Presidents targeted Chu Jie. Red Rose and Lee Berserk still said Chu Jie was some kind of dark horse. Now it's a slap in the face. Hearing the audience's vociferous criticism of Chu Jie, the principal of the second middle school was delighted in his heart. However, he feigned a look of hatred on his face and cursed in dissatisfaction. This Chu Jie, he really doesn't have any manliness. I've disgraced him as the principal of the second high school. Lee Berserk Foam sniffed and rolled his eyes fiercely. Nonchalantly, shame on you? Who are you? He, a fourth-turn expert, didn't even dare to presume to talk about big brother Chu Jie. This principal of the second middle school has gone so far as to repeatedly pick on big brother Chu Jie. If it wasn't for the fact that Wan Changtian was still following him, He really would have slapped this old boy in the face. Headmaster of the second middle school, so you know how to lose face? If I remember correctly, it's been 5 years since there was an S-rank transmogrifier in the second middle school, right? Red Rose laughed softly in agreement, sarcasm in her words, although she also didn't understand why big brother Chu Jie was teaming up with Lu Yur, and why she didn't put up a fight at all after teaming up, but there must be a deeper meaning to what big brother is doing. The principal of the second middle school sniffed, his old face reddened, and he was instantly annoyed. He's just a little bit greedy in education funding. How can it affect the transfer of students? It's those students' lack of talent that didn't produce S-rank transmigrants. What's it got to do with me as the principal? If this guy Chu Jie had transmuted into an S-rank transmuter, how could President Lu not see him? Now that he's an F-rank trash teaming up with Lu Qianjin, he's simply holding people back, conscious of the fact that he couldn't say anything about Red Rose and Li Raging Wind. The principal of the second middle school hurriedly pulled Lu Yunxian into the water. But he knew that Lu Yunxian was quite at odds with the remaining 2 assembly presidents. It just so happened that Lu Yunxian also looked at Chu Jie in a bad light, so he might be able to use this to climb into the Yunxian guild relationship. The principal of the second school thought it was wonderful. However, when Lu Yunxian heard his words, his face abruptly changed and he pointed at the principal of the second middle school's nose and then roared, Hey, what are you talking about? I don't look at Chu Jie, don't talk nonsense. The principal of the second middle school was scolded and was directly confused. No, your daughter was abducted by Chu Jie. I helped you to scold Chu Jie. Why are you scolding me? If you really fancy Chu Jie, why did you look like the sky was falling when Lu Yur teamed up with Chu Jie? Wan Shantian was equally surprised to see that Lu Yunxian did not scold Chu Jie, but instead scolded the principal of the second middle school. He asked thoughtfully as his eyes flickered, 3 presidents? You seem to know Chu Jie very well. Could it be that this kid is still hiding some kind of undercard? Hearing Wan Changtian's inquiry, the hearts of the 3 assembly presidents jumped violently, and cold sweat beaded on their bodies. Lord City Lord, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. How can we possibly know Chugger at all? Okay? That's right. It's just that he's handsome and I want to give him a monkey. It makes sense, doesn't it? The 3 assembly presidents, who had always been at odds, unexpectedly showed an unprecedented tacit understanding at this moment, all denying it, even, not only in their language, but also in their inner thoughts. Holy, a slip of the tongue almost gave away Big Brother's secret. Dying. In case I leak out the Big Brother's secret, I'm really going to die. Good words are hard to persuade the damn ghosts. This principal of the second middle school is looking for death himself that can't be blamed on anyone else. Him. When Wan Changtian saw the 3 assembly presidents denying so neatly, the suspicion in his heart was not only not dispelled, but instead he became even more certain that Chu Jie was hiding some secret in his body. Only, it was obvious that the 3 assembly presidents didn't want to tell him. Wan Changtian looked up at Chu Jie in the large screen, and a strong curiosity could not help but appear in his eyes. In the giant beast mountain range, Lu Yur was hunting elite-level monsters at an extremely fast speed. In her animalized state, her sense of smell was greatly enhanced, allowing her to quickly locate elite monsters. The powerful equipment and skills, in turn, make the hunt quick and easy. A huge elite beast perished under the cat's claws, and the duo's point rankings were pulling up as far as the eye could see. 80, 50, 20, 10. Although the duo had been delayed for half an hour in their previous rush, the points of elite monsters were 5 times that of small monsters. In just 1 hour, the duo reached 5,000 points and became number 1 on the leaderboard. Old sister, are you tired? Rest if you're tired. Let brother do it. Older sister, you have not lasted too long. Sister, let me organize for a while, right? I've got a pain in my ass. Along the way, Chu Jie repeatedly furtively tried to have a fierce battle with the elite monsters. However, every time, they were decisively rejected by Lu Yue. Big brother, you mustn't move, just leave it to me. Earlier, Chu Jie had thought that he would take her baton when Lu Yue got tired. Never thought that this girl is not only a fierce batch, endurance is even more durable to incredible. After fighting for over an hour, she was also just puffy and slightly tired. Unable to do so, Chu Jie could only give up on the elite monsters and go exterminate the surrounding LV-10 leveled small monsters. The secret silver staff was swung by him in a tiger-like manner, and a beast couldn't even let out a miserable howl before he swiftly killed it in seconds. Chu Jie fully felt the joy of fighting and soon had a great time. While the duo was engaged in brushing their points, a large tree 3,000 meters away from the duo, a round-faced teenager was casting his Hawkeye skill and carefully scanning everything around him. Suddenly, the figures of Lu Yue and Chu Jie appeared in the field of vision, and the teenager hurriedly shouted towards the bottom. Lu Xiao, found it! Lu Yue and Chu Jie are just north of us, about 3,000 meters away. A grim smile appeared on Lucian's face as he pulled his greatsword out of a giant bear. Finally, we've found the pair of dogs. Bringing a drag queen and still managed to rush to the top of the rankings. Lu Yuer's strength is really strong, but all those points are mine now. Little ones, go! Come with me to finish off this pair of dogs. Snatch all their points. Lucian raised his arm and surprisingly, 12 Transfigurator minions scurried out from between the trees. This Chu Jie dares to mess with our Lu Xiao. He's finished for this college entrance exam. Lu Yuer, that woman, is also not long-eyed. Even teamed up with the white boy. The college entrance exam is strength ha ha, the hell out of him. It's better to this kid right out of the high school copy. Although Lucian did not team up with them, the minions all gathered around him. After all, Lucian was one of the top heavenly prides in Dongxing City, and there was meat to eat by following him. The 13 people walked towards the direction of Chu Jie's duo in a cheeky manner. Each of them already had a victory smile on their faces in advance. 13 men against 2. How do you lose that? Chapter 39, Lucian's sneak attack. I heard you were looking for me. On the podium, the sharp-eyed principal of the second middle school also saw Lucian's actions, combined with Lucian's course of action. He guessed at the first moment that Lucian was going to find trouble with Chu Jie. As Chu Jie's principal, not only was he not worried, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Lucian himself is an S-class, and he's still acting so cautiously, bringing a full 12 people with him. This time, even with Lu Yuer's protection, this Chu Jie is definitely finished. And a bottom card? Chu Jie, what bottom card do you have? Can I? The principal. Not know? F-class trash. Better die out while you can. Ha ha. The more the 3 assembly presidents defended Chu Jie, the more the principal of the second middle school loathed Chu Jie. Right now, he just wanted Chu Jie to be eliminated quickly. Use Chu Jie's incompetence to prove the virulence of his vision. In the middle of the copy, Chu Jie and Lu Yuer had no knowledge of this matter. Chu Jie, don't play with the small monsters. Let's go find the next elite monster. Lu Yuer glanced behind her at Chu Jie, who was bullying the small monsters, and opened her mouth to shout. Shoo! Just then, a sharp cracking sound came from the side. Yu Yuer sweated and jumped violently to the side. An arrow practically grazed the corner of her coat and flew past, embedding itself deeply into the trunk of a tree to the side. What kind of person dares to sneak up on me? Lu Yuer's eyes sank as she glanced icily in the direction where the arrow flew from. With her strength, it was even if she didn't go to steal other people's points, but it was surprising that someone had hit on her. Just as she was about to pull out her opponent and beat him up violently, more arrows came flying from all directions in the woods. It was also mixed with ice arrows, fireballs and other magic attacks, intertwining into a large net that enveloped Lu Yuer's entire body. No? What's with all the attacks? Lu Yuer's face was shocked. Even though her personal strength was superb, facing a dozen people's concentrated fire, she could only temporarily avoid the front line, constantly jumping and dodging between the trees. Guys, keep up the fire output. Suppress her to the death. The more damage you do, the more points you'll get later. Lucian laughed rampantly when he saw Lu Yuer fleeing in a state of confusion as she was suppressed by various attacks. Ha ha, Lu Yuer, how dare you look for another man? This is what happens. If I, Lucian, can't get a woman, no one else can. The 12 minions were excited to the extreme when they heard this, and a skill was released even more swiftly. For a while, the woods flashed with various colors of light, almost more intense than a gunfight. Lucian, you scumbag, bullying the few with the many. Fight one-on-one if you can. Lu Yuer wretchedly dodged the intensive attacks and cursed hatefully. She knew that Lucian would look for trouble, but she didn't expect Lucian to entangle so many people. A dozen people beating her up? That's shameless. Ha ha, what are you talking about? Lu Yuer? It makes sense to cooperate in the high school, doesn't it? Otherwise who could beat those level 30 bosses? If you know you're wrong, apologize to me. Then have Chu Jie come over and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll forgive you guys. How about that? Lucian shouted in triumph. His heart was a lot cooler. He has so many minions under him. It's not stupid to engage in one-on-one fights, is it? Lucian, you're dreaming. Chu Jie is a teammate I took the initiative to invite. I won't let you insult him even if I die. Cat Shadow Step. Clear Wind Spell. Lightness Spell. Lu Yuer instantly became furious when she heard Lucian's words. Several skills were quickly activated, and various buffs were stacked on her body. Her speed soared rapidly in a short period of time. The intense attacks seemed to go into slow motion, and dodging them was a breeze. Lu Yuer's entire body turned into a phantom and rushed over in the direction of the 13 people. Grip the grass. This can come rushing through? Want to be so sick? Lucian was alarmed. Facing the buff-stacked Lu Yuer, he didn't dare to say that he could defeat it head-on. If this allowed Lu Yuer to rush over, then wouldn't his wave of pretending be a complete failure? In the nick of time, Lucian suddenly had a flash of insight and shouted, "Stop attacking Lu Yuer and fully focus on Chu Jie." The minions quickly understood Lucian's meaning and laughed as they shifted the target of their attack, launching an attack towards Chu Jie, who was watching the show from afar. Ha ha, worthy of being Brother Lu. This is a brilliant move. I've long been displeased with this Chu Jie kid. This time I'll directly him out of the copy. Ha ha, let's see what Lu Yuer will do now. Will she come to attack us? Or save her little white boy? Looking at the attacks flying towards him from all over the sky, Chu Jie's eyes lit up. I'm just watching a show. I didn't think it would be my turn to play? In that case, I'll be polite. Watch me transform into Galactic Baseball Man and turn all your attacks into home runs. Chu Jie held the secret silver staff with both hands and was already in a ready swinging position. However, the next moment, a soft and delicate body suddenly pounced on Chu Jie, knocking him directly behind a thick tree. Lu Yuer ultimately chose to give up the great opportunity to attack and retreated back, choosing to protect Chu Jie. No, sis, I'm in the middle of something. What do you mean you jumped me? You're still in the mood for jokes. You've got a big heart. My buff won't last long. Run quickly. I'll help you pad your back. Lu Yuer hurriedly finished her sentence, and without waiting for Chu Jie to reply, she rushed out again. Only, this time, she didn't charge towards Lucian, but instead stood in front of the big tree and took the initiative to intercept the flying attacks, creating conditions for Chu Jie to escape. Ha ha, little ones, keep attacking me. Don't ever let that Chu Jie kid get away. You use buff won't last long. Victory is coming soon. Lucian couldn't help but feel smug about his brilliant plan when he saw that Lu Yuer had indeed chosen to retreat. At the same time, he gripped the greatsword in his hand. Once Lu Yuer showed his fatigue, he took the initiative to step forward and defeat Lu Yuer. Outside, seeing that Lu Yuer was actually surrounded by a dozen people, the fans were completely enraged. Ah, that bastard Lucian! How dare he besiege my goddess! How shameless! A dozen men surrounding one. That's a violation, isn't it? Report! Report! And that punk Chu Jie, if it wasn't for him being such a drag, the goddess would have broken out long ago. Ah, men are so unreliable. Goddess, you have to hold on. On the podium, the faces of a group of executives were equally complex. Previously in Gauntlet, multiplayer co-op tended to be all about hunting bosses. This was the first time that a dozen or so people had cooperated to surround one person. The most outrageous thing was that the one being rounded up was the daughter of the Yunxian Guild. The crowd of executives subconsciously looked in the direction of Lu Yunxian, fearing that this first chairman of Dongxing City would make a crazy move. Lord City Lord, Lucian's behavior of bullying the few with the many is completely against the intent of the entrance exam. I suggest that a warning be given immediately. Lu Yunxuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he said with indignation, if one looked closely one would realize that hidden deep within that angry gaze was a strong fear. I, Li Berserkfong, am most displeased with this kind of person, so don't warn me, just cancel the results. That's right. I, Red Rose, supported with my real name. We must make Lucian stop immediately. Red Rose and Li Berserkfong were similarly filled with righteous indignation. The mind, however, was already panicked to the core. Nima, even if Big Brother Chu Jie is low-key, you little armchair brats don't screw up like this. If you piss off the big guy, not to mention the college entrance exam, the whole Dongxing City will have to die for you. Chapter 40, Chu Jie's appearance. A stick swung to fly Lucian. A warning, on the other hand, is a penalty for the candidate's misbehavior. Not as serious as a cancelled grade, but it does leave a case in your file. Upon hearing Lu Yunxuan's request for Lucian to be given a warning punishment, the head of the Lu family was the first to quit and roared as he slammed the table. On what grounds do you give my son a warning? Where in the rules of the entrance exam does it say you're not allowed to mob? This is clearly a kind of strategy. If you guys can't beat them, go find someone else. Who's to blame for grouping in F-rank trash? If Lucian is given a warning, his son's future will be ruined. The head of the Lu family would never allow this to happen. A few presidents are asking too much, even if the warning that's for the next senior year. Now the inexplicable warning will affect the rhythm of all the candidates. The principal of the second high school also spoke in the manner of a guest of honor. As soon as Lan Sinker is warned, he must stop his current actions immediately. The principal of the second middle school was now itching for Chu Jie to be eliminated immediately. How could he allow this to happen? Hearing the bickering around him, Wan Shangtian only felt like he had two big heads. Both sides had a point, which made it really difficult for him to be caught in the middle. Just when he didn't know what to do, the sounds of arguing around him suddenly turned into dawdling cries of alarm. Wan Shangtian's face was puzzled as he looked up at the screen, and was instantly filled with consternation as well. What the hell? How did Chu Jie run off there? Chu Jie, who was hiding behind a large tree, suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Only, he did not appear behind Lu Yuer, but behind Lu Xin. The two gangs are nearly 300 meters apart. When did Chu Jie run over there? Everyone in the square was all dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had just happened. Even the audience was still like this. The people in the replica suddenly saw Chu Jie, but they were even more directly scared half to death. Grip, Chugger, why are you here? Are you a ING human or a ghost? Lucian jumped back several steps in fear and looked at Chu Jie with a horrified expression. When the surrounding minions saw that there was suddenly an extra person in front of them, they all thought they were hallucinating. However, no matter how much they rubbed their eyes, Chu Jie was still standing in the same place. The dozen or so people were all dumbfounded, and for a moment, they didn't know whether or not to continue launching their attacks. Ah, Chu Jie, I told you to run away. I didn't tell you to run towards the enemy's base camp. Lu Yuer even shouted with a face full of consternation. There's no one who can run in the wrong direction even if you're running away. That said, how did Chu Jie manage to run through such a dense attack? It's a pretty difficult thing to do, even with a buff-stacked self. Such doubts surfaced in Lu Yuer's mind, but at this moment there was no longer time for her to think about it in detail, and she hurriedly rushed towards the opposite side, wanting to save Chu Jie. Chu Jie ignored Lu Yuer's shouts and opened his mouth with a smile. Lu Xun, aren't you looking for me? So I came over, a distance of 300 meters, for Chu Jie's super high attributes. It was merely a matter of running a few quick steps. You're not a ghost. You're really Chu Jie? Ha, you kid even dares to come out. Give me death. Holy light chopper. After determining that the person in front of him was really Chu Jie, Lucian's face revealed ecstasy. The silver-level greatsword erupted with a bright white light and slashed down towards Chu Jie. Coming. Finally, I can experience a sound battle. Chu Jie's eyes similarly erupted with ecstasy, and he swung his secret silver staff to meet the greatsword. Clang! The greatsword and the staff clashed together with a loud clang of gold and iron. Out of your depth. A piece of trash who uses his staff as a melee weapon dares to get tough with me? Today I'll let you see how terrifying the power of an S-rank Holy Knight is. Lucian laughed wildly. In the next moment, several bright red prompts appeared steeply in front of his eyes. The Moonlight Greatsword, Silver Grade, has reached its wear limit and the equipment is damaged. Silver Glow Battle Armor, Silver Grade, has reached its wear limit and the equipment is damaged. Silver Glow Leg Guards, Silver Grade, has reached its wear limit and the equipment is damaged. Lucian's smile instantly stiffened. Grip the grass. Why did my equipment explode? Nima, this is all silver equipment. Stop. Don't explode. My money. Holy, hell no. My equipment blew itself up. Before Lucian could understand what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if he had been viciously jerked by some kind of stick-like object. Then, his entire body flew towards the sky uncontrollably, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Did something just fly past? Where's the stuff? You're hallucinating, aren't you? Concentrate on watching Lu Xiao abuse Chu Jie. Where is Lu Xiao? The minions looked towards the tree and suddenly realized that Lucian had disappeared at some point. Chu Jie was the only one left in the field and was looking up at the sky at 45 degrees with disappointment in his eyes. No? What's with all the pulling? What happened to saying that the S-rank Templars were awesome? How come you can't even catch a blow from me? Grip the grass? Where's Mr. Lu? Where's the big Mr. Lu? What the hell? Lu Xiao fought Chu Jie hard, and Lu Xiao lost as a result? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Xiao is an S-ranked profession. How could he lose to Chu Jie? Chu Jie, where did you get our Lu Xiao? Tell me, or I'll you up. The minions were completely unaware of what was happening and yelled at Chu Jie in disbelief. On the other hand, in the distance, Lu Yuer stopped in her tracks with a face full of horror, looking at Chu Jie with a gaze full of shock that was hard to hide. Lucian's minions didn't see it clearly, but she did. Just a moment ago, Chu Jie looked like he was playing baseball and directly sent Lucian flying. Wait a minute, what the hell is going on here? Where's the promised F rank? Where's the promised full mage? Lucian is a Templar Knight that even I find tricky. How did you lose him with a single swing of your stick? Lu Yuer felt that her worldview had been shocked, and her entire body froze directly on the spot. Nima, Chu Jie, you don't say it right? Then let's see if our attacks are hard or your mouth is hard. Guys, seeing that Chu Jie never answered them, the Lucian minions directly launched their most frantic attack towards Chu Jie. The arrows fell like a torrential rain, which was also mixed with flames and thunder. With such a dense attack, even an S-ranked transmogrifier would have to shed a layer of skin if they touched it. However, a smile of enjoyment surfaced at the corner of Chu Jie's mouth in the face of such a fierce attack. Chapter 41. The entire audience was appalled. I told you that Chu Jie is not simple. So many attacks. That should let me have some fun, right? Chu Jie grinned, and the staff in his hand quickly swung up, creating a trail of shadows in the air. Ka-ra, click, boom, boom. Dense arrows flew, but they were all stopped by the staff as much as possible. The flames and thunder even exploded directly in front of Chu Jie. Although the attacks were fierce, none of them landed on Chu Jie. Chu Jie easily blocked the full force of 20 people's attacks with just a level 10 silver staff. Grip. What the hell? Missed? It's not that we missed, it's that Chu Jie blocked all of our attacks. Thousands of attacks and blocked them all? Is this nigh on something a human can do? Hell no. Chu Jie, you're open. You're designated to be hung up. Seeing Chu Jie stop all of their attacks with just a staff, the junior disciples' eyes dropped in shock. They had seen outrageous, but not this outrageous. You know, even an S-ranked transmuter like Lu Yur could only dodge in the face of their set fire. Wasn't it said that Chu Jie is an F-ranked full system mage? What part of him looks like a mage except for the staff, which is somewhat related to mages? Our Lu Xiao wouldn't really be killed by him, would he? Lu Xiao has been killed. So what are we going to do? Holy, why do I feel like we've messed with someone really bad? The minions subconsciously stopped their attacks, and fear welled up in their hearts. Hey, why did you stop? Keep attacking. I haven't had enough, Chu Jie said with dissatisfaction. The 12 junior brothers sniffed and were so angry that they almost spat out blood. They were desperately unleashing their attacks, and this Chu Jie was actually treating them like toys to play with? Attack when you say so. Don't we want to lose face? Even if we don't want to lose face, we still have to save our magic to brush up on our points. A round-faced teenager growled at Chu Jie in dissatisfaction. After saying that, he jumped down from the tree and ran wildly towards the distance. This Chu Jie was obviously pretending to be a pig in a poke. Even Lu Xiao couldn't beat Chu Jie. So these juniors of theirs beat him with their heads? Might as well save some stamina and swipe more points, the round-faced teenager thought well. However, the next moment, an icy voice suddenly rang in his ears. In that case, you're not much use. The round-faced teenager only felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding forest suddenly turned into a square. Is this high school plaza? Naya, who had me out of my high school copy? The round-faced teenager shouted hysterically, rushing toward the large screen above him. Seeing the picture in the screen, the round-faced teenager's heart shook tremendously, and his entire body was instantly petrified. Only Chu Jie was seen rapidly weaving through the woods at a terrifying speed that was indiscernible to the naked eye. The staff in his hand waved out phantoms, only this time it wasn't blocking the attacks, but directly smashing down towards Lucian's minions. The minions aren't protected by full-body silver gear. If you are touched by Chu Jie's attack, you will be recognized by the replica as having a risk of death and will be directly teleported out of the replica. The minions who were still in the copies turned pale with fear and fled in all directions. However, under Chu Jie's terrifying speed, they could not escape. In just 2 minutes, 12 juniors neatly appeared in the middle of the high school square. The faces were all as ugly as if they had eaten. Being teleported out of the copy also means elimination, and the score will be fixed at the moment you leave the copy. With the amount of points they have now, they don't even want the most trashy pheasant university, let alone a university. Shake the grass. There's something about this Chu Jie. Naya, one man takes out 13. You call that a bit of something? I told you that Goddess Lu wouldn't pick a loser as a teammate. I could tell that this Chu Jie wasn't mortal. Blanche, just you cursed cheerfully just now. Now that you see Chu Jie is powerful, you know you're scared? Holy, even Lucian was sent flying by Chu Jie's baton. Won't this Chu Jie have no more opponents? That's right. It's a good thing that Goddess Lu has teamed up with Chu Jie, or else Goddess Lu would be in danger too. It has to be said. The scene where Chu Jie took out 13 people just now was so cool. I simply love it. What exactly is this Chu Jie's profession? A staff can be so fierce. If he changed to a melee weapon, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? Around the square, the spectators witnessed Chu Jie's feat of picking 13 with one hand and were simply astonished. In an instant, the winds of comments on Chu Jie changed drastically, and everyone was marveling at Chu Jie's greatness. The podium. Didn't you say this Chu Jie is trashy? A dozen 13. That's outrageous, isn't it? The head of the Lu family stared at the big screen with an ironic expression on his face. A moment ago he had been arguing with great vigor, but in a few short moments he had nothing more to say. 13 people surrounded Chu Jie alone, only to have Chu Jie directly counter-kill him. What's there to say? That Lucian and the others are losers? It's a good thing that Lucian was knocked off his feet, but he wasn't eliminated and still has a chance. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Chu Jie is clearly the most trashy all-around mage. I personally helped him transfer. How could he have such terrifying strength? The principal of the second middle school's face was even uglier than the head of the Lu family. Bailouts have been grabbed and people have been cursed. Now telling him that Chu Jie was a super genius who crushed S-rank transmuters? Nima. It doesn't work like that. The principal of the second school felt his heart bleed. Just now, how fiercely he had cursed Chu Jie. At this moment, how much it hit him in the face. The surrounding executives were also bloating at the moment, looking at the principal of the second middle school as if they were looking at a clown. Just now, The president of the third assembly had made an effort to defend Chu Jie, while the principal of the second middle school had actually belittled Chu Jie one after another. Let's just say that everything now is his own doing. TSK, so this is Chu Jie's true strength. You three presidents should have known that already, right? I can't believe I hid it from you just now. You really hid it from me. A flash of surprise likewise flashed in Wan Changtian's eyes. Being able to easily solve Lucian and the other 13 transmutants. Was it possible that this Chu Jie was an SS-class transmuter? It was important to realize that it had been 10 years since there had been an SS-rank transmuter in Dongxing City. Thinking about this, Wan Changtian's body trembled with excitement. It's all because Lord City Lord's eyes are so discerning. We don't know anything. Right. Lord City Lord. It's all your own discovery. It's none of our business. That's right. We don't know anything other than that Chugger Sahadi. The three assembly presidents waved their hands back and forth, but they didn't dare to take this. But in their hearts, they let out a long sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts were finally released. Chugger Biggie was just going for the surf at the time and just let loose with an extermination move churning up the ocean. They were really afraid that big brother Chu Jie would get upset and directly fling an extermination move at the high school copy. Hooray! Those little arm pups aren't qualified to let the big man put his skills on the line. East Rising City, bailed out. Chapter 42, Chu Jie. You set me up, but I'm willing. Last one. Go you. Chu Jie swung the last minion out of the copy with a mace and clapped his hands in satisfaction. While the land-sinking minions were equally weak, there were enough of them to barely keep him entertained. Turning back, Lu Yuer was standing not far away, staring daggers at herself. Chu Jie laughed and said, "How about it, old sister? I told you I was good. Now believe it?" You nodded frostily, a pair of fluffy cats twitching along. In less than 10 minutes, 13 transmutants were taken out directly. It's no longer a question of not. It's simply exploding. Chu Jie, what exactly is your profession? SS rank? Lu Yuer asked with a curious opening. To be able to take out the S-rank Lucian so easily, the only thing that Lu Yuer could think of was an SS ranked, or even the legendary SSS ranked profession. What SS rank? I'm a full mage. Don't you know that? Chu Jie replied casually. Ha, it's really a full system mage? Then how did you get so good? Lu Yuer's head tilted, her eyes filled with doubt. After seeing Chu Jie's strength, she had only thought that Chu Jie had been transformed into an F-ranked full system mage was fake news, but she had never expected it to be true. But that confused her even more. How could an F-rank full mage crush an S-rank Templar Knight? It's because I have a higher rank. Chu Jie hemmed and hawed. How many levels are you? Lu Yuer subconsciously asked. When she looked at the group panel before, Chu Jie's information was all question marks, and she thought that Chu Jie's level was too low to be embarrassed to display it. Now it seemed as if the situation was not what she thought it was. However, it's just over half a month between the transfer and the entrance exam. Even if Chu Jie's rank was high, how high could it be? What's more, there's the second turn quest stuck in the middle. In her mind, level 40 was tops. However, the rank that Chu Jie exploded out caused Lu Yuer's just calmed heart to be shocked once again. I'm level 60, Chu Jie said lightly. What? Level 60? It's only been half a month since the transfer. How did you rise to level 60? It's hard to believe that you've spent the past half month without sleep, soaking up all the copies? Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes stared blankly, her heart turning over in shocking waves. It was almost as if he was more surprised than seeing Chu Jie kill the Lucian 13 in reverse. It was important to realize that she had barely stopped for half a month, and had been led by the Yunxian Guild experts before she finally managed to rise to level 30. It was really hard for her to imagine how Chu Jie had completed the second turn quest in such a short period of time, and also directly reached the full level of the second turn. Is it hard to believe that Chu Jie is also a master of time management? Let's leave this one alone. Chu Jie snorted. He could count the number of times he'd gone down to his copy in half a month on the palm of his hand. The main reason is that the perish move is so fierce that one skill goes down and directly fills the level. He wants to work hard too. Conditions don't allow it. Of course, he naturally wouldn't say any of this to Lu Yuer. Sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. Lu Yuer suddenly realized that she had just asked a very offensive question and hurriedly apologized. The method of being able to quickly ascend to LV60 in half a month was enough to become the town secret of a large family. Himself, being so curious, had asked directly. It's fine, let's keep killing monsters. Chu Jie waved his hand carelessly. After defeating 13 candidates, he and Lu Yuer's points had come to 12,355. This score is basically a nail in the coffin for taking the top spot in the high school. However, with 2.5 hours to go in the entrance exam, it was always safer to brush up on some extra points. Trudger, can I ask you one more question? Chu Jie was about to turn around when Lu Yuer suddenly opened her mouth to call out to him again and said weakly, Trudger, what's the problem? Yui, why are you teaming up with me? Let's get you to take me to first place. You believe me, I really don't have anything else in mind. Chu Jie scratched his head awkwardly. Taking the entrance exam for the first time, he really didn't realize that the monster was so weak and he was so strong. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have teamed up with Lu Yuer, making it look like he was eating soft food. Oh, Lu Yuer nodded and didn't pursue the question, but in her heart she was thinking, I'll believe the hell out of you. Why are you teaming up with me when you can clearly get first place in the entrance exams yourself? This must be your ruse, like all the other boys, trying to pick me up. Ouch. Nasty. You're so set in your ways. Who can stand it? The more Lu Yuer thought about it, the more she blushed, but it was the most reasonable explanation she could think of. Strangely enough, when she used to meet boys who pursued her, she felt bored and childish, but this time, her heart was beating so fast that it made her whole body panic. Is this what a heartbeat feels like? Do you have any more questions, old girl? Chu Jie looked at Lu Yuer still frozen in place and asked with a puzzled face as she opened her mouth. I have no more questions. Trudger, is there anything you want to say to me? Lu Yuer lightly bit her teeth and said with blushing cheeks. Chu Jie was so handsome and so strong. It didn't seem impossible to get along with him. I just want to say one thing to you dash. Just let me have the monsters after that, and you can just enjoy my heroics from the sidelines. Chu Jie laughed and said bashfully. He had suffocated him before, and he was going to fight like crazy for the remaining 2.5 hours to have a good time. Chu Jie, what did he mean by what he just said? He told me to hide behind him, to cover me. Is this a confession? He's really manly. Lu Yuer's heart shook violently, and then it flew like a small motor was on. I'll be a good woman behind you. Lu Yuer returned with a sentence as thin as a mosquito fly, then ran away with blushing cheeks. What did you just say, old girl? Chu Jie looked at Lu Yuer's back with a puzzled face and hurriedly followed. However, after just a few steps he couldn't help but freeze. What's with this tale of Yu's? Why does it turn into a peach 1 minute and a little heart the next? Chu Jie just walked while admiring the fancy contortions of Lu Yuer's tail. Soon the duo encountered an elite-level giant wolf. It was a giant silver-white wolf that stood at a height of 2 meters. The hair all over his body was as hard as iron, and his scarlet eyes were as if they were 2 lanterns, greedily and crazily looking at Chu Jie and the two of them. Gale Wolf, Elite, Level, LV 25, Body Mass, 232, Spirit, 233, Strength, 235, Speed, 241. What a big wolf dog. I wonder if I can carry my bat. Chu Jie laughed out loud and couldn't wait to rush towards the Gale Wolf. Roar! When the Gale Wolf saw that Chu Jie was actually taking the lead in launching an attack, a blazing fire of fury lit up in its eyes as it similarly charged towards Chu Jie. Little human dare to show off. See my claw. Chapter 43, Points rising wildly. Boss split Earth's savage bear. Sharp claws wrapped in gusty winds attacked ferociously. Instead, it was met with a secret silver staff as thin as a wooden stick. Boo! The secret silver staff collided with the wolf's claws with a dull thud. The Gale Wolf directly exploded into a bloody mist, not even having the time to let out a wolf howl. Kill Gale Wolf. Get silver ring blade, bronze. Sure enough, you still can't take one of my moves? In that case, we can only invite the next victim to appear. Kill Ice Silk Spider. Get ice armor, bronze. Slaying the light swimming butterfly. Obtaining the floating light dagger, bronze. Kill Shadow Elk. Get Shadow Lance, bronze. For the next few moments, Chu Jie directly turned on the peerless mowing mode. It didn't matter what type of elite monster you were, a single strike would instantly kill it in seconds. There are no tricks. It's all strength. The numbers on the points bracelet kept jumping even more and never stopped. In just 20 minutes, his and Lu Yuer's points had skyrocketed to 20,000. Hiss. Chu Jie, you're really fierce. I've swiped more points in 20 minutes than I did in an hour. Lu Yuer watched from the sidelines. Her small cherry mouth was shocked, and she hadn't closed it since the beginning. Although he knew that Chu Jie was very strong, facing any monster all in one hit and killing it in seconds, this was just too strong to be reasonable. More importantly, Chu Jie hadn't used any skills from the beginning to the end. In other words, Chu Jie was already stronger than himself at full strength just by relying on his flat A. Is this really F-rated? It's thanks to you helping me look for monsters, otherwise I'd have to find them by luck. Chu Jie laughed and in turn complimented Lu Yuer before adding, the elite monsters are pretty much brushed. Let's go brush the boss next. Okay, all yours. Lu Yuer nodded her head obediently. Bosses have more points than elite monsters, but are also stronger. The reason why she hadn't gone to brush the boss was because she couldn't do it alone, but now that Chu Jie, a humanoid beast, was around, then she didn't need to worry about anything at all. I remember that the most recent boss should be the Rift Savage Bear. Lu Yuer swept her surroundings and quickly determined the location of the boss. Together, The two of them walked in the direction of the earth-splitting savage bear. Meanwhile, outside the cave of the earth-splitting savage bear, the fierce battle was in full swing. The 10 transfigurators went about their duties, frantically attacking a huge black bear according to the arrangements they had made earlier. This black bear is the boss cracked ground savage bear, 5 meters tall, sharp claws as hard as steel, can open mountains and break rocks, strength as horrible as this. The 9 transmutators were scattered in different directions, and they carried out disruptive attacks on the earth-splitting savage bear. Fireballs, thunder, and ice arrows continued to explode on the black bear's body. The black bear was angry, but had no time to deal with the transmutants, because in front of it, a tiger-backed, infinitely powerful teenager was wrestling hard with it. The teenager's name was Wei Shan, and his occupation was A-rank Earth Warrior. Just by standing on the ground, you can dramatically increase your strength. With the addition of various buffs, he could even wrestle with the earth-splitting savage bear. Ha, brothers, step up. This boss's power is starting to drop. The first kill of the boss will definitely be ours. Feeling that the power of the earth-splitting savage bear had weakened, Wei Shan roared in excitement. There's an extra point reward for the first kill of a boss. Lu Yuer's points are only 5,000. As long as I get the first kill, I can overtake Lu Yuer and directly ascend to the top. Ha, thinking so, Wei Shan subconsciously glanced towards the points bracelet. First place, Yu Yi, Chu Kit, points, 20,110. Rating less, 20,000? What's the situation? Wasn't it 5,000 just now? How come it's 20,000 in the blink of an eye? Wei Shan was dumbstruck, his eyes dropping out in shock. And that's when it happened. Roar! The split-ground savage bear let out a furious hiss as a raging blood aura erupted from its body, releasing the berserk skill. Boom! The earth-splitting savage bear violently stepped on the ground, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions with it as the center of the circle. The ground around them began to tremble violently, and even cracked into long, narrow gullies. Wei Shan was so unsteady that he directly fell to the ground and was sent flying hundreds of meters by a kick from the earth-splitting savage bear. Losing Wei Shan's check and balance, the rest of the transmutants simply didn't have the strength to harden themselves against the split-ground savage bear, and were swept away by the split-ground savage bear with a sweep of its bar. One of them was very unlucky to directly turn into white light and be teleported out of the high school copy. This boss will still go berserk? Originally, this boss was already powerful, and who can stand up to it when it goes berserk again? Back! Retreat! Back! Quickly retreat to 100 meters away and the boss's hatred will disappear. Wei Shan stood up with difficulty and shouted frantically towards the other transmigrators. The intention was to wait for the boss to exit the berserk and enter a period of weakness before attacking again. The other transferees sniffed and quickly meandered back to join Wei Shan. However, there was a handsome figure that ran against the flow of people towards the rift savage bear. Ha, who's that guy? I told you guys to back off. Why is that kid still running towards the boss? Living out of your mind. Ha, the person who came was no other than Chu Jie, who had just arrived. Originally, when he saw that there were already people hunting the boss, Chu Jie was still a little disappointed, thinking that he had made a trip for nothing. I didn't expect the boss to release a skill that directly scared them all away. This kind of good opportunity Chu Jie naturally wouldn't let go and hurriedly rushed towards the boss. Wei, that guy doesn't seem to be one of us. Indeed not, but why does it look so familiar? Mard, this kid can't be here to rob the boss. The several transmigrators looked at Chu Jie as if they were looking at a little cutie. The rift savage bear is still on berserk right now. 10 of them couldn't handle it. Isn't this guy looking for death on his own? Ha, isn't this guy Chu Jie? Right at this moment, Wei Shan finally recognized Chu Jie and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The rest of them sniffed and snapped back to their senses. Shake the grass. It's really him. Isn't he teamed up with Goddess Willow? Ha, F-rank trash. Probably abandoned by Goddess Willow. Now can't think of finding death. It's reasonable. It's a college entrance exam. It's about one's future. Who would want to bring a drag? Ha, this kid can't even think of taking on the boss, just so I can observe the boss's offense again. I'm afraid that this kid is too weak and will be slapped to death by the boss in one go. Ha, after recognizing the visitor as Chu Jie, Wei Shan and the others' expressions relaxed even more and even laughed out loud. If an S-ranked transmogrifier had come, they might have worried a bit about being robbed of the boss, but Chu Jie, an F-ranked full-system mage, took the initiative to rush towards the boss, which was not a proper head-scratcher. The Wei Mountain crowd all looked as if they were watching a good show, waiting for the earth-splitting savage bear to slap Chu Jie out of the Gao Gao copy. Chapter 44, 2 punches kill boss in seconds. The whole stadium goes crazy. Roar! The berserk earth-splitting savage bear's eyes were bloodshot, and when it saw Chu Jie charging head-on, it let out an angry hiss. The small car-like huge bear paw, wrapped in a terrifyingly huge force, smashed down towards Chu Jie's head. Ha ha, good timing. That's a lot of weight. Chu Jie laughed freely as he clenched his fists with 5 fingers and fiercely blasted at the incoming bear paw. Boom! The tiny fist collided with the huge bear's paw, and a terrifying wave of air spread out in all directions. Next moment, the arm of the earth-splitting savage bear twisted and deformed steeply. The huge body was like a cannonball, flying out backwards and crashing hard on top of the mountain wall. Ow! The split-ground savage bear lay in the rubble, its berserk state all directly knocked out, screaming in agony. The voice was filled with unspeakable fear and shock. Ha ha, worthy of a boss. Real leather. In that case, take another punch from me. Chu Jie's eyes lit up as he rushed to the split-ground savage bear in 3 or 2 steps and threw another punch towards its abdomen. Boom! The terrifyingly huge force penetrated through his body, shaking the mountain walls and causing them to tremble violently. The split-ground savage bear was even more dead. Congratulations to Chu Jie and Lu Yue on their first kill of the split-ground savage bear boss, earning 6,000 points. The content on the bracelet changed again. Only this time it wasn't just a jump in value, but a whole line of information broadcasting actually appeared. Grip! What the hell? The 9 people of Wei Shan were stunned by the scene in front of them, and they were all dumbfounded. The rift savage bear is dead? Just died? Naya. 2 moves. Just 2 moves. Directly killing the split earth savage bear boss. The boss we fought for half an hour and didn't solve. Chu Jie solved it in 10 seconds? This is called an F rank? Can someone please explain to me that this is called an F rating in this treadmill? The 9 Wei Shan people swallowed hard. No one dared to make fun of Chu Jie anymore. The gaze that looked toward Chu Jie was filled with deep fear and scorn. Also at this time, a beautiful silhouette bounced and ran out from between the forests, happily coming to Chu Jie's side. Chu Jie. Hard work. I've got milk, Coke and juice. Which one do you want? Lu Yue handed 3 bottles of drinks to Chu Jie, her eyes filled with excitement that was hard to hide. It was fine to kill elite monsters in seconds, but I didn't realize that bosses could also be killed in seconds. It used 2 punches, but that's just 2 plain old flat A's. Chu Jie, he's really too strong. Just finished exercising. Have some milk to replenish your nutrients. Chu Jie picked up the milk. Tons and tons and tons of 2 mouthfuls. Surprised. Ha, I can't believe this milk is hot. You're so thoughtful. Old sister. You've been working so hard to kill monsters. You have to be allowed to have a hot drink. Lu Yue said with slightly flushed cheeks, and quietly murmured at the end. That's what I heated up with my body for you. When the 9 Wei Shan people saw Lu Yue suddenly appear and attentively serve Chu Jie drinks, their faces immediately looked as ugly as if they had eaten. Previously, they had guessed that Chu Jie had been abandoned by Lu Yue. How does this nifty look like abandonment? The 2 of them are so sweet they could poison a single dog. I'm really sitting up in the middle of my deathbed, and the clown is me. Watching Chu Jie and Lu Yue fade away, the 9 people of Wei Shan almost simultaneously ran towards the direction of the earth-splitting savage bear. Although they had personally seen Chu Jie exterminate the rift earth savage bear with 2 punches, they still found it hard to believe, and all of them wanted to confirm the rift earth savage bear's situation again. Coming closer, the crowd was able to see the tragic appearance of the boss. The entire right arm of the split-ground savage bear was almost ruined, twisted and crooked to the side. Instead, a huge bloody hole appeared in its abdomen, through which a large pit about meters deep could be seen blasted out of the mountain wall. Hiss! The mountain is crumbling. What a mountain apart! Terrifying as hell. 2 punches to a boss into this bear. Are Chu Jie's fists made of iron? Grip grass. What level of transmuter is Chu Jie? F rank? Dogs don't even believe it. Before I thought Chu Jie was high on Goddess Lu, but I didn't realize that the reality was actually Chu Jie flying with Goddess Lu. Mom! What we laughed at Chu Jie before. Wouldn't he have heard us? He won't come after us at the end of the college entrance exam, right? It's over. The boss can't even resist 2 of his punches. If this hits us, I'm afraid we'll have to eat our seats on the spot. Seeing this shocking scene, Wei Shan's few people broke out into a cold sweat. Thinking of their previous taunts towards Chu Jie, a few people were even more paralyzed with fear and wailed around the black bear. Outer Plaza. Good lord, the boss is dead. Why are those 9 people still crying? There are blood relatives, nah? I guess I was scared. If someone solved the boss with 2 punches in front of me, I'd be scared too. That's not true. I knew Chu Jie was strong, but I didn't expect Chu Jie to be this strong. Super Saiyan Jie. Goddess Lu following Chu Jie. I'm even relieved. What's the point of you being uneasy? You dare to grab it from Chu Jie? That's really a punch for a little potty mouth. The most terrifying thing is that Chu Jie hasn't released a skill since the beginning. The flat god of war is too terrifying. So curious. What will Chu Jie look like when he releases his skills? Chu Jie, big handsome guy, please fulfill my wish. The audience was in a frenzy of discussion, and the topic of discussion was all about Chu Jie. Chu Jie's performance in these 20 minutes had really amazed them. It was simply the best live high school exam they had ever seen in their lives. All in all, it's worth it to buy this ticket. Not only were the spectators happy, City Lord Wan Changtian was even smiling. The emergence of Chu Jie's dark horse would not only give their Dongqing city a great reputation, it would also help his performance as the city lord. Haha, I thought that Chu Jie killing Lu Xin and the others in return was the limit, but I didn't realize that I had underestimated him. Killing the Rift Savage Bear with 2 punches in seconds. It has a shadow of my youth. 3 presidents, you 3 have really unearthed a good seed. The 3 of them, Lu Yunxian, sniffed and secretly rolled their eyes fiercely, and a shadow of your youth. What a way to put a face on it. A person who has reached 50 and still stops at 4 turns. Can this strength be compared to Big Brother Chu Jie? Chu Jie Big Brother is 2 punches to dry up the cracked Savage Bear. You are afraid that you are not 2 punches to be dried up by the cracked Savage Bear. Of course, spitting in his heart, the 3 assembly presidents were still very happy at the moment, because, at this moment, the only people who knew Chu Jie's true identity were the 3 of them. This made them feel inexplicably much closer to Big Brother Chu Jie. You guys don't think that Big Brother Chu Jie is really an ordinary student, do you? You're all so surprised by Big Brother's mere display of the tip of the iceberg. If Big Brother were to unleash a random skill, you'd all be scared to death. In stark contrast is the principal of the second high school. Upon hearing City Lord Wan Changtian's words, the second middle school principal's already ugly face dimmed a few more points. Chu Jie was clearly a student of his second middle school, and as a result, instead of praising him as the principal for cultivating him well, Wan Changtian praised the president of the third assembly. This is clearly the rhythm of seeing that Chu Jie is not on good terms with himself and wants to clear the air with himself. In the first hospital of Dongqing City, in the senior ward, Wang Chenghu watched the broadcast of the high school entrance examination, and his face was red with anger and cursed. Fake. It's all fake. Chu Jie must have cheated. There's absolutely no way he could be this strong for an F-ranked full-system mage. Wang Chenghu was beaten up by Lu Yunxian and is still in the hospital. Fortunately, he bought a guaranteed place in Chu Jie with the principal of the second middle school, and he was able to attend a prestigious school without having to take the college entrance exam. Originally, he had wanted to see Chu Jie's downtrodden appearance in the entrance exam. Wan did not expect Chu Jie to be actively teamed up by Goddess Lu again, and again 2 punches to dry out the cracking ground Savage Bear. Simply became the most handsome boy in Dongqing City. Wang Chenghu felt like every pore on his body was filled with rage, itching to immediately rush to the copy and tear off Chu Jie's disguise. Wang Chenghu, how are you sure Chu Jie cheated? Is it possible that Chu Jie he was already strong? Just then, the man in the hospital bed next to him spoke, a hint of undisguised fear in his voice. Chapter 45, Fearful Lu Xin. Another pig in disguise? Wang Chenghu was in a state of anger and didn't notice the difference at all. Instead, he looked at the patient next to him with excitement as if he had seized hope, and said, Brother Zhang, trust me, this Chu Jie definitely cheated. To tell you the truth, I bought all of Chu Jie's guaranteed places over for only $1 million. If he's really that good, how could I have done it? I see that the Gale Guild president is beside the city lord. Let the president, his old man, report Chu Jie. We mustn't let Lord City Lord be blinded by a villain like Chu Jie. The person lying beside Wang Chenghu was no other than Zhang Shi of the Gale Guild. At that time, he offended Chu Jie because of his mouth, and was ed into the ICU by a blow from Li Berserk, and only recently woke up. He was at a loss as to how to make up for the mistake he had made earlier, but he didn't expect to hear such a blasted dogwa as soon as he opened his eyes. Elder brother Wang, tell me how you bought the guaranteed spot. Speak clearly so I can determine whether to report with or without the chairman Sama. Zhang Shi forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart, and said in a good manner. Secretly, he turned on the recording function of his cell phone. Wang Chenghu was thinking of climbing into the Gale Guild relationship. Hearing Zhang Shi's curiosity about buying a quota, he did not doubt him and told the whole story in a bamboo tube. Zhang Shi recorded everything and gave Wang Chenghu an affirmative look. Elder brother Wang, what you said is very useful to me. I'll send a message to the president now. Wang Chenghu was overjoyed at his words. Ha, brother Zhang Shi. Thank you. Count me as owing you a favor. Zhang Shi looked at Wang Chenghu meaningfully and laughed. What's the point of thanking me? It's me who should thank you. High school copy. Red-eyed rabbit. Take my slash. I slash. Hold the grass. This gopher is too slippery. How can I kill it? Ha, I killed another giant armed monkey, and I've reached 500 points. The students were feverishly killing monsters and trying to brush up their scores in the Behemoth Mountains. Suddenly, the points bracelets on everyone's wrists shook at the same time, and a message appeared. Congratulations to Chu Jie and Lu Yur on their first kill of the split ground Savage Bear boss, earning 6,000 points. My god, I'm still in the periphery killing small monsters, and the boss first kill has already been picked? Who's so fast? Oh, so it's Goddess Willow. That's not surprising. 6,000 points, that's too good, isn't it? Goddess Lu's points have risen to 20,000 now. Just outrageous. This Chu Jia has really gotten lucky to have fallen into the lap of Goddess Lu. Sour me to death. There was a burst of cursing and swearing from the classmates, who just hated that the person beside Lu Yuer wasn't themselves. On the other hand, Lucian stumbled through the woods. The silver equipment on his body was all shattered, and at the moment he was only wearing a bronze outfit. Nima! One move exploded all my equipment. What kind of demon is this Chu Jia? If I had known that Chu Jia was so powerful, I wouldn't have gone to their trouble even if it killed me. This is great. All the points are gone and the equipment has been blown up. What a bloody loss. Lucian was sent flying thousands of meters away by Chu Jia's, and the moment he landed he also finally understood what had happened. Chu Jia almost killed him with one move. If it wasn't for the protection of the silver equipment, I'm afraid I would have been eliminated from the game. After thinking about it and understanding it, his original contempt for Chu Jia turned into undisguised horror in an instant. Just then, the bracelet vibrated, and the information of the first kill boss surfaced. Congratulations to Chu Jia and Lu Yuer on their first kill of the split ground savage bear boss, earning 6,000 points. Seeing Chu Jia's name, Lucian trembled uncontrollably once again. Others might think that this was Chu Jia hugging Lu Yuer's thigh. However, Lucian knew very well that the more forward the name indicated a higher percentage of damage during the kill. In other words, the process of first killing the boss was completely dominated by Chu Jia. It was likely that Chu Jia alone had killed it alone. Holy, killing the Rift Savage Bear boss alone. This Chu Jia's strength is still above my expectations. Big brother Chu Jia shouldn't be an SSS ranked profession, right? Compared to this kind of demon, my S-rank Templar is nothing compared to this kind of demon. Lucian made a decision in his mind as he searched for the elite monsters. After the high school entrance examination, the first time to prepare a thick gift, go to apologize to Chu Jia. Just as he was thinking, suddenly a tall teenager appeared not far from Lucian. Lucian didn't think much about it and directly changed direction to continue. He only wanted to quickly kill monsters and brush up his points now, but he didn't want to start a conflict with anyone else. However, as he changed direction, the taller teenager changed direction as well, still rushing towards him with an impish smile on his face. Good lord, is this going to rob me of my points? What a nerve! A flash of anger flashed in Lucian's eyes. Although he had lost to Chu Jia, he was still an S-class Templar Knight anyways, not something that could be bullied by any cat or dog. Holding the bronze greatsword in his hand, Lucian took the initiative to attack. Sanctuary Impact. A flash of holy white light surfaced on Lucian's body, and he rushed towards the tall teenager at an extremely fast speed, as if he was a humanoid beast. However, when the taller teenager saw this, not only did his face not panic, but he instead revealed a teasing smile. Kid, it's not just your points I'm going to rob. Lucian was shocked at his words. This tall teenager's voice was raspy and thick, not at all like the voice a teenager should have. The next moment, something happened that made Lucian even more stunned, only to see the tall teenager lightly slap out a blood-colored palm print, and the sturdy and incomparable holy light on Lucian's body was directly shattered. Lucian even flew out uncontrollably backwards, drawing a parabola in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Grip the grass. What's with another pig in disguise? Chapter 46, Changes in the High School Exam. Cultists making trouble. Grip the grass. What's with another pig in disguise? Lucian was lying on the ground, depressed and wanting to vomit blood. Chu Jia pretending to be a pig in a poke is fine. He was at least the number one in the second middle school for 3 years. This tall boy in front of him, Lucian has never even heard of such a person, let alone seen him. As a result, people casually broke his strongest holy light impact with a slap. Nima, is this still a college entrance exam? Let's just rename it the Pretending to be a Pig Conference. Not only was Lucian surprised, but the group of executives on the podium all showed surprise when they saw the tall teenager easily defeat Lucian. What's the situation? Could it be that Chu Jia is not the only dark horse in Dongqing City this year? What's the lad's name? What school? Wan Changtian looked at the several principals on the side and inquired expectantly. Lord City Lord, this man is my third middle school student, Wang Daniu, the principal of the third grade school said excitedly. Just now, when he saw that a genius Chu Jia had come out of the second middle school, he was really envious. I didn't realize my school had a dark horse. This Wang Daniu what's he doing? Wan Changtian was planning to praise the principal of the third middle school a few times. However, the image on the screen caused his voice to pause and his face to grimace. It was only seen that Wang Daniu didn't leave immediately after defeating Lucian and robbing him of his points. Instead, he took out a rope and tied Lucian up, running towards the depths of the woods with Lucian on his back. Wang Daniu, are you crazy? You've defeated Lucian. Why are you tying people up? You can lose your high school grades for doing that. The principal of the third high school was shocked to see this. While it is permissible to compete with each other in the high school, it is definitely not permissible to restrict the actions of others. This move by Wang Danyu is a serious violation. The crowd all looked at the screen in shock, completely confused as to why Wang Danyu was doing this. But an ominous feeling surged through the hearts of the crowd. Soon the feeling was fulfilled. Similar images began to appear frequently in the screen. One by one, the students who were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers displayed extraordinary strength, defeating the students at the top of the points rankings and then tying them up and taking them elsewhere. At this point, even the dumbest person could see it. This is not a dark horse coming out. This is clearly the high school mixed into the thugs. How did that Lucian kid lose again? Is he sure he's an S-rank transmuter? The change in the scoreboard this moment is too fast. Right, how come I haven't heard of any of those new people on the list? Nope, what's happening in the replica? How did the mass kidnapping start? Grip the grass. Something's not going to happen, is it? This is the rhythm that someone is going to mess things up. The audience in the plaza saw the image on the screen and discussed it with uneasy expressions. Right at this moment, City Lord Wan Changtian's voice abruptly sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone needn't worry. The college entrance exam replica has the highest level of protection mechanism. Once the candidates are in danger, they will be immediately teleported out. Regarding the problems that arose in the copy, we will work on them immediately. Hearing Wan Changtian's words, the mood of the crowd eased a little, and the murmurs gradually subsided. However, not only did Wan Changtian's face not recover, it became even more grave, because he knew that there were actually still ways to bypass the protection mechanism to harm the candidates. And at this moment, they don't even know who the enemy is and what purpose they hold. The crowd followed Wang Dania's perspective all the way forward and soon arrived in a wide cave. At this moment, 7 or 8 students had been tied up in the cave. Several of the students, all tied up in knots, scanned their surroundings in horror. A pale-faced, shady-looking teenager, on the other hand, sat on a boulder with a smile on his face and looked at them with the eyes of a prey. Seeing this, Wan Changtian knew that he had arrived at the enemy's base camp. Immediately, through the city lord's authority, he established contact with the people in the copy. Who are you? Why are you kidnapping the candidates? Upon hearing Wan Changtian's voice, the kidnapped candidates instantly became agitated and shouted, "City Lord, help!" The shadowy young man, on the other hand, jumped down from the boulder without any haste and came to Lucian's side, removing the points bracelet from his wrist under Lucian's horrified gaze. Just now, Wan Changtian's voice was transmitted through the integral bracelet. "Hello Lord City Lord. Introduce myself. I am the saint son of the evil god cult Shenhong. Our evil god cult has recently encountered financial problems with its development, so we have come to Dongxing City to borrow some money from Lord City Lord. I don't think Lord City Lord would refuse this small favor, would he?" Shenhong smiled grimly, and without any qualms, he said all about his identity and purpose. "How much do you want?" Wan Changtian had already anticipated the identity of Shenhong and the other cultists and was not too surprised. However, Shenhong's unbridled attitude made the uneasiness in his heart even stronger. The city lord is really a good person. We don't want much, just 10 billion. Shenhong laughed and burst out an astronomical figure. What? 10 billion? Too much for that. The corner of Wan Changtian's eyes jumped and he refused without hesitation. If it was just 1 or 200 million, he could still use his city lord powers to take it out and stabilize these cultists. But $10 billion is almost 2 years of Dongxing City's GDP. As the lord of the city, there's no way he'd ever take that much money to give to the cultists as ransom. Mr. City Lord, you can't just be concerned about the money. You have to think about these candidates as well. These children are all the pride of Dongxing City. If they die young here, even I find it unbearable. Shenhong was not surprised by Wan Changtian's refusal, and with an expression of heartache, he directly grabbed Lucian who was on the side. A black breath surged out from the center of his palm and drilled into Lucian's body like a viper. Lucian's face was immediately shrouded in a layer of black gas, and his body convulsed uncontrollably, emitting a miserable howl of pain. This is the 4th-ranked curse spell, Black Snake Guile spell. These cultists sure know that there are ways to hurt the candidates in the artificial copies. A flash of anger appeared on Wan Changtian's face. While the artificial copies protect the candidates from life-threatening situations, the warm water method of curse spells can bypass the mechanism. Even if you were teleported out of the copy immediately when the curse broke out, it would have been so strong that it would have been almost impossible to salvage. Good. I promise. Don't you hurt the candidates. I'll find a way to raise money for you. The cultists threatened the lives of the candidates, and Wan Changtian had no choice but to compromise for the time being. City Lord Sama is really kind-hearted. However, in order to avoid Lord City Master trying to find a way to deal with us under the guise of raising money, I can only give Lord City Master an hour. A smug smile appeared on Shen Hong's face when he heard Wan Changtian compromise, but immediately afterward, he collected his smile and said with a wave of incomparable piety, "In addition to the money, I have another, more important request. I need all the information about the evil god Lord." Chapter 47, Lord Evil God. Chu Jie is also a cultist. Cult is a religion that believes in evil gods. Shen Hong had come to Dongxing City originally just to fulfill the mission given to him by the Godfather, to get money. Never would I have expected Lord Evil God to descend on the Thorn Desert copy. That giant eye in the sky that looks down on everything. That evil aura that curses everything. As the holy son of the evil god cult, Shen Hong was 100% sure that it was Lord Evil God. At that moment, Shen Hong almost fell into madness. He was certain that his arrival in Dongxing City was the guidance of the evil god Lord. If he could obtain Lord Evil God's inheritance, he could definitely lead the evil god sect to glory. Only, in the time that followed, no matter how much he searched he could no longer find any trace of the evil god Lord. Shen Hong knew that Wan Changtian must also be investigating Lord Evil God. Therefore, he then directly asked Wan Changtian for news of Lord Evil God. Even, in his heart, the evil god Lord's news was more important than the $10 billion. Evil God. Could this matter have been plotted by that top curse master? Hearing Shen Hong's words, Wan Changtian's heart skipped a beat. But soon, he shook his head, dismissing the idea. If that top curse master had really made a move, there would be no need to engage in this kidnapping business. With one curse spell, not a single one of the thousands of candidates in the room would survive. This Shen Hong was afraid that he hadn't seen the power of that curse master and wanted to worship under him. Thinking clearly, Wan Changtian had a plan in his mind. Regarding the evil god Lord you speak of, I do know some information, but naturally I won't tell you for nothing. I demand that the fundraising be extended to 2 hours or else. Wan Changtian's tone was very strong. Though he knew nothing about the top cursor, he could pretend to know, pretend to have a chip on his shoulder. Oh, 2 hours? Planning to delay until the end of the entrance exams and arrest us? Shen Hong sniffed and sneered disdainfully. He has a hostage in his hand and is not afraid of that at all. Okay, 2 hours is 2 hours, but don't play any tricks, Lord Castle. If I find out that you're up to something small, these lovely geniuses in Dongxing City will suffer. Ending the call, Wan Changtian looked at the podium crowd and asked in a deep voice, "You should have heard exactly what happened. Do you all have any good suggestions?" When the crowd heard this, they all looked at each other. They had lived most of their lives, and it was the first time they had seen someone who dared to take a shot at the high school. Aren't these lunatics really afraid of being hit by the Dragon Nation's madness afterward? Lord City Lord, why don't we enter the copy together and give this group of cultists a deadly sneak attack? In the end, it was the Lu family head who spoke up with an anxious expression on his face. Not only was his son Lucian captured by the cultists, he was also the first to plant a curse, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing no matter what. Of course, he also knew that it was absolutely impossible for the city lord to come up with a $10 billion ransom, so he proposed the strategy of sneak attack. It's true that I can apply to the above for permission to enter the Gao Gao copy, but that Shen Hong is able to use a 4th ranked curse spell, so I'm afraid he's also a 4th rotation expert. Seeing as he's emboldened, he's more than likely done enough to be on guard. I'm afraid that if we take the risk of sneaking in, not only will we not be able to save the children, but we may even cut them off faster. Wan Changtian sighed and shook his head to deny the Lu family head's proposal. When the others heard this, their faces became even more ugly, completely at a loss as to what to do. In addition to the 3 assembly presidents, Lu Yunxian, Red Rose, and Li Berserk looked at the smug Shen Hong on the screen, and their faces were all a bit odd. Lord Evil God? Isn't that Big Brother Chu Jie? This Shen Hong even influenced Chu Jie Big Brother college entrance examination. This is not properly looking for death? If you ask them, you don't have to do anything. Big Brother Chu Jie will take care of everything himself. Seeing that the crowd was all silent, Wan Changtian sighed quietly. Hey, looks like we'll have to use that one. I just don't know if it's in time. The gauntlet replica, being an artificial replica, actually has the ability to attack. With the volume of the Gao Gao replica, it was naturally not difficult to exterminate a 4th turn expert. Only, in order to drive this function, a specialized array master must personally manipulate it. Wan Changtian quickly reported what was happening in Dongxing City, and the reply message came in the first hour. A formation master has already departed from the provincial capital and is traveling quickly to Dongxing City via a transmission array. Seeing the message on his cell phone, Wan Changtian finally settled down a bit inside. Coming from the provincial capital, 2 hours should be about right if you use the teleportation array the entire time. This was also the reason why he had just asked Shen Hong to extend his time. The next thing he needed to do was to wait for the array master to arrive, as well as protect the other students. These cultists have used some method to replace their original classmates, but their appearance is clearly still the same. Principal, summarize the list and I'll remind the rest of the class. Wan Shangtian gave orders to several principals. The principals didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly wrote down the names of the cultists and handed them over to Wan Shangtian. Wan Shangtian took the list and scanned it. His eyes landed on a name and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Headmaster of the second middle school. Why did you put Chu Jie's name on it as well? Chu Jie kidnapped a classmate too? How come I didn't see it? When the crowd heard this, they also looked at the principal of the second high school in unison. Lord City Lord. Although Chu Jie didn't kidnap any of the other students, I think it's very likely that he's also a cultist. I remember very clearly that he switched to an F-ranked full system mage, but now he suddenly has such a powerful strength. It's not normal how I think about it. The principal of the second high school changed his previous disheveled appearance, and his pale eyes were filled with certainty. Before, he didn't understand why Chu Jie was able to defeat Lu Shun, but now he finally understood that Chu Jie was definitely a cultist. Headmaster of the second middle school. You really hate Chu Jie to the bone, branding Chu Jie a cultist with no evidence and based on your assumptions. If Chu Jie is wronged for this, can you bear the responsibility? Red Rose spoke with cold eyes. Being the head of a club, she was very good at controlling her emotions, but at this moment, the principal of the second middle school slandering big brother Chu Jie one after another really made her angry. It's a special situation now. It's better to be wrong than to be spared, and I'm doing this for the sake of all the students. If Chu Jie really isn't a cultist, it wouldn't be enough to clear his name again. The principal of the second high school stood on the moral high ground and said in a brutal tone, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk, and for the sake of all the students, I think you're doing it for yourself. Li Berserk cursed angrily and played the recording that Zhang Shi had sent him in public. Listening to the recording, Wang Qinghu smugly talked about the whole process of buying Chu Jie's guaranteed place from the hands of the principal of the second middle school. The second middle school principal's face, which had been brash and uncontrollable just a moment ago, was bloodless in an instant. Chapter 48, You Can't Insult Big Brother Chu Jie. Wang Chenghu, you fool, to have the audacity to talk about buying and selling guaranteed spots, and to have it ing recorded. It's really bad luck for me to meet a student like you. The principal of the second middle school cursed Wang Qinghu 100 times in his heart, and his mind spun rapidly, racking his brain for excuses. Lord City Master. Principal of the second high school. You're really something. Wan Shangtian crossed his eyebrows and a single look scared the principal of the second middle school into trembling. I made you principal of the second high school so that you could cultivate talent, but you're good. Buying and selling guaranteed places and suppressing students. I see that you already have a way to get killed. The fact that the cultists were interfering with the college entrance exams had already made Wan Shangtian very irritated. Now that he learned that the principal of the second middle school was blatantly corrupt, Wan Shangtian couldn't hold back any longer. An unceremonious slap, directly thrown in the face of the principal of the second middle school. Pop! The principal of the second middle school flew backwards and fell to the ground with a thud. Half of his old face was instantly puffy and swollen like a pig's head. When the people around them saw this, they all trembled in fear, directly making a move against the principal of the second middle school. Lord City Lord was moving in true anger. Lord City Lord. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have embezzled. But Chu Jie, he's really suspicious. He's definitely a cultist. I'll report it by my real name. The principal of the second high school fell to his knees and begged frantically for mercy. Caught in the crossfire, there was no turning back for him. One can only go one way and bite the bullet that Chu Jie is a cultist. As long as it was established that Chu Jie was a cultist, then he was considered to have assisted in the capture of the cultists. The merits and demerits don't end too badly. When the surrounding executives heard this, their expressions gradually became hesitant. Although the words of the principal of the second secondary school are obviously sophistry, it has to be said that there is indeed some truth in them. Seeing the reaction of the people around him, the principal of the second middle school knew that his statement had played a role, and his heart could not help but rejoice. However, not waiting for him to be happy for long, Lu Yunxian suddenly opened his mouth and directly gave him a blow to the head. Lord City Lord, Chu Jie, he's not a cultist. Lu Yunxian's voice was calm, as if he was saying something that was rightfully his, but none of the surrounding executives dared to ignore his voice. After all, Dongqing City's most outstanding genius, Lu Yunxian's daughter was beside Chu Jie. Regarding the life and death of his daughter, Lu Yunxian, the father, naturally would not regard it as a child's play. President Lu, you are confused. Chu Jie, the principal of the second middle school, was just about to argue when he suddenly looked wildly happy, because on the big screen, the duo of Wang Danio and Chu Jie met. Look, Chu Jie has joined up with the cultists. I told you Chugger he was a cultist. City Lord, quickly notify Qin Jin Lu. It's dangerous. Hearing the shouts of the principal of the second middle school, Li Berserk Feng couldn't hold back any longer. A heavy punch fell from the sky and slammed into the principal of the second high school. The terrifying force smashed the second middle school principal's eyes and spat out blood. Asterisk 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 shut up. You see what kind of confluence that saber-rattling atmosphere is? Only to see on the big screen. Wang Dingyou attacked the first time he saw Chu Jie's duo. A bloody handprint came out of his hand and flew towards Lu Yuer. TSK. Lu Yuer. I didn't expect that you, the number one, would let me run into you first. If this is to be tied back and handed over to the Holy Sun, there will definitely be no shortage of benefits for me. Ha ha, developed. I'm going to be rich. Lu Yuer dodged the attack with a flash of agility. The bloody handprint grazed his body and hit the tree, snapping the bucket fig tree. You're here for the points? Lu Yuer frowned as she looked at the teenager across from her with an odd expression on her face. Daring to hit her Lu Yuer's idea, she must have a few points of strength. However, she simply couldn't remember that there was such a figure among the heavens pride of Dongxing City. Ha ha, I'm not only going to rob you of your points, I'm also going to rob you as a person. Gird your loins, you can't beat me. Jia. Although the attack did not build up, Wang Daniu did not panic at all. These candidates are all little guys who just switched jobs. As for him, not only had his level reached LV60, his full attributes had even broken through 500. No matter what kind of genius you are, you only have to listen honestly in front of him. Ha, gonna rob me? That's not good, is it? I already have my heart in the right place. Lu Yuer sneaked a glance at Chu Jie, her cheeks slightly red. Chu Jie similarly frowned. Hey, dude, put away your love brain, don't affect my exams, please. You guys are the ones with love brains, right? I'm a faithful follower of the cult. Both of you be serious. Kidnapping. Wang Daniu was filled with displeasure. It's great to be handsome. It's great to have a beautiful girl on your team. I'll break up you two lovebirds today. You're a follower of the cult? Then I'm still the evil god himself. Get out of here, or I'll hammer you. Chu Jie rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner, just assuming that there was a middle-aged teenager in front of him. Asshole, how dare you blaspheme the great evil god? Hearing Chu Jie's great disrespectful words towards the evil god, a fierce light immediately flashed in Wang Daniu's eyes. Originally I didn't intend to catch you, an F-ranked trash, but you asked for your own death, then it's not my fault. Demon Blood Claw. Wang Daniu's right hand immediately erupted with bloodlight, condensing a huge and hideous blood-colored giant claw. The blood-colored giant claw drew a scarlet trajectory in the air as it clawed down towards Chu Jie. Chu Jie, die for me. Wang Daniu laughed hideously. He purposely took the force of this strike, so that he could beat Chu Jie until he spat out blood, but not so much as to injure his life and make him teleport out of the copy. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Chu Jie and make him lose face in front of Lu Yuer. This, again, is not an NTR. Why is your kid's smile so obscene? Looking for a fight. Facing the blood-colored giant claw, Chu Jie's expression did not change at all as he swung his secret silver staff to meet the attack. Boo! The staff collided with the bloody claws, emitting a dull thud. A wave of blood-colored air spread out, blowing the surrounding trees to shake continuously. Wang Daniu's eyes gradually became puzzled from his initial disdain, and in the end, he was even more shocked and stared wide-eyed, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Only dense cracks emerged on the blood-colored giant claw, and in an instant, it exploded into a bloody mist. The secret silver staff went on and hit his hard. A sharp pain came from his body at the same time, while a blood-red prompt danced crazily in front of his eyes. The bloody ring, silver grade, has reached its wear limit and the equipment is damaged. Undead soul battle armor, silver grade, has reached its wear limit and the equipment is damaged. Skeleton boots, bronze grade, has reached its wear limit. Equipment damaged. Boom! Wang Daniu was blasted out like a broken sack and kept knocking over a dozen large trees before stopping. At this moment, he no longer had the same spiritedness he had before. He was lying on the ground with a pale face. His equipment was almost all broken. Even the ordinary clothes on his body were tattered and torn, as if he was a beggar. Although the physical damage was great, the shock in his heart was even more like a thunderbolt. I'm a LV60 transmuter. A flat A exploded all my gear and beat my man half to death. Naya, who the hell said that Chu Jie is an F rank? Chapter 49, Shocked Wan Chantian. Second middle school principal hit the jail. Ha, I can't believe there's no flash? You're a tough kid. Chu Jie was also very surprised when the bat did not knock Wang Daniu out of the copy. Previously, Lu Xin was covered in silver equipment, plus an S-ranked profession before he managed to take a flat A from himself. I didn't realize that this person in front of me had strength equal to Lu Xin's. Sure enough, the masters are in the people. I must be a little more cautious in the future. Chu Jie admonished himself in his mind and tapped his secret silver staff to walk towards Wang Daniu once again, intending to make up for it. Seeing Chu Jie approaching towards himself, Wang Daniu's soul was in danger, shivering and shaking as he kept moving backward. begging for mercy under his breath. Chu Jie. Oh no, Jie. I'm sorry, you can have all the points. Give me a break. Ah, Jie, don't come over. Don't. The main reason why Wang Danio dared to be on the rampage was because he was located in the middle of a copy of the college entrance exam. In the copy, people from the outside world couldn't enter, while they could be sheltered by the Holy Sun. If they were teleported out of the copy, the situation would be completely reversed. Confused. The points for taking you out are mine too. Chu Jie coldly grunted and knocked Wang Danio out of the copy with a stick. Points plus 4,500. Outside podium. The moment they saw Chu Jie and Wang Danio exchanging blows, the crowd's skepticism towards Chu Jie completely evaporated, and was replaced by a strong sense of worry. After all, no matter how talented Chu Jie was, he was still just a student who had just switched jobs. The cultist on the other side, most likely, had been transmigrating for many years, and his strength was by no means within the reach of a student. But the result of the collision between the two was a shock to everyone. Grip. What the hell? The cultist got knocked off his feet? No? Are cultists that good? Ha ha, great. Chu Jie escaped. Lord City Lord, if these cultists are so trashy, we might be able to get the students to fight back. The crowd of executives were dumbfounded. Then they cheered loudly as if they had seen a new hope. The three assembly presidents, on the other hand, disdainfully skimmed their mouths with an expression of anticipation. The strength of Big Brother Chu Jie. Need we say more? Instead of being shocked at Big Brother Chu Jie, I'd rather be shocked that cultist even carried a move under Big Brother Chu Jie. It must be Big Brother Chu Jie letting go of the water. This operation of Big Brother is too fine. City Lord Wan Changtian's pupils also shook violently, both surprised at Chu Jie's strength and stunned at the weakness of the cultists. But after a little thought, he understood. Anyway, the high school replicas were a bunch of kids who had just switched over, and none of them had a strong power level. It's not necessary for the cultists' minions to be much more refined, as long as they can hold down the candidates. It's just that everyone didn't expect Dongxing City to have a strong dark horse like Chu Jie appear this year, completely disrupting the cultists' plans. Perhaps things aren't as bad as I thought. The anxiety in Wan Changtian's heart eased slightly. It was also at this time that Chu Jie once again added another blow, drawing Wang Dinyo directly out of the copy. Almost at the same time, Wan Changtian's figure flashed and rushed to the higher education plaza as fast as he could. Before Wang Danio could regain his senses, a hand strangled his throat. If you don't want to die, give a full account of your plans. Wan Changtian spoke in a chilling tone, his icy gaze staring at Wang Danio like a knife. Ah! Release me or... Wang Danio struggled violently, but he was only a mere second turn, and under the fourth turn Wan Changtian, he was just like a small chicken, without the slightest power to fight back. After hearing only half of it, Wan Changtian lost all interest. It was obvious that the cultist was planning to make a deal with him, but at this moment, thousands of students were still in danger. So how could he have time to bull ***** this bastard? Taking out a skill scroll from his backpack space, Wan Changtian crushed it without hesitation. The scroll turned into a ghostly blue light and directly disappeared into Wang Danio's body. This skill scroll is a 4th rank skill soul searching. After using it, not only can you ignore the masking skill to directly probe the enemy's panel information, but you can also read part of the enemy's memories, only at the cost that the person whose soul is searched has to suffer a lot of pain and has a high chance of turning into a cutie. The moment the ghostly blue light entered his body, Wang Danio's body began to convulse. Wang Danio's panel information also appeared before Wan Changtian's eyes. North Winter in Germany. Profession, Bloodbath Warrior. Level, LV 60, second turn. Body mass, 512. Spirit, 521. Strength, 588. Speed, 511. Wait, what the hell? Seeing the cultist's panel, Wan Changtian's pupils subconsciously widened as he stared dead center at the level column. Level 60? Second turn peak? How is this possible? With such a high rank, how did Chu Jie solve this cultist in 2 moves? Wan Changtian was shocked to the extreme in his heart. He only assumed that the level of the cultist was only at the early stage of the second turn, and that Chu Jie was able to easily defeat it with his hidden strength that was unknown to him. As it turned out, reality told him that this cultist was not a rookie who had just turned 2, but an old bird at the peak of turn 2. TSK. I didn't realize that I had underestimated this Chu Jie brat. Strong. It's really too strong. With his presence, it might make the delaying plan a little easier to realize. Wan Changtian was ecstatic in his heart and quickly searched the cultist's mind for other information. It turns out that the cultist's transfiguration is done through a skill called Curse of the Evil Face, which consumes 1 year of life and replaces the appearance with another, lasting for 1 month. Spending a year of your life to disguise yourself is the kind of thing only a crazy cultist would do. Luckily, the students who were replaced were not killed, but are being guarded by fellow cultists outside the city as another group of hostages. Other than that, Wan Shangtian didn't get too much important information from this person's mind. After all, it was just a minion with limited knowledge. Still, this cultist that Chu Jia had sent out was a great help to the situation at the moment. Wan Shangtian summoned soldiers and beat the fainting cultists into the prison, then sent them forward to rescue the replaced students. Only after doing so did he rejoin the podium. How is the situation, Lord City Lord? Did the cultist explain anything? Seeing that the City Lord had returned, all the senior officers eagerly came forward to ask questions. Ignoring the crowd's inquiries, Wan Shangtian grabbed the second middle school principal, who kept retreating, and ruthlessly threw him against the wall. Humph, want to run? Where do you want to run to? The principal of the second middle school is playing favorites, and is to be taken to the jail immediately. Chapter 50, New Quest, Hunting Cultists, letting Chu Jia, the Pearl of Treasure, get dusty, and slandering him one after another. It even almost made me wrong this supreme genius. Headmaster of the second middle school, you deserve to die. With a stern voice from Wan Shangtian, several soldiers quickly rushed up and put special shackles on the principal of the second middle school and escorted him towards the prison. Lord of the city. No, no, I've made merits for Dongxing City. I've shed blood for Dongxing City. You can't treat me like this, Lord City Lord. The principal of the second middle school continued to howl miserably, yet Wan Changtian's eyes remained cold. Come on people, go and arrest that what's-his-name Wang Chenghu along with him. Robbing Chu Jia's guaranteed place and still being so arrogant. Let him go to prison to reflect for a few years first. The soldiers obeyed the order and quickly left to apprehend Wang Chenghu. When the crowd of executives saw this scene, they all turned pale with fear. After all, they were more or less unclean underneath to be able to sit in this position. They really didn't understand why the city lord interrogated the cultists and came back to do away with the principal of the second high school. Only the three assembly presidents knew clearly in their hearts that Lord City Lord was understanding the rank of the cultists and had counter-propelled Chu Jia's strength to be strong. If the person the principal of the second middle school was bullying wasn't Chu Jia, perhaps the end wouldn't have been so tragic. But then again, that old thing had it coming. Wan Shangtian resumed his seat in the main seat, contemplated for a moment, and once again established communication with the people in the replica through the city lord's authority. Mr. Chu Jia, can you hear me? I am City Lord Wan Shangtian. Chu Jia had just resolved Wang Dingyao and was planning to continue to hunt other bosses when the sudden sound on his bracelet caused him to freeze. The lord of the city is looking for me? What the hell? I didn't cheat either? Wan Shangtian dryly coughed twice and said, cough cough, didn't say you cheated. There's something I need your help with. Chu Jia sniffed and decisively refused. Lord City Lord, I'm here for the college entrance exams. There's something about the end of the college entrance exams. The heavens and the earth were not as big as the matter of him completing the transfer quest right now. The corners of Wan Changtian's mouth twitched as he explained. It is precisely because of the college entrance exams that I need your help. To tell you the truth, the person you just defeated was not actually a candidate, but a cultist disguised as a candidate. These cultists are abducting candidates and using curse spells to threaten their lives. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat a peak second turn powerhouse, so I want you to help me kill the other cultists out of the high school copies as well. Wan Shangtian was worried that Chu Jia would misunderstand again, so he simply had a brain and directly told the matter. Earlier he had planned to inform all the candidates to avoid the cultists. This can be effective, but it can certainly cause candidates to panic. Chu Jia's crossover gave him a new hope. Just inform Chu Jia alone of the truth of the matter and let him become the hunter to hunt the cultists. In this way, not only could the actions of the cultists be interfered with, but also the examination process of other candidates would not be affected. So it could be said that two birds could be killed with one stone. The only problem was that he didn't know if Chu Jia would still have the courage to face the enemy once he understood their identity. After all, cultists are representatives of the poor and the evil. However, after Chu Jia heard the truth of the matter, not only did he not fear, but he broke into a rage. What? Cultists interfering with the entrance exam? Daring. It's so hard for me to participate in a 1,000-person tournament. How dare the hell do you plan to spoil it for me? Lord City Lord, no need to say anything. I'll take this job. Hearing Chu Jia agree without hesitation, a rare smile appeared on Wan Changtian's face. Ha ha, good, good, good. Worthy of being a good man of my Dongxing city. Chu Jia, I won't let you work for nothing. As long as you can take out one cultist, I'll reward you with $200,000, but you should also pay attention to your safety. As far as I know, the cultist strengths are all around the peak of the second turn, but the mastermind's cult Saint Sun has the strength of the fourth turn. That kind of enemy is not something you can deal with. Chu Jia did not expect to have money to take. Even happier, refreshingly, okay City Lord, just tell me the location of the enemy and I'll get started now. After saying that, Chu Jia said to Lu Yuer, older sister, What I'm going to do next might be a bit dangerous, so you shouldn't act together. You go ahead and keep brushing the monsters and make sure we don't get passed by second. Lu Yuer nodded her head. She also knew that with her own strength following Chu Jia again was nothing more than a drag, so she decisively chose to follow the arrangements. Okay, I'll keep brushing up on my points. And you be safe too. Cultists are extremists. If you can't beat them, don't fight them. As far as points go, it's pretty much impossible for anyone else to top that. They now had a full 35,000 points, while the second place was only 5,000, which was a fraction of theirs. Now that the high school exams are half over, they can say they are sitting at number 1. Haha, don't worry, I'm fine with it. On the contrary, you, the proud daughter of heaven, must be the key target of the cultists. Find a place where no one is killing monsters and don't get caught. Chu Jia also instructed Lu Yuer, then followed Wan Changtian's guidance and quickly dived into the forest. Chu Jia, the nearest cultist to you is to the north, about 5 kilometers away. That man kidnapped Wei Shan and is now heading back. He's fast. I don't know if we can still make it in time to intercept now. Wan Changtian quickly identified the one closest to Chu Jia by using the special video equipment that red-labeled all of the cultists. Only that person had already gotten his hands on him, and Wan Changtian was worried that Chu Jia would not be able to rescue him. But the next moment, he froze, only to see Chu Jia leap onto a tree branch. Then with a stomp of his feet, the whole person directly scurried out dozens of meters away, so fast you can only see a phantom. Repeating this, Chu Jia directly transformed into Tarzan of the Apes, advancing extremely fast at an extremely astonishing speed. This is really the speed that a first-rank transmuter can burst out? This is all faster than an ordinary third-turn expert, isn't it? The most outrageous thing is that Chu Jia isn't even using skills. He's running purely on attribute values. Heavens, this kid's attributes are too terrifying. Wan Changtian swallowed hard, his entire body completely shocked. Beside him, those Dongsheng city executives, however, were even more shocked than Wan Changtian. Wait, did I hear you wrong? What did the city lord say? That cultist is actually at the peak of the second turn? In other words, Chu Jia's 2 sticks directly killed a peak second turn expert? Nima, should it be so outrageous? Is this really a newcomer who just transferred? Grip, that speed. It's taking off. Going at this speed, it's a sure thing to intercept that cultist. Holy, no wonder the city lord had that old thing. The principal of the second middle school, felonized as soon as he came back. With the strength Chu Jia has shown, this is definitely a demonic genius. Chapter 51, Killing Cultists in Seconds. Sensing something different, a skinny figure carried a tiger-backed man, speeding quickly down the mountain road. The skinny figure looked a bit baby-faced, very childish and weak. However, just a short while ago, he easily defeated Wei Shan, who was known for his strength, and kidnapped Wei Shan. Wei Shan tried to resist at first, but after learning that the person in front of him was actually a cultist, Wei Shan instantly lost the courage to resist. Kid, count yourself wise. If you make any more trouble, I'll definitely request the Holy Sun when I get back, to plant the most terrifying curse on you. The cultist threatened sorrowfully, thoroughly enjoying Wei Shan's expression of utter terror. Just then, however, the cultist suddenly saw a man sitting in a tree not far away, resting with his eyes closed. The cultist thought it looked familiar and assumed it was a few of the mission targets, so he carefully distinguished them. There were only a dozen or so members of their evil god cult congregation who had entered the copy of the college entrance exam, so it was impossible to kidnap all the candidates. The Holy Sun specifically pointed out some geniuses in Dongsheng City to kidnap. Upon closer inspection, however, the cultist immediately felt disappointed to the core. The person in the tree was not any of the targets, but Chu Jia, the F-ranked waste who had caused a stir before the entrance exams. Marred, so it's that trash Chu Jia. What a waste of my feelings. Thought I'd be able to catch 2 back at once. The cultist bristled with dissatisfaction, intending to simply ignore Chu Jia. It's useless to capture an F-ranked loser. It's just a waste of time. However, what is said is not meant to be said. Wei Shan was like a drowning man who suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. His eyes fiercely widened and he desperately shouted, Chu Jia, brother Jia, help, help me. Upon hearing the shouts of the person behind him, not only did the cultist not get angry this time, but instead a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Ha ha, letting an F-rank loser save you? You boys are really sick. Well, seeing as you have such a strong desire to live, I'll give you a chance. I'll slow down and walk over there, and guess what, he dares to make a move on me. With that, the cultist lowered his speed and walked slowly towards Chu Jia as if he were taking a stroll. Hearing Wei Shan's cry for help, Chu Jia opened his eyes and yawned lazily. Yawn, it's finally here. It really made me wait. With Chu Jia going all out, it only took 2 minutes to arrive at Wan Changtian's designated position. Only, he came too soon for the cultists to arrive. In order to avoid going off on a tangent, Chu Jie simply waited here. The cultists are bound to pass through here if they want to go back to their lair. Only this way kept him waiting for 5 minutes. Chu Jie held the silver ring blade in his hand. His feet violently stepped on the trunk of the tree, and his entire body shot towards the cultists like an arrow off the string. Because of the need for a quick battle, Chu Jie switched out his staff and chose a greatsword that was more suitable for melee combat. "You-hoo! How dare you punk make a move on me? Ha ha! Interesting! Interesting!" The cultist laughed with a hilarious smile and looked at Chu Jie with the gaze of an ant. When he was planning to teach him a lesson, the snow-white blade light flashed and he appeared above the high school square. "The cultists have appeared. Take them down." The soldiers who had already been placed here quickly surged up and tackled the cultist straight away, not giving him a single chance to resist at all. In fact, the cultists had no desire to resist. His whole body was confused. "Nima, what the hell? How did I get out?" "Blanche, I'm not going to be slashed out by Chu Jie, am I?" "Nope, how can he, an F-ranked full-system mage, kill me? A peak second turn, in seconds? Could it be that Yu Yuer is ambushing from the sidelines? But that Lu Yuer also just transferred. How could she kill me in seconds at once?" The cultist was completely dumbfounded and couldn't rack his brain to figure out what was going on. However, naturally, the soldiers would not explain anything to him. The cultists were escorted into the prison and immediately began the harshest part of the interrogation. Although these ordinary congregations knew a limited amount of content, a little more information at this moment would be a little more favorable to the situation. "Ha ha, not bad not bad." Another cultist solved. When Wan Shantian saw Chu Jie kill the cultists with a single slash, he couldn't help but laugh openly. Crazy plan though, to have a guy who just transferred to take on cultists. But Chu Jie's perverted strength really mastered the task. Before, it was the enemy's darkness, but now the situation is completely reversed. It's not quite an advantage, but things are moving in the right direction. Puff! Losing the support of the cultists, Wei Shan fell straight to the ground, causing him to grimace for a while. After recovering briefly, the same dumbfounded expression as the cultist appeared on his face. "What's the situation? Where are the cultists?" "Killed out by me," Chu Jie explained gently. "Ha? Kill out? No, that's a cultist. Chu Jie, you even slashed." In one go, Wei Shan felt his scalp tingle. He had thought of uniting with Chu Jie and turning on the cultists together. Even if you can't defeat the cultists, escaping shouldn't be a problem. However, Chu Jie's simple slash split his plan to pieces. Thinking of his previous devastating defeat by the cultists, Wei Shan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "Nima, isn't this Chu Jie too ridiculously strong? There shouldn't be any more cultists around, so feel free to kill the monsters." Chu Jie didn't have the time to pay attention to Wei Shan's shock and quickly rushed towards the next location that Wan Changtian had mentioned, disappearing from Wei Shan's sight in a few breaths. Under Wan Changtian's guidance, Chu Jie was equivalent to opening God's perspective. He was swift as the wind as he rampaged through the copies of the gauntlet, and one cultist was swiftly handily killed by him and killed out of the copies. The strength of most of these cultists was at the peak of the second turn, with the occasional few at the early third turn. Only, in front of Chu Jie's super high attributes of more than 1,000. Even if it was a third-ranked transmuter that was just a matter of a slash. In less than half an hour, 8 cultists had already been sent away by Chu Jie. In the cultists' den, Shen Hong also gradually noticed that something was wrong. "What's going on? Has the congregation slowed down in capturing the candidates? It's been half an hour. How come we only got 5 people back? I've got a bad feeling about this. Something's not going to happen, is it?" Chapter 52 Evil Cultists' Own Guards. The tip of Chu Jie's iceberg. Shen Hong's first thought was that Wan Shantian was up to something. As the lord of a city, it was naturally impossible to be bluffed by a few words of intimidation. However, Shen Hong had planned for this. As long as he detected Wan Changtian's small movements, he would directly curse a student to make Wan Changtian throw his weight around. However, when Shen Hong took out a compass treasure, the entire person was confused. This compass is a solid diamond-grade equipment, and its name is Fluctuating Compass. The effect of the fluctuation compass is simple, it can detect spatial fluctuations. The effect of this treasure was to be used as a precaution against sneak attacks by space-oriented transmutants. But in the high school copy, it then has another use. Since the Gao Gao copy was a fully enclosed copy, the needle of the fluctuating compass would swing rapidly once someone entered the copy. At the moment, however, the needle of the fluctuating compass always pointed to the initial position. This means that no one has been in the middle of a replica since the beginning of the entrance exam. There's no abnormality in the fluctuating compass. It's not Wan Changtian who's up to something? Shen Hong frowned and froze for a moment. The killing intent that had just surfaced also gradually subsided. As a man of the cult, killing was nothing more than a commonplace trifle in his eyes. But, things have to be known for what they are. If he killed someone for no reason, he would definitely enrage Wan Changtian. not only will you not be able to get any money, but you will even lose information about the evil lord. Therefore, if not for special circumstances, he does not intend to demonstrate by tearing up the ballot for the time being. Raven, go investigate what's going on. If someone's up to no good, just plant a curse and I'll just curse him remotely. If a member of the congregation is groping for fish, then capture him and I will deal with him according to the rules of the church. Thinking for a moment, Shen Hong ordered one of his personal guards to go ahead and investigate and handed him a blood-red skill scroll. This personal guard's level reached LV 80, covered in silver equipment, and his full attributes had broken through to 1000. Even amongst the third-turn experts, that was still the existence of the best. Shen Hong believed that with him out of the way, he would definitely be able to investigate the matter clearly. Yes, Lord Saint's son. The cult's personal guard named Raven was shady-looking and covered in a faint black aura. After a gloomy promise, the black gas rolled and flowed into a pair of black feathers and quickly flew towards the outside of the cave. Wan Shangtian was always keeping an eye on the situation in the cave. Thus he was the first to notice it at the same time the crows left the cave. Chu Jia, the sacred son of the evil sect, should have sensed something strange and sent out one of his personal guards. According to the information obtained from interrogating the other cultists, this person is named Crow and his strength is at LV 80. His strength is not something you can deal with. This man's position is 10 kilometers southeast of you, moving fast. Be careful not to run into him. Wan Changtian gruffly and incomparably reminded Chu Jia. HM? LV 80? What's his attribute value then? Chu Jia didn't have much of a concept of levels. After all, after completing the Hell level transformation quest, his attributes had skyrocketed to a level that far surpassed that of a transmigrator of the same level. Second turn or third turn, as long as the attribute values didn't overwhelm him, then he had a fighting chance. An ordinary LV-80 transmuter should have a 4-dimensional attribute of around 800. But this person is the Holy Sun's personal guard. The strength level should be a bit stronger. It is estimated that the 4 dimensions should be 1000. But why are you asking that? You're not planning to go fight him, are you? Wan Shangtian didn't understand what Chu Jia was asking this for, but he still cautiously guessed out the crow's battle power. With his insight, the guess was almost spot on. Oh, so it's only 1,000. That seems fine. Chu Jia nodded thoughtfully. All of his 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 1500 points, and the 500 difference was enough to erase the disadvantage of having no skills. He, a flat A Superman, can continue to harvest. Wait, Chu Jia, what do you mean? Wan Shangtian sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly asked Chu Jia. What I mean, Lord Citadel, it'll have to be increased. $200,000 for the second turn. The third turn can't be at the same price. Chu Jia heatedly smiled and said lightly, as if he was talking about a very ordinary trivial matter. What? You're actually planning to make a move against that third-ranked cultist? Chu Jia, are you crazy? If you get caught, you'll be planted with a curse. The damage of the curse can bypass the protection mechanism of the artificial copies, and it's likely to be life-threatening. Wan Shangtian was shocked and rushed to dissuade Chu Jia. That was a third-turn expert, or the best of the third-turn experts. Chu Jia had just been transferred, so how could he be his opponent? With the potential that Chu Jia was now displaying, Wan Shangtian would rather have something happen to himself than have Chu Jia fall into the hands of the cultists. Seeing Wan Shangtian suddenly become agitated, Chu Jia was also quite helpless. If Lord City Lord didn't trust him and didn't give him the coordinates of the enemy's location, then there was no way for him to continue hunting. After thinking for a moment, Chu Jia decided to inform Wan Shangtian of some of the unimportant secrets to give him a bit of confidence. Lord City Lord, the reason I made this decision was not recklessness. Actually, I've already turned 2 and reached the peak of turn 2 LV60. Wan Shangtian was not too surprised when he heard this. Some of the big family's transmutants grew at a frighteningly fast rate under the advanced props and high-ranking transmutants bandwagon, and it wasn't really surprising that they reached the second turn in just half a month. Although Chu Jia was not the son of any great family, he was obviously harboring no small amount of chance, and being able to achieve this level was actually not surprising. But Crow was not a guy who had just turned 3, but a mid-3 expert. Perhaps Chu Jia still possessed some kind of undercard, but he really didn't want Chu Jia to continue risking his life. However, when he intended to continue rejecting Chu Jia's offer, Chu Jia's next words caused him to be directly petrified on the spot. Lord City Lord, the quest for my second turn was a hellish level, and I got a lot of attribute bonuses when I completed it. My current attribute value is higher than that third turn cultist, so I think I can fight. As Chu Jia's words fell, the City Lord froze, and the surrounding executives also froze. The entire podium fell into dead silence for a moment, but the next moment, everyone went crazy. What? A hellish level transfer quest? My god, it's the SSS ranked transmigrators that may not be able to receive this kind of terrifying mission. Nonsense. Which one who can receive a hell level mission isn't an astonishing and exceptional talent? I told you that Chu Jie could never be an F-ranked full system mage. Against the heavens, too heaven-defying. Wait, isn't what's even more anticlimactic that he completed the second turn of the Inferno level in just half a month? Hiss, aren't all hell level quests counted by years? It was completed in half a month. What kind of demon is this? No wonder the crowd was so surprised. In this world, not to mention completing a hell level mission, even the person who received a hell level mission that was a rare existence, whichever one of them had completed one hell of a mission had eventually grown into a world-class giant. And now, with such a bright new star appearing watertight before them, how could they not be excited? How could they not go crazy? Chapter 53, Inexplicable Death. There is only one truth. Gulp. Wan Changtian swallowed hard, but no matter what, he couldn't suppress the shocking waves in his heart. Inferno level 2 turn, half a month to finish. No matter which one of them was, Chu Jie would definitely be a premier existence in the Dragon Kingdom, or even the world, in the future. After pondering for a moment, Wan Changtian finally decided to respect Chu Jie's opinion. Good, Chu Jie, I believe you. The cultist proctor is heading northwest, supposedly to join up with another cultist. You must be safe on this trip. Hearing Wan Changtian finally relent, Chu Jie grinned and quickly dashed towards the northwest while his mind quickly calculated his battle strategy for later. At the same time, the crows were rapidly traveling through the Behemoth mountain range. Only, unlike Chu Jie's relaxed idleness, his expression became increasingly grave. The Lord Sacred Sun has assigned each cultist a hunting range. However, he had just passed through 3 areas already, in which he had not seen a single congregation. This suggests that it is not the congregation that is groping for fish, but that something has happened to them. However, the fluctuating compass again showed that there were no outsiders entering the midst of the copy, which meant that it was the group of candidates who were up to no good. No, the congregation carrying out this mission were all at the peak of the second turn. It was unlikely that any of the candidates would be able to deal with it. In other words, it was most likely the henchmen that Wan Changtian had sent in ahead of time to keep the students safe. That's right. That's the only way that thing can be explained perfectly. Raven's mind raced, quickly figuring out the truth of the matter. A cruel curve emerged from the corner of his mouth. The strength of the person sent in ahead of time is definitely not strong. Holding out at the early stage of the third turn, taking him down, handing him over to the Holy Sun, and then cursing him to death in front of the entire population of Dongxing City. That must be a great feeling. While Raven was imagining things, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a handsome teenager out of the corner of her eye. Chu Jie, an F-ranked full-system mage, was actively invited to team up by Lu Yur before the college entrance exam. A lucky little white boy. The entirety of the teenager's information quickly flashed through Raven's mind. F-rated trash. Not worth his hand. Besides, he had to find out that lurking protector of the Dao now, and he didn't have the time to pay attention to this kind of mole. Just as the crow was planning to skim right past Chu Jie, a sudden warning sign rose in his heart, only to see Chu Jie, who had just been harmless, suddenly storm up, holding a silver-ringed greatsword in his hand. It flashed a snowy blade and chopped horizontally towards him. Crow's pupils shrunk, and in his haste, he could only gather black chi to form a pitch-black shield in front of him, while his entire body quickly burst back. However, the blade light was too fast and too fierce. Click! In just an instant, the pitch-black shield was in pieces. The harsh light of the blade grazed Raven's right arm, tearing open a hideous wound. Ah! Crow stifled a grunt, hurriedly took out the healing potion from the storage ring, and gulp 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 took it. The wound on his arm healed quickly. After doing this, Crow then looked gloomily at Chu Jie. It seems that you are the protector that Wan Changtian set up. Unexpected, unexpected. This person is actually you, Chu Jie. Raven lamented, having guessed that the identity of the protector of the road might be an unknown candidate, but never expected him to be Chu Jie, and deliberately made a stir before the entrance exam. It had to be said that Wan Changtian's arrangement was really a wonderful move, blinding him as well. TSK, the third turn guys are still troublesome. I can't believe a flat A didn't take a second. Chu Jie shook his head helplessly. While your own attributes are great, they are still very limiting with just flat A's. Ha! Trying to kill me in seconds? Or with a flat A? You kids got a real mouth on you. If I hadn't been careless just now, your sneak attack wouldn't have even hurt me. Crow snorted coldly, not putting Chu Jie in his eyes at all. Judging from his breath, Chu Jie's level was definitely not as high as his own. This gave Raven a little more confidence in his earlier guess. However, just in case, it was better to probe Chu Jie's strength. After all, this was a task personally explained by the Holy Sun Lord, and one had to complete it without a drop of water. Scrying spell, unleashed. The Milky Way is bright and raging. Put. The crow violently spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into white light without a trace. What the hell? Where is everyone? Is it hard to be a spatial skill? Chu Jie was in a daze. He was planning to have a fierce battle with the crows, but the good people were suddenly gone. Looked around and still no luck. Now Chu Jie was completely confused. Not only was Chu Jie confused, but so was Raven. What the hell? I'm dead out of my copy? How is this possible? Blanche, that kid actually poisoned the panel at mud. That's so mean. I was careless. Raven lay on the ground in the Gaucho Plaza, and the soldiers around him quickly aimed their weapons at him in case he stormed off to hurt someone. In fact, Raven wouldn't even have the strength to stand up right now, let alone storm off. This? Can someone tell me what just happened? The cultist killed himself? Wan Changtian was equally confused. Seeing that Chu Jie's sneak attack did not work, he had originally pinched a hard sweat in his heart for Chu Jie. Never would have thought that the cultist's own guards would suddenly die out of their copies. The group of executives on the podium looked at me and me at you, all with confused expressions, except for the 3 assembly presidents. The same bitterness surfaced on their faces, but naturally, they wouldn't tell Wan Changtian their scandalous story. Thus, Wan Changtian, who was struggling for an answer, could only ask Chu Jie. Chu Jie, what did you just do? How did that cultist suddenly die out of his copy? Hearing Wan Changtian's words, Chu Jie, who was nervously defending himself against the cultists, was also stunned. What? He died out? I didn't do anything. I thought he was hiding and preparing to sneak up on me. Wan Changtian, this is so bizarre. How can someone leave a copy all of a sudden for good reason? It was important to realize that artificial copies only activated teleportation when they detected a life-threatening situation for the person in the copy, unless there was some kind of quality problem. But how is that possible when there are quality problems with the high school copies? Having ruled out all the impossibilities, even if it's outrageous, that should be the truth. A flash of wisdom flashed in Wan Changtian's eyes as he said in a deep voice, I see, the cultist is a bit of a major disease. Chapter 54, the holy son of the evil sect goes after you. Although it felt like this guess was bull ********, Wan Changtian felt that it was the only thing that made the most sense. The cultist was suffering from a hidden disease that suddenly erupted during the battle just now, directly triggering the protection mechanism of the Gao Gao copy and teleporting out of the copy. The way the cultist teleported out still dying side by side corroborates this speculation. TSK, worthy of being the chosen one who has completed the second turn of hell. There's really no one else with this kind of luck. Ha. Unlike Wan Changtian's great mood, Shen Hong's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The personal guards all had curses he had planted on them and could sense each other to some degree. And just now, that invisible connection disappeared in an instant. This means that Raven has left from the high school copy. Good. I didn't expect this old thing Wan Changtian to have made advance arrangements. I really underestimated him as a city lord. Shen Hong gritted his teeth and growled lowly. Combined with the information available, he came to almost the same conclusion as Raven. The presence of the protector of the road in the copy of the Gaucho. And this protector was not the one who entered the replica after the incident, but the one who lurked in the high school replica from the beginning. Moreover, this person's strength should still be quite impressive, able to make even the crows unable to use their skill scrolls. Good, Wan Changtian, you've completely angered me. Today, I will personally uncover you, the protector of the way, and sacrifice you to the great evil god. Shen Hong instantly made a plan. He estimated that the strength of that Dao protector should be around the peak of the third turn. After all, City Lord Wan Changtian's strength was only 4 revolutions. In the small Dongxing city, there were only a handful of 4th turn experts, and it was impossible to use them for the matter of protecting the Dao. You guys keep an eye on this group of candidates. I'll go and pull out that mole. Shen Hong gave a command to the other few personal guards in the cave, and bloodlight surged around his body as he sped towards the outside of the cave. Although Raven had left the copy of the high school, it was still possible to track the location from his remaining scent. With his strength of 4 revolutions, he believed that the Taoist protector could not escape his palm at all. Chu Jie, leave now. That cult saint's son himself has rushed over in your direction. When Wan Changtian saw this, he hurriedly reminded Chu Jie with great urgency in his heart. What the hell? A 4th turn cult boss is coming this way? What's the point of just taking out a few minions? Chu Jie's heart was similarly startled. Facing a 3rd turn expert, he could still rely on his attribute advantage to fight. But when facing a 4th turn expert, in the case of not using the extermination move, then there really wasn't any play at all. Grandma, let you go first. When the college entrance exams are over and my transfer quest is complete, the extermination move will blast you to death. Chu Jie cursed in his mind and pulled out his legs to run. In a few breaths it left the spot. It should be right here. Not long after Chu Jie left, the bloodlight that Shen Hong had transformed into also quickly arrived at this place. By the looks of it, it doesn't seem to have gone through any great battles, but the air smells like blood. Very well, the man's weapon is stained with Raven's blood. I can find him by that faint sense. Closing his feelings for a moment, Shen Hong's gaze steeply looked in one direction. That was exactly the direction Chu Jie had just left. Humph. Found you. You won't get away with it. Shin Hong let out a cold laugh and once again turned into a bloodlight and chased straight after him. Not good. The cult saint's son actually possesses the skill of tracking. Seeing that the cultist saint's son had accurately found Chu Jie's direction, Wan Changtian was greatly alarmed in his heart. Chu Jie was a supreme genius that could not be found in 100 years. He absolutely could not have anything happen to him. One can't sit around anymore. One has to do something. Just a moment ago, when Wan Changtian reported upwards about the invasion of the cultists, the higher-ups had also given him access to open the entry privileges of the Gao Gao copy. However, the cultist saint's son obviously possessed the means of detection to determine whether or not someone had entered the Gao Gao copy. Once he entered the copy of the entrance exam, he was risking the lives of several other celestial pride. What to do? Should we risk our lives to protect Chu Jie, or wait for the array master to arrive? In just an instant, Wan Changtian made a decision. He was going to enter the copy to help Chu Jie. It might be costly, but Chu Jie couldn't be in danger anyway. He was the future of Dongxing City and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Making his decision, Wan Changtian quickly contacted Chu Jie. Chu Jie, the cult saint's son has already chased after you in your direction. You now immediately rush to the top of the Behemoth Mountain range, and I will now enter the copy of the gauntlet to rescue you out. When Chu Jie, who was sprinting through the forest, heard Wan Changtian's words, a stunned expression appeared on his face. Previously, Wan Changtian had explained to him that the reason why he couldn't personally enter the copy was because he was worried that the cultists would do something crazy. Now that Wan Changtian had suddenly changed his plans again, wasn't this a case of throwing away his previous efforts and risking the safety of the other candidates? Although Chu Jie understood Wan Changtian's mind, he did not want him to be in danger. Only, Chu Jie couldn't accept the act of taking other people's lives to pave the way for himself for the time being, especially since he was also carrying a great move of extermination. It's just a matter of finding another tournament to participate in if the tournament doesn't take first place. Chu Jie said to Wan Changtian after making a decision in his mind. Lord City Lord, you don't have to come to my rescue. I still have cards that can ensure that the cult saint's son can't do anything to me. Now you tell me the location of the rest of the cultists. I'll sneak up on the holy son of this cult and take care of all his men in front of him. When Wan Changtian heard Chu Jie's words, his entire body froze. Undercard? An undercard against a fourth rotation expert? Chu Jie, you're not kidding, are you? You sent so many cultists out of the copy. The cultist saint's son must hate you with a passion. Once caught, I may not even have a chance to save you, Wan Changtian said in a grave tone, making the stakes clear to Chu Jie. However, Chu Jie laughed at his words. Please rest assured, Lord City Lord, a small 4 turns in all. It's not too difficult to solve. Wan Changtian, listen to what you're saying. Is it human? I'm only at the 4th turn, okay? Wan Changtian was speechless in his heart. However, hearing Chu Jie's relaxed tone, he inexplicably gained a few more points of confidence in his heart. Good. I'll help you plan your route now and avoid the cult sage as much as possible. There is a cave 500 meters to the southeast. The entrance to the cave is covered by weeds, so look carefully. You can go right around to the other side of the Behemoth Mountains through the caves. Chu Jie sniffed and followed Wan Changtian's route as he sped off. With his full strength, his speed even skyrocketed, and he was almost no weaker than an ordinary 4th turn expert. Chapter 55, Against the Holy Son of the Cult. You're dead. Chu Jie stepped on the blades of grass and quickly found the cave that Wan Changtian had mentioned. Entering it and rearranging the weeds at the entrance of the cave, Chu Jie continued on. The interior of the cave was dry, and there were surprisingly torches burning on the walls, enabling them to see around them. There's even a place like this in the high school copy? What's this for? Chu Jie was curious in his heart and subconsciously asked. Man-made replicas have to be designed like some kind of safe house, and this is actually the safe house of the high school replica. It's just that the high school is basically not in any danger, and thus this place has never been activated. Chu Jie, I'll give you directions. You go forward and take the other exit. There are a lot of forks in the safe house. Even if that cult's holy son comes in, he shouldn't be able to walk out for a while. It can help you relieve a lot of pressure. Wan Changtian gave Chu Jie an explanation and then guided Chu Jie around the safe house. Chu Jie took about 10 minutes to finally get out of the cave after circling around the safe house. Not long after leaving the cave, Chu Jie found a cultist who was planning to kidnap the candidates. Without saying a word, Chu Jie landed a knife and directly cut him out of the copy. Immediately after that, Chu Jie continued to search for other cultists based on Wan Changtian's guidance. On the other hand, Shin Hong finally found the cave hidden in the weeds after several searches. So it's hidden in this cave. That's good. Let's see me catch a turtle in a jar straight away. Shin Hong laughed up to the sky, only thinking that he had found the stronghold of the protector of the Tao, and without hesitation, he rushed in. 10 minutes later, Shenhong looked at the route that was littered with forks in the road, and the anger in his eyes almost spewed out. Mud! How dare you set me up? Deceitful! Deceitful! Turning around 7 times in the cave, Shenhong was completely confused. Not knowing the route, he just felt like he was walking through a maze. Since Chu Jie's knife was merely stained with a little bit of the crow's blood, thus Shenhong's tracking of Chu Jie was only based on a faint feeling. He could only distinguish Chu Jie's general location. He couldn't specify the exact location, let alone find out the route Chu Jie had taken based on his scent. No, we can't continue to delay in this cave. Shenhong took out a skill scroll from his backpack space and directly crushed it. This scroll was given to him by his cleric father, and it sealed the cleric's skilled blood alchemy divination. A certain lifespan can be sacrificed for divination. Shenhong's body glowed red. That was the state of life being consumed. At the same time, it was as if his consciousness had come to a sea of blood. As his lifespan depleted, the road map in the cave appeared clearly in his mind. A minute later, the blood chi dissipated, and Shenhong opened his eyes, which were filled with viciousness. Marred, for this trivial matter, it made me use up the skill scrolls my father gave me, and even consumed a week of my life. If I let me catch you, kid, I'll definitely whip your bones and make you feel the most painful torture of the evil god cult. Shenhong cursed and quickly ran through the cave. With a route, he was no longer running around like a headless fly, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, he broke out of the cave. The reappearance of the outside world scene in front of his eyes made Shenhong finally feel better. Just as he felt that faint connection, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. What's going on? Is this the scent from the congregation? Shenhong was slightly stunned, then quickly realized. The man was outside attacking his congregation again when he trapped him in the cave. Originally, the congregation he brought with him this time was just a dozen people, and everyone less his boost was weaker. This made Shenhong feel even more urgent. He had to quickly find that guy and finish him off. Blood chi erupted, and Shenhong's speed skyrocketed. It almost transformed into a blur of blood. On top of that, he kept releasing curse skills, trying to curse the Tao Protector remotely. Only, the conditions for remote curses were very harsh, and one had to have enough information about that person to be able to do so. But now, Shenhong was not even sure what the other party looked like, and thus the curse naturally accomplished nothing. After failing time and time again, Shenhong couldn't help but swear at the crows. Crow, this trash, even if he could crush my skill scrolls, at this moment I wouldn't be so passive. Cursing after cursing, Shenhong had little to do at the moment, and could only frantically chase after him one after another. But the more he was chased the colder he became, because he sensed the scent of a growing congregation. However, the fact that there were only scents but no people meant that they were all killed out of the copy by the protector. Obviously the advantage was on me before. Why did the situation reverse so dramatically in just 1 hour? No way. I have to out that person quickly. The scent is just ahead. Asshole, you can't get away. Shenhong's speed accelerated again and finally saw the figure in front of him, and the man was swinging a butcher's knife toward a congregation. Asshole, stop it. Shenhong let out an explosive cry. The blood light in his hand was like a viper as he pounced wildly towards Chu Jie. Hold the grass. This cult saint's son is too fast. Chu Jie's pupils shrank, but it was impossible for him to give up on the cultists in front of him. The long knife in his hand was violently thrown out, turning into a flash of snowy blade light that shot towards the cultists. Chu Jie, on the other hand, utilized this force to twist an incredible arc in the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. Swish! When the cultist saw the holy sun, he was just about to open his mouth to greet him when his entire body turned into a flash of white light and disappeared without a trace. Shenhong watched as his congregation disappeared, and was instantly enraged to the extreme. Ah! Killing my congregation. I want you to pay with your life. Cursed blade. Dozens of flying daggers as black as ink coalesced in the air and shot over towards Chu Jie. The flying daggers were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed in front of Chu Jie. Chu Jie once again took out a long knife from his backpack space, and the wind swept the leaves like a crazy dance. Swish, swish, swish. The long knife hit the flying dagger with precision, cutting it into pieces of illusory black gas. However, each collision caused Chu Jie's wrist to shake tremendously, continuously receiving the impact of dozens of flying daggers. Chu Jie unknowingly had already retreated more than 10 meters away. Hiss! Worthy of being a fourth turn expert. A random move with such high damage. Chu Jie shook off his tingling palms and shook his head helplessly. There was still a little bit of luck in his heart, wanting to see how strong a fourth turn expert was. If it's still in his sniper range, then maybe he doesn't need to put in an extermination move. However, it was obvious that having crossed 2 great realms, the attribute bonus brought by the second turn of hell could no longer give him an advantage. Son of a cultist, you've kind of ruined my mission. Today, you're dead. Chapter 56, Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade. Did you guys know this already? Son of a cultist, you're dead today. Chu Jie held the long knife in his hand, the tip of the knife pointing straight at Shen Hong, his expression gloomy to the extreme. Ha, kid, you really have a big mouth. Killing my congregation and destroying my great event. The one who is certain to die should be you. Shen Hong's eyes were filled with madness, and the chase that had lasted for an hour had caused his anger to climb to the top. A great plan had produced many mistakes just because of the kid in front of him. Without killing Chu Jie, it was difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. Cursed mad serpent, Shen Hong angrily shouted. The 10 fingers of his hands strangely twisted and lengthened, transforming into 10 slender and hideous vipers, spreading rapidly towards Chu Jie. This was one of Shen Hong's strongest skills, and once it hit an enemy it could plant the mad snake curse on them. It makes the enemy feel as if 1,000 snakes are biting him in agony and despair, unable to survive and unable to die. In the face of the raging vipers, Chu Jie's face was as normal. The tip of the blade trembled slightly, and a terrifying magical power surged into his hand above the long, flat blade. 9th rank mystic technique, Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade, accompanied by a thick, low roar. Chu Jie swung his sword violently. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. A terrifying golden dragon condensed from pure blade chi rose up from the ground. The terrifying dragon's might shook through all directions, and the sharp blade chi obliterated all the cursed mad snakes into dregs in an instant. The golden dragon let out a long whistle, wrapped in a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying terrifying might crushing towards the front. For a time, the mountains and rocks crumbled, and the grass and trees disappeared. Countless monsters went up in smoke under the cuts of the blade chi. The entire Beast Mountain range even collapsed and destroyed at an extremely fast speed under the impact of the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon? It's the Golden Dragon that appeared in Dongxing City some time ago? How did the Golden Dragon get here? Ah! Shen Hong's eyes widened, his entire being appalled to the extreme. Next moment, countless densely packed blade chi instantly cut into pieces. Artificial copies can protect the lives of the transmutants in them though. Only, there are limits to its protection. Since Shen Hong and Chu Jie were too close, even the protection mechanism of the man-made replica failed to teleport away Shen Hong under the might of the Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade. Shen Hong was just like that, a corpse on the spot. Only, a dark gray light entered Chu Jie's body at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in an instant. Aha! What is that sound? It's horrible. Dragon! Holy, there's a dragon! It's that golden dragon from half a month ago. Grip the grass. How did the golden dragon appear in the high school copy? Help! When the candidates in the copies of the college entrance exams saw the golden dragon come out, they were all scared out of their wits and frantically fled for their lives. Not only were the candidates like this, but the outside audience was even more wide-eyed and shocked to the core. The terrifying golden dragon at the top of the sky, even through the screen, they could feel that vast ocean of terrifying dragon power. Those who hadn't seen a golden dragon in the Goblin Mountain before had finally come full circle at this moment, and couldn't help but lose their voices and exclaim in surprise. Oh my god! The Golden Dragon! I've finally seen the Golden Dragon! It's so cool! Am I blind? How did I see that the Golden Dragon was slashed out by Chu Jie? You're silly! That's a Golden Dragon! How could it split out of a sword? It's clearly a Golden Dragon that took the initiative to show up in order to protect Chu Jie. A genius! Ah! This Chu Jie is the person of heaven's destiny, isn't he? The Golden Dragon taking the initiative to protect him. It's too powerful. Ha ha! The Golden Dragon comes out and swings to exterminate the evil. Those curmudgeons are all destroyed. I'm so lucky to see a golden dragon when I'm watching a high school exam. Hurry up and take a picture to remember it. In the first hospital of Dongxing City. In the senior ward. Mad. How did this damn golden dragon come out again? Old me was sneak attacked by Chu Jie before because of this golden dragon. Wang Chenghu looked at the golden dragon that suddenly appeared and roared with gritted teeth. But when he turned around and thought that he wasn't in the copy, but instead Chu Jie was right on his heels, he couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face again. Yeah. I'm safe now, but it's Chu Jie who's in danger. Ha ha, Golden Dragon, you give it your best. Give that Chu Jie guy a good look. It would be nice to get him seriously injured. Wang Chenghu danced happily in his hospital bed. Zhang Shi on the side was sweating as he watched, wishing to run out immediately. The farther away from this madman Wang Chenghu, the better. And hurt Chu Jie? That Golden Dragon was clearly released by Big Brother Chu Jie. This Wang Chenghu was afraid that not only is he crazy, but he is also a cutie. Ah, crunch. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a dozen soldiers rushed into the ward, looking at Wang Chenghu seriously. Wang Chenghu, you're suspected of bribing the principal of the second middle school, and the city lord has ordered you to be arrested. You may remain silent, but every word you say will be used against you in a court of law. As the words fell, a dozen soldiers swarmed up and took Wang Chenghu down directly. Ah, what are you doing? The city lord ordered my arrest? How is this possible? Let go of me. You let go of me. Zhang Shi looked at Wang Chenghu, who was gradually moving away, and in his heart, he knew that this bastard's end was expected to be miserable. On the podium, a group of executives were also stunned when they saw the golden dragon that suddenly appeared. Grip, golden dragon. How did that golden dragon get into the high school copy? Lord City Lord, is it hard to believe that this is also your plan? Worthy of being the lord of the city. Hi, to think that you can invite the golden dragon to protect the candidates. Ha ha, Lord Castle Master is really deep. In the face of the surrounding executives touting themselves, Wan Shantian turned a deaf ear, his eyes staring dead on the long blade that was shattered inch by inch in Chu Jie's hand in the picture. It's him! It's him! It's him! That top warrior. Surprisingly is Chu Jie. Unlike the surrounding executives, Wan Shantian was well aware that the so-called golden dragon was not actually a divine beast, but rather a skill, a terrifying blade technique, and at this moment, there was only one person with a golden dragon out and a long sword in his hand, Chu Jie. So it turns out that the top-ranked warrior he's been searching so hard for has been right in front of him all along. Figuring that out, all those previous confusions seemed to make sense in an instant. No wonder Chu Jie was able to instantly kill a second-order cultist. No wonder Chu Jie was still able to face the sacred son of the cult with a light heart. Oh, my god. In front of such a terrifying big brother, this so-called evil god cult is not even a fart. Suddenly, as if he suddenly thought of something, Wan Shantian violently looked at the three great assembly presidents on the side and aggressively asked, "You three, did you already know?" Chapter 57, Capturing the Soul. The Sea of Souls. Hey, did it really come to this after all? The three assembly presidents looked at the terrifying golden dragon that was destroying everything, and their faces were filled with bitter smiles. They knew that big brother Chu Jie had a good temper, but how could a big brother with such terrifying strength endure provocations one after another? The cultists are in a class of their own. You three, did you already know? Just then, City Lord Wan Shantian suddenly looked at them and issued a stern question. The three looked at each other and nodded silently. Now that it's happened, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Naya, you guys knew and didn't tell me earlier. Had I known that Chu Jie was this kind of big shot, would I have needed to find any experts to rescue me? Wan Shantian grabbed Lu Yunchuan's collar and roared lowly through gritted teeth. A more important point was that he had actually been communicating with Chu Jie in a commanding tone just now. Damn it! He was only a small Dongxing city lord. How dare he order this kind of big brother? Thinking back now, Wan Shantian's back was covered in cold sweat. Terrified, Lord City Lord, it's not that we didn't tell you. It's mainly because big brother he's been living in a low profile and is very leery of others knowing his true identity. We don't dare to say it. We really don't dare to say it. Besides, while big brother Chugger can fix the cultist thing, Lu Yunxian sighed helplessly, his gaze looking towards the large screen in the air. But what? Wan Shantian looked over with an odd face. With just one glance, his entire body was dumbfounded. One could only see the might of the golden dragon vastly and wildly rampaging throughout the entire Beast Mountain range. A mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles turned into a plain in just a minute. However, the golden dragon's might was still at its peak, crazily crashing into everything in the copy. Candidates were transformed into white light and were teleported out of the high school replica. The Gao Gao copy itself, moreover, began to emerge with dark cracks, as if it was in danger of collapsing at any time. It was only at this point that Lu Yunchuan's words came quietly. But big brother Chu Jie's strength is too terrifying, destroying the sky and the earth at every turn. Lord City Lord, I'm afraid that we won't be able to keep the high school copies. Kill the Gale Snake and get the Gale Armor, silver. Kill Purple Lightning Mantis and obtain Falling Thunder, first level. Kill the Mountain Boar and obtain Thick Earth Gators, silver. The prompts jumping rapidly on the information panel was something Chu Jie was already accustomed to. Sure enough, artificial copies are just weak in terms of tolerance. A 9th order great spell slammed down, and it really doesn't work. Chu Jie looked at the copy of the entrance exam that was filled with spatial cracks everywhere and knew that this copy wouldn't be able to last much longer. He simply sat down straight away, rubbing his palm over his chest and feeling it carefully. When that Shin Hong died just now, it seemed like something flew into my body. Holy, it can't be some kind of tracking mark, can it? I've heard that cults have some special skills, and that if you kill a cultist, other cultists will be able to tell the difference. Hiss, if I'm planted with this kind of mark, won't someone turn against me at any time? No way. There has to be a way to get rid of this thing. Chu Jie guessed correctly. The important figures of the evil god cult would plant the evil god seal on their enemies once they died. The cult's leader can avenge his congregation by using divination to determine the identity of his enemies. Only, that's not all. What entered Chu Jie's body just now? Aside from a seal, there was also a remnant soul. Shin Hong possessed an extremely special talent soul-killing curse. Once someone else kills them, they can use a wisp of their soul to inflict soul damage on the enemy, even if the enemy's soul could be directly cursed to death. Then Shin Hong would be able to utilize this wisp of residual soul to borrow a corpse to be reborn. In other words, the soul-killing curse was equivalent to a means of taking over one's life. Haha, kid, it's unthinkable that I, with the soul-killing curse, am practically immortal. I don't know how you got that golden dragon, but everything is mine now. Shin Hong's remnant soul cruised through Chu Jie's body, passing through a dark tunnel of souls, and soon a light shone before his eyes. You reached the depths of that Chu Jie kid's soul so quickly? But, why doesn't this place feel right? Shin Hong's residual soul looked at the scene in front of him, and his entire soul froze. What appeared before his eyes was a vast universe. The universe is bright and vast with stars. Being in it, Shin Hong only felt as small as a mole cricket. Where is this place? Is this really Chu Jie's soul world? Shin Hong blinked fiercely and looked around in shock. He knew that the depths of the soul were called the Sea of Souls. Although it is called the sea, it can actually become any space according to one's imagination. Only, most of the Sea of Souls of ordinary people were only the size of a city. The stronger the soul power, the greater the scope of the Sea of Souls. The Sea of Souls that could be displayed in the image of the universe was something Shin Hong had never seen before. This Chu Jie really isn't simple. Great! If I can obtain this body, my strength can definitely increase dramatically. After a short period of shock, Shin Hong was ecstatic in his heart. Though the more powerful the soul, the more difficult it was to take over. But he was confident. After all, most people didn't know how to protect their souls and would only instinctively fight back when they encountered a soul attack. And he himself is well versed in this and is greatly aided by all the various curse arts. All that needs to be done now is to find Chu Jie's soul core in the Sea of Souls and destroy it. Shin Hong thought so and drove his residual soul to wander around the universe, looking for places that were different. The soul core is the most important place in a person's life. A home-like existence that is surely very different from its surroundings. Soon, Shin Hong saw a red light lit up in the distance. That red light was so striking and different in this universe. With just one glance, Shin Hong was certain that that must be where the soul core was. Shin Hong desperately ran towards the red light, and he didn't know how long it took him to finally arrive at the location where the red light was. It was an oval-shaped star, more massive than any of the surrounding stars. The entire planet glowed with a demonic red light, causing Shin Hong to feel an uncontrollable fear. What's going on with this Chu Jie? Why is his soul core such a strange thing? Shin Hong was horrified to the extreme in his heart, but in the face of such a treasure from Chu Jie, he had to take it down no matter what. It's fine, as long as I plant a curse on it. Even if Chu Jie's soul is even more different, then it will be annihilated by me. After self-compassion, Shin Hong then unleashed his curse skill on the Scarlet Planet. The blackened breath of the curse hit the blood-colored planet with unerring accuracy. Next moment, the planet shook and a giant blood-colored eye opened abruptly. Chapter 58, Leaving the Copy. Top Curse Master is also Chu Jie? The huge blood-colored eye opened steeply, resembling a blazing sun in the darkened universe. However, this sun emanated a sinister demonic light. With just one look, everything around them seemed to have been locked by it, and a terrifying cursed aura enveloped the endless space. This is the eye of the evil god. The evil god Sama I've been looking for. Heavens! I didn't think I'd meet Lord Evil God here. Lord Evil God turns out to be lodged within Chu Jie's soul. Ha! Seeing the extremely familiar blood-colored giant eyes, Shin Hong was ecstatic, lamenting the fact that he was in great trouble. However, he soon realized something was wrong. Wait, Lord Evil God is so honorable. Why would he be lodged in this brat Chu Jie's body? Thinking of the previous, terrifying image of Chu Jie cutting out the golden dragon with a single slash, an unbelievable conjecture suddenly surged in Shin Hong's mind. It can't be. That Chu Jie is the evil god lord, right? Just at the moment when this thought rang out, Shin Hong suddenly felt that his soul power was flowing away at an extremely fast speed. No! How is this possible? Shin Hong only had the time to leap behind a roar of unwillingness, and his entire being was completely disoriented. The Eye of Evil Obsidian swiveled its massive orbs to scan the surrounding area, making sure that no more little flies were disturbing the space before closing its eyes again. Outside, Chu Jie knew nothing about what was happening inside. Under the protection of the two Ninth Order secret techniques, Shin Hong didn't raise a single storm even though he possessed the strength of a fourth turn. Click, click, click. Dense spatial cracks were spread throughout the entire space as if they were spiderwebs. Next moment, the Gao Gao copy was completely shattered and Chu Jie was teleported out of the copy. Along with Chu Jie, there were also thousands of candidates who were teleported out. My god? What the hell? The exams are over? Laboring to repeat 3 years? This is the most exciting session of college entrance exams I've ever taken. Outrageous. I'm only at 500. That's not the final score, is it? If you don't know what you're talking about, do you get extra points for seeing a golden dragon? The golden dragon appeared and the copy collapsed, leaving the many candidates all in a daze. Even more, most of the candidates were still unaware of the invasion of the cultists. and found the whole thing even more unbelievable and incomprehensible. However, for the cultists, the copy collapse was like a bolt from the blue. The Holy Sun lost track of them and they were exposed to the outside world, causing the many cultists to panic. Some people keep their heads down and do what they can to minimize their presence. The other cultists, knowing that their appearance had in fact been revealed, crept closer to the surrounding candidates, ready to kidnap them for a chance at survival. However, Wan Shangtian was the first to prepare a response after seeing the copy begin to collapse. The moment the candidates teleported out, the fourth-turn experts of Dongxing City struck at almost the same time, capturing all the cultists. Shen Hong was dead, and the strongest existence among the cultists was only 3 turns. Facing the siege of several fourth-turn experts, they were completely taken down without even having the chance to kidnap the candidates. Wan Changtian, as the city lord, naturally did not join the arresting team. He stepped into the air and quickly arrived in front of the candidates. When the crowd of candidates saw the city lord, they all became excited and kept asking what had happened. However, the city lord simply ignored them and straight away, he squeezed through the crowd and arrived in front of Chu Jie. Just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly froze, and waves of shock rolled through his heart. This breath is so familiar. It's the aura of that top-ranked curse master. How can this Chu Jie big brother have that big brother's aura on him? That big guy didn't show up in the high school copy either. And the scent is quite strong. Definitely not due to accidental staining. Could that top curse master also be Chu Jie big brother? Wan Shangtian swallowed hard and felt his entire body go numb. Top-tier sword art, top-tier curse art, what kind of terrifying existence is this Chu Jie big brother? Strongly suppressing the horror in his heart, Wan Shangtian squeezed out a smile with difficulty and said with concern, Mr. Chu Jie, are you okay? After realizing that Chu Jie was the big brother that he had been pursuing so hard, Wan Shangtian directly pressed the 3 assembly presidents for all the information about Chu Jie. Only the news that the 3 assembly presidents possessed was not much, just the part that big brother Chu Jie had shown on the surface. But the most important one is, it should never interfere with big brother's practice, with his own life at stake, and even the safety of the entire Dongxing city. Wan Shangtian wouldn't dare to touch the big brother's scales. As much as he wanted to pull some strings with the big man right now, he tried to act like he didn't know anything about it and carry on the normal exchange between the city lord and the candidate. Lord City Master, I'm fine. Chu Jie gave a sarcastic smile, and his heart was beating a drum. In order to exterminate the cultists, he had used his own extermination move. One should not be exposed, right? Wouldn't that make you dangerous? With apprehension in his heart, Chu Jie asked tentatively, Lord City Lord, did you see any special images outside? Hearing Chu Jie's inquiry, Wan Changtian's heart thumped and a cold sweat broke out. No, absolutely not. Wan Changsha subconsciously denied it, but after saying it, he realized that he had said it wrong and hurriedly looked for a remedy. Ahem, all I saw was the golden dragon appear out of nowhere, defeat the cultists, and then protect you and all the candidates. As for the rest, I don't see anything. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Oh, like this? Although Chu Jie felt that Wan Changtian's state was a bit strange, he felt that the city lord should have no need to lie to himself, and relaxed in his heart. Starting a business blow by blow with Wan Changtian, it's mainly because Lord City Lord governs well, and the people of Dongxing City are so talented that they have attracted the golden dragon to appear in the world. Cultists who dare to come to Dongxing City to cause trouble are simply asking for death. Ha ha, I think it's still Chu Jie's student's talent. The golden dragon couldn't bear to see such a genius being assassinated by the evildoers. That's why he showed up in the copy, to clear up and exterminate the evildoers. The surrounding students were all confused as they listened to Chu Jie and Wan Changtian brag about each other. What's the situation? Why is Lord City Lord nagging Chu Jie? I know that Yu Yu's and Chu Jie's teams are ranked first and leading the break, but shouldn't that be Yu Yu's credit? Nima, I'm really envious of being treated so warmly by the city lord. And what's all this talk of a cult invasion? Any big brothers explain it. You guys don't know, right? Actually, the reason why Lu Yuer and Chu Jie were able to get such outrageous scores, the one who contributed the most was Chu Jie. That's right. Jie actually hid his true strength. His true strength is simply terrifying. Grip the grass. Seriously, are you kidding me? The students looked at Chu Jie, and some of those who knew the inside story had already begun to brag in a powerful manner, as if they were talking about themselves. However, most people still had trouble accepting Chu Jie's sudden transformation from a rooster to a golden phoenix for a while, until a wave of Dongxing City's executives came before Chu Jie. Chapter 59, desperately trying to please. Mission accomplished. You're out of line. Lord City Lord, let's go catch the cultists. You yourself are climbing up the ladder with big brother Chu Jie. Condemn severely. The three assembly presidents hurriedly came before Chu Jie and expressed their strong dissatisfaction towards Wan Changtian through voice transmission. Immediately after that, they turned their heads to face Chu Jie and chatted amongst themselves. Hello student Chu Jie. I'm the president of the Wild Wind Guild, Li Wild Wind, and the beach party is organized by our guild. Chu Jie student. I'm Red Rose, the president of the Rose Guild. I've laid on your lap and you've even rubbed my heart. You haven't forgotten about me, have you? Chu Jie student. I'm Lu Yunxian. You beat me up before. Each of the three assembly presidents showed their abilities and worked hard to climb into a relationship with Chu Jie. In the past, Big Brother Chu Jie had acted in a low profile, and venturing forward would definitely incur Big Brother Chu Jie's suspicion. And now, the Big Chugger has taken the initiative to be the prettiest boy in the high school. They could totally use this as a reason to befriend Big Brother Chu Jie. The other Dongxing City executives behind him didn't know the inside story, but they also knew that Chu Jie's strength was extraordinary through the live broadcast of the college entrance exam. A genius who has passed the second turn of hell. He will definitely be a great god in the future. If you can get a little connection, you're bound to soar in the future. As a result, the crowd of executives were also all kinds of caring and loving, affectionate as if they were Chu Jie's long-lost relatives. Wan Changtian was shocked when he saw how enthusiastic the crowd was. He and Big Brother Chu Jie had only just talked about the construction of Dongxing City, and hadn't even gotten to the level of a personal relationship. Wouldn't these people coming up and interfering with the situation completely mess up his plans? In desperation, Wan Changtian directly took out a bottle of crystalline potion from his backpack space. The potion was blue in color and was held by a jewel-like bottle that was worth its weight in gold at first glance. Student Chu Jie, this is the Pure Heart Potion. After using it you can permanently increase your intelligence attribute by 10 points. It's worth 500,000 a bottle. It's considered an extra reward for you. When Lu Yunxuan's few people saw this, they cursed Wan Changtian in their hearts for being shameless. The lord of a city was the first to bribe a student. In that case, don't blame them for being rude. Student Chu Jie, this is the Mountain King Potion. It permanently increases strength by 20 points and is worth 1 million a bottle. Take it to relieve your lack of energy. Student Chu Jie, this is the Rose Potion. It's our Rose Guild's exclusive potion that increases all attributes by 15 points. Take it and quench your thirst. Student Chu Jie, this is the Bone Beast Pill. It can strengthen your body and enhance your manly charms. Take these 5 as a snack first. There's more if you don't have enough. The three assembly presidents each pulled out their own treasures and directly stuffed them into Chu Jie without saying a word. Although their three major guilds didn't have the power of a city lord, if they were to compare money, they would definitely not be inferior to Wan Changtian. Guys, isn't that too much reward? Chu Jie was a little dazed by the various treasures and looked oddly at the three great assembly presidents. Not much. Chu Jie's outstanding performance in the college entrance exams has simply brightened up our dog's eyes. On top of that it even solved a number of cultists, so it can be said that it saved the entire Dongxing City. We, as the people of Dongxing City, even if we give you more rewards, it's not too much, the three assembly presidents said with smiles all over their faces, not the least bit distressed by the treasures they had just given away, just worried that Chugai thinks their stuff is crap and doesn't want it. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Geez, the third assembly president is here too. This is too enthusiastic, isn't it? Holy, a treasure that permanently increases attributes is just given away? What's the situation? Why do I look at these bigwigs like they're actively giving gifts to Chu Jie? They also look like they're afraid Chu Jie won't accept it? Too envious. What exactly did Chu Jie do to deserve such treatment? Not only were the surrounding students drooling with envy, even those Dongxing City executives behind them were dumbfounded. King of the Mountain Potion, Rose Potion, and Bone Beast Pill. These are sky-high potions. Just give it away for nothing? Is that how they roll with solicitation these days? It's going to be a dumping ground. A mistake. Why are these three old things so rich? Must have done a lot of shady stuff in his day. When this is over, I must look into them. When Wan Changtian saw this, his heart was even more anxious. He wasn't as rich as the three grand presidents, so he did lose for a while now, but the opportunity to befriend Big Brother Chu Jie was right in front of him, so how could he be willing to do so? After racking his brain for a long time, he suddenly had a bright idea and righteously said, Student Chu Jie, I already know about the matter of the principal of the second middle school in Wang Qinghu forcibly purchasing your guaranteed qualification. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a principal at all. I've already dismissed him on the spot and sent him to prison. You're a student in the second grade. Who do you think would be a good fit to be the new second grade principal? Hearing that Wan Changtian even took credit for the principal of the second middle school, Li Berserk Phone cursed in his heart. If it were not for the evidence provided by myself, Wan Changtian, where would you have known about this to go? I can't believe you didn't tell Big Brother Chu Jie about me when you took credit just now. Okay, Okay, I'll take this revenge today. Oh, the principal of the second high school got fired. In that case, I suggest that Ms. Lin Wanqing be given the position. Ms. Lin Wanqing is kind-hearted and patient, so she should be able to be a good principal. Chu Jia was a little surprised to hear that the principal of the second middle school had been double-crossed. Although he was too lazy to bother with that old thing, he was still quite happy to hear that he had been duly punished. Then, without hesitation, he recommended Lin Wanqing to be the principal of the second middle school. Because of her own reasons, Lin Wanqing did not join the Gale Guild, and she left the school because of the suppression of the principal of the second school. And now having him as the principal of the second school is just a perfect choice. Only, he could only make suggestions, and it was up to the city lord to make the specific arrangements. However, Wan Changtian sniffed and said without hesitation, "Good, it's settled. From now on, the principal of the second middle school will be Lin Wanqing." Chu Jia, appointing a principal so casual? While Chu Jia was speechless, suddenly a line of prompts popped up on the information panel. Transfer task 1 has been completed. Please go to the transfer crystal to submit the task to complete the third transfer. Chapter 60 Evil God Sect Master. Blood Refining Divination. Mission accomplished? Holy, there's such a thing as a good thing? Seeing the tips on the information panel, Chu Jia's heart was ecstatic. Originally, he had thought that the copy had shattered, the entrance exam had been suspended, and his mission had ended without a trace. I didn't expect the transfer quest to be so humanized, and directly counted it as completed for him. Seniors, I still have things to do, so I won't stay long. Goodbye. Chu Jia was impatient in his heart to go and complete his third turn quest, so without continuing to be polite with Wan Changtian and the others, he put down a sentence and then endeavored to squeeze through the crowd and quickly ran towards the outside of the square. When Wan Changtian and the others saw this, they were reluctant in their hearts, but they didn't dare to stop them. He could only watch big brother Chu Jia leave with a smile on his face. Classmate Chu Jia, take your time, come back to chat together again sometime. The surrounding students were as sour as lemons in their hearts when they saw the city lord and a group of senior officers with that look of reluctance. Lord City Lord, what about our entrance exams? Only then did Wan Changtian sniff his words and came back to his senses, black lines appearing on his forehead. Yeah, although Big Brother Chugger solved the cultist problem, but the high school copy crashed and the exam was aborted. What should I do? Although Wan Changtian had served as the city lord for more than 10 years, it was the first time he had encountered such a thorny problem. But fortunately, that array master should be arriving soon. He doesn't have to help with the cultists anymore, but as a senior member of the education community, he should be able to help with the problem. Somewhere in the mountains of the Dragon Kingdom, what appears to be a plain and uninteresting mountain actually hides an underground world. The underground had been dug out with tunneled rooms in all directions, and hundreds of cultists in black hooded robes were moving in and out of them. The cultists' expressions were frantic, and the entire underworld was filled with a strong scent of blood. This is the headquarters of the cult. Due to the secretive terrain, the cult of Evil God has been hiding here for several years without being discovered. At the instant Shin Hong died, a middle-aged man with an evil aura sat up violently from his bed in a gorgeous room. The sect master's strength has refined again it. The slave girl didn't even react before it was over. A naked woman slowly rose from the bed as well, her eyes full of approval but her mind constantly spitting. Short and quick. What a bummer. The evil middle-aged man had no time to pay attention to the woman's compliments at the moment. He carefully felt the trace of connection with Shin Hong, but he couldn't feel it no matter what. The only thing that could be felt was the mark of vengeance left by Shin Hong. Broken. It's broken. It's really broken. The woman sniffs, alarmed, and rushes to look away. Broken? This can still break? No wonder it's short and fast, but it's also brittle. The evil middle-aged man could hardly suppress the anger in his heart and roared and growled. My son, you died a horrible death. No matter who it is that dares to kill my son, I will let you die without a burial place. The evil middle-aged man named Shin Meiyuan is the leader of the evil god cult, and his profession is blood diviner. Previously, he would have been the president of a small guild and learned through divination that an evil god would descend upon the world in the future and unify all nations. In order to get on this big ship as early as possible, he changed his guild to the cult of God and began to expand his power. Due to the possession of the divination skill, Shen Meiyuan's strength skyrocketed and quickly reached the 5th turn, and the power of the cult of the gods also expanded rapidly. In just 2 years, he had grown the cult of evil god from a small guild of a dozen people to a huge organization of hundreds. After becoming the lord of a sect, Shen Meiyuan felt the honorable feeling of being under one person and above 10,000 people. He is even more obsessed with power and beauty, and unknowingly forgets his original intention. The cult began to take captives, kill people, and even sacrifice them with impunity. Although dangerous, with the help of blood alchemy divination, the cult of evil god was surrounded by many parties, but in the end, it was safe and sound. However, blood refining divination would consume one's lifespan, and even if one could make up for the deficit through rare elixirs or blood sacrifices, the physical wear and tear was unavoidable. Most notably, his fertility plummeted and he became a 5-second man, fast not to mention raw. As a result, he held his only son, Shen Hong, in the highest regard. Even the sacred son trial that Shen Hong was allowed to participate in was a small, remote city that was carefully selected, and even gave him many pills and skill scrolls. Shen Meiyuan never expected that even after making such adequate preparations, Shen Hong would still die, and a complete death of the soul. Thinking that he might be extinct, Shen Meiyuan's eyes became uncontrollably scarlet. Angry to the extreme, he immediately got up, dressed, and quickly made his way to the cultist sect's sacrificial hall. Even though it was underground, the sacrificial hall was decorated quite gorgeously. Marble floors covered the entire hall in a pale green color, and the walls were beautifully carved. At the far end of the hall stood a throne made of pure gold. I'm going to divine the murderer of the Holy Sun. Don't let anyone disturb me during this time. Shen Meiyuan gave a command to the vice patriarch on the side and walked straight to the throne to sit down. My son, don't worry, no matter who killed you, my father will avenge you. Blood refining divination. Unleash. Surging blood chi gushed out from Shen Meiyuan's body, its color bright red and suffocating. Immediately after that, Shen Meiyuan began to quickly deduce. The rich blood chi accompanied his command, changing into a subtle pattern. Shen Meiyuan's pupils also gradually disappeared, turning into blood-colored eyes like those of a demon. He gazed silently ahead, but his sight looked through the scarlet blood light to a distant place. Blood refining divination. I'm willing to sacrifice my lifespan to tell me who killed my son Shen Hong. Along with Shen Meiyuan's low roar, the dispersed blood light gradually began to gather and take shape, converging to form a human figure. Only the silhouette was very blurry and could only vaguely be seen as a teenager. The teenager seemed anxious and was running wildly down the main road. What's going on? I can't even see it? Shen Meiyuan's heart was odd. He had used blood refinement to divine countless times, and it was the first time he had encountered a situation where the trigrams were so vague. With this kind of trigram, he couldn't find Shen Hong's murderer at all. Just as Shen Meiyuan intended to continue releasing his skills to see the teenager's appearance, suddenly, the teenager paused and glanced behind him. LOL. Shen Meiyuan's heart jumped violently, though the teen was looking back. The sight just happened to collide with him. How? This person was able to spot me? Can't it be that this kid possesses a treasure that obscures the heavens? Shen Meiyuan was surprised in his heart. However, in the next moment, surprise turned into endless horror. Life expectancy, 10 years if you use blood divination. Life expectancy, 20 years if you use blood divination. Life expectancy, 30 years if you use blood divination. Chapter 61, Terrified Shen Meiyuan. Submitting a task. Grip. What the hell? Why is my life expectancy dropping miserably? What the heck is going on here? Seeing the tips on the information panel, Shen Meiyuan's eyes widened in fear. His entire body was confused, and he hurriedly broke off the casting of blood refining divination, before divining the location of his nemesis, a fifth-turn expert. Even though the man was armed with special equipment that obscured divination, he had used only 5 years of his life to divine the results. How could he consume so much of his lifespan today when he was merely trying to divine his son's murderer? And it's not just a one-time consumption of 10 years, it's a continuous downward spiral. Even though he had stopped the blood refining divination in the fastest time possible, he had still lost a full 200 years of his own life. Although he had already reached the fifth turn, but often using blood refining divination, Shen Meiyuan's lifespan was not much in the first place. With this direct removal of 200 years, he now had only single digits of life left. Geez, who the hell is that teenager? Why does divination consume so much of my lifespan? Shen Meiyuan's heart was horrified. A heart fluttering wildly jumped up. At the same time, a heavy pressure swept over his entire body. His hair began to dry and gray, his skin became wrinkled and pale, and his back, which had been erect, bent uncontrollably. The price that comes with consuming life expectancy is rapid physical decline. Because Shen Meiyuan's lifespan was almost depleted, his appearance also turned into the palest of looks in an instant. However, at this moment, it was too late for him to think about the changes in his body. He was now well aware that the person who killed his son was feared to be an extremely terrifying existence. Even if it was himself, he was completely incapable of messing with it. But the scariest part was that the teenager saw himself. He saw me. He definitely saw me. What's this? What's this going to be? Shen Meiyuan's heart was terrified to the extreme, and his old body trembled uncontrollably. Lifespans are depleted and can be replenished through blood sacrifices, but if he was approached by that big man, then he would definitely be dead. However, Shen Meiyuan was at least a fifth-turn expert and the lord of the evil sect. With his brain racing, he made a quick decision. Come in, Vice Priest, I have something to say to you. Hearing Shin Mei-yuan's voice, the round-headed Vice Patriarch pushed open the door and walked in. However, after seeing the pale figure on the throne, he was instantly startled. What the hell? Where's the old man? Old man, how did you get in here? Where's our godfather? The Vice Patriarch took a guarded stance, looking like he was about to make a move at the drop of a hat. Stupid, I am the godfather. Shen Meiyuan did not have the good sense to curse. Ha, that sound. The Vice Patriarch sniffed and stared carefully at Shin Meiyuan. Sure enough, I saw a few shades of the godfather in the old man's face. Are you really the Lord Godfather? Lord Godfather, how did you become like this? You have found the murderer of the Holy Sun? Shin Meiyuan sniffed and scolded without a good mood. What Holy Sun? Our evil god sect doesn't have a saint son. If it weren't for that loser, would I be in this situation? Now life expectancy is almost depleted, and there's even the possibility of offending an unimaginably large person. It's a real-life version of the pits. Ha, the Holy Sun is your son. How did you even forget him? The Vice Patriarch was filled with oddities, only thinking that the Patriarch was old and dim and had forgotten about the Holy Sun. Bah, I don't have that son. Remember, the Holy Sun has betrayed our evil god cult. His death has nothing to do with our evil god cult at all. We will not go to him, much less avenge him, Shen Meiyuan said furiously, hating that he never gave birth to such a son. The Vice Patriarch was listening in awe, completely confused as to what was happening. Shin Meiyuan naturally wouldn't explain anything to him and continued to give new orders. Have all the remaining congregations in Dongxing City come back and abandon whatever kind of mission they've accomplished. By the way, have them grab me a few young and strong blood meals on their way back. I've consumed too much and need to replenish my energy. The rest of the congregation has also been tightening up a bit lately, contracting their range of activities and trying not to cause any trouble. Also, step up patrols in the surrounding mountains and tell me anything unusual. And I mean anything unusual. Got it? A single order was quickly given down by Shin Meiyuan. The vice sect leader sniffed, and although he didn't understand what was going on, he also felt a sense of a storm coming over him. Only after the vice sect leader went forward to convey the order did Shin Meiyuan sigh with a sad face. Hey, I can't leave this place at all now that I have a shortfall in my lifespan. Let's just hope that big guy treats me like a fart. I didn't even get a good look at the big guy, and I don't think the big guy got a good look at me. After all, I was the one who performed the divination, and it would be too heaven-defying to be able to find me just through that hint of heaven. While Shen Meiyuan was secretly praying, Chu Jie frowned and looked behind him with an odd face. Strange, why is the older man who was looking at me gone? Illusion? No, it felt very real, and there was also a sense of familiarity that was very similar to that cult saint's son. Not only does it feel very similar, it even has 7 or 8 points of the same appearance. Asterisk. I'm sure you're still onto me? Damn it, no way. Cultists can be crazy, so instead of sitting around waiting to be killed, we should take the initiative. I must find a way to locate the lair of the evil god cult and then use the world-destroying move to eliminate them all. Only, how to find their lair? Chu Jie thought as he continued to run towards the transfer hall. Arriving at the transfer hall, Fong Ting was already waiting in advance. Biggie, me. Went to see you on your senior year. You are, so Mrs. Handsome, can you sign this for me? When Fong Ting saw Chu Jie, her body trembled with excitement, and even her speech stuttered, easily crushing a crowd of heavenly pride. Even the legendary golden dragon appeared. Not bad for someone who got the hellish transfer quest both times. No problem, where to sign? Facing his little fangirl, Chu Jie was still very good at talking. Fontaine was eager to have Chu Jie write her name to herself so that she could be considered Chu Jie's big brother's person, but it's more or less presumptuous. So Fontaine took out one of her favorite pictures and had Chu Jie sign it. Signed, take me to the transfer crystal below. I need to submit my quest. Chapter 62, Third Turn Attribute Surge. Eye of Evil Obsidian Unleashed. Fong Ting carefully put away the signed photo and brought Chu Jie to the room where the transfer crystal was once again. Chu Jie took the heterochromatic deep-sea metaphysical crystal out of his backpack and placed it in front of the transfer crystal. A brilliant white light flashed, and the heterochromatic deep-sea metaphysical crystal disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterward, the entire transfer crystal trembled violently. Dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping the entire room in an instant. The golden light that contained divine energy converged into a golden river in the air, and like a torrent of water, it surged into Chu Jie's body as much as it could. Along with the influx of golden light, an indescribably marvelous experience erupted within the body, improving Chu Jie's physique as if it was cleansing his muscles and marrow. Chu Jie closed his eyes and felt the comfort on his body. He could feel the attribute values also surging at an extremely fast rate. They say that the transfer quests will be more difficult one at a time, and it only took Big Brother Chu Jie a week to complete the third turn of hell this time. and there's not a single sign of increased difficulty to be seen at all. That would be genius. Fang Ting's beautiful eyes were mesmerized as she looked at the golden scene, her admiration for Chu Jie deepening a few points. The golden glow lasted for a full 2 minutes before it finally slowly dissipated without a trace. Chu Jie slowly opened his eyes, knowing that he had successfully turned 3. The surging power within his body was also telling him that his four-dimensional attributes had gained a large amount of enhancement in the third turn of hell. Chu Jie opened the panel to check it out. Jie Chu, 1938. Chinese-American businessman and politician. President of the PRC Supreme Court 1998 to 1995. Profession, full mage. Level, LV 60, third turn. Physique, 3222. Spirit, 3321. Strength, 3198. Speed, 3247. Skills, Wrath of the Storm, 9th level. Starry Sky Curtain, 9th level. Dragon Extreme Skyblade, 9th level. Eye of Evil Obsidian, 9th level. Hiss. Almost all of the four-dimensional attributes have doubled. The total attributes have increased by almost 5,000 in total. Blanche. It's worthy of being a hell-level transfer quest. Just nigh outrageous. Even though he had experienced a drastic enhancement, Chu Jie still couldn't help but stare in shock. The attributes have increased dramatically, and now my battle power has jumped up a notch once again. With my attributes, I shouldn't have to put out my extermination move when I meet up with a 4th turn expert in the future. Security is all over the place. Ha. However, the priority now is still to get rid of that evil god cult. Chu Jie said goodbye to Fang Ting and walked towards his house while thinking. He now possessed several world-destroying moves. Overthrowing the evil god sect shouldn't be a problem. Just find the enemy's lair and then casually release a 9th order great spell. But here's the problem, where is the cult's lair? The easiest way should be to ask Wan Shantian. They've captured so many cultists, they should have information about the cultist's lair. Chu Jie didn't think much and directly called City Lord Wan Shantian. Just now, at the Gaucho Plaza, the City Lord offered to slip him his phone number. The call just went through and was answered in seconds on the other side. Wan Shantian's excited voice came from the microphone. Hello, Chu Jie-san. What can I do for you? Chu Jie was slightly stunned at his words. He hadn't even spoken yet. So how did Wan Shantian know it was himself? On second thought, as the lord of the city, Wan Shantian wanted to find his phone number. That was not simple. Without dwelling on this small matter, Chu Jie directly told Wan Shantian about his claim. Lord City Master, I would like to ask where the cultist's lair is. I've just finished my high school exams and I want to get out and avoid the pits. When Chu Jie finished speaking, his old face couldn't help but blush. There was a tug of reason, but it was the most reasonable reason he could think of for asking. On the opposite side, when Wan Shantian heard Chu Jie's words, he instantly guessed that Chu Jie was planning to make a move against the evil god sect. Wan Shantian was overjoyed in his heart. If he could get rid of the evil god cult, it would be a great thing for the country and the people. It was only a pity that he didn't know where the evil god cult was located. Student Chu Jie, I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the lair of the evil god cult. This kind of confidential information has been planted with a ban by the evil god cult, and the cultists will burst into flames if they try to leak it. With my current strength, I'm really not capable of cracking it. Chu Jie sniffed with some disappointment, but still politely replied back. In that case, well then, I'll think of something else. Failing to get the desired result from Wan Shantian, Chu Jie could only look for another method. However, he didn't have any divination skills and couldn't directly divine the location of the evil god cult. Chu Jie was really in trouble for a while. Hey, if only we could catch a cultist and blend in. Follow the cultists directly back to the lair of the cult god. God forbid. Just as Chu Jie was thinking so, suddenly an aura crossed his mind quickly. Wait, there seems to be something going on with this. Wan Shantian had told him before that the cultists and the high school copies were not everyone in this operation. There is also a group of cultists hiding in the middle of Dongqing City, kidnapping another group of candidates. Through thunderous means, Wan Shantian sneaked up on the cultists in the city and captured most of them, but still let 5 of them escape. These 5 cultists had managed to escape with great difficulty and would surely return to the cultists' headquarters. All Chu Jie had to do was find them and penetrate them. And there was still a way for him to find the cultists hiding in Dongqing City. Chu Jie made a quick calculation in his mind and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a pause in his footsteps, he looked around and found a remote, unoccupied park and walked straight into it. After determining that there was no one around, Chu Jie's body's magic power surged crazily. 9th rank mystic technique, Eye of Evil Obsidian. As the words fell, a huge blood-colored giant eye steeply surfaced in the sky above Dongqing City. The blood-colored giant eye was immense and almost covered the entire sky, causing Dongqing City to be directly shrouded in a blood-colored shadow. An oppressive and terrifying aura descended into the world, and the huge eyes quickly swept up like a meteorite. After the last time he used the Eye of Evil Obsidian, Chu Jie discovered that the Eye of Evil Obsidian could do more than just anchor a race for a curse. It can also anchor a bloodline, a breath. By this method, it is possible to quickly find organisms with certain characteristics within a range. And just now, Chu Jie had directly allowed the Eye of Evil Obsidian to anchor the aura of that cult saint Sun in himself, then have it look for someone with a similar scent in Dongxing City. However, although Chu Jie was only looking for someone, the citizens of Dongxing City could be completely unaware of this. The terrifying giant eye that suddenly appeared in the sky above Dongxing City scared all the citizens in an instant. Grip the grass. Good. Big eyes. This is the evil god. The eye of the evil god. It's the same as the desert of thorns. Holy, how did this evil god escape from the thorn desert? It's not going to kill all of us in Dongxing City, is it? Help! I don't want to die. The people of Dongxing City were scared. Their livers trembled violently, and they frantically fled. Some of the timid ones even directly kneeled down and kowtowed, looking as if they were going to change their ways. Chapter 63, the whole city is in an uproar. Locking up the cultists. City Lord's mansion. Wan Changtian put down his cell phone and blamed himself. Hey, what a great opportunity to get in good with the big boys. But these cultists' arrangements are really meticulous. The prohibitions were obviously imposed by a fifth-turn expert. I can't handle it at all. Let's wait for that formation master up there to arrive and see if he has a way to pry the cultists' mouths open. Counting the time, that formation master should be arriving soon as well. Just after that, the sky suddenly darkened. The scarlet giant eye of the heavenly dome opened in the sky above Dongxing City, and the entire Dongxing City was instantly cloaked in blood red, as if it was hell. Grip, evil eye. What's the situation? Why did Big Brother Chu Jie suddenly release this terrifying curse technique? Holy, it couldn't be that because I didn't fulfill Big Brother's request just now. Big Brother is disgruntled and is planning to directly exterminate Dongxing City. This. What to do? Wan Shangtian's thoughts were in disarray, and for a while he completely lost his bearings. A crane-haired silhouette flew at extreme speed at a high altitude 100 miles away from Dongxing City. This person's name was Wu Qiuji, a fifth-turn powerhouse. The very formation master sent by the upper echelons to assist in solving the problem of the evil god cult. After knowing about the mission, he sped along, quickly rushing towards Dongxing City through the teleportation array between the cities. Dongxing City was only a small city and did not have a teleportation spell formation. As a result, he could only fly in the air for this last part of the journey. Almost there, 100 miles ahead should be the boundaries of Dongxing City. I came over on this trip, thousands of miles of expediting, and it took less than 2 hours. The college entrance exams in Dongxing City shouldn't be over yet, so I should be able to make it. Just as Wu Qiaoji was thinking so, the blood-colored giant eye of the sky emerged, and a horrifying cursed aura enveloped the entire Dongxing City in an instant. Even Wu Qiaoji, who was 100 miles away, was enveloped by the giant blood-colored eye. Grip, what the hell is this? What a terrifying cursed aura. Even I feel suffocated. This can't be something the cult of evil god has come up with, can it? But the evil god sect master, Shen Meiyuan, is clearly only at the 5th turn of strength as well. It's absolutely impossible for him to unleash such a terrifying curse art. Can it be that they released some great demon from the seal? Thinking about this, Wu Qiaoji only felt more anxious. One side sent a message to the top, while the other sped even faster towards Dongxing City. It was also at this moment that the blood-colored giant eyes suddenly glanced towards him. All of a sudden, a mountainous and terrifying aura came over. The terrifying curse pressure seemed to have the weight of 1,000 pounds, and it was uniformly imposed on Wu Qiaoji's body. What the hell? That big demon noticed me? Nima! This terrifying pressure. I still underestimated this demon. Body protector golden light formation. Blistering wind swept shadow formation. Great sun mountain moving formation. Wu Qiaoji was worthy of being a 5th-turn powerhouse, and did not need any spell formation apparatus. With all kinds of spell formations at his fingertips, a formation was arranged around himself by Wu Qiaoji at an extremely fast speed. The colorful formations coalesced into a barrier, protecting Wu Qiaoji tightly. However, that terrifying pressure was like the Milky Way pouring down, and the vastness could not be defeated. Under this power, even though he was a 5th-turn powerhouse, it was as if he had been transformed into a small ant in an instant, and all resistance was just futile. Click, click, click. The light of the formation quickly dimmed, and spiderweb-like cracks spread throughout the entire formation. In the next moment, the spell formation shattered and heavy pressure struck. Like a cannonball, Wu Qiaoji slammed into the ground at an extremely fast speed. Heavens! This power already has the power of the heavens. How could such a terrifying existence appear in this tiny city of Dongxing City? Oi! Looks like I'm going to die here today. Above the ground, Wu Qiaoji's heart was sad. I thought that the attack on the college entrance examination was nothing more than a group of curmudgeons, but I never thought that there would be such a great terror in existence. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to wait for death, all the heavy pressure on his body suddenly dissipated. The blood-colored giant eye rolled its eyes and once again looked in the other direction of Dongxing City. It felt as if what had just happened was nothing more than a casual glance. And now, the demon behind that looked away from it. North gate of Dongxing City. A group of 5 people carefully left Dongxing City. The moment they left the city gates, the 5 were so excited that they almost cried. The 5 were the only remaining soul members of the evil god sect on this mission. The Saint Sun's party that attacked the Gao Gao was completely wiped out, and their congregation outside was also captured by the city lord and lost their troops. Only the 5 of them were lucky enough to escape. The sect leader ordered us to go back immediately and capture a few more green men as blood sacrifices on the way. We failed in our mission this time. I'm afraid we'll be punished when we go back. Since that's the case, then we can only capture some more people to offer to the sect master. Of course, surely we can't commit the crime in East Rising. We'll wait for an opportunity to plot on the way back. A few cultists were in the middle of their calculations when suddenly a huge blood-colored eye opened up in the dome of the sky of Dongxing City. The blood-colored giant eye swept back and forth a few times, eventually locking onto 5 people. Puff! A terrifying pressure struck, and the 5 instantly fell to their knees. Holy, it's Lord Evil God! Lord Evil God has manifested, the evil God Lord that the Holy Sun has been searching for. I didn't expect it to appear at this moment. Lord Evil God, that old thing Wan Changtian killed quite a few of us. You must avenge us. Lord Evil God, please send down divine punishment and destroy the entire Dongxing City. The 5 cultists were trembling with excitement, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing frantically. However, the blood-colored giant eyes did not give them anything in return, only giving them a deep look before dissipating without a trace. Meanwhile, the corner of Chu Jie's mouth in the middle of the park floated into a satisfied arc. Ha ha, very good. Found you guys. Just a moment ago, he had utilized the Eye of Evil Obsidian to scan Dongxing City and the surrounding area. He saw an unfamiliar 5th-turned powerhouse, and he also saw the 5 cultists. As he had guessed, the cultists fled Dongxing City immediately after being beaten up. Chu Jie decisively used the Eye of Evil Obsidian to plant a curse mark on the group of cultists, but did not immediately take their lives. The purpose was to follow this group of cultists and return to the lair of the cultists together. Thinking so, Chu Jie quickly stopped a cab and drove towards the outskirts of the city as fast as he could. The next thing he needed to do was to find a way to gain the trust of these cultists. Chapter 64, Don't do it. You're on your own. What happened? Evil God Sama disappeared? Are we not pious enough? How is this supposed to work? Wait, I feel like Lord Evil God left something on me when he disappeared. When you say it like that, I seem to have it too. All of them, all of us. Could this be the gift of the evil Lord? But what's the use of this thing? I can only feel that the evil God Lord has left something very powerful in me, and I have absolutely no idea how to use it. This is probably a test given to us by the Lord Evil God. If we want to wear the crown, we must bear its weight. Ha ha! Several of the cultists faded from initial bewilderment to ecstasy. To receive the gift of the Lord Evil God, this was a chance that even a holy son would thirst for but not be able to obtain. Previously, they were worried about being chastised by the sect master when they returned to the evil god sect's headquarters, but now they were completely relieved. With the gift of the evil god Lord, even the sect leader wouldn't dare to touch them easily. Right, everyone? It's not a good place to stay. Let's go. Carrying heavy treasure. A group of cultists moved suddenly happy, but also act more carefully. After all, wouldn't it be too much of a loss if he died just after being blessed by the evil god? However, just as the 5 were about to leave, a sudden voice from behind caused the 5 to break out in a sweat. Brothers in front. Wait. The 5 were now outside the city and there was no one around at all. So the shouts just now must have been addressed to them. Can it be that it's Wan Changtian's pursuers? The 5 men tensed and turned cautiously. However, they didn't see hordes of soldiers. All they saw was a handsome teenager. A few cultists identified them and quickly recognized that this person was none other than Chu Jie, who had been in trouble with Lu Yuer before the college entrance exams. The 5 didn't enter the copy, but they were keeping an eye on the high school. It was only that they had only watched half of it before they were chased by the soldiers of Dongxing City, not realizing that the saint's son had also died because of Chu Jie. However, they knew that it was this Chu Jie who had repeatedly killed the evil god sect's congregation out of their copies in the Gao Gao copy, affecting their grand plan. Are you, Chugger? What are you doing here? The 5 cultists looked at Chu Jie with gloomy faces. They were different from the minions in the copy. All 5 of them had the strength of a third turn, and because of that, they were able to escape from the chase. Thus, in the face of Chu Jie, they were not afraid in the slightest, and even had the urge to exterminate Chu Jie, only fearing that there was an ambush around. The group didn't make an immediate move. However, Chu Jie's next words caused them to be instantly filled with black lines, instantly breaking their defenses. Dude, don't do it, one of our own. Chu Jie laughed and stood not far from the 5 cultists with a calm and relaxed look. the current him, with his full attributes breaking through 3,000. Even if the cult saint's son appeared in front of him again, he would be able to finish him off with a flat A, and since it was just a group of minions in front of him, Chujia naturally worried even less about anything. What the hell are you farting about, kid, and one of our own? Don't think we don't know that you're the kid who ate our people out of their copies. It's all because of you kids that we're being rounded up. 2. You'd better give me an honest explanation of what exactly you're up to, or I'll give you a taste of our evil god cult's methods. One of the leaders was a bald young man with dark skin and grim eyes, his eyes glaring round and murderous when he spoke. In the face of the cultists' questioning, Chujia did not panic at all. He naturally knew that his performance in the entrance exam would be broadcast live, so he had already thought of something to say. I am merely putting them to the test. It's a pity that all of them, including your so-called saint son, failed the test. Chujia spread his hands with that I'm helpless too expression. What are you, worthy of testing our saint's son? Say, what the hell is going on? Just what means did you use to assassinate our saint's son? The bald youth pointed at Chujia and cursed. The gifts brought to him by the Lord Evil God made him swell inexplicably, and after observing just now, he was basically sure that there were no soldiers from Dongqing City around. Therefore, he had already made the decision to take Chujia down straight away. Oh, who am I? I've been standing in front of you for so long, and you still don't know who I am? Hearing the bald youth's inquiry, Chujia suddenly smiled coldly as a cold aura flashed in his eyes. I am the messenger of the Lord Evil God, and I have come following the Lord Evil God's orders to test the congregation of your evil god cult. Lord Evil God has placed high hopes on the 5 of you. I thought there was something different about you, but it turns out that you are also rat-eyed people. Chujia's voice was powerful and aggressive. The aura that was emitted for a moment unexpectedly directly overshadowed the 5 cultists. This was what Chujia had come up with along the way. These cultists are crazy, so he'll beat magic with magic. Gives a few people a psychic shock while unleashing the eye of evil obsidian to find the cultists. Chujia, on the other hand, plays the role of the evil god's messenger and forcibly subdues these few cultists. The 5 cultists were shocked and furious when they heard this. What was shocking was how this kid Chujia knew about the Lord Evil God granting them a boon. The anger was that Chujia was pretending to be some evil god messenger and calling them ratty. You brat is so bold. How dare you impersonate a messenger of the evil god lord? Even if the evil god lord did send down a messenger, it could never be a brat like you. The bald youth's eyes rounded with anger and pointed at Chujia, then cursed. However, before the words were finished, he suddenly convulsed violently. A blood-red eye suddenly opened on his forehead, followed by a steady stream of blood chi flowing from the bald youth's body, pouring into Chujia's body as much as it could. The entire process didn't take a few seconds at all, and the bald youth turned into a dried-up corpse collapsing on the ground. Dare to disrespect the messenger of the evil god. Damn you! Chujia had already planted a curse on the cultists before. All that was needed now was to detonate it, and there was no need to activate the Eye of Evil Obsidian again at all. Moreover, each of these cultists were unclean in their hands. Chujia killing them would be removing harm from the people without the slightest psychological burden. After killing the bald cultist, Chujia once again looked at the remaining 4 cultists and spoke in a cold voice. Now, does anyone else question my identity? Chapter 65, Traveling to the Evil God Sect, 9 Heavens Tribulation. Tiger Boss is dead? This. Heavens, Boss Tiger is a level 75 transmuter. How could he be directly killed in seconds by this Chujia kid? That feeling just now, it's like Lord Evil God's aura. The other 4 cultists looked at the bald youth's corpse, and each of them sweated in fear. What alarmed them even more was that the skill Chujia had just unleashed had the exact same aura as the Heavenly Vault Giant Eye. Could it be that Chujia is really the messenger of the evil god lord? If that's true, then why did he take the suns in one fell swoop? It can't really be a test, can it? The Holy Sun didn't pass, and as a result, we did? The 4 cultists looked at each other, completely panicked for a moment. Only, at this moment, when they faced Chujia, they no longer had the malicious intent they had before. There is only fear, longing, and hesitation. Seeing this, Chujia knew that his plan was going well, and with the thunderbolt he had already shaken the cultists' hearts and minds. Well, down there, it's just a matter of adding a little more fire. Still hesitating? It seems that you are not the inheritors that Lord Evil God is looking for either. Then, with a thought, Chujia once again triggered the curse that the Eye of Evil Obsidian had left on the cultists. Buzz! The 4 cultists only felt a heat on their foreheads, and a blood-red eye opened steeply on their foreheads. The 4 of them were scared out of their wits when they thought of the image of the bald young man's tragic death, as they felt the strange sensation on their foreheads. Puff! The 4 cultists fell to their knees in unison and kowtowed frantically. Your Excellency the Emissary atones. We have eyes to see. Lord Emissary open grace na. You are so young. We can hardly imagine Lord Emissary to be so young. Lord Emissary, Spare us your life. We'll do whatever you say. Have mercy. The fear of death gripped the mind, instantly destroying the cultists' mental defenses. Although they weren't sure if Chu Jie's evil god messenger identity was true or false, they were already certain that Chu Jie could mobilize the power of the evil god and was able to kill them instantly. After all, the strongest bald youth among them was now cold. Seeing the scene of the cultists kowtowing and begging for mercy, Chu Jie secretly said in his heart, "Done." On the other hand, his face still maintained a cold expression as he faintly said, "Get up. Those who don't know don't sin, so I'll spare you this time. Although you have been favored by the evil god lord, whether or not you can specifically obtain the evil god lord's inheritance still requires me to test you. Do you understand?" Hearing Chu Jie's words, the four cultists couldn't help but swallow hard. The legacy of the evil lord? Could it be that what the evil god Sama left inside them was something like an inheritance? No wonder Chu Jie was able to wreak havoc in the Gao Gao copy at such a young age. So it turned out that he had obtained the power of the evil god lord. If they passed the test, then would they not be able to get a similar power? Or even stronger? Thinking of this, the four cultists all had a burst of fire in their hearts, and said to Chu Jie with a face full of currying favor, "Lord Messenger, don't worry, we will definitely follow your arrangements. If you say east, we will certainly not go west. You say catch the dog, we definitely don't shoot the chicken. That is, can you clarify what exactly the test of the evil god lord is?" Chu Jie smiled mysteriously and leisurely said, "Lord Evil God is a supreme being. How can we commoners presume to speculate on the thoughts of the gods? Just know that the evil lord is always watching you, and your every word and action may be a part of the test." When the four cultists heard Chu Jie's words, although they still did not understand what the test actually was, they suddenly felt that they had to work hard in order to do so. "Lord Emissary, we understand, and we will definitely work hard. What are we going to do next? Please command." Chu Jie nodded with satisfaction. The reason why cultists were able to become cultists meant that they were born bulls and horses. Otherwise you wouldn't be encouraged twice to do harm. Immediately after that, Chu Jie also finally stated his true purpose. "I have come as a messenger of the evil god, not to order you around, but to observe whether you are qualified to become the successor of the evil god. So, you just have to continue on the same trajectory as before. Now then, tell us what you were going to do originally." Hearing Chu Jie's words, the four cultists had no doubts and told Chu Jie all about the latest orders from the cult god sect. "Lord Emissary, the latest order from the bishop is to rush back to headquarters. On the way, let's capture some youths with strong blood energy and use them for blood sacrifices to restore the sect leader's lifespan." Chu Jie's eyes subconsciously narrowed as he sniffed and decisively said, "There's no need to capture the people. We'll go straight back to the headquarters of the evil god sect." "Ha, but this is the order of the godfather." The four cultists were filled with hesitation when they heard this. This operation was a big failure and they were already going to be chastised. If they couldn't even complete the new mission, then the sect master would definitely punish them severely. Although they had been blessed by the evil god lord, the deep impression that the godmaster had left on them for a long time made them still not dare to easily disobey the godmaster's orders. After all, if they weren't careful, they would probably become blood sacrifices as well. Seeing the four cultists' panicked eyes, Chu Jie also guessed that the cult master was feared to be a ruthless person. These ordinary congregations usually didn't dare to disobey the orders of the sect master, so he casually appeased the four. "Never mind, I'll take care of this. I have something better than a blood sacrifice on my hands. Just take me to the godfather, and I promise to make him feel like heaven." Hearing Chu Jie's words, the four cultists finally felt at ease. Chu Jie could manipulate part of the evil god lord's power, so if he said that there was a better way to restore longevity than a blood sacrifice, then there definitely was. Even bringing Chu Jie before the sect leader might be a great achievement. A messenger sent by Lord Evil God. The sect leader will be happy to see it. Thinking this way, the mood of the four of them all changed from cloudy to sunny as they led Chu Jie towards the headquarters of the Evil God sect. "Lord Emissary, the headquarters of the Evil God cult is near Qingyun City. The distance is a bit far. It may take a day. Please bear with me." Chu Jie sniffed and waved his hand carelessly. "These trivial matters are nothing to worry about. All you need to do is to bring me to the headquarters of the Evil God cult, and that will be a great merit." After saying that, Chu Jie no longer paid attention to these few cultists, listening to the way these few people made light of the blood sacrifice. They must all be killers as well. If he didn't still need them, Chu Jie would have long ago acted on behalf of heaven. He took out the skill book Falling Thunder that he had obtained in the copy of the entrance exam from his storage ring. Another book of first order skills. I wonder what ninth order great spells can be blitzed out this time. With anticipation, Chu Jie crushed the skill book and then directly chose Strengthen. Consume 10 skill points to begin reinforcing the first order Falling Thunder, triggering a 10,000 fold blast. The first ranked Falling Thunder has been strengthened to the 9th ranked 9 heavens. Chapter 66 Shocked Wu Qiaoji. There's a dragon. Ninefold heavenly tribulation? This is the rhythm of sending the enemy to immortality. When Chu Jie saw the name of the new skill, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and curiously looked at the skill description. 9 heavens tribulation, 9th order descending from the heavens. The 9 heavens tribulation thunder. Under the thunder, all evils will be destroyed. Hiss, what a dominating skill. Just by reading the description, it's as if I can think of images of terrifying thunderbolts falling from the sky. And it looks like this thunder skill does more damage to some demonic things. Then, when destroying the evil god cult, use this skill. Having made a decision in his heart, Chu Jie followed the cultists and continued to advance. Qingyan City was the capital of the eastern province of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was extremely distant from Dongqing City. They were now going to the next city over to take a teleportation spell. If we didn't take the teleportation spell, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to arrive for a month. Meanwhile, outside the city, Wu Qiuji slumped to the ground and pretended to be dead for 10 minutes before getting up. That horrible giant eye really disappeared, didn't it? Wu Qiuji swallowed hard and cautiously looked at the sky. The sky was high and the sun was bright, and it was completely impossible to see that just now this place was still a scene of purgatory. So, what did that giant eye appear for? And what did it just look at me for? Wu Qiuji was certain that the giant blood-colored eye did indeed look at him. With just one gaze, he couldn't resist with all his might. However, just when he thought he was going to die for no apparent reason, the blood-colored giant eyes shifted their sight again, then suddenly disappeared again. It's all so unbelievable. Wu Qiuji stretched out her hands and kept feeling around her body. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are all there, and so is the second brother. So what have I lost? The inexplicable appearance, inexplicable gaze, and inexplicable departure of the blood-colored giant eye made Wu Qiuji's heart apprehensive to the extreme. Hey, forget it. This kind of terrifying existence, if it really wants to kill me, then I won't have any chance of resisting at all. At the moment it's better to quickly go to Dongqing City to check it out. I don't know how the cultists there are doing. Wu Qiuji stood up and resumed his aerial flight, quickly arriving at the city lord's mansion in the very center of Dongqing City. City Lord Wan Changtian was already waiting here. May I ask if your excellency is Formation Master Senior Wu Qiuji? Seeing the sudden appearance of the air-crossing powerhouse in the sky, Wan Changtian opened his mouth aloud to inquire. Not bad, I'm Wu Qiuji. You must be Wan Changtian, the city lord of Dongqing City. Tell me a little bit about how it's going in the high school replicas now, so I can target a solution. Wu Qiuji landed in front of Wan Changtian and clearly inquired about the situation in the copy of the entrance exam. Seniors, the copy of the high school exam is gone. Wan Changtian scratched his head in embarrassment and stated the situation at the moment. No more? What do you mean? Wu Qiuji frowned, not understanding the meaning of Wan Changtian's words. How could the copy of the college entrance exam be gone? It's literally the high school replica, blowing up. Wan Changtian smiled sarcastically and stretched out his hand to gesture a bursting gesture. Wu Qiuji pondered for a moment before her eyes widened with a "you're kidding me" expression and she exclaimed, "Grip, you mean the high school copy crashed? How is this possible? The copies of the college entrance exams are used for talent selection in the Dragon Kingdom, and the quality of the copies are all of the highest quality. No one dares to get their hands dirty on this. Don't look at the fact that the test among the copies of the college entrance exam is for first and second rank transmigrators, but the entire copy is capable of withstanding the fierce bombardment of 8th rank skills. If you want to destroy the copy of the Gao Gao, you can't do so unless you utilize the terrifying power of the 9th order mysteries. But how could that kind of bigot have nothing to do with destroying a small copy of the entrance exam? City Lord 1. I didn't rush over from Qingyan City in 1,000 miles to listen to your jokes. You quickly take me to the high school copy. That's a bunch of crazy people in the cult. Letting the kids stay in their hands for even a second longer will put their lives in danger. Wu Qiuji had a face of disbelief and repeatedly urged Wan Changtian to quickly take him to the copy of the college entrance exam. The reason why he was so certain was because he was employed at Qinglong University, the #1 university in the eastern province, and he was exposed to the college entrance examination every year. The second was that the stronghold of the evil god cult was near Qingyan City. Although he hadn't come into head-on contact with the group of cultists, he knew very well how much weight they had. Even if the entire cult of evil was sold, it would be impossible to destroy the copies of the gauntlet. Seeing Wu Qiuji's complete disbelief, Wan Changtian shook his head helplessly. That is, he saw it with his own eyes, or he wouldn't believe it. The good thing is, the high school copy crashed, but the video still survived. Senior Wu, I'm not joking. Please follow me to the city lord's mansion. The entire course of events has been recorded live. Please take a look. Seeing that Wan Changtian still adhered to the original statement, and even had to take out video evidence, Wu Qiuji's heart was also a little shaken. Is this high school copy really destroyed? Can it be that it was caused by that horrible giant eye? The might of that giant eye does seem to be able to destroy the copy of the entrance exam, so the candidates in it shouldn't. With a heavy heart, Wu Qiaoji followed Wan Changtian into the city lord's mansion and entered the most confidential conference room. There wasn't a single soldier here, and Wan Changtian himself played the video of the entrance exam. The first part of the show was all about normal high school, so Wan Changtian started playing from the point where the cultists started to make trouble. It's that cult's holy son, Shen Hong. I remember him killing hundreds of people to study his gift. I didn't realize it was him who attacked the high school this time. Seeing Shen Hong, Wu Qiaoji's face instantly became ugly, having predicted that the candidates were afraid that they had suffered many deaths and injuries. However, as he looked down, his face gradually changed from heavy to surprised. What's this young man's name that he was able to defeat the cultists? City Lord Wan. This person couldn't be a protector of the Tao that you've secretly set up, right? Wan Changtian let out a bitter smile. It's true that Big Brother Chu Jie played the role of the protector of the road, but that wasn't something he set up. Senior Wu, this person is called Chu Jie, and is also a new student in this class. Wan Changtian simply introduced Chu Jie, not daring to mention Chu Jie's identity in the slightest. The current him deeply understood the difficulties of Lu Yunxian and the others. After seeing Big Brother Chu Jie's strength, he had nothing but awe for Big Brother Chu Jie, coupled with the terrifying curse technique that Big Brother Chu Jie had somehow suddenly unleashed. Right now, even if he killed Wan Changtian, he would not divulge half of Big Brother Chu Jie's news. Good. I didn't expect such a talent to appear in Dongqing City. Being able to defeat the cultists of the evil god cult in half a month of transferring. Even those geniuses from the provincial council couldn't do it. As the video continued to play, Wu Qiaoji saw Chu Jie defeating the cultists one after another. It can be said that the original precarious situation of the college entrance examination, Chu Jie alone will turn the situation in half, to the outside world for a great space to operate. Upon seeing that Saint Sun Shen Hong had finally realized Chu Jie and began to personally hunt him down, Wu Qiaoji's heart could not help but lift up. He knew very well that Shen Hong was a fourth-turn powerhouse. Among the fourth-turn experts that was also a leading existence. Chu Jie had just been transferred and could not be Shen Hong's opponent no matter what. However, what happened next made Wu Qiaoji's eyes almost fall out in shock. Grip. Dragon. Chapter 67. The Son of Heaven's destiny must enter my Green Dragon University. Oh my god. How could a divine dragon appear in a copy of the entrance exam? Wu Qiaoji violently stood up from her chair and stared at the screen dead on. The divine dragon at the top of the sky seemed to be made of pure gold, emitting a majestic golden light all over its body. Everything within reach is destroyed. The entire copy of the gauntlet collapsed under the pressure of the divine dragon's might. In just a few minutes of work, densely packed spatial cracks appeared in the middle of the replica. The shaky copy of the high school didn't last long before it simply crumbled. The candidates were teleported out of the copies of the entrance exam one after another, and the images in the screen finally stopped. Gulp! Wu Qiaoji swallowed a mouthful of saliva fiercely. His heart was undulating and it was difficult to calm down. He had thought that it was the giant eye of the celestial dome that had been acting up and destroying the copy of the high school. Never would I have thought that it would be the legendary divine dragon. What was even more outrageous was that he had clearly seen just now that the golden dragon had suddenly appeared after the cult Saint Sun had attacked Chu Jie. Moreover, after the golden dragon appeared, it instantly shattered Shen Hong into pieces. But Chu Jie, who was behind it, did not suffer a single bit of damage. This made Wu Qiaoji speculate. Could it be that the appearance of the golden dragon had something to do with Chu Jie? Thinking about this, Wu Qiaoji directly asked Wan Changtian, City Lord Wan, do you know what's going on with this golden dragon? Is he related to Chu Jie in any way? Hearing Wu Qiaoji's inquiry, Wan Changtian immediately broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that this Wu Qiaoji was so keenly observant. Previously, he found out that the golden dragon was related to Chu Jie, but he discovered part of the truth when he investigated the scene and accidentally found the hilt of the knife that Chu Jie's big brother had discarded. I didn't expect Wu Qiaoji to detect a difference with a single video. Senior Wu, this golden dragon somehow suddenly appeared in our Dongqing city half a month ago. It first appeared in the Goblin Alpine replica, under the divine might of the golden dragon. The Goblin Alpine replica underwent an irreversible terrain change into a deep, Grand Canyon, and today marks the second appearance of the golden dragon. As for whether the golden dragon has any relationship with Chu Jie, I don't dare to say anything. Wan Changtian made a clarification to Wu Qiaoji with discretion. Wu Qiaoji sniffed and after a long period of silence, he suddenly slammed his thigh. I know. Wan Changtian's eyes glazed over as he looked at Wu Qiaoji incredulously, thinking, I'm being so cryptic, and you know all about it? Seeing Wan Changtian's surprise, Wu Qiaoji smiled smugly and said all his guesses. City Lord Wan, wasn't half a month ago the time for the national transfer? Since that day, the Golden Dragon suddenly appeared in your Dongxing City. Doesn't that mean that the Golden Dragon is here for a certain transmuter in Dongxing City? And from the video, it seems that the Golden Dragon reappeared to protect Chu Jie as well, which reinforces my thoughts. This Chu Jie, I'm afraid that he is the existence of the Son of Heaven's destiny. The more Wu Qiuzhi said, the more exuberant, and finally, he clenched his fist fiercely and shouted, "This kind of talent absolutely cannot be snatched away by other schools. It must be admitted to my Green Dragon University and I will personally teach him. This kid has a Golden Dragon to protect him, and I'm affiliated with the Green Dragon University. It's true that there must be karma in the underworld. It's the heavens that guided me to Dongxing City." Seeing Wu Qiuzhi slowly shift from speculation to theology, Wan Shangtian couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth fiercely as he thought, with big brother Chu Jie's strength, he's still going to Qinglong University. Being the president of Qinglong University is more than enough. This Wu Qiuzhi still wants to be big brother Chu Jie's teacher. It's really whimsical. Well, however, Chu Jie big brother now traveling the earth, red dust refining heart, are able to stay in high school honestly for 3 years? Go to college seems to be not impossible. It's just that I don't know if this Wu Qiuzhi has this blessing. There were many thoughts in his mind, but Wan Changtian's face was one of agreement. He was happy to see Wu Qiuzhi brainstorming, and it saved him from having to find a reason for it. City Lord Wan has the same idea? Ha ha, looks like the heroes see eye to eye. City Lord Wan, bring Chu Jie to me now. No, that's too big a frame. I'll meet him myself. Once this kind of genius is exposed, I'm afraid that not the entire Dragon Kingdom will compete for him. It's also the fact that now that the entrance exams are collapsing, his grades aren't known from the top for a while, which gives me a chance. I have to personally come to the door and give enough sincerity to do so. Wu Qiuzhi paced back and forth in the conference room, nervous as if she was going to meet a blind date. Senior Wu, before recruiting Chu Jie, please also settle the issue of the other candidates and the copies of the entrance exam. Seeing that Wu Qiuzhi's heart was all focused on Chu Jie, Wan Changtian hurriedly pulled his attention back and explained his current difficulties. Immediately after that, he suddenly thought that Wu Qiuzhi should have also seen the blood-colored giant eyes in the sky, and worried that he would ask about it. He simply took the initiative to say it as well. And the terrifying giant eye that suddenly appeared on that day. I'd like to trouble you, senior, to relieve our Dongxing City as well. Hearing Wan Changtian's words, Wu Qiuzhi then snapped to the realization that he hadn't come to Dongxing City to recruit people, but to solve problems for them. Now that the problem of the cultists has been solved, a new problem has arisen. It is no small matter that copies of the GCSEs have collapsed and candidates are affected by the GCSEs, and that blood-colored giant eye that suddenly appeared. It was even more likely to jeopardize the safety of the entire Dongxing City. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Qiuzhi finally spoke. You don't have to worry too much about the matter of the collapsed copy of the college entrance exam. After all, this is the work of the Golden Dragon, and it also happened for a reason. And it's also a wake-up call for the entire Dragon Kingdom. You can certainly rebuild a new copy of the high school before the next year's high school exams. As for the students' grades, I'll report them to the Provincial Education Bureau for a retake, and apply for a certain amount of extra points for those who fought the cultists this time. Lastly, that blood-colored giant eye. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen something so terrifying. I'm afraid that power can be compared to the Golden Dragon in the replica. City Lord Wan, do you have any other information about this blood-colored giant eye? Chapter 68, Leaving on a Whim, Green Miasma Mountain. Hearing Wu Qiuzhi's inquiry, Wan Shangtian spoke a bit more about the information related to the Scarlet Giant Eye. You said that this blood-colored giant eye also appeared half a month ago? That one time it appeared, all the monsters in the Thorn Desert died, but the transmogrifier in it wasn't harmed? Today is also the second time this blood-colored giant eye has appeared? Wu Qiuzhi looked at Wan Shangtian with an odd face. How is the timing and pattern of the appearance of this blood-colored giant eye so similar to the Golden Dragon? It couldn't be that Dongxing City had another heavenly pride besides Chu Jie, right? How can a small Dongxing City have two talents, Wulong and Phoenix? With this curiosity, Wu Qiuzhi once again watched the college entrance exam video back and forth 3 times. However, other than Chu Jie, there was no one else who could enter his eyes. Even Lu Yuer, the proud daughter of heaven, who was touted by millions in Dongxing City, could only be described as excellent in Wu Qiuzhi's eyes. After thinking hard, there was still no result, so Wu Qiuzhi could only give up. City Lord Wan, although the Scarlet Giant Eye looks very evil, it has not caused any deaths or injuries to the citizens in its 2 appearances, so it is evident that the Scarlet Giant Eye still has no malicious intent towards Dongxing City. With the information I have available, I can't deduce the true intentions of the Scarlet Giant Eyes, but I will report this matter, so you don't have to worry too much. Wan Shangtian had anticipated this outcome and was happy to do so, nodding his head. Okay, Elder Wu, then let's go to Chu Jie's house now? as the saying goes, there are people above who are good at what they do, and the things that are very difficult for Wan Shangtian, Wu Qiuji solved in 2 or 3 sentences. After the matter was resolved, Wan Shangtian's mood was also relaxed and he took the initiative to propose going to find Chu Jie. Previously, when he was disturbed by the 3 great leaders in the high school plaza, he didn't even have much time to enlist with big brother Chu Jie. It's just the right time to take the opportunity to deepen the relationship a little more. As for Wu Qiuji wanting to recruit Chu Jie to go to Qinglong University, it was up to his own destiny. Right. Let's go now. It's almost noon, so we're just in time to ask Chu Jie to come over for a meal. Speaking of Chu Jie, Wu Qiuji once again raised her eyebrows and smiled. Regarding that blood-colored giant eye, his point of view was similar to that of the golden dragon, and it was most likely related to a certain newcomer transmogrifier as well. Only, that newcomer was obviously not as obvious as Chu Jie. Moreover, the aura of the scarlet giant eye was too evil, and even if he knew that it was strong, Wu Qiuji did not have the heart to recruit it. One could only say that they would give Dongxing City some attention in the future, and if that ghost genius really appeared, they could just try to pull it together as well. The most important thing at the moment, on the other hand, was to recruit Chu Jie, the son of destiny, to Qinglong University. With different purposes, the 2 fourth-turn powerhouses flew through the air and soon arrived in front of the rental house where Chu Jie was. Chu Jie actually lives in such a humble place? Seeing the surroundings of the rental house, Wu Qiuji was full of surprises. He had thought that a genius like Chu Jie's family background should be a big family in Dongxing City. Never would I have thought that it would be the emergence of a noble son from a cold family. Elder Wu, Chu Jie is an orphan and lived his high school life in half-work. Wan Shangtian made an explanation from the sidelines. After knowing Chu Jie's true identity, Wan Shangtian deliberately went to investigate Chu Jie's information. As a result, the information obtained from the investigation made Wan Shangtian eat a hard blow. It's not how flashy the content is, it's plain as day. If it wasn't for Wan Shangtian knowing Chu Jie's status as a big brother, he really would have thought that this was nothing more than an ordinary teenager. Let's just say that the big man's acting is too good. After lurking in Dongxing City for 18 years, he, the city lord, froze and didn't realize it at all. AI, an orphan has managed to achieve such extraordinary results. I'm afraid Chu Jie he suffered a lot. Wu Qiuji let out a sigh of relief, but instead had a few moments of joy in her heart. After all, it was certainly much easier to recruit a son from a cold family than a son from a rich family. With his head start, he has a good chance of recruiting Wu Jie by pulling the conditions full circle. So strong, Wu Qiuji knocked lightly on the door of the room. Knock. Excuse me, is anyone there? The words fell, and the room was quiet. Wu Qiuji frowned and knocked on the door again, yet there was still no movement inside. City Lord Wan, is this place confirmed to be Chu Jie's home? Of course. I wouldn't recognize Chu Jie's home even if I were mistaken about my own. Wan Shangtian nodded his head fiercely, his face slightly embarrassed. He didn't expect a favor this time of year when big brother Chu Jie wasn't at home. It looks like Chu Jie he's not at home. But Senior Wu, don't worry, I have Chu Jie's phone number. I'll call him now. Saying that, Wan Shangtian took out his cell phone and carefully dialed Chu Jie's number. After a few busy sounds, the call was quickly answered. Hello, who's calling? Chu Jie's cautious voice came from the middle of the phone, with a defensive attitude of answering a scam call. The corner of Wan Shangtian's mouth twitched. He just called me back, and now he is asking me who I am. How can you be like this, man? After spitting, Wan Shangtian didn't dare to make a fool of himself in front of big brother Chu Jie and hurriedly explained. Student Chu Jie, it's me, Wan Shangtian. Oh, Lord of the City, what's the matter? Student Chu Jie, I have a teacher from Qinglong University here who wants to specially recruit you to Qinglong University. Now we're right on your doorstep. Where are you and would it be convenient to come out and have dinner with us? Outside of the city, Chu Jie sat in a sedan, looking at the ever-receding street scene, and helplessly returned. I'm sorry, Lord City Lord, I've already departed for a trip, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return to Dongxing City for quite some time. Traveling? So soon? Wan Shangtian did not expect Chu Jie to leave Dongxing City in the twinkling of an eye, and his heart was suddenly empty. It seems that he has no chance to embrace the thick legs of Chu Jie's big brother. Wu Qiuji was not surprised by this. As a college teacher, he knew that many candidates were overwhelmed in high school. After the high school exams are over, traveling immediately is the choice of many people. So he whispered to remind Wan Shangtian, ask him where he's going. Since he had encountered a supreme genius like Chu Jie, Wu Qiuji would never let it go. Even if Chu Jie had already gone on a trip, he would still have to follow him over to recruit Chu Jie to Qinglong University. Wan Shangtian nodded and hurriedly asked, Trudger, what part of the world are you traveling to? It's your future that's at stake, and the teachers at Green Dragon University are planning to fly over to talk to you in detail. Chu Jie is actually undecided right now as to whether or not he wants to go to college. With his strength, there's only so much he can learn by going to college. However, since a college teacher was willing to take the initiative to talk to him, Chu Jie was happy to do so. After all, there were still a few curiosities in his mind about college life in this world. Thinking so, Chu Jie patted the cultist on the side and asked directly, "What's our destination?" The cultist sniffed, black lines sprouting from his forehead. Chu Jie had just spoken to Wan Tian without avoiding it at all, so several of the cultists had heard it. Even if he talked to the city lord, he even directly asked about the headquarters of the evil god cult. "What are you doing, Mr. Emissary?" Doubtful as it was, but thinking of Chu Jie's terrifying methods, this cultist did not dare to disobey in the slightest. He opened his cell phone and found a place in it and pointed it out to Chu Jie. Because of the prohibition planted on their bodies by the sect master, they could not directly reveal the location of the cult's headquarters at any time. Therefore, one could only use some other methods to bypass the prohibition. Chu Jie took a closer look at where the screen was and said to Wan Tian, "Lord City Lord, the place I'm going to is Green Miasma Mountain." Chapter 69, Wu Qiaoji's Worry. Arriving at Green Miasma Mountain. Green Miasma Mountain? Where is this? It was the first time that Wan Tian had heard the name of the place, Green Miasma Mountain. When he was about to ask Chu Jie exactly where he was, Wu Qiaoji, who was on the side, interjected with a stunned expression. Green Miasma Mountain? Could it be the Green Miasma Mountain in the north of Qingyun City? Chu Jie was first stunned when he suddenly heard this unfamiliar voice, but he quickly realized that this person should be the university teacher that Wan Tian was talking about. So he didn't hide it and said bluntly, "It should be. The direction I'm moving forward now is Qingyun City." The cultists next to him sniffed and their faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten. But he didn't dare to say anything and could only nod with a bitter smile. And when Wu Qiaoji heard that, a heart clenched. "Chu Jie, come back quickly. That Green Miasma Mountain isn't a good place." Wu Qiaoji directly grabbed the phone in Wan Tian's hand and shouted impatiently. Others might not be aware of it, but he was aware that the Green Miasma Mountain was exactly where the evil god sect was headquartered. The mountain was covered in miasma all year round, plus all kinds of poisonous beasts coiled around it. It could be considered a barren land for the people of Qingyun City. Before Wu Qiaoji traveled to Dongxing City, he happened to be invited to join in the crusade against the evil god cult. It was only because of the unexpected events in Dongxing City that he didn't promise the other party. Chu Jie, such a little guy who had just been transformed, venturing into the Green Miasma Mountain would definitely be 10 deaths without a chance of survival. "Don't worry, teacher. I know it's not easy there, but I have a guide." "No problem. We're almost at the teleportation array, so we'll stop chatting for now. Bye." Chu Jie simply replied and hung up. At this moment, the cultists had already driven Chu Jie to the teleportation spell in the next city. Swirling teleportation spells were situated in the huge plaza, and by paying a certain fee, one could quickly transfer between two cities. Only, Qingyun City was too far away to be reached at one time, and multiple transfers were needed to get there. The cultists took the initiative to pay Chu Jie's fee, and then the 5 of them entered the teleportation spell together. On the other side, Wu Qiaoji's face was unprecedentedly grave when she saw the phone being abruptly hung up. How can there be a tour guide in a place like Green Miasma Mountain where birds don't? There can be no mistake. There are definitely people from the evil god cult beside Chu Jie. It must be because he was compelled by the cultists that Chu Jie wanted to go to the Green Miasma Mountain. "Hey, Chu Jie, those outlaws are going to do you harm. If Shin Meiyuan knew that you were the culprit for Shin Hong's death, I'm afraid he wouldn't torture you to death." Nope, Shin Meiyuan possesses extremely powerful divination skills. Maybe this abduction is from his handiwork. Wu Qiaoji's heart was in turmoil, as if he was an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth while muttering to himself. "Senior Wu, calm down first. Perhaps the situation isn't as bad as you think." Hearing Wu Qiaoji's self-talk, Wan Tian also finally understood. Dare I say that the Green Miasma Mountain that Big Brother Chu Jie had just mentioned was the headquarters of the evil god sect? Worthy of being a Chu Jie Big Brother? What he had not interrogated with all his own efforts, the Big Brother had solved in a twinkling of an eye. It's just that it's better to worry about the safety of the Chugger bigwigs than to worry more about the cultists. I'm afraid the cult will soon be removed from this world. City Lord Wan, you have no idea how dangerous the Green Miasma Mountain is. No way. It's too late for more. I can't just watch a genius fall into the abyss. I have to go save him. Wu Qiaoji shoved the cell phone back into Wan Tian's hand while taking out a business card and handing it to Wan Tian. City Lord Wan, since this matter has been settled, I will take my first step. As for those things you mentioned, I will explain them all to the Provincial Education Bureau. If there are any problems, you can call me. By the way, if any more heavenly pride appears in Dongxing City, you must also be the first to tell me. I suspect that the blood-colored giant eye should be the same existence as the golden dragon. After explaining everything in a few simple words, Wu Qiuji directly flew through the air and chased straight towards the distance. Only Wan Changtian was left alone in the wind. That's gone? Wan Changtian looked at the business card in his hand and was filled with a bitter smile. This Wu Qiuji seems like a nice guy, but unfortunately he's a brainy monster. Wan Changtian couldn't possibly tell him about Big Brother Chu Jie, and could only wish in his heart that Wu Qiuji would never catch up with Big Brother Chu Jie. After all, if you are affected by Chu Jie Big Brother's skills, then it is estimated that the whole person will become broken. Wu Qiuji left Dongxing City and sped madly towards the circuit. There were countless teleportation spell formations in the Dragon Kingdom, and the connections between different spell formations varied. Wu Qiuji couldn't even guess which route Chu Jie would take. Therefore, he simply stopped guessing, and he planned to arrive at the Green Miasma Mountain first and wait for Chu Jie at the end. Chu Jie and his group could only use the civilian teleportation formation to travel to the Green Miasma Mountain. The speed was very slow and it was estimated that it would take a day to arrive. And he had a special pass that allowed him to use the military's special teleportation array, which was even faster, and he could go back in 2 hours. As long as Chu Jie was saved before he entered the Green Miasma Mountain, then everything could be turned around. You guys from the evil god cult, if you dare to do anything against my good students, I will absolutely eradicate the evil god cult. With this thought in mind, Wu Qiuji passed through a teleportation array at a speed faster than he came. 2 hours later, he finally arrived at Green Miasma Mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a dark green primitive forest, with tall trees covering the sky and the sun, like an umbrella covering the entire Green Miasma Mountain, and underneath where the sunlight couldn't shine, the gray miasma seemed to be constantly surging as if it were a stream, giving off an eerie feeling. In the middle of the forest, from time to time, there would also be a few ghostly cries and howls, which were monsters hiding in the miasma. There were quite a few wild monsters in this place, but there were basically no transmutants coming through. After all, when one came to the Green Miasma Mountain to brush the monsters, one had to deal with the harsh environment, not to mention preparing enough antidote potions. It's hard, tiring and costly, so naturally no one wants to come. Wu Qiuji had been rushing for 4 hours almost non-stop at all times, so even he, a fifth-turn powerhouse, was a bit overwhelmed. Just as he was planning to rest for a moment, he suddenly saw several familiar figures. Chapter 70, Black Wolf Guild, Plan of Extermination. How did they get here? What Wu Qiuji saw was a big man with 5 or 6 of his men setting up something around the Green Miasma Mountain. The big man was stout, with an eye patch over one eye, and just standing at a distance gave him an unruffled sense of menace. This person's name was Huo Wanjun. He was the vice president of the #1 guild in Qingyan City, the Black Wolf Guild. His strength was in the middle of the 5th turn, level 140. It was this man who told Wu Qiuji the location of the headquarters of the evil god cult and invited him to join him in exterminating the cultists. Unlike the 3 major guilds in Dongxing City, the Black Wolf Guild in Qingyun City could be considered to be a dominant force. The Black Wolf Guild was originally just an ordinary small guild in Qingyun City. The previous city lord was interested in creating a private army, and saw that the president of the Black Wolf Guild was loyal and reliable, so he chose the Black Wolf Guild. Under the support of the city lord, more and more high-level transmutants entered the Black Wolf Guild, and this small, unassuming guild grew at an extremely fast pace. Soon, Black Wolf Guild was among the top guilds in Qingyun City, even since the city lord often let the Black Wolf Guild handle some matters inside and outside the city. The Black Wolf Guild has gained a lot of rights that should not belong to the guild. The Black Wolf Guild has gradually developed into a landlord alongside the city lord. By the time the previous city lord realized that something was wrong, the power of the Black Wolf Guild had already spread throughout the entire Qingyun City. The city lord began to mend his ways, trying to cut down on the power of the Black Wolf Guild. He had thought that as the lord of a city, with his deep city and deep tactics, dealing with a naive guild leader would not be a piece of cake. However, the president of the Black Wolf Guild finally revealed his true colors at this moment. He's no loyal old bull, as the guild's name suggests. He's a sinister and cunning Black Wolf. The president of the Black Wolf Guild follows the orders of the city lord on the surface, but secretly he has his men create chaos and mess up the previous city lord. After a few bumps in the road, the previous lord of the city finally realized that he had messed up a very dangerous presence, but he simply didn't have the power to deal with it. In the end, the previous city lord wiped his feet and directly used his connections to transfer out of Qingyun City. Having lost the control of the lord of Qingyun City, the Black Wolf Guild became even more unscrupulous. Numerous high-level transmutators were rounded up by the Black Wolf Guild. The equipment market in Qingyun City and the substitute trainer market were all monopolized by the Black Wolf Guild. Even the entry quota for high-level copies, a core power that should have belonged to the city lord's mansion, was held in the hands of the Black Wolf Guild. The new city lord also tried to cut down on the strength of the Black Wolf Guild. but she was too shallowly rooted and completely unable to shake this behemoth. The major powers in the city are inextricably entangled with the Black Wolf Guild. As long as you want to touch the Black Wolf Guild, it's the result of pulling the whole body. As a local of Qingyun City, and even a teacher at Qinglong University, Wu Qiaoji had a basic understanding of these things. As a result, he did not have a favorable opinion of the Black Wolf Guild. Only a few days ago, Huo Wanjun suddenly found himself and said that the Black Wolf Guild was going to eliminate the evil god cult. Only then did Wu Qiaoji slightly change his opinion of the Black Wolf Guild. The reason why he had approached himself was also because Huo Wanjun intended to use the power of the formation to deal with the evil god cult. After all, the Green Miasma Mountain had a treacherous terrain and was protected by miasma and poisons, so it could be considered a natural fortress. Using formations to directly attack the Green Miasma Mountain was the simplest method, albeit crude. With the financial power of the Black Wolf Guild, if they were determined to eliminate the evil god cult, this amount of money was nothing. Why are there outsiders mixed in here? Just as Wu Qiaoji realized Huo Wanjun also realized Wu Qiaoji. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he looked towards Wu Qiaoji's direction. After seeing that the person coming was actually Wu Qiao, the ruthlessness in his eyes instantly turned to surprise. Ha, Master Wu, what brings you here? Things were resolved so quickly over in Dongxing City? Huo Wanjun arrived in front of Wu Qiaoji in a few dashes. The whole person looked bloated, but his speed was extremely fast. There are high-profile people on the Dongxing City side, and it's basically solved. On the contrary, how did you act so quickly? Is the plan ready? Wu Qiaoji briefly explained about Dongxing City before asking about the doubts in his heart. When Huo Wanjun approached himself, he was looking at his profession as a formation master, hoping to have himself design a combination formation that would be able to strike Green Miasma Mountain from all sides. It's a big project, and Wu Qiaoji is actually still in the stage of collecting terrain information, and hasn't officially started designing it yet. Then he came across the cultist attack thing that happened in Dongxing City, and he rushed over there. I never expected that after only 4 hours of traveling back and forth, the people from the Black Wolf Guild had already started to act. Master Wu, truth be told, we don't have any plans right now. We just intend to set up as many spell formations as possible around the Green Miasma Mountain, because, just a short while ago, the informant I planted in the Black Wolf Guild sent back word. In order to divine the heavenly chances, the evil sect Master Shin Meiyuan suffered a great backlash and has little life left. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we let Shin Meiyuan replenish his lifespan again, it will be difficult to capture him again. Huo Wanjun told the matter very frankly and was very polite to Wu Qiaoji. After all, Wu Qiaoji was the best formation master in Qingyun City. With his participation, both the speed of the formation's arrangement and the combination design of the formation would go up a notch. Oh, there's such a thing? Wu Qiaoji was likewise a bit surprised. It wasn't as if the previous city lord hadn't tried to eradicate the evil god sect, but it wasn't because sect master Shin Meiyuan was skilled in divination and always managed to turn dangers into opportunities. If Shin Meiyuan really suffered a backlash from divining heavenly chances and could no longer avoid good fortune and misfortune in a short period of time, then now was indeed the best opportunity to eradicate the evil god sect. Only, Wu Qiaoji still had a few curiosities in her heart. President Hua, what was the content of Shin Meiyuan's divination that could have caused him to suffer such severe injuries? The cultists are devious and cunning. Beware of falling into their trap. Huo Wanjun smiled confidently and patted his chest in assurance. Master Wu, don't worry. The news is true. Even the ordinary cultists have started to gather their range of activities. It's obvious that guy Shin Meiyuan has suffered a great disaster. As for what information that old thing divined, I don't know. Maybe it's a chance to advance to the 6th turn. Huo Wanjun laughed cheerfully, but a faintly imperceptible dangerous light flashed in his one eye. Only when he saw Wu Qiaoyi's contemplative look did he return to his normal self and continued. Since Master Wu has come, he should be trying to help us out. Please also bother Master Wu next. Our Black Wolf Guild will surely have a generous reward. A way to divine promotion to the 6th turn? Wu Qiaoji nodded thoughtfully. Above the 5th turn, each stage was incredibly difficult. Even the simplest transfer quest was not something that ordinary people could easily accomplish. If Shin Meiyuan wanted to divine the path to promotion, it would be normal to suffer a backlash. It doesn't matter what the reward is. Eradicating the cult and returning some clarity to Qingyun City is what I value. Only, I'd also like to ask President Hua to do me a small favor. One of my students happened to be taken captive by the cultists, and should be returning to Green Miasma Mountain within a day. I'd also like to ask the brothers of the Black Wolf Guild to keep an eye on me for a moment or two. Chapter 71 Black Wolf Guild's Attempts. Arrival in Qingyun City. This kind of small matter. Don't worry, Master Wu. Since he's Master Wu's senior disciple, I'll be sure to have my brothers pay more attention and make sure to free him from the hands of the cultists. Hearing Wu Qiaoji's request, Wanjun laughed and agreed without hesitation. Immediately afterward, he urged impatiently, Master Wu, since that's the case, then please hurry up and start taking over the setup of the Grand Formation. Our Black Wolf Guild has sent out more than 500 men today, and most of them are formation masters. 50 names turn 4, 100 names turn 3, 150 names turn 2, and 200 names turn 1. They are all at your command now, Master Wu. Seeing Huo Wanjuan's urging, Wu Qiaoji was not impatient. After all, the opportunity was fleeting. It was just that he didn't expect the Black Wolf Guild to send a full 500 array masters, 500 formation masters. I'm afraid that's all the formation masters in Qingyan City. However, a 1 or 2 turn formation master, in a dangerous place like the Green Miasma Mountain, apart from being cannon fodder, there wasn't much use at all. A second turn formation master was already in danger of dying in front of the miasma, and a first turn formation master would be even more so if he encountered the miasma. The Black Wolf Guild is practically planning to use the lives of formation masters to crush the evil god cult. As abhorrent as cults are, is this too extreme? Wu Qiaoji planned to talk to Huo Wanjun and let the group of first and second turn formation masters leave. However, after meeting Huo Wanjuan's one eye, he suddenly froze. There was a strange fervor in Huo Wanjuan's eyes. That's definitely not the kind of emotion that should come from exterminating cultists. Even if there was someone who was really cynical, it wouldn't be this vice president of the Black Wolf Guild. After all, the evil god cult has been doing evil for some time now. If the Black Wolf Guild really intended to exterminate the cultists, they could have done it a long time ago. Wu Qiaoji sighed in her mind. I thought that the Black Wolf Guild was planning to do something righteous for Qingyan City. It looks like they came here in this move, and I'm afraid they have another purpose. What else is going on with Master Wu? Huo Wanjun opened his mouth in doubt and asked. Wu Qiaoji said with a slight smile that didn't reveal anything. President Hua, withdraw all the first turn and second turn formation masters to the periphery. Dealing with the evil god cult's formation requires meticulous linking. Not only will their involvement not help much, it will also affect the progress if they make a mistake and destroy the formation. Hearing that it might affect the progress, Huo Wanjun nodded repeatedly. Fine. I'll immediately send someone to call those losers back. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Wu Qiaoji didn't stay in the same place and turned into a recluse and flew towards the Green Miasma Mountain. Looking at Wu Qiaoji's distant back, Huo Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. With Wu Qiaoji on board, the speed of the formation's arrangement can be greatly accelerated. With the addition of these 500 formation masters, it should be possible to spread the 4 directions thunder-like formation all over Green Miasma Mountain within a day. The formation that the Black Wolf Guild wanted to set up in the Green Miasma Mountain was called the 4 Directions Thunderlight Formation. Although this was only a second-order formation, it was the highest damage lightning attribute formation. Thunder has a special bonus for evil things. Hundreds of 4 Directions Thunderlight Formation united. Even a big mountain can be razed to the ground. Boss, the student Wu Qiaoji mentioned, do we need to send someone to look for him? Just then, a sidekick opened his mouth to inquire. Huo Wanjun glanced at his little brother and said with a smirk, the priority is to destroy the evil god cult and get back what belongs to our Black Wolf Guild from that guy Shen Meiyuan, that student of Wu Qiaoji's. What does it matter to me if he dies or not? After saying that, Huo Wanjun gazed towards the miasma-shrouded mountain and snorted coldly. Humph, this old thing, Shen Meiyuan, is really ungrateful. If his evil god cult didn't have our support, I don't know how many times it would have been annihilated. Now that he has hardened his wings, he dares to rob his master? Oh, in that case, this old dog is useless. As Wu Qiaoji had guessed, the Black Wolf Guild did not come to exterminate the evil god cult with the idea of ridding the people of evil. The root of everything was an item in Shen Meiyuan's hands. Chu Jie, who was far away in the sky, naturally did not know that the Green Miasma Mountain was already in flames. With his absolute strength, Chu Jie suppressed the 4 cultists to death. Although he was tired of running around all the way, under the attentive care of the 4 cultists, Chu Jie felt quite comfortable instead. If you want something to eat or drink, you simply order the cultists to get it. The reason is the test of the evil lord. Gradually, the 4 cultists also smacked out that something was wrong. Why would Lord Evil God test us with a coke? A fat cow? We didn't have much funding to begin with, and now it's all going to Chu Jie to spend. So what can we do? I told you there's something wrong with this Chu Jie. Some bull asterisk evil god messenger. Imposter. An absolute imposter. Marred. Why don't you say this earlier if you have it? Why don't you say it to Chu Jie instead? It's useless to say it to us. Khan, isn't this too much to fight? Brother Bald has been mummified. I don't want to die. Let's just keep acting with him. Trick him into coming to the headquarters. And if he's really a messenger, then we'll get a great deal of credit. And if he's not a messenger, then we'll offer him as a blood meal to Lord Sect Leader. Good idea. Let's do it. The four cultists, behind Chu Jie's back, were discussing in private, and soon hit it off. Although Chu Jie did not know what the four cultists were discussing, he knew that it was not good by looking at their backs, but he didn't care anymore. His intention was to find the cult's headquarters and exterminate the cult. These minions of the evil god cult, he naturally wouldn't let them go. Time rushed by and soon the day passed. Chu Jie and the four cultists had also finally arrived at the largest city in the eastern province, Qingyun City. Lord Emissary, this is Qingyun City. Chapter 72, Entering the Evil God Cult Headquarters. Wu Qiuji's choice. As the capital of the eastern province, the prosperity of Qingyun City was not comparable to Dongqing City. Skyscrapers tower over the streets and the streets are bustling with activity. The pedestrians all exuded an unearthly aura, and second and third turn transmuters were everywhere. Lord Emissary, this is Qingyun City. We're going to return to the headquarters through a secret teleportation array next. Our sect master has built many secret teleportation formations for the safety of his headquarters. Different people perform different tasks and have to go through certain special teleportation arrays to get back. Listening to the cultist's explanation, Chu Jie nodded thoughtfully. He thought that this evil god sect master was really a cautious person. Led by the cultist, Chu Jie traveled through the streets and alleys and quickly arrived at a seemingly ordinary restaurant. The four cultists made a cryptic gesture to the owner behind the counter. The boss behind the counter silently got up and led Chu Jie's crowd to the basement. In the dimly lit basement, there was a small teleportation spell that emitted blue light. The four cultists naturally walked into the spell formation, and Chu Jie followed behind. Buzz! The teleportation spell array bloomed with light, and several people instantly disappeared. Unlike the previous several teleportations, this one was very short because of the proximity of the teleportation distance. A group of 5 people were teleported to a hidden mountain pass. Chu Jie looked around and realized that he was already in the middle of a large mountain, surrounded by a gray miasma that looked like a haze. For some reason, the miasma didn't spread into the depression. A cultist took out a token and embedded it in an alcove. The dodge in front of them faded and a cave emerged. Oh, so there's an illusion formation here. But why are there 2 more statues here? Chu Jie walked into the middle of the cave, and the first thing that caught his eyes were 2 tall stone statues that looked like crows. The 2 black as ink crows stood tall on the stone pedestal, their 2 blood-red eyes gazing at Chu Jie's 5 people as if they were alive. Lord Emissary, this is the black raven statue that will detect the scent of the visitor. If the visitor doesn't belong to the cult, then it won't exhibit the passage to the cult. The cultist on the side opened his mouth to explain, a sly glint in his eyes. Chu Jie, an outsider, would definitely not be able to pass the Black Crow statue's inspection. It was just as well that they could use this reason to enter the evil god sect first and find the sect master to inform him of this matter. As long as the sect leader was here, it didn't matter if Chu Jie's identity was true or false. However, before the cultist could get the words out of his mouth, the eyes of the 2 black ravens simultaneously flashed red, and another teleportation array appeared in front of the 5. TSK, another teleportation array. Your sect master is really a loop of a loop. Chu Jie glanced at the teleportation array, and skimmed his mouth in disdain. Immediately afterward, he patted the black crow statue with some reluctance and walked straight towards the teleportation array. Just a moment ago, he tried to load the 2 black crow statues into his backpack space and failed. It made him a little regretful, and at the same time, he suddenly realized an opportunity. The cult of evil should have a lot of treasures, right? It would be such a waste to just crudely destroy all the cultists. One should enter the evil god cult later, and should first search and destroy the evil god cult before doing so. The 4 cultists naturally did not know the dangerous thoughts in Chu Jie's head. They were all confused as they looked at the teleportation array that had suddenly surfaced. No? Why is this black crow statue broken? Chu Jie is clearly not a member of the evil god sect. Ha! You 2 crows can't be the mole, can you? The 4 cultists naturally did not know that the soul of the cult's saint's son, Shen Hong, had died inside Chu Jie. Thus, Chu Jie naturally possessed the aura of the evil god cult on his body. Why don't you guys come in? Is it hard to believe that there are any other conditions for entering the evil god sect? Chu Jie's eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw that the 4 cultists froze in place and didn't walk into the teleportation formation for a long time. No. Feeling the coldness of Chu Jie's eyes, the 4 cultists shivered in fear and hurriedly walked into the teleportation spell. Although they had a vague feeling in their hearts that bringing Chu Jie back to the evil god sect's headquarters was not a wise thing to do, but their lives are now in Chu Jie's hands. They don't dare to disobey. When the 5 of them stood on the teleportation spell formation, the formation lit up and the 4 of them were quickly teleported away. The scene in the depression also slowly returned to its original form once again. However, right at this moment, Wu Qiuji's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain pass. If I'm not mistaken, among those who were teleported away just now was Chu Jie. I didn't expect them to come directly through the teleportation array. Now that they've captured Chu Jie into the headquarters of the evil god sect, This is a bit troublesome. Wu Qiaoji looked at the thick mountain wall, a flash of gravity in his eyes. After learning that the Black Wolf Guild had impure intentions, he did not expect Wu Wanjun to help him search for Chu Jie. Thus, when he set up the four directions thunder lightning formation, he also set up a circle of detection formations around the edges. Maybe it was just luck that actually gave him the cultists to discover. Only, by the time he rushed over, Chu Jie and the few cultists had already teleported away. He only had time to see a few shadows, since Wu Qiaoji's impression of Chu Jie was too deep. Thus even if it was just a hurried glance, he was able to determine that it was Chu Jie. Only, now Chu Jie has been captured by the cultists in their lair. There were so many cultists in the lair of the evil god sect that even if he, a fifth-turn formation master, went in, he was afraid that it would be the result of 9 deaths. What do we do? Is it to leave it at that and give up on Chugai? Or take a chance and save this genius? After only a few seconds of thinking, Wu Qiaoji made a good decision. He's going to save Chu Jie, a student who dared to fight the cultists, a genius with great talent. As a teacher, there is no way in hell I could watch such a young life wither away. Besides, Chu Jie had only just been caught in. He wouldn't be blood sacrificed for a while. He still had some time to operate. Making a decision, Wu Qiaoji quickly flew towards Wu Wanjun. He now needed Wu Wanjun to curate himself in the outside world. In this day's time, he had basically covered the entire Green Miasma Mountain with the four directions Thunderlight formation. The Black Wolf Guild owed itself a favor this time. Now that Wu Qiaoji had asked Wu Wanjun to help curry favor with himself and not have to risk his own initiative with himself, he thought that Wu Wanjun would not refuse. Fruity. When Wu Qiaoji tells Wu Wanjun about Chu Jie being captured by the cultists and taken into the headquarters of the evil god cult, Wu Wanjun very righteously told Wu Qiaoji that he would set up enough manpower in the outside world, and once Wu Qiaoji rescued Chu Jie, he would cover Wu Qiaoji in the outside world while activating all of the four directions Thunderlight formations. Wu Qiaoji sniffed, his heart was relieved, and he reappeared at that mountain pass. Whether it was an illusion formation or a teleportation formation, they all essentially belonged to formations. As the strongest formation master in Qingyun City, cracking these formations was still a breeze, only it would take slightly more time. However, not long after Wu Qiaoji had just left, Wu Wanjun gave orders to his men. Pass on my order for everyone to come back. I'm going to detonate all the four directions Thunder Light formations later. If anyone gets blown up, I'm not responsible. Chapter 73, The Insidious Wu Wanjun. Old man opens the door. Ha, boss, what did you just say? The sidekick was a little dazed, a little skeptical of his own ears. Asterisk. I said for everyone to get ready. In a little while I'm going to activate the grand formation and directly blow up the Green Miasma Mountain. Wu Wanjun glared at his little brother without a good look and repeated with a curse. But didn't. Master Wu just. The youngest brother sort of got it now, but the look on his face was even more stunned. Just a moment ago, Wu Wanjun was full of righteousness, promising to curry favor with Wu Qiaoji to save his student. How come you're about to detonate the big formation in the blink of an eye? Hundreds of large formations together. Even if Wu Qiaoji is a fifth-turn powerhouse, I'm afraid that the chances of being able to survive are pitifully low. Hearing his little brother's words, Wu Wanjun's one eye flashed with a rather self-satisfied glint as he laughed. Kid, that's why I'm the boss and you can only be the little brother. Although we've set up a lot of spell formations, the evil god sect also has internal defenses, with mutual checks and balances. How much damage can truly fall on that old thing Shen Meiyuan? And now, isn't Wu Qiaoji, a fifth rotation expert, entering the evil god sect's headquarters just the right time to hold Shen Meiyuan back for us? Ha ha, I can only say thank you so much to that student of Wu Qiaoji's. It's simply a blessing for me. Of course, if Wu Qiaoji dies, I'll definitely report it to the president so that he can give him the additional title of martyr. Chu Jie's 5 went through a teleportation and finally arrived at the headquarters of the evil god cult. The first thing that caught Chu Jie's eyes was an empty hall. The lobby was decorated in a fairly plain style, with plain marble covering the walls and ceiling, but Chu Jie knew that this was the interior of the Green Miasma Mountain. To be able to create this kind of building inside the Green Miasma Mountain, it was evident that the evil god sect had amassed a lot of money. Thinking about this, Chu Jie's heart couldn't help but be on fire. What took you guys so long to get back? Report quickly to the pilgrimage hall to the vice patriarch. Just then, an old man in a black hooded robe at the entrance of the hall spoke up in dissatisfaction. The sect leader had given the order to return to the headquarters a day ago, and these few people had delayed returning for a day. Their lateness was really a bit excessive. Lord Protector, we are out on a mission. We're going to find the vice preceptor. The four cultists bowed respectfully to the old man, then quickly left the teleportation hall filled with fear. The hierarchy is quite strict in the cult of evil. Cultists in high-ranking positions can kill regular cultists just by finding a crowning reason to do so. As a result, The cultists were fearful and respectful when they encountered the protector, elders, and a host of other top brass. Chu Jie also followed the cultist and left, and at the end of the day, he even took a curious look at the old guardian of the law. While on the road, Chu Jie also learned a little bit of information about the evil god cult. The evil god cult had ordinary, intermediate, and high-level congregations, and above the congregations were the protectors, elders, and vice-patriarchs. The one who stood at the top of the evil god sect was naturally sect master Shin Meiyuan. The strength of the protector is usually the first 4 turns. Knowing that the old man's strength might not be as good as the cult saint Sun Shenhong, Chu Jie quickly lost interest. Walking through the rather wide tunnel, Chu Jie's eyes surveyed his surroundings. The floor is wide and has a perimeter of rooms. Other than the lack of windows, it's basically not too different from a normal building. Wait a minute. Tell me where your cult collects skill books. Chu Jie called out to the 4 cultists in front of him and opened his mouth to ask. He wasn't interested in meeting that vice-patriarch. He was now going to realize his great plan, putting all the cult's old money into his own pockets. The 4 cultists froze at his words, not knowing what Chu Jie was going to do, but they still told Chu Jie the location of the book depository. Lord Emissary, the cache is just past where we just walked. That Lord Protector just now is the administrator of the book depository. Are you going for any skills? Why don't we go and meet the Godfather first, and then we'll... Chu Jie casually interrupted the cultist's words and said without question, I'm a hallowed evil god messenger. If I want to meet, it's your vice-sect leader who should meet me. Oh no, it's the preacher who has to come and see me in person. So, you guys do what you need to do. I'll just wander around. After saying that, Chu Jie walked back. The several cultists looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what to do for a moment. In the end, it was one of them who clenched his teeth and hurriedly ran towards the pilgrimage hall. Chu Jie was not someone they could mess with, and the man was very bizarre. In any case, it was necessary to tell the bishop about it. Glancing back at the several cultists who had hurriedly run away, a meaningful smile surfaced at the corner of Chu Jie's mouth. Let's get messy. It's fun when it's messy. Chu Jie walked back while looking around the room. As expected, a translucent door to the room was seen right in front of the first room in the teleportation hall. Through the door of the room, Chu Jie could vaguely see that there were constantly all sorts of brilliant lights shining in it. Eye blanche? So flash? What level skill book is this? At least 5th order to start with, right? Mud. Is this cult so rich? Chu Jie's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if he had found a treasure. Ha! What are you boys doing back here again? Right at this moment, the old man guarding the doorway also saw Chu Jie, and he stared at Chu Jie with an unkind gaze, as if he was a python that chose to devour people. Chu Jie was not the slightest bit annoyed at the protector's questioning. He smiled faintly at the old protector and said, Old man, open the door to the storeroom for me. I'm going in. Chu Jie could sense that the door to the library was equipped with a formation. He hadn't learned any formation-related skills either, and had absolutely no idea how to break it. But fortunately, this old man next to the protector must have a solution. However, when the old man protector heard Chu Jie's words, his entire body suddenly froze for a split second, almost unable to believe that someone would dare to be so rude to him. The protector of the evil god sect. After a short period of dismay, there was endless fury. Kid, what did you just call me? I'm the protector. How dare you disrespect me? Looking for death? Chapter 74, Searching the Evil God Sect. The old man protector roared. His withered palms suddenly transformed into sharp eagle claws, directly grabbing at Chu Jie's shoulders. The strong force discharged the air, emitting a whistling wind sound, which showed that this strike came with great force and might. If he was caught, Chu Jie's shoulder was afraid that it would be reduced to pieces in an instant. And that, in turn, was exactly what the old protector wanted to see. A mere ordinary congregation member dared to disrespect him as a protector, so naturally he had to be severely disciplined. However, the next moment, Chu Jie casually slapped his hand as if he was sweeping a fly, slapping it on top of the protector old man's eagle claw. Click! The old man protector's arm shifted uncontrollably, and his arm folded upside down 90 degrees, dislocating directly. He himself hit the wall with a thud. What is this? This? That hurts. My arm is broken. The protector's old man's head buzzed, and for a moment he didn't know what was happening. Immediately afterward, the sharp pain coming from his arm finally brought him back to his senses reluctantly. I was knocked over by a regular congregation? Nope. How can an ordinary congregation have such terrifying strength? Let alone an ordinary congregation. Even an elder at the peak of the 4th turn wouldn't be able to send me flying so easily. Who the hell is this guy? Just as the old man protector's mind was spinning, Chu Jie pinched the back of the old man protector's neck and faintly said, Be honest, old man? Now, can you help me unlock the formation in the library? Listening to Chu Jie's emotionless voice and feeling the power coming from his neck, The old man guarding the law sweated, but he also finally understood what was happening. He tried to suppress the fear in his heart and coldly said to Chu Jie, "You're from outside? Daring to enter our evil god sect headquarters alone? You really have a lot of guts." The headquarters of the evil god sect has a sect leader in attendance, and there are more than 24th turn experts. Even if your strength is high, it's impossible for you to retreat in one piece. If you let me go now, I can pretend I didn't see it and let you leave. The old man protector tried to threaten Chu Jie with the evil god cult, yet Chu Jie sniffed and frowned impatiently. "Old man, you're very long-winded. It seems you haven't recognized the current situation." Saying that, Chu Jie lifted the protector's old man's head and flung it directly onto the door of the bookstore. Boo! The door to the bookstore erupted in a burst of brilliant light, forming an earth-colored shield. The protector old man's head collided with the shield, and he was instantly knocked on his head. "If you don't help me get the formation open, then I'm going to bash your head in. I just don't know whether your head is hard or this formation is hard." Chu Jie lifted the head of the old guardian and slammed it into the door once again. Boom boom boom. At first, the old man protector wanted to hang on for dear life with his fourth turn attribute. However, he soon realized how naive his thoughts were. Chu Jie looked young, but the force in that hand was simply terrifying to the extreme. With every bump, the old man protector felt a mountainous force pressing down on him, bumping him to the point of dizziness. In just a few short breaths of effort, the old man guarding the law was already drenched in blood. "No, stop banging. I'll drive. I'll open the door for you. Don't bump it." The old man protecting the law had a heart like an ice cave. He finally realized that this guy who broke into the headquarters of the evil god sect was afraid that he wasn't a madman. If he didn't do what he said, even if the sect leader was able to exterminate him in the end, then he himself would definitely die without a burial place. Hearing the old man protector's plea for mercy, Chu Jie finally stopped his hand movements. However, he still held the old guardian by the neck and just looked at him without saying a word. The old man protecting the law didn't dare to say anything more and quickly took out a jade token and flicked it on the gate. The earth-colored shroud of light quickly dissipated like a mist. A flash of surprise flashed in Chu Jie's eyes as he quickly pushed the door open. The gate opened and Chu Jie finally saw the scene inside. It was a modest room with a dozen rows of bookshelves inside, looking as if it was a small library. On top of the bookshelf, a skill book was neatly placed, the number of which was estimated to be several hundred. Seeing so many skill books, Chu Jie's face however turned ugly for a moment. The vision seen earlier outside the door disappeared. Chu Jie took a glance and there were no skill books that emitted a precious light. Puzzled, Chu Jie walked between the bookshelves and realized that most of the skill books were second and third rank, with only one or two fourth rank skills. As for the skill books above the fifth rank that Chu Jie was looking forward to, they were not even a hair. "Old man, where did you hide the high-level skill books? I just looked outside and there were quite a few good things in there. How come they were all gone once I came in? Is there a basement to this stash?" Chu Jie looked at the old man protector in a rather unpleasant manner and voiced out a question. The protector old man's neck subconsciously shrunk as he sniffed, somewhat hesitant as to whether or not he should tell the truth. However, as he watched Chu Jie lift him up once again and seemingly slam him against the wall again, his hint of hesitation dissipated. "Biggie, don't bump. I say. This storeroom doesn't actually have any high-level skill books at all. What you see outside is actually an illusion created by the spell. The purpose is to cajole the congregation." The old man protector clenched his teeth and finally told the truth. That's why he, a keeper of the collection, doesn't stay in the collection, but instead stays outside of it every day. The corner of Chu Jie's mouth twitched. Turns out it's a fake. What a waste of feelings. Chu Jie was quite upset and put all the skill books into his backpack space. Although they were all second or third rank skill books, there were quite a few of them and they could be sold for a lot of money. "But how come you don't have any first rank skill books here?" Chu Jie asked suspiciously. He could understand not having a high-level skill book, but not even having a first-level skill book was a bit strange. Because this is the headquarters of the cult of evil god, the congregation of the First Order is not qualified to enter the headquarters at all. So, the old man protecting the law carefully explained. Chu Jie sniffed and came to a realization. First Order congregations are not worthy of coming to the cult headquarters, so First Order skill books will not be placed here either. Well, anyway, it's always a good thing to scavenge. The burst rate of skill books was very low, getting hundreds of skill books at once. Chu Jie was still in a good mood overall. Walking out of the book collection room, Chu Jie swept a few glances in the corridor and finally looked at the old man who was the protector in his hands once again and asked with a smile, "Old man, where is the place where you cultists gear up?" Chapter 75, Madness. Pilgrimage Hall. This is one of the largest places in the cult's headquarters. The entire space was the size of a soccer field, with thick stone pillars gilded with a gold dust that appeared to shimmer in the white light of the ceiling. And at the far end of the hall, a tall statue was erected. The statue was a demon with a head with two horns, a feathered back, and a hideous appearance. In the understanding of the evil god cult congregation, this is the image of the evil god. In the cult of evil god, all the congregations spend an hour every day to come to the pilgrimage hall to worship the evil god, to listen to the teachings of the godmaster, and to feel the grace of Lord Evil God. In other words, they are subjected to brainwashing work at regular intervals to prevent the congregation from developing dissent. At this moment, the vice patriarch had just finished his brainwashing speech, and hundreds of congregants were sitting together in the hall, shouting the slogan, "The heavens will not be crossed, and the evil gods will be eternal." Right at this moment, the four cultists who had led Chu Jie earlier hurriedly entered the hall. Why are you guys so late for the pilgrimage? The vice sect leader's eyes stared, and a ferocious light erupted from his eyes. Lord Vice Patriarch, we are a congregation going on a mission to Dongqing City. We have something important to report, the four cultists said to the Vice Patriarch with unparalleled apprehension. Oh, so it's you guys. The Vice Patriarch gave a few people a meaningful look. The reason the sect leader suffered a divination backlash seems to be because of the mission in Dongqing City. He was also curious as to what had happened in Dongqing City that could be 100,000 miles away from each other and caused the sect leader to suffer a great deal of vitality. The sect leader told you to go to the blood pool to find him immediately after you return. By the way, I believe the sect leader ordered you to bring back sacrifices. How many did you capture and bring back? Upon hearing the vice sect leader's inquiry, the four cultists immediately turned pale. They wouldn't dare say that not only did they not bring back a sacrifice, but they brought back a bogeyman. In order to save their little lives, the four men lied without hesitation. My lord, we were in a hurry on the road and only caught one offering. However, this sacrifice is young in age, but extremely vigorous in chi and blood. One person topping 3 or 4 is not a problem. It's just that there's something weird about this guy. Just as soon as he got into headquarters, he lost. The four had already combined their efforts before coming here, and it could not be said that Chu Jie possessed uncommon strength, much less that they had brought him back to the cultist headquarters while knowing that he was very strong. Therefore, they directly described Chu Jie as a sacrifice and then entered the evil god cult to escape. In this way, they took themselves out of the matter. Even if the sect master later knew that Chu Jie's strength was not bad, the conclusion made was that Chu Jie had deceived them, which allowed him to enter the evil god sect. As expected, the vice patriarch was a bit disgruntled at his words, but he didn't have too much suspicion. This is an offering to be made to His Holiness. Do not neglect it. I'll order a few people to join you in the search now, and make sure we find him quickly. The corners of the four cultists' mouths twitched viciously when they heard this. They were now 100 times unwilling to have any more contact with Chu Jie. Just as they were racking their brains, wanting to turn down the mission, suddenly a panic shout suddenly came from outside the hall. Lord Vice Patriarch, it's not good. It's not good. A cultist stumbled into the pilgrimage hall, looking terrified to death. What's going on? What a fuss. Seeing this, the Vice Patriarch gave a disgruntled rebuke. Vice Sect Leader, someone has invaded into our headquarters and robbed both the library and the treasure vault. The cultist took a deep breath with a pale face, but the words that came out made the Vice Patriarch listen directly to the stupidity. What's the situation? Someone is invading the cult? What configuration is the other side? How many people? How did they get in? The Vice Patriarch swallowed hard and inquired nervously. Just one. I don't know how they got in. Our defense spells didn't have any alarms. The cultist shivered. What? Just one guy? Hasn't set off any alarms yet? Can it be that it's that 5th rotation array master from Qingyun City who's here? Nope. Even that 5th revolution formation master would never dare to enter the evil god sect alone. The Vice Patriarch pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked back at the four cultists from before. These four cultists had just said that the sacrifice had escaped, and now there was an attack on the headquarters. The Vice Patriarch subconsciously connected these two things together. He asked each of the two groups to describe the appearance of the sacrifice and the sneak attacker. When you compare them with each other, it's the same person. You four assholes. The sect leader told you to catch a sacrifice. And what did you catch back? The vice sect leader cursed angrily and immediately led a group of horses forward to capture that arrogant fellow. If there was only one person, he was not afraid in the least. The evil god sect, with a congregation of hundreds of people, still couldn't take down a mere petty thief? The crowd of cultists quickly rushed out of the pilgrimage hall and towards the treasure vault. Along the way, they saw that almost all of the rooms next to them had been opened. The congregation guarding the room were all knocked out or even killed. The entire headquarters of the evil god cult was a mess. Deceitful. If I catch this person, I will definitely pull out his tendons and bones, make him endure the most horrifying roar of our evil god sect, and then finally blood sacrifice the dregs. The vice sect leader roared angrily and took the lead in rushing into the treasure vault. However, the treasure vault was empty. Not only was there no figure of Chu Jie, but the various equipment in the treasury had all disappeared. Marred. Robbing something has even come to our evil god cult. That's all money. Money. The vice patriarch's eyes were on fire as he hissed in anger. Though the treasure trove is mostly silver equipment with the occasional gold equipment, but the number of pieces can be substantial. Thousands of pieces. The overall price adds up to hundreds of millions. I'm afraid. And now, it's straight up gone. The sect leader temporarily retired. This vice sect leader of his own had made such a big mistake on his first day of stewardship. He was simply so angry that he was almost going crazy. He quickly rushed out of the treasure vault and found a guy on the way who was still breathing, lifted him up in one hand and asked viciously, "Where did that guy who attacked our cult go?" The intense pain caused the cultist to grimace, but with difficulty he pointed a direction to the vice priest. Blood pool. What? That kid even went to the blood pool? Ha ha, the sect leader is resting in a pool of blood. This kid is simply asking for death. Hearing that Chu Jia had actually run off to the blood pool, the vice sect leader laughed back in anger. Although Shen Meiyuan had suffered from the backlash of divination and his lifespan had been greatly reduced, he was, after all, a fifth-turn expert. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. Even if that intruder had some skills, he was definitely not a match for his holiness. All the congregation, come with me to the blood pool to witness the Lord Godfather himself bloodily slay the invaders. Chapter 76, Blood Shadow Claws and Guards. Old man, are you sure your sect master is inside that blood pool? Chu Jie opened his mouth to inquire while walking towards the depths of the underground. Although he had looted the two major treasuries of the evil god cult, he had also obtained quite a few equipment and skill books. But the harvest is still far from what you expect, because what he scavenged were some pretty ordinary things. He came to the evil god cult to grab treasure, not to pick up trash. After some thought, Chu Jie decided to go find the evil god sect master. The treasure vault was filled with junk, so it was obvious that all the good stuff had been embezzled by the higher-ups of the evil god cult, and the evil god sect master, naturally, bore the brunt of it. Another reason was that Chu Jie wanted to make sure that the person who had probed him that day was this Shen Meiyuan. If the evil god cult was exterminated and the hidden danger was not eliminated as a result, it would be a big mess. Big guy, I'm sure. Usually it's the patriarch who presides over the affairs of the church, especially the pilgrimage ceremonies, but the sect leader didn't show up at all today, so he must be right there in the blood pool absorbing energy. The old man protecting the law said with a trembling voice. He was also an old veteran of the evil god sect, so he knew quite well about sect master Shen Meiyuan. The reason for being so honest about it is also simple. Chu Jie directly took out another protector in front of him. Although the old man is old, he doesn't want to die so early. Just be sure. Chu Jie nodded in satisfaction. The evil god sect master was at the strength of the fifth turn, and it would definitely take a lot of effort to touch him. But it's okay to work hard for a small fortune. When Chu Jie was in his second turn, he was able to touch the fourth turn Saint's son Shen Hong. Now that he had reached the third turn, he shouldn't have any problems with the fifth turn Shen Meiyuan. Right? Even if you're not defeated, just put in a direct extinction move. Under the guidance of the protector old man, Chu Jie made his way down the tunnels built by the evil god cult. The room around them dwindled, but an aura of blood grew stronger. Feeling this aura, the old man protector couldn't help but swallow hard. Every once in a while, the evil god cult would send a group of people to the blood pool to be sacrificed to the evil god lord. Among them were those who were taking captives outside, and the congregation who had violated the canon law. It was said that they were sacrificed to the Lord Evil God, but the old man protector knew that those people ended up being integrated into the blood pool through mysterious means and became the sustenance of the evil god cult. That's right, it's the whole cult of sustenance. It was because sect master Shen Meiyuan mastered a special skill. This skill was called Blood Shadow Claw, which appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary first-level skill. But those who knew the inside story would be deeply shocked by the power of this skill, because it's a universal skill that all people can learn, and most outrageously, it can grow. That's right, this skill could grow continuously by absorbing energy from the blood pool. Therefore, in addition to the Godmaster, only those who have performed well in the cult of evil god are qualified to approach the blood pool and utilize its energy to strengthen the Blood Shadow Claw skill. After walking for about 5 minutes, Chu Jie finally saw a tall, blood-colored door appear in his vision. Before the gate, there were 2 guards standing guard, meditating with their eyes closed as if they were 2 statues. Hearing someone approaching, the 2 guardians opened their eyes at the same time, and a bloodthirsty aura came towards the 2 of them. What kind of person dare to trespass into the blood pool's heavy ground without authorization? I think Dad. Chu Jie smiled faintly, and without saying anything, he went straight to work. As soon as he slammed the old guardian man towards the 2 guardians, his entire body charged forward at breakneck speed, approaching the 2 guardians at an unbelievable speed. Hold the grass. You can't do this. Big brother, It's so ungrateful to use it up and throw it away. The old guardian wailed and wailed. He's all bruised and battered now. There's no resistance at all. Old man eagle, how dare you join with outsiders to force your way into the blood pool? A protector shouted angrily when he saw the flying old protector. A huge blood-colored claw the size of a city gate suddenly appeared in front of him, smashing down directly towards the old man who was the protector of the law. I'm not. You don't say. The old man protecting the law screamed in agony and hurriedly raised his hand to block. However, a protector who could guard before the blood pool would have been above him in strength. And now, he was still seriously injured, and it was even more unlikely that he was the opponent's opponent. Boo! After a heavy sound, the old man protector was directly slapped onto the ground, spitting out blood. The other protector similarly met Chu Jie with a fierce face, a blood-colored giant claw quickly surfacing in front of him, filled with an aura of madness and violence. The two guardians are always on guard outside the blood pool, although they are outside, but the smell of the blood pool will drift out, and can still strengthen the blood shadow claw skill. And now, their blood shadow claws had advanced to the 4th rank and were about to break through the 5th rank, being their strongest skill. Kid, daring to trespass into the blood pool of the evil god sect, you're still the first one I've seen in my life. Remember, don't be so stupid in your next life. The protector laughed eerily, and his blood-colored giant claw moved towards Chu Jie, slapping down nonchalantly. However, just at the moment when the blood-colored giant claw was about to hit Chu Jie dodged and had already appeared behind the protector. The 42-yard kick swung back 180 degrees in the air and unceremoniously kicked the guardian. Boo! The protector let out a cry of pain, and his entire body slammed hard into the wall aside like a cannonball, fainting in an instant. Grip! How is this possible? Who are you? How can you have such terrifying strength? The other protector was still gloating about his one-strike defeat of the old protector. He was also a protector, but he was around the blood pool, constantly strengthening the blood shadow claws, and compared to the protector guarding the book pavilion, his strength was already heaven and earth. However, as soon as he turned his eyes, he saw his companion being kicked away, and his whole body was scared out of its wits. Didn't I just say, I'm your father? I'm here to send you to reincarnation. A grim smile surfaced on Chu Jie's face. With his thighs firing, his speed was catalyzed to the extreme, and his entire body transformed into a black shadow, rushing towards the other protector at breakneck speed. Seeing the terrifying speed that Chu Jie had erupted in an instant, the protector's heart chilled as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What speed! What a terrifying chi! This person's attributes are definitely a notch above mine. A 5th turn expert? How could there be such a young 5th turn expert? The protector's mind was spinning for a split second. In the end, he made the only decision that could possibly save him. Bishop, help! The protector rushed towards the blood pool like a madman. However, just as he was about to approach the gate, Chu Jie's attack had arrived. The fist wrapped in a terrifying wave of air directly blasted onto the back of the protector. Boo! The protector only felt as if he had been hit by a large truck, spitting out a mouthful of blood and directly collapsing to the ground, easily resolving the two door guards. Chu Jie was about to push the door in. However, just as his palm had just covered the gate, he suddenly heard the sound of dense footsteps coming from behind him. Oh, has the army finally arrived? Just as well, we'll sort it out together later. Saying that, Chu Jie's palm fiercely exerted force and directly pushed open the door of the blood pool. Chapter 77, Shin Meiyuan kneels. Boom! The door to the blood pool was slowly pushed open. The image that appeared in front of Chu Jie caused his brows to subconsciously furrow. It's a wide cave. Unlike the well-kept underground rooms of the outside world, this cave had not been remodeled in any way. All around were rough, hard rock walls and the ground was pitted. Two pools of blood pooled on either side where the ground was low. The thick blood emitted a suffocatingly fishy odor, dyeing the surrounding stone walls a dark red. Red is a festive color, but a pool full of bright red is creepy. The eerie scene gave the first impression as if one had walked into hell, and in the very center of the cave, on top of a large rock, sat an old man with white hair. The old man was none other than sect master Shin Meiyuan. After a day of absorbing the blood pool's energy, his lifespan had recovered a bit. The original body, which was like a withered leaf, was revitalized with a hint of life. It was still a pale look, but at least it had some spirit. After hearing Chu Jie enter, Shin Meiyuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "You're here? I've been waiting for you for a while." As the god master of the evil god sect, Shin Meiyuan's mastery of the evil god sect was all-encompassing. From the first moment the riot began, he was aware of the generalization of the matter through his close associates. It turns out that someone pretended to be weak and was captured and returned by the congregation, who then began to loot the cult. If placed in the previous time when Shin Meiyuan had a sufficient lifespan, he would definitely not let this kind of thing that compromised the face of the evil god sect happen. However, This little thief broke in exactly when he was weak, leaving him unaware for a moment. But luckily, there was only one visitor, who also looked young, so it wouldn't be too difficult to solve. Bishop, it's Lord Bishop. Ha ha, this brat even broke into the blood pool, not realizing that our Lord Sect Leader is right here. Lord Sect Leader, kill this brat and sacrifice him to Lord Evil God. Long live the Godfather. Long live the evil Lord. The group of cultists who had just rushed to the blood pool immediately became agitated after hearing Shen Meiyuan's calm and disdainful tone. Along the way, they had already seen Chu Jie drying out dozens of their siblings, and their hatred towards Chu Jie had already accumulated to an unquenchable level, and now the bishop sounded so calm and confident. Obviously, in the eyes of the Godfather, this messed up kid didn't count for anything at all. Everyone stood quietly outside the blood pool door, not taking the initiative to make a move, adoringly and obsessively looking up to Shen Meiyuan. Expect Shen Meiyuan to show his terrifying strength and give Chu Jie a heavy blow. However, after Chu Jie heard Shen Meiyuan's words, his face became somewhat odd. Ha, you knew I was coming? It's hard to believe you're. Chu Jie's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Shen Meiyuan on the stone and carefully recognized him. The person he inexplicably saw on the street yesterday was clearly a middle-aged man, but this person in front of him was an old man. Chu Jie corresponded the images in his memory with this old man to each other and magically realized that they were 8 or 9% similar. Then he thought about part of the information he had learned from the cultists earlier, that the cultists' god master could perform divination by consuming his lifespan. Chu Jie was instantly certain. Old thing, it really is you. You were the one who used divination to secretly probe me yesterday, weren't you? Hearing Chu Jie's words, Shen Meiyuan, who had been sitting still on the stone like an old tree with roots just a moment ago, suddenly trembled and looked at Chu Jie in shock. What's the situation? How did this kid know about the big guy I secretly probed with divination yesterday? Nope, what did the kid say? Scouting him? It's clearly a scary big man I'm scoping out. Shen Meiyuan stared at Chu Jie with a deadly stare and couldn't help but secretly gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Ever since he almost died from the backlash of divination, Shen Meiyuan had been on tenterhooks, fearing that big brother would suddenly hit the door and wipe out the entire evil god sect outright. He was pretty sure that if that big brother was willing, he was afraid that if he moved his finger, the evil god sect would cease to exist. But Shen Meiyuan had never thought that big brother would use such a low-level means of invasion, invading into their evil god sect and going as far as to go to the bookstore and treasure vault to get that crap. However, even though he didn't believe it anymore, the blurry figure in his mind slowly reunited with Chu Jie. Can't go wrong. That big brother who was thousands of miles apart and had directly subjected himself to an unprecedented divination backlash was the one in front of him. Puff! Shen Meiyuan was so scared that he directly fell off the boulder, and no longer had his previous style and arrogance. Big brother, I'm sorry, I really didn't realize that rebellious son had messed with an existence like yours. I've taught my son poorly. I'll make amends to you. As long as you need it, I can dedicate everything I have, everything in the evil god cult, to you. Shen Meiyuan shivered and knelt in front of Chu Jie, kowtowing repeatedly. If it were anyone else, he might have dared to resist for a moment or two, but this big brother in front of him, that was a terrifying existence that could even cover up the heavenly chances and could influence his divination from thousands of miles away. Resist? That'll just get you killed faster. What's going on with this? What just happened? Why is Lord Sect Leader kneeling? Asshole brat, what have you done to Lord Sect Leader? Charge! Together, kill this brat and sacrifice him to the Lord Evil God. The crowd of Evil God Sect's congregation had been looking forward to seeing the scene of Chu Jie's pulverized body. Never in a million years did he expect that his own sect master would directly kneel to Chu Jie. That domineering and peerless sect master who had the power of life and death in the evil god sect was so humble that he knelt at Chu Jie's feet as if he was an old dog. Everyone was dumbfounded and everyone was angry. With a roar, they were about to rush into the cave and break Chu Jie into pieces. However, just as they had stepped through the gate, Shen Meiyuan steeply exuded a terrifying red wave of chi that rushed everyone out. The first few members of the congregation were even directly crushed by the airwave and fell to the ground vomiting blood, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Assholes, all ing kneel down. A bunch of waste things, in front of the big brother. Is it also for you to be able to be reckless? Chapter 78, Returning from a Full Load. Heavenly Tribulation. Shen Meiyuan's sudden strike, coupled with a stern cry, directly scared all the congregation silly. The cultists had expected the patriarch to capture the invading petty thief and punish him with the harshest of penalties. Never in a million years would I have expected the bishop to be the first to kneel. Not only did he kneel, but he even turned the tables on the congregation. What the heck is going on here? How could the sect leader make a move against us for an outsider? Who the hell is this guy? Could it be that he's already so strong that even the sect leader can't reach his level? A crowd of congregants cringed. The four cultists who brought Chu Jie from the crowd were even more completely dumbfounded. Chu Jie's previous outrageous maneuvers had already made them certain that Chu Jie wasn't any evil god messenger at all. What kind of evil messenger would attack a cult? But the strength shown by Chu Jie is too terrifying, right? Did we really think wrong? The 4 cultists were as if they were dead in the water and fell to the ground with a thud. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The surrounding cultists saw this and fell to their knees as well. It was both because of Shin Meiyuan's stern shout, but also because of Chu Jie's mysterious and unpredictable strength. For a moment, the door fell to its knees. Chu Jie didn't care about the situation outside. His gaze playfully looked at Shin Meiyuan in front of him. This Shin Meiyuan was a 5th-turn powerhouse, and he didn't even fight with himself, so he directly knelt. What did that mean? It means that this old guy knows his true strength. A man who knows his true strength, and a cult leader. That's a dangerous thing to do. An icy glint flashed in Chu Jie's eyes, and in his heart, he had already decided. Shin Meiyuan must die. Of course, this is both to cut off their own backs and to punish evil. With the pools of blood around them, I don't know how many innocent people died. This Shin Meiyuan's crime is so great that he is not worthy of death. However, before that, Chu Jie naturally had to squeeze all the oil and water from Shin Meiyuan's body before doing so. Since you know me, I don't need to introduce myself. I'm here to tell you that your saint son has pissed me off in East Rise, and that I'm rather upset about it. Sect Master Shin, what do you think should be done about this? Chu Jie's voice was calm, but Shin Meiyuan clearly felt a palpitating chill from it. He screamed in his heart and cursed his asshole son 100 more times. But what could he do in the face of questioning from such a terrifying bigot? Just when Shin Meiyuan thought that he was bound to die, he suddenly thought of an important thing. This big brother had ransacked the evil god sect's library and treasure vault before coming to meet with himself. What does that tell you? It means big brother needs money. In that case, it might be possible to get paid for your life, and maybe even a little relationship with the big guy. Biggie, I know that asshole offended you. I am willing to compensate you, as long as you're happy. It doesn't matter even if I offer the entirety of the evil god cult to you. Hearing Shin Meiyuan's words, a smirk flashed across Chu Jie's eyes. This godfather, indeed, knows much more than that son of his. However, he naturally also heard the subtext of this Shin Meiyuan. He didn't say offer treasures, but rather offer the cult of evil. This is trying to put the cult of evil under his name. What an old fox. Chu Jie laughed coldly in his heart, while on his face, he said in an unsavory manner, "You're quite understanding. So let me see if your sincerity is sincere or not." Seeing that Chu Jie did not refuse, a flash of hope suddenly surged within Shin Meiyuan's desperate heart. He quickly pulled something out of his backpack space. Top-tier silver equipment, gold equipment, and even a few diamond-level equipment. There were even more skill books, most of which were turn 4, with the occasional turn 5 skill book. Soon, the various treasures piled up into a small mountain in front of Chu Jie. Grip the grass. Worthy of being a godfather? The stash is just plentiful. Watching so many treasures being taken out in one fell swoop, Chu Jie smiled with a wide brow. Without saying anything, it was directly collected into the backpack space. Unlike Chu Jie's happiness, all of his own belongings were taken away by Chu Jie, and Shin Meiyuan's heart ached so much that he could barely breathe. However, for the sake of his own little life, he could only endure it. He looked at Chu Jie with anticipation and said with a smile on his face, "Biggie, do you think my sincerity is okay?" Chu Jie nodded thoughtfully, but the words he uttered caused Shin Meiyuan to break down again. Not enough. The corner of Shin Meiyuan's mouth twitched. However, thinking of Chu Jie's terrifying strength, he could only take all of the diamond-level equipment he was wearing as well and hand it over to Chu Jie. "Biggie, I'm giving you everything I have in my body. You see." Chu Jie put the equipment into the backpack space again, looked at Shin Meiyuan with a smile, and asked, "Any more?" "Nope, it's really gone." Seeing that Chu Jie was still not satisfied, Shin Meiyuan shook his head with a face full of bitterness, but his heart was beating wildly for a moment. This person wouldn't know I have that thing on me, would he? But I can't hand that thing over anyway. With that thing, I can still flip. Once I hand it over, my strength will absolutely never have the chance to refine a single bit again. Right, that's right, I can never hand it over. No matter what, I can't hand it over. Chu Jie naturally did not know what Shin Meiyuan had in mind. Seeing that he didn't take out any more treasures, he just assumed that he really didn't have any more in stock. Sect Master Shin, you've done well. Chu Jie smiled and patted Shin Meiyuan's shoulder. When Shin Meiyuan heard this, a flash of joy finally appeared in his desperate eyes. Are you satisfied? I passed? I get to live? Before Shin Meiyuan could even begin to pay his compliments, Chu Jie's next words caused him to fall into an ice cave in an instant. Take this money as a reincarnation fee and remember to be a good person in your next life. 9th rank mystic technique. 9 heavenly tribulations. Along with Chu Jie's cry falling, a terrifying thunderclap abruptly exploded in the cave. The silver-white thunder dragon descended from the sky, dispersing the pervasive miasma. piercing through the green miasma mountain that was 100 meters thick, and directly struck Shen Meiyuan. In just an instant, Shen Meiyuan was burned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation thunder, not even letting out a miserable howl. Jesus, what the hell? Where's the thunder coming from? We're hundreds of meters underground here. How can there be thunder? Holy, the sect leader is dead. Lord sect leader was killed by that kid. Even the sect leader is no match for him. What should we do? Run! Help! Run! Seeing that Shen Meiyuan was killed by Chu Jie in an instant, the cultists kneeling outside the door were dumbfounded for a moment. After regaining their senses, all of them ran towards the outside like crazy. At the same time, more thunder fell like a torrential downpour. A ninefold heavenly tribulation could not mean that there were only 9 thunderbolts, but 9 waves of thunderbolts. The power of each weight of thunder was even more terrifying than the last. Rumble! Terrifying thunderous sounds resounded throughout the entire green miasma mountain, and the entire land trembled under the might of the heavenly calamity. Chapter 79, The Black Wolf Guild's Riot. Boss, the array masters have all withdrawn. The people who are still around the green miasma mountain are all the elites of our Black Wolf Guild now. What do you think? When do we move? Outside of green miasma mountain, the junior brother stood beside Huo Wanjun with a face full of currying favor, his mood of anticipation incomparable. Ha ha, it's almost time. That old thing Wu Qiaoji should have already entered the evil god sect's headquarters as well. The blasting is about to begin. Brothers, get your asses in gear. Any cultists that escape, directly behead them. When we attack the evil god cult's base camp, things can be grabbed at will, and whoever can grab them will be counted as whoever can grab them. Huo Wanjun laughed out loud, a tyrannical light filling his one solitary eye. The surrounding members of the Black Wolf Guild all laughed out loud when they heard this. The operation was a fat one, and they'd gone to a lot of trouble to snag it. The purpose was naturally for the various treasures that the evil god sect had raided over the years. 4 directions thunder light formation. Explode for me. Huo Wanjun directly crushed the activation talisman in his hand. Boom! Not far away, a blinding thunderbolt suddenly exploded. Immediately after that, as if a fuse had been lit, after the thunder explosion, the surrounding 4 directions thunder light formation was also activated. The newly activated 4 directions thunder light formation acted as a flame to activate a larger range of formations again. In just a few breaths of effort, the entire green miasma mountain was completely obscured by lightning. Deafening thunder resounded through the mountains. Trees, monsters were all destroyed in the middle of the spell. Even the body of green miasma mountain began to gradually shatter amidst the continuous explosions. Ha ha, this chain formation is really exciting. A big formation set up by more than 500 people together. It's so damn shocking. This is just the beginning. When the array's power is fully unleashed, it is estimated that the entire green miasma mountain can be leveled. Really? Then I guess we don't even need to do anything. The cultists inside are probably all blown up. Ha ha, there's definitely no need for us to make a move right now. Let's just quietly enjoy the thunder being powerful. Look, 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 there's already a change. The power of the thunder is starting to increase. Grip, it's awesome. How dare you even change the sky? Hundreds of high-ranking transmutants from the Black Wolf Guild stood not far away, tooting at the explosion in the green miasma mountain. Suddenly, the wind rose between heaven and earth. Thick dark clouds immediately enveloped the entire green miasma mountain. Thunder dragons tumbled through the dark clouds, and the sound of muffled thunder was like a beating drum, banging on the hearts of a group of transmigrants with one sound. Gulp! Ma! Isn't the power of this formation awesome over the top? Influencing the heavens? Is this really something a second-order formation can do? Why do I feel that the thunder in the sky is so terrifying, with the feeling that it can split me to death? Boss, should we retreat? This thunder doesn't seem right. Looking at the thunder that continued to converge in the sky, the terrifying pressure made the group of transmigrators a little breathless. What's there to be afraid of? We've set up countless 4 directions thunder light formations. What's so strange about triggering the resonance of heavenly phenomena? You're all at least third-turn transmuters. How come you're even this scared of a thunderstorm? All of you stay honest. If you miss the president's mission, which one of you can take the responsibility? Huo Wanjun cursed without a good breath. As soon as the president's reputation came out, the crowd all lowered their heads in fear and no longer dared to mention the matter of backing off. However, the next moment, rumble! A white thunder as thick as a bucket fell steeply from the sky. Like the hammer of a heavenly god, it ruthlessly split on top of the green miasma mountain. In a flash, the sky fell apart. The entire green miasma mountain burst into flames, sending rocks flying. The grass, trees and monsters on the mountain all burned to ashes in an instant. Immediately afterward, more white thunder fell madly like a blistering rain. The entire green miasma mountain began to tremble violently. The mountain rocks turned into pieces, and the entire earth began to quake. A circle of airwaves wrapped in thunder spread out in all directions. Grip! Does this really make sense? Not to mention a few hundred second-order spell formations. Even if there were thousands or tens of thousands, they wouldn't be able to do this, right? OMG. Help! What the hell is going on? Run! Run fast! I don't want to die. Seeing the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation and feeling the amazing energy contained within the thunder, the defenses in the hearts of the Black Wolf Guild transferees completely collapsed. They don't know what the hell is going on, but they knew very well that what was happening now was beyond their control. The terrifying thunder that could easily split even the mountains, if it hit them, not to mention their fourth turn. Even the sixth turn president would not be able to withstand it. I'm afraid. A group of transmigrants desperately fled into the distance. However, not waiting for them to run far, something even more frightening happened. The range of the thunder's descent expanded steeply, and the color of the thunder gradually added a hint of golden light from the immaculate white thunder. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded in front of the crowd. The escaping thunder spread across the ground, and in a matter of moments, it climbed up the bodies of several third-turn experts. PFFFFFFFF. Several third-turn experts' bodies stiffened physically and fell to the ground with black smoke coming out of their bodies. Look at that look. It's dead as a doornail. OMG. Dead? Really dead. Not being struck. Merely being affected by the waves of escaping thunder. To have died directly? Jesus. What to do? What do we do? Go to heaven. Quickly go up to the sky. The ground can conduct electricity, so it's safe to fly up into the sky. The instant deaths of several third-turn experts scared the hell out of the Black Wolf Guild crowd. The fourth revolver experts had harnessed the air to fly, wanting to completely get away from this place of wrongdoing. The third-turn experts hadn't turned on their flight abilities yet, so they could only bitterly beg the fourth-turn experts to give them a ride. However, at the time of life and death, who cares about who? The fourth-turn experts completely ignored the third-ranked transmigrators on the ground and desperately flew in the direction of Qingyun City. However, is it always safe to fly in the sky? Click! A thunderbolt with a golden color fell. The two fourth-turn experts were directly hit, turning into a pile of ashes that floated down. Run apart! Split up! Wanjun was terrified, taking defensive treasures from his backpack space while frantically escaping. For a time, the Black Wolf Guild was thrown into an unprecedented commotion. Chapter 80, Wu Qiao's Invasion. On the other side, Wu Qiaoji had finally lifted the illusion formation and teleportation spell formation that the evil god sect had set up in the outside world after laborious cracking. As the most powerful formation master in Qingyun City, cracking these two spell formations was still relatively easy for him. The hardest part is actually getting into the cult headquarters, finding Chu Jia and escaping alive. Although she knew that it was an extremely dangerous thing to do, Wu Qiaoyi gritted her teeth and walked straight into the teleportation spell. Potion of invisibility, potent potion, potion of wisdom. Various potions and treasures were quickly used by Wu Qiaoji. In just a few short breaths of effort, Wu Qiaoji had already added all the buffs he could to his body. Light and shadow shifted, and his figure quickly disappeared. Once again, he had appeared in the evil god cult's teleportation hall. The moment the teleportation was completed, Wu Qiaoji was the first to prepare for battle. He could lift the outer world's array restrictions with his array talent, but generally speaking, the cult of evil god would also have alarm formations inside. The internal formations, even if he was a fifth-turn formation master, there was no way he could crack them across a teleportation formation. Tick-tock, things were just as he expected. As soon as he entered the teleportation hall, the surrounding spell formation lit up with a blinding red light and a piercing alarm sounded. However, Wu Qiaoji looked at the teleportation hall that was constantly flickering with red light, and her entire body was in a daze. Though the alarm was shouted loudly, no attack came toward them. What's going on? There's an alarm array, but no one? Is this some new type of trap? He cautiously continued on, wanting to see what this evil god cult was up to. When her head poked out and glanced into the corridor, Wu Qiaoji was dumbfounded, only to see uncountable corpses lying all over the tunnel, and the surrounding rooms were open and bright. The surrounding area was filled with signs of battle, and as far as the eye could see, it was a mess. My god! What the hell is going on here? This is someone invading the evil god cult? A step ahead of me, and fiercer than me? Could it be that someone from the Black Wolf Union sent a special attack team? Wu Qiaoji subconsciously thought of the Black Wolf Union, but dismissed the idea after only a brief thought. The reason was simple. If the people from the Black Wolf Union really intended to directly invade the evil god cult, then there would be no need to spend a lot of effort on setting up a spell formation outside. So a third party invaded the cult? Moreover, the strength of this third party is very terrifying. To be able to make such a mess of the evil god sect, it would take at least 10 or more fourth-turn powerhouses to be used. Wu Qiaoji was horrified in her heart, but at the same time, she was also very puzzled. When did such a powerful force appear in Qingyun City? Can it be that the city lord has secretly formed a private army? Various threads kept intertwining in his mind, and Wu Qiaoji was puzzled. However, he also knew that the situation was too urgent to think about it, so he put the matter behind him and carefully rushed into the tunnel. In any case, having a third party involved is rather to my advantage. What I need to do now is to quickly find Chu Jie and bring him to quickly leave the evil god sect. Before, Wu Qiaoji's confidence wasn't too high, but knowing that there was a third party involved to help her resist the evil god cult, instead, he felt that the chances of this matter were high. However, right at this moment, a terrifying thunderous explosion abruptly exploded in his ears. The entire headquarters of the evil god sect shook violently. What's with the thunder? Wu Qiaoji was shocked in his heart, and then his face became gloomy to the extreme. When he entered the green Miasma Mountain, the weather was clearly sunny and clear. It was impossible for it to suddenly turn into thunderous weather. What's more, this thunderous sound actually penetrated through the thick rock layer, giving him a deafening sense of shock when he heard it in his ears. This is by no means the kind of thunder that ordinary weather can trigger. So, it was that Huo Wanjun fellow who activated the Four Directions Thunder Light Formation. That guy, Huo Wanjun, is trying to get me to fight with the evil god sect master so he can reap the benefits. Damn, I knew it. There's not a single good thing in the Black Wolf Union. Wu Qiaoji cursed in his heart, although he still vaguely felt some doubts. Hundreds of Four Directions Thunder Light Formations unleashed together had such terrifying power? However, this was also the first time he had set up so many Four Directions Thunder Light Formations. Thus, it is not very clear about the current situation. After a short period of thought, he then clenched his teeth and continued to charge towards the front. No matter what, I must save Chu Jie first. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come this trip for nothing? Wu Qiaoji's figure weaved quickly through the tunnel. Having taken various potions, his four-dimensional attributes reached a terrifying level, and his figure was so fast that he could almost only see a residual shadow. However, as he advanced deeper and deeper, his mood became more and more grave. All the way around, the scenery is generally the same. The rooms were wide open in all directions, and the evil god cult's congregation lay sprawled out on the floor. Among them, Wu Qiaoji even saw several fourth-turn powerhouses. Hiss! Even a fourth rotation expert was easily defeated. Who exactly is the person who invaded the evil god sect this time? By the looks of it, it's almost a crushing level. When did such a terrifying force appear in Qingyun City? As the traces of the battle advanced along the way, Wu Qiaoji did not experience any battles, and was in no man's land. Even he himself felt magical, but it also brought up another worry for him. He didn't know where to look for signs of Chu Jie. He had wanted to catch one of the cultists and interrogate him, but the people on the ground were all unconscious, making it impossible for him to do so. Just as Wu Qiaoji's heart was burning with anxiety, not knowing what to do, suddenly, the sound of dense footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the tunnel. Wu Qiaoji listened briefly, and his entire body was suddenly shocked. Surprisingly, hundreds of people were rushing in their direction ahead. Wu Qiaoji subconsciously then hid in a nearby room, thinking that she had come across a battlefield between the mysterious forces and the evil god cult. Tada! Help! Run! Run! Don't push! Don't push! However, the disorganized footsteps of the cultists, as well as their panicked shouts, caused Wu Qiaoji to freeze. This doesn't seem to be a fight. It seems like the people of the evil god sect are running away. It really is a one-sided crush-ah? But crushing a few cultists is just a matter of course. After all, that mysterious force dares to invade the cult church, so it naturally has a few points of capital. But it's a bit outrageous that all these hundreds of cultists are being herded like ducks, isn't it? Wu Qiaoji's heart was shocked beyond belief. After thinking for a moment, he was ruthless in his heart and grabbed one person from the crowd with an extremely fast maneuver, directly implicating him in the room. Aha! Who? Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Suddenly arrested, the cultist was scared out of his wits and thought he was being targeted by Chu Jie. However, after seeing that the person in front of him was actually an old man, his heart immediately became enraged. Grass! Where's the old man? I'm running for my life, don't you see? After saying that, the cultist glared viciously at Wu Qiaoji and was about to leave the room and continue his escape. The entire green Miasma Mountain shook as that terrifying thunder fell one by one. If we stay here any longer, even if we don't get killed by that big devil king Chu Jie, we will be smashed to death by the rubble. Humph, did I let you go? Wu Qiaoji coldly grunted. His fingers made a few false points in the air, and several small spell formations instantly emerged on the cultist's body, and the whole person was directly fixed in place, stiff, and no longer able to move the slightest bit. Grip! Another bigot? OMG! Biggie, I'm. The cultist stammered and tried to beg for mercy, but Wu Qiaoji ignored him and coldly said, I'm looking for someone, do you know where he is? The man was a teenager, 17 or 18 years old in appearance. with a rather handsome-looking face. Wu Qiaoxi described Chu Jie's appearance to the cultist, and the cultist's face turned even whiter for an instant upon hearing that. Oh, my god, this big guy is actually with that one. If I get caught now, it won't be a total game over. Terrified to the core, the cultist only had time to say the words blood pool, and fainted out of fear. Chapter 81 Blood Buddha. Slay the green snake and obtain the scepter of venom, bronze. Kill 100-footed spider. Get 1000 silk rope, silver. Kill bloodthirsty centipede. Get blood armor shield, silver. Kill the green striped phantom snake and gain 1550 experience points. Kill 100-footed spider. Gain 2100 experience points. Kill bloodthirsty centipede. Gain 2200 experience points. Experience reaches the upper limit, leveling up to 62. Experience reaches the upper limit, leveling up to level 75. Experience reaches the upper limit, leveling up to level 90. The requirement for 4 transfers has been met, so please hurry up and make 4 transfers. Hey, full level again. Third turn full level, LV 90. I didn't want it to be so fast. We just finished the 3rd turn quest yesterday, and we're going to do the 4th turn quest right away. It's too damn fast. When Chu Jie saw the tips on the information panel, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch hard. In just over half a month, directly from LV1 to LV90, one should also be the first person to break the sky. With a bitter smile, Chu Jie was about to leave the evil god sect's headquarters when his gaze suddenly condensed. In the pit in front of him, in the place where Shin Meiyuan died, there seemed to be something. Chu Jie frowned, and then his face was overjoyed. He naturally knew exactly how strong the power of the 9th rank mystic method was. It was a terrifying power that could even change the terrain. Under this force, Shin Meiyuan's body actually managed to have one thing left. Without thinking, Chu Jie knew that this Shin Meiyuan should not have been telling the truth just now. There's still a good treasure hidden in this old man's hands. Chu Jie leaned down and picked the thing up from the pit. It was a red Buddha statue, about the size of a thumb, and very delicate. The statue of Buddha with one hand raised and one hand pinching the orchid finger is not too different from the usual movements of a Buddha statue that you see. Only the statue of Buddha was all red, as if it had been given a blood-colored robe. One could not feel the Buddha's compassion at all at a glance, but instead had a palpitating feeling. This thing is weird. What the hell is this? Chu Jie frowned and scrutinized the Buddha statue. Immediately afterward, a message appeared before his eyes. Blood Shadow Claw, first level, gather the power of blood chi and condense a giant claw to attack the enemy. Upgraded after absorbing 100 points of blood chi. Looking at the information in front of him, Chu Jie was stunned. It's a skill book? No, to be precise, it's this Buddha statue that has a first rank skill inside. It's already strange that the skill is hidden in a Buddha statue, and this skill seems to be upgradable. Could it be a growth skill? Chu Jie's eyes glowed a little. Growth-type skills, which he was also aware of, were skills that could be upgraded in rank through certain means. Skills that can be used right from the time of transmutation can also be upgraded continuously through the use of the transmuter, which is a transmuter's dream skill. As a result, each and every one of these skills was extremely valuable and expensive. In fact, Chu Jie's system had a similar function, except that the system's effect turned all skills into growth skills. However, Chu Jie's expression was only pleasantly surprised for a short moment and quickly calmed down, his expression even becoming grave. Skill is a good skill, except, there seems to be something nefarious about the way the advancement is done. Obviously, the blood chi needed for skill upgrades couldn't be the blood chi from the monsters in the copy. Otherwise, Shin Meiyuan wouldn't have purposely built such a blood pool underground, and even purposely captured people for blood sacrifice. TSK, looks like an ominous thing. Chu Jie frowned. He could just use skill points to raise his skills to the 9th rank or even higher though. Theoretically, one didn't have to worry about absorbing blood chi when learning this skill on their own. But, it always felt weirdly sinister. Chu Jie was going to wait until he got out and get a clear understanding before deciding whether or not to study. Putting the blood Buddha away, Chu Jie looked at the top of his head. A large hole had broken open at the top of his head and was still expanding under the fury of the thunder. Chu Jie was now like standing at the bottom of a well and looking up. Hey, if only I could fly. It's decided. When we leave here, we'll immediately pick up the transfer quest. After the 4th turn, you can fly in the air. Holy, flying in the air, that's a real big brother. What kind of a big guy like me, who obviously has the ability to destroy the world, can only use the 11 bus to get around? Chu Jie sighed in his heart and turned around, about to leave the headquarters of the evil god sect. However, the moment he turned around, a figure suddenly grabbed him out of nowhere. Grip the grass. There's a sneak attack. Chu Jie was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that there would be someone who dared to make a move against him at this time. The 9 heavens tribulation has only descended to the 4th now. A flash of icy coldness flashed in Chu Jie's eyes, instantly communicating with the heavenly dome. a thunderbolt smashed down right behind him. However, right at this moment, a slightly familiar voice suddenly sounded in Chu Jie's ears. Chu Jie, don't be afraid. I'm Wu Xiaoji, a teacher from Qinglong University. We spoke on the phone before. I'll get you out now. Don't you? Ouch. Wu Xiaoji looked at Chu Jie standing frozen in the pool of blood and thought that the little child had been scared silly. As he was being pacified, suddenly a light golden thunderbolt almost grazed his body and smashed directly into the cave. Chapter 82 Master Jiang Zhaoling of Qingming City. The light golden-colored lightning of the heavenly calamity passed through the large hole and blasted above the ground. In a flash, the ground exploded into a deep crater. Wu Qiuji subconsciously glanced inward, only to see a dark and ghostly pit, completely unable to see the bottom. Hiss! Naya! What the hell is going on here? How can the Four Directions Thunder Lightning Formation have such a terrifying power? If this gets chopped, it won't be completely cool. After the great shock, Wu Qiuji was even more afraid to stay in the blood pool for a long time. Chu Jie, I'll take you out now. Don't be afraid. Saying that, Wu Qiaoyi grabbed Chu Jie's wrist and a small teleportation spell formation quickly surfaced under his feet. Chu Jie watched Wu Qiaoji's actions and did not resist. He could sense that Wu Qiaoji was not hostile to himself. Buzz! The teleportation spell formation quickly surfaced under their feet, and then with a flash of light, the two of them transformed into a stream of light and flew out from the large hole in the head. The figure reappeared and was already outside the mountain. Although it was said to be a teleportation spell, it was essentially just an extremely short-distance teleportation. After all, although Wu Qiaoji's talent had turned 5, in the spatial one, turning 5 was only just entering the threshold. His original thought was that being in the headquarters of the evil god cult, the space was cramped. In addition, the Four Directions Thunder Light Formation was wreaking havoc outside of the Green Miasma Mountain, and quickly leaving the interior of the Green Miasma Mountain was the safest option. However, when he came to the outside world, he realized that the situation outside was not at all better than inside. Indeed, the Four Directions Thunder Light Formation had been activated in its entirety. The mountains were drenched in lightning, and the terrifying explosions had long since dispersed the miasma. The mountain of Green Miasma Mountain was chipped away by a third, layer by layer, in the blasting of the lightning. However, what Wu Qiaoji did not expect was that at this moment, the sky dome was covered in gloomy clouds, and a silver dragon was roaming around in it. Just by looking at it, he could sense that the dark clouds contained an aura that made him tremble. This breath is like the blood-colored giant eyes he encountered in Dongxing City. But here in the remote Green Miasma Mountain, Wu Qiaoji didn't think about the possibility of any big brother releasing his skills at all. He only thought it was hundreds of spell formations in succession, triggering an unexpected celestial phenomenon. However, what made Wu Qiaoji somewhat happy was that there were no people from the Black Wolf Guild seen around at all. Well, to be precise, it's the living. Not far away lay several charred and blackened corpses, obviously having fallen directly under the might of the thunder. Without me leading the way, taking the risk of activating the Four Directions Thunder Light Formation to attract the heavenly tribulation. The Black Wolf Guild is truly a self-inflicted disaster. With the cult of evil god almost destroyed and the Black Wolf Guild losing so many people, this is simply the best outcome. With that said, Wu Qiaoji flew through the air, carefully dodging the thunder in the sky as he quickly flew towards Qingyan City. Mr. Wu, what did you mean by what you just said? Chu Jie was caught under Wu Qiaoji's armpit and was dumbfounded. The Nine Heavens heist was clearly a skill released by himself, but in Mr. Wu's mouth, how did it become something triggered by the Black Wolf Guild? Having survived a major disaster and also accomplished his goal perfectly, Wu Qiaoji was in a great mood. Seeing Chu Jie's puzzled face, he dodged the thunder while giving Chu Jie a brief recount of what had happened during this period of time. After Chu Jie heard the entire process, he was really a bit teary-eyed. It turned out that the Black Wolf Guild and himself had run into each other by mistake. This wave was obviously the Black Wolf Guild taking the fall for themselves. However, from what Wu Qiaoji said, this Black Wolf Guild wasn't a good thing either. It didn't matter then, and Chugai was happy to do so. Just like that, Wu Qiaoji brought Chu Jie in rapid flight, weaving quickly through the thunder. Thunder fell around Wu Qiaoji, but none of it landed on Wu Qiaoji. Wu Qiaoji thought that it was because his stance was sensitive enough, and said rather proudly, Chu Jie, fifth turn strength is such that one can walk with faith in the midst of such dense thunder. How about coming to Green Dragon University to be my student? As long as you promise, I guarantee that within 5 years, I'll let you break through the fourth turn and become a fifth turn expert. Trudger, come on, if it wasn't for you carrying me, that thunder would have struck you 800 times. Qingyun City, above the city walls. A large number of Qingyun City's executives all gathered here, looking away from the direction of Qing Miasma Mountain. Heavens, at such a distance apart, I can feel the terror of that ever-falling thunder. Chairman Black Wolf is really using the real thing this time. With an attack of this power, I'm afraid that group of scum from the evil god sect will be completely finished, worthy of being the Black Wolf Guild. It's simply the top pillar of our Qingyan city. The crowd of executives looked at the thunder that kept falling in the direction of the green miasma mountain, and their mouths were constantly full of compliments. And the object of their compliments was none other than the Black Wolf president at the very front of the city wall, Mo Xiao. There was no regard for the fact that the new city lord Jiang Zhaoling was right next to him. Mo Xiao was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, wearing a plain gray suit, looking not much different from an ordinary middle-aged uncle. The matter of the Black Wolf Guild wanting to eliminate the evil god cult had already spread in Qingyan City a month ago, although they had intended to take one important treasure from the evil god cult, but that didn't stop them from utilizing this opportunity to raise the guild's reputation to another level. Although Mo Xiao was calm on the surface, there was an equally imperceptible flash of surprise in his eyes. Although they were far apart, he could feel the great power of the thunder in the distance. How in the world did Huo Wanjun make such a noise? His heart was suspicious, but Huo Wanjun didn't show it at all on his face. He smiled in response to the crowd's boasting, and without a trace, he led the conversation to the city lord. Our Black Wolf Guild is able to achieve such results thanks to the support of Lord City Lord. If not for that, how could we, a small guild in the district, annihilate the evil god cult with the power of a single moment? Hearing Mo Xiao's words, the group of executives' eyes rolled and immediately began to tout Jiang Zhaoling. It was as if he had just realized that the city lord was still next to him. The seamlessness is both awe-inspiring and breathless. Jiang Zhaoling is 28 or 89 years old, with delicate skin and a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. Hearing Mo Xiao's boasting, a faint smile surfaced on her stunning face. President Mo is polite. The city lord's mansion didn't contribute a single point to the eradication of the evil god cult this time, so naturally, it won't share a single point of the credit. Although Jiang Zhaoling had a smile on his face, his words hid a coldness that was hard to hide. Of course, it was no wonder Jiang Zhaoling was like this. As the lord of a city, she was yet almost completely overpowered by Mo Xiao, the president of the Black Wolf Guild. It's fine to sweeten the deal, but if you really want to touch the interests of the Black Wolf Guild, Mo Xiao will immediately turn into a vicious and hungry wolf. That's a situation that doesn't put anyone in much of a good mood. The more important reason, of course, is, the Black Wolf Guild is making too much noise today. The thunder in the sky continued to strike down, and even the fifth turn Jiang Zhaoling felt a palpitating sensation. Obviously, this was the Black Wolf Guild showing itself muscle, warning itself not to continue trying to cut down the power of the Black Wolf Guild. However, as the lord of a city, how could he allow the Black Wolf Guild to secretly hold Qingyan City? Gee, if only I had someone to help me out. Jiang Zhaoling sighed quietly in his heart, and his gaze towards the green miasma mountain suddenly flickered. That? Chapter 83, Undercurrents. As far as the eye could see, 4 or 5 transmigrators were flying towards Qingyan City at breakneck speed. Is it someone from the Black Wolf Guild? This is to deliver the shortcut in person? Jiang Zhaoling was puzzled in his heart, but he soon realized that something was wrong. This was because although those people were fast, their state was obviously very wretched. That look, which looks like a triumphant return, but on the contrary, it is a defeated battle in general. When those people flew closer, Jiang Zhaoling became more convinced of what he thought in his heart. The few people led by Huo Wanjun were tattered and torn, as if they had been scorched by something, and their equipment was all damaged. Even the skin was scorched. Jiang Zhaoling's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't move to look at Mo Xiao on the side. Although Mo Xiao was extremely deep in his city, his pupils were filled with shock and anger at this moment. Although I don't know what happened, it's obvious that the Black Wolf Guild has encountered something bad. A flash of joy finally surfaced in Jiang Zhaoling's heart. On the other hand, the face quickly flew out, joining Huo Wanjun and the others in the air. Vice President Hua, what exactly happened? Why are you guys in such a sorry state? Could it be that the group of guys from the evil god cult resisted too much? Mo Xiao and a group of executives similarly came before Huo Wanjun and asked with a grave expression. What happened? How come it's just you guys? Where are the others? Huo Wanjun saw the city lord and the president and was certain that he had finally escaped the thunder's striking range, and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. But immediately afterward, a wave of fear came over him. The 500 formation masters left the green miasma mountain early and were not damaged in any way, but there were only 5 of them left out of the 100 or so of their Black Wolf Guild. One of them was also half dead and seriously injured. Most importantly, they hadn't even stormed into the headquarters of the evil god sect, and naturally, they hadn't gotten that vital item back, but it had already happened. And besides, he wasn't the only one who knew the truth, so he could only grit his teeth and tell the truth. President, when we activated the 4 directions thunder light formation, we triggered the thunder heavenly sign. That celestial phenomenon was too fierce. The brothers of the 3rd turn died when they rubbed against it, and the brothers of the 4th turn couldn't withstand it for a while. Just a few of us escaped. Huo Wanjun squeezed out a few unwilling tears from his solitary eye and tried to make a remorseful look. When Mo Xiao heard this, his body subconsciously trembled, and his entire body almost fell from the air. More than 100 people, all of them third and fourth turn experts, the top power in the guild. Surprisingly, all of a sudden, they were gone? A flash of undisguised anger flashed in Mo Xiao's eyes, itching to directly strangle Huo Wanjun to death. However, with all of the top management of Qingyun City at his side, he could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart and whispered, "Seeing that you are also carrying injuries on your bodies, let's go back to the guild to recuperate for a while, and let's talk about other things after you have rested." Immediately afterward, Mo Xiao turned back and arched his hand at the senior management of Qingyun City and faintly said, "I've made you all look ridiculous. I didn't expect this kind of accident to occur while exterminating the cultists. With so many brothers folded at once, there are too many things that need to be fixed, so Mr. Mo will no longer accompany me." After saying that, Mo Xiao turned around and left, flying towards the Black Wolf Guild's quarters. Huo Wanjun's few people also silently followed behind. Zhang Zhaoling's beautiful eyes carried a few hints of a smile or a laugh, and she kept watching Mo Xiao disappear in front of her eyes. Cultivation is a lie. Understanding what's going on clearly is the real thing, isn't it? Since you won't tell me, I'll just investigate on my own. Thinking so in his heart, Zhang Zhaoling faintly said towards the group of executives, "Everyone, the Black Wolf Guild has made such a great sacrifice, so naturally we can't let this payment go to waste. I'll immediately send people from the City Lord's mansion to the Green Miasma Mountain right now to explore the situation and eliminate the remaining members of the evil god cult. The matter is of great importance. Please do not participate rashly, or I will not be responsible for being exterminated as a cultist." After saying that, Zhang Zhaoling didn't listen to what the group of executives had to say and quickly returned to the City Lord's mansion, ordering the troops to depart. She felt strange when the Black Wolf Guild took the initiative to eliminate the evil god cult, and when Huo Wanjun said that it was the Four Directions Thunder Light formation that triggered the Thunder Heavenly Signs, she felt even more suspicious. How could a mere second-order formation trigger a celestial phenomenon? It was obvious that the Green Miasma Mountain was hiding a big secret, and that the Black Wolf Guild was taking this matter very seriously. As the city lord, Zhang Zhaoling naturally could not let Mo Xiao have his way. For their part, a group of executives were put in a very awkward position. They were likewise very curious about what was going on in the Green Miasma Mountain, but it was clear that they didn't qualify for the table. Although the new city lord was unable to do anything about the Black Wolf Guild, it was still easy to pin down their forces. So, most of them returned unhappy. A small number of people quietly sent out spies in the direction of the Green Miasma Mountain. The originator, Chu Jie, had already arrived in Qingyun City with Wu Qiaoji. Wu Qiaoji didn't fly back to Qingyun City along a straight line, but instead made a detour and took the side entrance, because what happened today was so complicated. He hadn't figured out how to deal with it for a while. He was indeed furious at being framed by Huo Wanjun, but who in Qingyun City could stand up for him? Therefore, the matter must be carefully considered. Chu Jie, our Qinglong University is also the top university in the Dragon Kingdom, although it's still worse than a few in Kyoto, but you're from our eastern province after all. As long as you join us at Qinglong University, I'll make sure to get you the most favorable conditions. How's that? Along the way, Chu Jie also learned about this world's universities from Wu Qiaoji. In college, teachers teach students about copy monsters and the use of skills. Most importantly, every once in a while, students are organized to go to special copies for training. These copies tend to be periodic copies of some sort, or hidden copies, and that's the most valued part of transferring into college. The more top-notch the university, the more advanced copies it has at its disposal, and the faster you can learn and grow within it. Chapter 84, The Fourth Turning Quest. Only, neither the duplicate resources nor the quick upgrades were very attractive to Chu Jie. After all, an extermination move goes down, directly full level, and it doesn't matter at all which copy you go to. Well, accurately, copy resources might still be somewhat useful. God knows what kind of replicas and monsters his transfer quest would send him to hunt again. Mr. Wu, the matter of going to college is a big deal, so please ask me to think about it for a while. Chu Jie said politely to Wu Qiaoji. In this world, there is also a period of vacation after the entrance exam, only not as long as summer vacation, about half a month or so. So, Chu Jie had plenty of time to think about it. Hey, okay. Hearing Chu Jie's words, he sighed slightly in his heart. This was clearly a polite refusal. Also, thinking about it differently, if you have extremely unbelievable talent, then you are sure to go to the most top-notch university as well. However, Wu Qiaoji still took out a business card from her backpack space and handed it to Chu Jie. Chu Jie, no matter what, it's destiny for us to know each other. This is my contact information. If you encounter anything in Qingyun City, you can call me. After saying that, Wu Qiaoji waved her hand to bid farewell to Chu Jie and quickly returned to Qinglong University. After Chu Jie put the business card away, he wandered aimlessly in Qingyun City. His previous body had always resided in that small town in Dongxing City, and today was the first time Chu Jie had set foot in the big city of this world. It's not easy to come here, so naturally you have to visit all places. The reward of $200,000 for taking out a cultist that Wan Changtian had promised himself earlier had also been accounted for a long time ago. Moreover, Wan Changtian gave Chu Jie a full $5 million, which was enough for Chu Jie to spend on his excursions in Qingyun City. Thus, for the next week, Chu Jie strolled around various places in Qingyun City with great interest. Attractions in Qingyun City: equipment trading market, underground black market, gladiatorial arena. In a week's time, Chu Jie also finally had a certain understanding of Qingyun City. On the 8th day, Chu Jie wore a mask and walked into the Qingyun City's transfer hall. After 7 days of playing and pretty much relaxing, it's time to get ready to accept the transfer quest. Chu Jie didn't need to think about it to know that his 4th turn quest must be hellish as well. So, keeping a low profile, he purposely disguised himself and wore a mask to hide his handsome features. Qingyun City's transfer hall was much more luxurious than Dongxing City. Because of the high population density, the transfer hall was also full of people at the moment. "Hello, I'm here to take the transfer quest." Chu Jie walked to a counter and said to the staff, "Yes sir, the cost of the mission is 20,000. The staff said to Chu Jie with a smile on his face. There wasn't too much surprise at Chu Jie's costume. After all, accepting a transfer quest represented that one's strength had reached the peak of a stage. No one wants to expose their strength. Good guy, it's only 5,000 for a transfer in Dongxing City, but here it's 20,000. It's really dark. Chu Jie spat in his mind. He knew that the fee wasn't actually for the use of the transfer crystal. Transfer crystals are a heavenly artifact, and transfer halls are actually built around them. The cost of accepting the assignment is actually a variety of labor costs. Although it felt shady, Chu Jie paid the fee. Then, Chu Jie was led by the staff to a room where the transparent transfer crystal stood quietly in the center of the room. "Okay, you're out," Chu Jie faintly instructed the staff. "Yes sir, if you need anything, meet me at the counter." The staff member excused himself and left, closing the door firmly behind him. Only after the staff had completely left did Chu Jie come to the transfer crystal and pressed his palm against it. Boom! Right at the moment Chu Jie's palm touched the transfer crystal, a dense black and red light burst out from the crystal. Terrifying energy fluctuations enveloped the entire room, and a suffocating aura completely enveloped Chu Jie. Sure enough, it's hellish again. Chu Jie smiled and shook his head. His gaze retracted and he opened his quest panel. At the moment, 2 quests have appeared on it. Task 1, collect 10 flaming rock essence. A fiery rock spirit? Wouldn't be the fiery rock spirit I know, would it? Seeing this mission, the corner of Chu Jie's mouth couldn't help but twitch. From memory, fiery rock essence was a rare material that could only appear in volcano and magma copies. The rock essence that can spontaneously release extreme heat is finally formed after being refined by the flames in 1,000 ways. This is the kind of ultra-rare material that can be used to create epic equipment. I'm afraid that any transmuter under the 5th turn is not even qualified to see it. Even a 7th turn powerhouse would break their heads fighting over something like this. And now, their own 4th turn task even let themselves go to find the fiery rock essence. And also ing 10 at once. You can't even buy this thing. Nima, this hellish quest is really getting more and more netherworldly. Let's hope the second mission isn't too outrageous. Chu Jie spat in his heart as his gaze continued to move down to the second quest of the 4th turn. Mission 2, kill any legendary boss. Trudger. Well, hasty. There really isn't a single good thing about hell-level quests. Chu Jie looked at the second mission and laughed bitterly in his heart. The second quest was a kill-type quest, which was reasonably easy for Chu Jie. However, legendary bosses were not in this category. The so-called legendary boss, that was a super strong boss that only appeared in world-class copies. The entrances to such replicas will appear in several countries at once, and only those who have a ticket are eligible to enter. Every time a world-class replica shows up, the fight for tickets alone will be overwhelming. A number of forces will even disappear as a result. In other words, it would be difficult for a powerful force to enter a world-class copy, not to mention Chu Jie being a lone person. Hey, hellish quests, that really hurts. The most troublesome thing is that I don't know where to look for either the flaming rock essence or the legendary boss. Here's the problem with breaking in alone. It looks like we'll have to find a way to infiltrate the big powers to look for some quest clues. By the way, with my current situation, it seems like I can agree to Mr. Wu's offer to go to Qinglong University to do the transfer quest. I definitely can't continue to stay in that small place in Dongxing City. Qingyun City is a good choice. Joining Green Dragon University gets you a free place to go, and you can access the school's materials in a positive way. Well, perfect. Chu Jia left the transfer hall while thinking about it, not attracting anyone's attention in the meantime. However, not long after Chu Jia had just left the transfer hall, a chubby middle-aged man with an ugly face rushed into the room Chu Jia had just entered. He closed the door to the room and quickly tapped a few times on the wall. Soon, a sandy black dot fell out of the wall. Is this really broken? My god. This is a surveillance prop that cost $50 million to have a 6th rotation forger build, and it's even got extremely subtle formations laid out on it. How could it be destroyed? Could it be that someone has discovered that the city lord's office is monitoring this place? The obese middle-aged man was the steward of the transfer hall, working for the city lord. The new city lord had done a lot of things both overtly and covertly to counteract the Black Wolf Guild. Monitoring the transfer hall is the most insidious tactic of the city lord. Monitoring other people's transmigration was a big no-no, but in this way it was possible to get a clear picture of the distribution of the strength of the transmigrants in Qingyun City. If someone from the Black Wolf Guild made a breakthrough, the city lord's mansion could quickly make a defense. If a high-ranked casual transmigrant breaks through, the city lord's office can also take the first step to recruit them. The middle-aged steward knew that this matter wasn't quite right, but in order to return a clean slate to Qingyun City, he followed the city lord's orders. For more than a year, there hadn't been any problems with the surveillance, and the middle-aged steward was gradually relieved. Never in a million years would I have thought that there would be a slip-up today. An unspeakable fear welled up. A prop of 6 turns could be discovered. What kind of strength would this person be? Would this person take his anger out on the city lord's mansion? Or even the entire Qingyun City? With apprehension, the middle-aged steward slowly injected energy into the black dot. The black spot is damaged, but like a camera, it holds the image of what was there before the damage. Along with the energy injection, the black dots gradually glowed, and a curtain of light appeared in front of the middle-aged steward. Seeing the image on the light screen, the middle-aged steward steeply widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. Handshake. This is a hellish level transfer quest. Chapter 85, Wu Qiuji's decision. The middle-aged steward's throat was dry, a heart pounding wildly as various thoughts flickered in his mind. A big guy who received a hellish quest has appeared in the transfer hall. So it wasn't the big guy who discovered the monitoring props. It was the energy emanating from the hellish mission that destroyed the monitoring props. In other words, this big brother's strength should be under 5 turns. But when did a guy with such heaven-defying qualifications appear in our Qingyun City? Is it someone from the Black Wolf Guild? Or is it a casual? Or someone passing through Qingyun City? The man was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see his face at all. I could only feel as if he was a man, and quite young. In a short moment, the middle-aged steward but thought of countless things. The fear in his heart had also gradually turned into horror. I'm afraid that Qingyun City is about to change. He quickly rushed out of the room and went to the counter, looking for someone to ask about Chu Jie. The desk clerk stammered and said very little, other than that it was a man and his voice sounded young or something like that. The middle-aged steward let out a long sigh and quickly darted towards the city lord's mansion without saying a word. In any case, the matter must be reported to the city lord first. If Lord City Lord was able to recruit this great man, the confrontation with the Black Wolf Guild might be completely reversed. Meanwhile, in the confidential conference room of the city lord's mansion, Wu Qiuji and Zhang Yaoling sat opposite each other. Mr. Wu, you said you know about the Green Miasma Mountain? It's safe here. Tell me, what do you know? Zhang Yaoling looked thoughtfully at Wu Qiuji across the table, his voice clear and cold. It had been a week since the Green Miasma Mountain incident, and she had sent people to blockade the area around Green Miasma Mountain and scouted for a week as well. In a week's time, she had gained quite a bit of intel, but not many of it was useful. First of all, Green Miasma Mountain has been completely leveled. The terrifying thunder directly destroyed the Green Miasma Mountain, blasting a heavenly pit in its place. Almost all of the evil god cult hiding inside the Green Miasma Mountain were also dead, and most of their bodies were burned to ashes by the thunder. However, there was no body of sect master Shin Meiyuan in it. Aside from the terrifying thunder, everything seemed to look normal. A battle to exterminate the cultists and win. But Jiang Zhaoling knew that things were definitely not that simple, because her secret agent hidden in the Black Wolf Guild had sent word. Huo Wanjun didn't rest after returning to the Black Wolf Guild, but was instead put in the Black Wolf Guild's prison and repeatedly tortured by Mo Xiao. It seemed that Mo Xiao suspected that Huo Wanjun was withholding important information, and just now, Wu Qiuji, a tutor from Qinglong University, suddenly came to his door, saying that he was a first-hand witness to the Green Miasma Mountain incident and had even entered the headquarters of the evil god sect. Zhang Yaoling naturally took him to a safe place at the first opportunity and waited for the other party to reveal the information. Lord City Lord, before I tell you the information, I need to explain the purpose of my visit. After experiencing the Green Miasma Mountain incident, I'm considered to have made a mortal enemy with the Black Wolf Guild. I know I'm powerless to fight against the Black Wolf Guild. That's why I've come to Lord City Lord. hoping that Lord City Lord will bless me. Wu Qiaoji and Zhang Zhaoling looked at each other, their voices calm and firm. After a week of thinking, Wu Qiaoji also made a decision. He intended to inform Zhang Zhaoling of the matter and then gain her protection. Because of the unexpected appearance of the Thunder Heavenly Sign, the Black Wolf Guild had suffered a great loss. But Wu Qiaoji knew that the Black Wolf Guild would never let it go. And the only person in Qingyun City who could protect himself was City Lord Zhang Zhaoling. Good. Although I can't bring down the mountain that is the Black Wolf Guild right now, I still have no problem protecting one person. Zhang Zhaoling agreed without hesitation. Seeing that the City Lord had agreed so decisively, Wu Qiaoji let out a long sigh of relief in her heart and finally began to slowly recount what had happened some time ago. Starting from Huo Wanjuan's invitation to take part in the operation to eliminate the cultists, and later on, he accidentally meets Huo Wanjun. Then there was the mysterious forces he encountered at the evil god sect's headquarters, and finally, Huo Wanjun betrayed himself by activating the Four Directions Thunder Light formation ahead of time, which resulted in triggering the celestial phenomenon to suffer a major loss. Zhang Zhaoling listened very carefully, and some of the broken thoughts in his mind gradually linked together. It looks like the Black Wolf Guild is indeed searching for something, and this item is most likely in the hands of the evil god sect's master, Shen Meiyuan. Even this thing has attracted mysterious outside forces. This mysterious force attacked the headquarters of the evil god cult and then took away Shen Meiyuan. Mr. Wu, do you see a problem with my summary? Wu Qiaoji smiled and shook her head. No, the City Lord summarized it correctly, but there is one thing I would like to say. Zhang Zhaoling raised his eyebrows and asked, please speak. Wu Qiaoji hesitated slightly and smiled bitterly. I feel that the Thunder Heavenly Signs were not triggered by the Four Directions Thunder Light formation, and it's likely that it's also the handiwork of that mysterious force. Chapter 86, The Sensation Caused by the Inferno Level Mission. Hearing Wu Qiaoji's words, Zhang Zhaoling's beautiful eyes instantly widened with incredulity. She had personally been to the Green Miasma Mountain, and had seen the horrifying sight of scorched earth all over a 50-mile radius, without a single living thing. It could be seen how terrifying that thunderous heavenly phenomenon was. She had previously thought that the celestial phenomenon was nothing more than an accidental creation, and Wu Qiaoji had now gone so far as to tell her that it was most likely man-made. Hiss! If the thunder celestial sign was really caused by a human, how terrifying would the transmogrifier who unleashed the skill be? Wu Qiaoji sighed quietly. It's at least an 8th order skill, and even likely to be 9th order. Of course, this is just an old man's speculation. City Lord's discretionary reference. If such a powerful transmuter is really involved, then naturally I am not qualified to participate in this matter. Zhang Zhaoling smiled bitterly and shook her head, but immediately afterward, she turned her words around and asked, just now, I heard Mr. Wu say that he entered the headquarters of the evil god cult in order to save a student, and that student entered the Green Miasma Mountain earlier than Mr. Wu, so I wonder if he knows some other information? Hearing Zhang Zhaoling inquire about Chu Jie, Wu Qiaoji could not help but stare. Previously, he subconsciously thought that Chu Jie was just a newcomer transmigrant who had just finished his high school exams, and that he wouldn't be able to touch much if he was caught in the cultist cult. However, after Zhang Zhaoling's reminder, he suddenly realized that Chu Jie's strength was actually quite impressive, and he could already fight back and forth with a third-turn expert. Maybe Chu Jie had actually seen something useful. Also, Chu Jie's talent was indeed not bad, but his family background was average. If he could use this opportunity to gain the favor of Lord City Lord, it would also have a lot of benefits for Chu Jie. Thinking so, Wu Qiaoji opened her mouth. Lord City Lord has reminded me of that, and in my haste before, I didn't ask in detail. I could make a phone call right now and question him closely. Zhang Zhaoling nodded and was about to agree, when suddenly a personal guard walked into the conference room and whispered a few words in Zhang Zhaoling's ear. Zhang Zhaoling's face changed drastically at his words, and the words on his lips turned. Mr. Wu, I've suddenly encountered something here, so I may not have time to chat with you in detail. I'd also like to trouble you to make inquiries with that student, and let me know if there is any new information. Although Zhang Zhaoling forced down her emotions, Wu Qiaoji still clearly felt her hard to conceal excitement. Being over half 100 years old, he was naturally a man of great discernment and directly rose to take his leave. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. Once there is new information, I will be the first to inform. Since City Lord has something to do, then Wu won't stay long, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, Wu Qiaoji took the initiative to walk out of the conference room, and one of the City Lord's personal guards led him outside. His purpose in coming to the City Lord's mansion was to seek refuge from the City Lord. Now that the purpose had been achieved, Wu Qiaoji no longer considered anything else, though he was also curious as to what kind of treasure the Black Wolf Guild was aiming for. But he knew better that whatever treasure was there, it was not something that he, a lone person, could plot. At the same time Wu Qiaoji left the City Lord's mansion, The middle-aged steward then entered the confidential conference room through another passage. However, without waiting for him to speak, Zhang Zhaoling asked first, "You said that the transfigurator who took the hell-ranked quest appeared in the transfiguration hall today?" Seeing the city lord's burning eyes, the middle-aged steward's heart that had just calmed down once again bang jumped up. "Yes, Lord Citadel. I just found out and came to inform you that this is a surveillance prop, and the images in it can prove what I say." The middle-aged steward nodded heavily, and while telling Zhang Zhaoling the whole story, he took out the monitoring prop and respectfully handed it to Zhang Zhaoling. Zhang Zhaoling took the monitoring prop and without saying anything, directly injected energy. Soon, the light screen surfaced and the image of Chu Jie accepting the transfer quest appeared in front of her eyes. Zhang Zhaoling's beautiful eyes stared at the silhouette in the picture. Her fists clenched. This kind of scene is extremely depressing even through the screen. Indeed, it's a hell-level transfer quest. There's no mistaking it. I didn't expect it. Such a supreme heavenly pride has come to Qingyun City. Can it be that this is God sent to help me? When the middle-aged steward heard this, an odd color appeared on his face as he asked cautiously, "Lord City Lord, do you mean that this heavenly pride is not from our Qingyun City?" Zhang Zhaoling smiled and nodded. "That's right. This person's actions in taking on quests are skillful, and it's obviously not the first time he's taken on a transfer quest. That means this is at least a third-turn quest, and our Qingyun City, if we had a heavenly pride of this level, we definitely wouldn't hide it so tightly. Therefore, this person must be an outsider, or even most likely a newcomer transmigrator who came to enroll in Qingyun City." Zhang Zhaoling was in a good mood. The reason why she had repeatedly tried to solve the Black Wolf Guild's problems, but she couldn't get what she wanted. On the surface, it looked like the Black Wolf Guild was too deeply rooted, but in essence, they still didn't have enough power. If she possessed the strength of a 7th, or even an 8th, turn, she could even directly kill the door and decapitate that old man Mo Xiao before she could be punished. The major forces in Qingyun City guaranteed that they wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart. Unfortunately, he only had 6 turns, and although he was still the top combatant in Qingyun City, he was not yet able to reach the level of overthrowing a powerful guild. And this sudden appearance of a genius who was able to receive a hellish level transfer quest could very well be the opportunity for her to turn the tables. After all, the potential of a transmuter who could take on a hell-level transmutation quest could be as terrifying as it was. With a year or two of cultivation, it can definitely grow to a staggering degree. Saying that, Zhang Zhaoling forced down the excitement in his heart and instructed the middle-aged steward, "You've done a good job, and I'll give you the kudos you deserve. Your next task is to do everything in your power to find this genius." Hearing Zhang Zhaoling's words, the middle-aged steward was overjoyed in his heart and nodded his head in agreement. "All right, Lord City Lord. I will do my best to find this genius in the fastest time possible." After Wu Qiuji left the city lord's mansion, she walked towards the school. I wanted to recommend Chu Jie to the city lord, but I didn't expect to suddenly encounter an emergency. This child's luck is really not good. It's just a matter of life. I also don't know if he's still in Qingyun City now. Thinking so, Wu Qiuji took out her cell phone, intending to look for Wan Changtian to inquire about Chu Jie's phone number. However, just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Wu Qiuji subconsciously connected. A familiar voice came from the other side of the phone. The caller was none other than Chu Jie, and what Chu Jie said made Wu Qiuji's heart ecstatic to the extreme. "Mr. Wu, I've thought it over. I plan to go to Qinglong University." Chapter 87, Teacher, I want to learn on my own. Wait, Chu Jie, what did you just say? Tell me again? Wu Qiuji could hardly believe her ears, clutching the phone tightly and asking again. "Mr. Wu, I said that I want to study at Qinglong University. I'm at the entrance of Qinglong University right now. Please also come out for a visit. I still have some things I want to ask you about." Chu Jie's calm voice came from the phone again. "It's confirmed. It's so true. Chu Jie is really going to study at Qinglong University." Wu Qiuji's eyes were wide and she was trembling with excitement. He had seen Chu Jie's performance in the college entrance exam with his own eyes. Wan Changtian also told him that Chu Jie's second turn was a hellish quest that he completed. Such a heaven-defying genius really wanted to worship under his own door. "Chu Jie, just stay where you are and don't move. I'll be right there." Wu Qiuji put down a sentence and ran towards Qinglong University in a frenzy. At the entrance of Qinglong University, Chu Jie stared blankly at his cell phone with an odd expression on his face. Did Mr. Wu just take advantage of me? Putting his cell phone away, Chu Jie gazed at Qinglong University. The school gate is wide and grand, with 4 big and powerful characters of Qinglong University. Since he wasn't accepted, Chu Jie couldn't enter it for the time being and could only watch from the doorway. 8 days have passed since the college entrance exam, and some students have already reported to Qinglong University one after another. Young teenage boys and girls entered the campus full of eagerness for college life. Chu Jie also saw that there were actually a few foreigners among them, who seemed to be exchange students. It was only that those few foreigners walked all the way, pointing unscrupulously all the way, making Chu Jia quite unhappy. Just as Chu Jia was thinking about whether or not he should go and have a friendly exchange with the foreigners and teach them what it meant to be polite, Wu Qiaoji arrived in front of him out of breath. Chu Jia, I am here. Mr. Wu, why did you fly in from outside? You're not at school. Ha! Chu Jia was surprised to see Wu Qiaoji, such a boss, panting with exhaustion, and hurriedly patted him on the back to help him even out his breath. Wu Qiaoji took a few hard breaths and grabbed Chu Jia's hand as she headed inside Qinglong University. Chu Jia, let's go. Let's go register our school registration first. Chu Jia was pulled by Wu Qiaoji and was really a little bit in tears. Mr. Wu, wait, even though I agreed to enroll in school, I still have some conditions to discuss with you. Chu Jia enrolled in school, not really coming to be a student, but merely finding a free dormitory. In order to avoid Wu Qiaoji disciplining himself in the future, he had to say these things in advance. Wu Qiaoji sniffed, but she did not care at all, pulling Chu Jia forward while saying, of course, you've been so exceptional. I wouldn't say yes if you didn't have conditions, but let me start with the enrollment incentives I can get you, and if there's anything else you need, you can add to it. After a pause, Wu Qiaoji began to talk about the admission rewards for the highest class of students. Our Qinglong University will arrange a single villa for you, a set of gold-level equipment every year, and a $20 million scholarship every year. The above are material rewards, and there are some special rights below. For example, you will enter the Green Dragon class to study. This class contains the topmost heavenly pride. In addition to this, you can use the major copies of the school without any limitations, and you don't need to pay any entrance fees. Wu Qiaoji's mouth didn't stop talking about many benefits at once. If the surrounding students heard that, they were afraid that they could cry with envy. Even Chu Jia was filled with astonishment. $20 million, gold equipment, single-family home. Hiss, Qinglong University is really hoity-toity. Well, not too bad. Ha! Our Green Dragon University has naturally considered all aspects in order to recruit geniuses like you. So, you can never go wrong by coming to our Green Dragon University. Wu Qiaoji turned around, saw a stunned Chu Jia, and couldn't help but laugh. Chu Jia nodded in agreement. Many of these arrangements of Qinglong University had indeed poked at his heart, and there was no need for him to ask for more. However, there is another most important thing that is not mentioned inside the reward and will not be mentioned. Mr. Wu, I hope that after enrollment, my studies will be my own decision and the school will not forcefully interfere with me. Is that okay? Hearing Chu Jia's request, the smile on Wu Qiaoji's face instantly froze, and she stopped in her footsteps with some consternation, wondering, Chu Jia, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to come to college, to teach yourself? Wu Qiaoji was a bit confused. What's the point of coming to school when you've come to one of the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom and end up not letting the school interfere with your studies? Teacher Wu, since my situation is different from others, participating in the study with my classmates will not only not improve my strength, but will slow down my progress. To tell you the truth, I have now completed the third turn quest, Chu Jia said indifferently, briefly revealing a little bit about himself. Of course, he didn't reveal much. If he directly told Wu Qiaoji that he was already at the peak of the third turn and was doing the fourth turn quest, and it was still a hell-level quest, I'm afraid that he could scare this old man into fainting on the spot. When Wu Qiaoji sniffed, her pupils gradually dilated and enlarged, and in the end, whether it was her eyes or her mouth, they all opened wide as she looked at Chu Jia in shock. Three turns? It's been less than a month since you successfully transferred, right? Most of the students have only just begun their first turn quests, and I'm afraid that those World Family Pride have barely reached the peak of the second turn, and as a result, you've completed all 3 of your turn quests? Wu Qiaoji knew that Chu Jia's talent was very powerful, but he never expected it to be so powerful to this extent. With his own talent, he had unexpectedly formed an absolute crush on all the children of the worldly families. Outrageous! It's outrageous! Seeing that Wu Qiaoji froze directly on the spot, Chu Jia said with a smile, Mr. Wu, do you think my request is okay? Wu Qiaoji came back to her senses and said thoughtfully, you kid, you really amaze me. Since you're so powerful, then the curriculum set by Qinglong University is indeed not a help to you, but rather a restriction. Okay, I'll agree to your terms, and I'll explain your situation to the top. However, you will still have to take the school's regular tests, and if you don't make the grade, you'll still have to come back and participate in the program to do so. Hearing Wu Qiaoji's promise, Chu Jia nodded his head full of confidence. Okay, Ms. Wu. Seeing Chu Jia agree so painfully, Wu Qiaoji shook her head with a bitter smile. He could now sort of see why Chu Jia did not go to the top university in the Dragon Kingdom, but chose Qinglong University instead. This kid is so unbelievably strong. It's the same for any college he goes to. Chapter 88 Evil Skills. Under Wu Qiuji's leadership, Xu Jie's enrollment process went quite smoothly. In this process, Xu Jie realized that Wu Qiuji was not just an ordinary teacher, he was also the director of the Combat Academy. In the entire Green Dragon Academy, the only person who could press on his head was the principal. Alright, Xu Jie, you'll be a student of our Green Dragon University from now on. Wu Qiuji looked at Xu Jie as if she was looking at a piece of top-quality jade. Her mood was unrestrained. He was already 5 turns and old, and it was a bit too much for him to escalate any further. What he wanted to do most right now was to produce more excellent seedlings. Thus, he was exceptionally happy to have recruited such a student as Xu Jie today. Xu Jie's opinion of Wu Qiuji was also good, although he had made a mess in the Green Miasma Mountain. But the heart of Wu Qiuji, who sacrificed his life to save himself, Xu Jie could still clearly feel it. Mr. Wu, I have a question for you. Hearing Xu Jie's words, Wu Qiuji raised her eyebrows and was filled with smiles. Just enrolled in the school. You have to ask yourself questions. This child is quite good at learning. Oh, what do you want to ask? Xu Jie, teacher, do you know where there is a fiery rock essence? The corner of Wu Qiuji's mouth twitched. Flaming rock essence? Wasn't that a weaponsmithing material that even a 6 or 7 turn powerhouse would be eager to use? I'm a 5 turner on no to go. In his heart, Wu Qiuji said without moving his face. Xu Jie, fiery rock essence is a high-grade weapon refining material. It's not usually seen much. Seeing Wu Qiuji's look of wanting to give a long speech, Xu Jie instantly understood that he didn't know. But he didn't care. It was meant to be a question. It was better to know. And it didn't matter if he didn't. Seeing the moment Wu Qiuji paused, Xu Jie hurriedly asked a second question. Teacher, do you know where there's a legendary boss? Wu Qiuji, so much for fiery rock spirits. A legendary boss? That was a super terrifying boss that was only found in world-class replicas that required dozens or even hundreds of people to raid together. Still, he's a 5-turner. Where can he find out such secrets? Ahem, Xu Jie, why are you asking that? Wu Qiuji smiled awkwardly and unobtrusively and opened her mouth to ask. It felt as if I had really taken in a great student. Hey, I'm just asking. Xu Jie laughed and coped, then asked the third question. Sensei, then do you know the Blood Shadow Claw skill? Hearing Blood Shadow Claw, Wu Qiuji raised her eyebrows and her eyes finally changed. Xu Jie, where did you learn about the Blood Shadow Claw skill? You don't think you've already learned this skill, do you? Seeing Wu Qiuji's nervous appearance, Xu Jie was somewhat surprised and shook his head. Ms. Wu, don't worry, I'm not studying. I learned about it at the cultist headquarters, and there seems to be something not quite the same about this skill, so I'm a little curious. Hearing that Xu Jie did not learn the Blood Shadow Claws, Wu Qiuji's tense face finally relaxed, but her tone was still very grave. Xu Jie, you may not understand that the Blood Shadow Claw is a very evil skill. Xu Jie sniffed and became even more curious. For skills, people tended to evaluate them by their strength. Saying that a skill was evil was the first time Xu Jie had heard of it, especially since this person was also the dean of one of the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom. This made Xu Jie's curiosity become even stronger. Seeing the light in Xu Jie's eyes, Wu Qiuji sighed long and hard in her heart, considering that Xu Jie was now at an age where he was pursuing strength. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Qiuji still slowly spoke out the secret of the Blood Shadow Claw. Blood Shadow Claw is a skill unique to the evil god cult. That's right, it's unique. Because this skill can't be popped out by killing monsters through copies. But what's even more amazing is that this skill is mastered by almost all of the high-ranking members of the cult. I'm really curious about the means by which they actually spread this skill, Wu Qiuji said while holding her chin, frowning in contemplation. Xu Jie's eyes were similarly thoughtful, only that what he and Wu Qiuji were thinking about was completely different. He was well aware of the means by which the cult of evil god spread the skill of Blood Shadow Claws, only, he didn't expect that little Blood Buddha to have such a wonderful use. I think Shin Meiyuan was able to establish the evil god sect, a not-so-small cult organization, and I'm afraid that this Blood Buddha also has a great deal of credit. Wu Qiuji pondered for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't come up with anything. After shaking his head with a bitter smile, he continued, the strange way it spreads is just one of the evil things about the Blood Shadow Claws. There are 2 more things that are even more evil. The first point is that Blood Shadow Claw is actually a growable skill. This is not really a secret. The higher-ups in Qinyan City all know about it. But the means by which it grows is by absorbing blood qi, and it must be human blood qi. To be precise, it's no longer evil. I should say it's wicked. The second point then is that this skill is likely to affect the user's mind and change the user's personality. That's why I never wanted you to touch this skill. Xu Jie stared at Wu Qiuji with a face full of consternation when he heard this. Changing the user's personality? That's pretty evil. Teacher, really? Xu Jie couldn't help but gulp. Isn't this the game world? The skill has become refined and can control the user's mind? Hearing Chu Jie's inquiry, Wu Qiaoji nodded her head with great certainty. I have scrutinized the skill and observed several cultists who have mastered the Blood Shadow Claw. After holding these people for a period of time, these people are experiencing very agitated emotional reactions. Even if they are given enough food, they will still be very agitated, even manic. They want to kill people, and it looks like they're just naturally evil. But when I add blood to their food, and don't get me wrong, I'm talking about blood bags purchased at the hospital, they get a lot of relief. So, I'm pretty sure that after mastering the Blood Shadow Claws, certain parts of the transmuter's own body, mentally, were altered as well. After listening to Wu Qiaoji's explanation, Chu Jie couldn't help but swallow hard. Did you become a vampire after practicing the Blood Shadow Claws? Hiss, there's really something evil about it. It's a good thing I didn't learn it straight away. Chu Jie's heart let out a long sigh of relief. After Wu Qiaoji finished speaking, her gaze looked towards Chu Jie with deep meaning. Okay, Chu Jie, I'm done answering your questions, so it's my turn to ask you. Chapter 89 Blood Shadow Claw. Mastery. If Wu Qiaoji had only been skeptical before, but after hearing Chu Jie inquire about the matter of the Blood Shadow Claws, he was 100% certain that Chu Jie did indeed know something he didn't know. Chu Jie, tell me, what did you see at the evil god cult headquarters? What the hell? Why does Mr. Wu have that look of seeing through the truth? Could it be that he already knows that I unleashed the 9 heavenly robberies and that I overthrew the evil god sect? Nope, if he really knew, he wouldn't have asked. Something must have come up that I don't know about. So he asked tentatively, Mr. Wu, what are you referring to? After I was captured at the headquarters of the evil god cult, I was sent straight to the blood pool. Then all of a sudden a thunderbolt smashed down and directly killed the sect master, and the entire evil god sect was suddenly in chaos. And then it was you, sensei, who rescued me. I don't know about the rest. Ah, Wu Qiaoji's pupils suddenly shrunk when he heard this. That's not knowing? You know it very well. You said that Gaishan Meiyuan was killed by lightning? What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Chu Jie's eyes flashed with a flash of realization when he heard this. Oh, so it's the matter of the evil god cultist. This guy was directly chopped to death. No body was found. I'm afraid it triggered a series of worries. Also, that Black Wolf Guild has ulterior motives for annihilating the evil god cult. It's likely that they're here for the Blood Buddha, and they're most likely unwilling to do so without finding the Blood Buddha. Consequently, although the cult of evil god has been destroyed, the resulting repercussions have not ended. Chu Jie thought clearly in his mind, while on his face he began to make things up. It was only after I was tricked into going to the cult of evil that those people finally bared their fangs and told me that they had captured me to actually blood sacrifice me. I couldn't beat them, so I had to tie my hands and be escorted to the blood pool. However, when I reached the blood pool and was about to be blood sacrificed, a blurry black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the cultist. I couldn't hear what he said, but the evil god cultist knelt down on the spot. Immediately after that, a thunderbolt struck through the green miasma mountain and directly struck the evil god sect master, and that evil god sect master's corpse was instantly left without a trace, and that black shadow instantly disappeared without a trace. Chu Jie told Wu Qiaoji about his journey in the evil god cult with a little change from the third point of view. When Wu Qiaoji heard Chu Jie's explanation, not only did he not have the slightest doubt, but instead, he heavily patted his thighs and repeated it under his breath. It's true, it's true. After saying that, Wu Qiaoji then patted Chu Jie's shoulder with satisfaction. Trudger, very good, you did well. This information of yours is of great value. Well, why don't you go back to your dorm and get some rest, and if anything happens, call me directly. After saying that, Wu Qiaoji quickly left. What Chu Jie said corroborated his suspicions perfectly. Sure enough, there was a mysterious force involved in this matter. Moreover, that person's strength was so terrifying that he was able to manipulate the heavenly signs. The item that the Black Wolf Guild is looking for has most likely fallen into the hands of a mysterious force, although she didn't know what it was. As long as she didn't let the Black Wolf Guild get it, Wu Qiaoji didn't think the outcome would be too bad. He had to quickly inform the city lord of this matter, so that the city lord could gain greater initiative in the game with the Black Wolf Guild. Seeing Wu Qiaoji leave in a hurry, Chu Jie smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Mr. Wu doesn't seem to be the least bit suspicious. Then I've kind of passed this level. Saying that, Chu Jie walked towards his dormitory according to the signs on the road. The dormitory was an exquisite villa, not large but with all amenities. Kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms. Chu Jie strolled around in it and was satisfied with the neat environment. Thinking that he would have to live here for a long time to come, Chu Jie's mood relaxed. Sitting on the couch, Chu Jie took out the blood Buddha from his backpack space. The blood-colored Buddha statue still had kind brows and the corners of its mouth seemed to contain a faint smile. However, after knowing the details of this blood Buddha, Shu Jie only felt that this Blood Buddha was really like a demon. The skills amongst the Blood Buddha, Shu Jie would never learn. But Shu Jie wasn't going to throw away this Blood Buddha either. It's not so much that I can't part with it, but I'm worried that the thing will be picked up by someone else and go back to harming people. After all, he himself had the exterminating move system, and he didn't have the slightest bit of a craving for Blood Shadow Claw, but that may not be the case for others. Killing a few people to quickly boost your strength could be a good deal in some people's eyes. Even after mastering the Blood Shadow Claw, it was likely that one would still be controlled by its mind. It'll make the killing easier. Shu Jie wasn't a great benefactor, but he didn't want to create killings as a result. He planned to dust off this Blood Buddha and find a remote ravine to throw it away later. Just as Shu Jie was thinking so, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Did this Blood Buddha light up just now? Shu Jie stared at Blood Buddha suspiciously, and sure enough, he saw Blood Buddha's eyes suddenly flicker. The next moment, a message quickly popped up on Shu Jie's information panel. Successfully mastered the first level skill Blood Shadow Claw. Grip the grass? Grip the grass? Grip the grass. Shu Jie briefly froze for 2 seconds, followed by several consecutive grass came out of his mouth. The whole person is directly jumped up from the sofa. The Blood Buddha was even thrown out by him and embedded directly on top of the wall. Grip the grass. This nasty evil is too much, isn't it? Skills that can still be actively learned? Labor won't turn into a vampire, will it? Shu Jie was a little alarmed, and just in case, he even opened the information panel to take a look. Jie Chu, 1938, Chinese-American businessman and politician, President of the PRC Supreme Court 1998 to 1995, profession, full mage, level, LV 90, third turn, body mass, 3522, spirit, 3621, power, 3398, speed, 3547, skills, Wrath of the Storm, 9th level, Starry Sky Curtain, 9th level, Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade, 9th level, Eye of Evil Obsidian, 9th level, 9 Heavenly Robberies, 9th level, Blood Shadow Claw, 1st level. After reading it, Shu Jie's heart was completely cold. It's not a hallucination, and it's really learning. And, after learning it, that Blood Buddha really didn't disappear. It's completely different from the skill book. Shu Jie sighed depressingly, but he was at least a traveler, and his extermination move had crashed several copies. Although it is not considered a big storm, but the world has more or less seen some. After the initial excitement, his emotions calmed down. The Blood Shadow Claw skill. I've definitely learned it already. What needs to be considered now is how to solve the problem of bloodlust. 2 methods flashed through Shu Jie's mind. The first was to go to Wu Qiaoji and ask, hadn't he studied the Blood Shadow Claw? Perhaps there was a solution, but he himself had just told him earlier that he hadn't studied. Now directly hit himself in the face. The genus is a little difficult to strain. Another way to do this is to look for an Oblivion skill prop. This kind of prop is cold, but it is still available. It just takes some time to find it. Chapter 90, The Grip of the Blood Prison. Only, forgetting skills isn't much of a solution. God knows if the root of the problem with bloodlust is really above the skill. After all, that Blood Buddha was so evil that he was able to voluntarily bestow skills on himself. And to learn the Blood Shadow Claw, one must come into contact with the Blood Buddha. It's likely that it was given some dirt by the Blood Buddha in the process. After a moment of thought, Shu Jie placed his gaze on the Blood Buddha once again. As the saying goes, within 7 steps, there must be an antidote. Shu Jie guessed that the key to solving the problem of bloodlust should lie above the Blood Buddha. Shu Jie jumped off the couch and went to the wall, snapping the Blood Buddha off the wall. However, the moment the Blood Buddha had just entered his hand, Shu Jie froze, because the Blood Buddha's message has surprisingly changed. Blood Shadow Claw, first level, gather the power of blood chi and coalesce a giant claw to attack the enemy. Upgraded after absorbing 100 points of blood chi. Karma of the Blood Buddha, a mysterious connection has been established with the Blood Buddha, and the possession of the Blood Buddha will allow you to enter the world-class copy of the Blood Sea realm. Wait, what am I seeing? Shu Jie blinked, his gaze once again looking towards the Blood Buddha. It wasn't wrong, but underneath the Blood Shadow Claw skill, something new had actually appeared, and this new content, surprisingly, mentions world-class copies. Gulp. Shu Jie couldn't help but gulp. His mood couldn't help but bang wildly. Although the problem of bloodlust didn't turn up any clues, it seemed that he had accidentally discovered something unimaginable. This Blood Buddha, it's actually the entrance ticket to a world-class copy. No wonder it can withstand a strike from the 9 heavens tribulation. No wonder Shin Meiyuan treats it like a treasure and refuses to take it out even in death. This ticket, if it's put up for auction at an auction house, I'm afraid it could fetch a sky-high price of several $billion. Even Shu Jie could not hide the excitement in his heart at this moment. The second of the 2 transfer quests on their own was actually more difficult to complete. Not to mention the difficulty of getting tickets for world-class copies. Even when a world-class boss appears is a secretive thing to the extreme. After all, there were a limited number of tickets, and one more person would share out one more treasure, and every treasure in a world-class copy. That's priceless, and who wants to be such a good person? As a result, every time a world-class replica was opened, it was basically spread within the high-level transmogrifier, and ordinary people didn't even know about it. And now, the most difficult step had been solved so easily, really sparing himself a big trouble. Even Chu Jie himself couldn't help but praise himself for his dog luck. Chu Jie reclined back onto the couch, the pleasure in his mood allowing him to temporarily put the effects of the blood shadow claws aside. The gaze that looked at the blood Buddha changed from the initial disgust to an incomparable fondness. That's billions. I didn't realize that this is the most valuable treasure of the evil god sect. What those guys from the Black Wolf Guild want to snatch should be the same, right? They should still be looking around for the blood Buddha right now. I didn't expect to be intercepted by me. Ha ha. Chu Jie carefully examined the treasures in his hands, and in his heart, he also began to ponder the information of the world-class copy. The Blood Sea Realm. Well, a copy that I've never heard of sounds big. Shin Meiyuan seems to have possessed the Blood Buddha for a long time, but the Black Wolf Guild is only grabbing it now. Did they just learn of the news? Or is it because the Blood Sea Realm is about to open? It looks like we have to find a chance to ask at the Black Wolf Guild. Besides, I'm not quite sure how to get into a world-class copy. One question flashed rapidly in Chu Jie's mind. However, right at this moment, Chu Jie's heart shook violently. A sudden surge of thirst washed over me. The feeling was like a traveler who had been hiking in the desert for a few days and desperately wanted a sip of sweet fresh water. That's right, it's a thirst to the core. However, Chu Jie knew very well in his heart that drinking water was definitely not an option. He had to drink some more nutritious liquid, like blood. No? Is this thing coming that fast, and so strong? I wasn't ready at all. Chu Jie's breathing was ragged and he pressed his chest hard, forcibly suppressing his bloodthirsty urges. But he knew very well in his heart that this kind of persistence could not be resisted for long. What to do? What to do? Chu Jie gazed at the Blood Buddha, trying to find a solution. However, the pupils of the Blood Buddha emitted an eerie red light, and the corners of his smiling mouth looked so eerie. How could Chu Jie not understand that the reason why this bloodthirsty problem had erupted so quickly and violently was mostly due to the influence of the Blood Buddha? Trying to find a solution from here is probably out of the question, and for a short time, he couldn't get props for forgetting skills. Looks like there's only one way out. System, upgrade the Blood Shadow Claw skill for me. Trudger growled in his head. He wasn't sure if the Blood Shadow Claw was the source of the bloodlust problem, but it was definitely connected to it. Upgrading Blood Shadow Claw to an extermination move might be of some use. Strengthening the Blood Shadow Claws requires 100,000 skill points. Does the host want to strengthen them? Holy, $100,000? When Chu Jie heard the system's offer, his first thought was that the system was really black. Before, upgrading a first-order skill only required 10 skill points, and now it had gone up 10,000 times. But immediately afterward, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. The difference in price suggests that the upgrade process is likely to involve other operations, such as addressing bloodlust. It's like a patient who is having a hard time going to two doctors and one doctor prescribes $10,000 and the other prescribes $10. Most of the people will surely believe that the expensive remedies will cure them. Trudger's mindset is much the same. Upgrade. Hurry up and upgrade. Chu Jie replied quickly in his head. After more than 20 days of accumulation, Chu Jie's skill points had reached 2 million points. 100,000 points wasn't really much for him. Consume 100,000 skill points to begin strengthening the first-order skill Blood Shadow Claw, triggering a 10,000 fold blast. The first-order Blood Shadow Claws have been strengthened to the 9th order, Blood Hell Grip, accompanied by the system voice ringing out again. Chu Jie felt that the feeling of hunger and thirst in his heart instantly disappear without a trace. Phew, that feeling is gone. The problem seems to be solved. Chu Jie laid down on the sofa, panting long and hard, and for a while he didn't even have the heart to look at the 9th rank skill he had just acquired. After lying on the sofa for a full half an hour and determining that his body no longer had the urge to generate bloodlust, Chu Jie slowly sat up, his gaze looking towards his skill panel. Grip of Blood Hell, summons the claws of hell, dragging everything within a certain range into the space of blood. Chapter 91 Blood Demon Treasure Vase. Grass? The 9th order great spell that came out of this storm seems like a billion points of awesome. Chu Jie opened his eyes wide and reread the skill information once more to make sure he hadn't misread it. Hiss. Summon the claws of the blood hell and take the target straight to another dimension. And, not a single target, but all targets within a range. Although I don't know exactly how big this range is, a 9th order great spell is certainly not small. 100 or so square meters should be there. Move you out. With your family. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Chu Jie looked at his new skill with awe on his face. It was already possible to think of just how speechless the enemy would be when they were hit by this move. But what exactly is this space of blood? Is it another world? Or is it a space similar to the carry-on world? Just as Chu Jie was puzzled, his mind drifted slightly and he suddenly saw a blood-red space. It was a barren wasteland with only a bare earth, but above this earth was a red sky, a red sun, and everything was a piercing blood red. Is this the space of blood? It seems to be the second case. This should be a carry-on world-like place. I can see what's going on here at any time through my spiritual power. Chu Jie was satisfied with this space, while the backpack space can hold quite a bit as well. The carry-on space is significantly more convenient, and being able to fit more than just things. Obviously people can also fit right into this space of blood. The smile on Chu Jie's face became even more intense as he used his mental power to turn around in the space of blood. There was no other reason. The size of the space of blood was much larger than he had expected. It's probably as big as a city. Not bad, not bad. If he encounters an enemy in the future that cannot be solved by a ninth-order great spell, locking him up in the space of blood is not a bad idea. Chu Jie retracted his spiritual power with satisfaction, and the scene in front of him once again reverted to that of a dormitory. The new skill blood prison grip is indeed a surprise. However, Chu Jie did not forget the root cause of everything, the blood Buddha. From the initial disgust to treating it like a treasure just now, after experiencing great ups and downs, Chu Jie also had a clear perception of the blood Buddha. A ticket to a world-class copy is indeed a priceless treasure, but there is no doubt that it is also an ominous one. Chu Jie really didn't understand why a ticket would be designed so netherworldly. He intended to put the blood Buddha into his backpack and not take it out again until he entered the vision space. After all, Chu Jie wasn't sure if this blood Buddha had any other bizarre means other than that blood shadow claw. However, just as Chu Jie looked at the blood Buddha, his gaze froze once again. It was because, surprisingly, blood Buddha's message had changed once again. Below, blood shadow claw, and, blood Buddha's edge. Another line of text appeared. No, you're an onion. Layer after layer? Chu Jie slandered in his heart, but his eyes read carefully. Blood demon vase, epic prop. A special treasure crafted from the body of a blood demon that can compel the user to absorb the essence of blood. Current blood essence, 61%. Seeing the new content that surfaced on the blood Buddha, Chu Jie completely froze. Although there were only 2 short sentences, the amount of information contained in them was explosive. Hoo. Chu Jie took a deep breath and tried to calm himself and get his thoughts in order. So, the real name of this blood Buddha should be called, Blood Demon Vase? The first layer of information I saw before, the second layer of information, was actually camouflage. Well, it's not accurate to say that the disguise is real. After all, both the blood shadow claws and the tickets are real as well. Except that everything was done to hide this last layer of information. Aside from the twofold effect of skill books and tickets, the most important ability of this blood Buddha is actually the absorption of the so-called essence of blood. The reason I can see this message is because I raised my blood shadow claw to the 9th rank and accidentally opened up some sort of special privilege. Then the question arises, what does the blood Buddha absorb the essence of blood for? Chu Jie frowned, combing all of the information into dots and then connecting them into lines. The blood Buddha is part of the blood demon's body. So absorbing the blood essence is obviously to supply the blood demon, and the tickets for the world-class copies will make the transmigrants rush into the blood sea realm, actively delivering themselves and the blood Buddha to the blood demons. After thinking this information through, Chu Jie couldn't help but have a cold sweat seeping out from behind his back. Nice guy, so we've all been played by the blood demon. You're thinking about wanting world-class copies of the best equipment and props, while the blood demon wants your life. Are monsters that smart? Or is this the base of a legendary boss? Too damn showy. However, the only good news was that the fact that the blood demon used such complicated means to collect the blood essence meant that he was unable to enter this world. It was likely that he was injured, or sealed, or under the pressure of an unnameable interface that prevented him from descending in his true form. Chu Jie let out a bitter smile and lay down on the sofa, muttering, I thought I had traveled to the game world and awakened the system, so I could just eat, drink and be merry. I didn't expect a blood demon to suddenly pop up. This world doesn't seem to be that safe. Also, should I go to this blood sea realm now? That blood demon is obviously in there. Maybe it's a legendary boss. What he suddenly learned hit Chu Jie's worldview hard. However, right at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Blood essence detected. Will the host absorb it? Absorption reward, 120,000 skill points. What are you doing out of the system? You actually have an effect other than upgrading skills? Nope. Wait, what did you just say? You can absorb the blood essence inside the blood demon's bottle, and after doing so I'll get 120,000 skill points? Chu Jie's eyes widened, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. Suck it, absorb it for me. Without hesitation, Chu Jie directly made the decision to absorb. This essence of blood is useless to him, and keeping it for the blood demon is an enemy. If the system can absorb it, it couldn't be better. Absorbing the essence of blood. Absorption successful. Gained 120,000 skill points. The absorption of the system is quickly completed. At the same time, the light on the Blood Buddha's body suddenly dimmed a lot, looking as if it had gone through 100 years of frost. Shake the out of it. It really works? Wouldn't I be rich? 120,000 skill points was not much though, just less than 2 days worth of gains. But there's more than one Blood Demon treasure bottle. God knows how many Blood Devil treasure bottles that Blood Devil had scattered. If one absorbed all of the blood essence from these Blood Demon treasure bottles, wouldn't one be able to directly engage in a forbidden spell skill? Chapter 92 Blood Sea Realm. The more Chu Jie thought about it, the hotter his heart became. It seemed that this Blood Sea Realm, one had to go there. All hands on deck. When we get inside, we won't go looking for the legendary boss first, so we can go after the transmigrants and snatch the Blood Demon treasure bottle from their hands first. Once you've messed with the forbidden spells, you can go back to the line with the Blood Demon. Let's just say that a forbidden spell should be able to kill a legendary boss in seconds, right? Thinking so, Chu Jie reclaimed the Blood Demon treasure bottle back into his backpack space. After mastering the Blood Prison Grip, the Blood Demon vase was no longer a danger to him. What he needed to do now was to go and gather information about the Blood Sea Realm and determine when and in what way to enter it. The next day, Chu Jie went straight to the school's library. Qinglong University's collection is the largest in Qingyun City. Wu Qiaoxi had already given Chu Jie the highest privileges a student could obtain. As long as they are not the school's top secrets, all other books Chu Jie is qualified to read. Chu Jie did find some relevant information by searching through the machine. The Blood Sea Realm was a huge blood-colored ocean. There are countless islands in the ocean where monsters called blood beasts live. Killing these monsters will yield a large amount of experience, and at the same time, a type of equipment with the mark of blood will be released. This kind of equipment has another name, Bloodthirsty Suit. Seeing the mark of blood, Chu Jie didn't feel anything special, but when he saw the Bloodthirsty Suit, his eyes widened violently. Grip? A bloodthirsty set? Surprisingly, it was produced in the Blood Sea Realm. The Bloodlust set, also known as the Killing set, is a super strong epic level equipment that has the terrifying effect of increasing the number of kills on the user. The more kills you have, the more horrible the increase, up to 500%. It can be said that as long as you wear a bloodthirsty set, any profession can be transformed into a killing god of war. Just because of this outrageous effect, the Bloodlust set was very famous throughout the world. Whether it's the top transmogrifier bigwigs or the common folk, they all know about this powerful set. Of course, the average person is merely aware of it. The price of the Bloodlust set is really sky high. Not to mention a whole set, even a single piece of equipment. I'm afraid the price will be several $billion. Chu Jie really didn't expect that the world copy ticket that he had accidentally obtained was the origin of the Bloodthirsty set. When the time comes to go in and get a few sets of Bloodthirsty sets, you can never worry about money again in this life. With an ecstatic mood, Chu Jie continued to search for information related to the Blood Sea Realm copy. In the Qinglong University's library of books, he did find some more, only that most of the contents were describing the geography of the Blood Sea Realm and the attack methods of the blood beasts. There was not a single record of the situation of the legendary grade boss that Chu Jie was most concerned about, which was the Blood Demon. Trudger pondered for a moment, and came up with only one answer. That is, but all the transmigrants who have seen the Blood Demon, all of them died. None of them were spared. Those who managed to leave the Blood Sea Realm were those who hovered around the edges. Although this conjecture was outrageous and frightening, Chu Jie, who knew of the existence of the Blood Demon treasure bottle, thought that this conjecture was the most likely. Chu Jie continued to rummage through the library, wanting to see if there were any instructions on the opening time of the duplicate and the method of opening the duplicate. However, no. Well, it's true that such secrets are even less likely to be documented. Chu Jie shrugged helplessly. While the world-class copies are treacherous, the benefits are even more amazing. The people at the table wouldn't want anyone else to continue at the table anyway. In that case, we can only ask the people from the Black Wolf Guild. Chu Jie left the storeroom, turned a corner, and went straight to the school's computer room. Through the school's computers, began searching for information about the Black Wolf Guild. As the #1 guild in Qingyun City, the Black Wolf Guild naturally had a lot of information, even more than a little outrageous. Most of them were showing the various superiorities of the Black Wolf Guild, such as speed-brushing replica monsters, obtaining gold-level equipment, beautiful team members enthusiastically accompanied and so on. Chu Jie briefly looked at it for a few moments and couldn't help but tsk. Seriously, if I didn't possess the great move of extinction, as an ordinary transmuter, who could resist this temptation? However, Chu Jie is also very clear that most of this content is just soft advertising. It's like a job ad that says double time off and no overtime, and then you end up with a seamless 99.6% onboarding. Why are you so sure? For one thing, Wu Xiaoji had told Chu Jie slightly about the inner workings of the Black Wolf Guild. How could Mo Xiao, the president of the Black Wolf Guild, establish a warm and harmonious guild atmosphere when he was able to be envious of his enemies and eat away at the previous city lord who had supported his development? However, it is surprising to find no news at all on the web. Not even a gossip. It was obvious that the cyber position in Qingyan City had been held by the Black Wolf Guild. The uninformed masses would only feel that the Black Wolf Guild was strong, well-treated, and responsible, simply the embodiment of justice. Chu Jie dismissed the information that was deliberately spread out and scrutinized the useful information. The Black Wolf Guild, on the surface, had 12,000 members. There was no telling how many eyes and ears were secretly hidden among the other forces. Among them, second-order transmutators made up the majority, about 8,000, third-order transmutators about 2,000, fourth-order transmutators 500, and fifth-order transmutators roughly 10. There were roughly 1,500 first-order transmutants, most of which were life faculty transmutants. Only extremely talented transmutants were qualified to be selected by the Black Wolf Guild at the first rank. As for the president of the Black Wolf Guild, Mo Xiao, almost no one had ever seen him make a move. Outsiders speculated that his strength should be the same as the city lord's, and that he was also a sixth revolution's powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the courage to confront the city lord, a guild of tens of thousands of people. It's really a huge organization. The number of fourth-order transmutants is dozens of times as many as Dongqing City. Is this the difference between a big city and a small city? Chu Jie looked at the data in front of him, muttering under his breath, while his eyes were carefully analyzing where to start and obtain information about the Blood Sea Realm. A low-ranked transmuter would definitely not know about the Blood Sea Realm, and at the very least, a fourth-ranked transmuter would be qualified to know about it. And, of course, only qualified. It was impossible for Mo Xiao to tell too many people this kind of confidential information. So, to get information, it's best to go to a fifth-order transmogrifier, especially Huo Wanjun, that vice president. He definitely knew about it. Chapter 93. Huo Wanjun should be at the fifth turn of strength, or the vice president of the Black Wolf Guild. The equipment on his body is more than likely not bad, although my attribute value is high. I'm afraid that I won't be able to directly take down such a powerful fifth-turn powerhouse. However, it might be possible to use my latest mastery of the blood prison grip to pull him into the blood space. Once we're in my territory, then the interrogation shouldn't be difficult. Chu Jie thought thoughtfully, and a kidnapping plan naturally formed in his mind. Of course, it would be better if we could kidnap Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao, as the president, definitely knew more. Furthermore, Mo Xiao was also a major tumor in Qingyun City. If he could be eradicated, Chu Jie would be considered to have returned a favor to Wu Xiaoji. Good. All that needs to be done next is to look for opportunities. Saying that he would do it, Chu Jie immediately left Qinglong University and headed towards the Black Wolf Guild's headquarters. The Black Wolf Guild was located in the west of Qingyun City. An entire area of tall buildings were all bought by the Black Wolf Guild and were made into an extravagant business district. In Qingyun City, you might not know where the city lord's mansion was, but you definitely wouldn't not know where the Black Wolf Guild was. Chu Jie took a cab and quickly arrived at the business district where the Black Wolf Guild was located. A wide array of stores were crammed inside, in which a wide variety of goods were sold. At a glance, there were more stores than he had seen combined when he arrived. It's as if a whole city of merchants ran here. In the surroundings of the business district, Chu Jie saw a group of transfigurators with a wolf's head pattern printed on their clothes, patrolling the area. Their eyes were arrogant, and they occasionally entered the stores on both sides of the street. The bosses all bent over and smiled respectfully, while their hands were secretly stuffed with a bunch of bills. The wolf-headed transmogrifier nodded in satisfaction with a you're-on-board expression before continuing on to the next store. These people wearing wolf head costumes should be the members of the Black Wolf Guild. It looks so arrogant. It's kind of black and white. Chu Jie said, but on second thought, it wasn't surprising. The Black Wolf Guild has clearly monopolized the vast majority of resources in Qingyun City. Monopolizing the resources also monopolizes the customers, and the subsequent merchants, even if they are no longer willing to do so, can only spend sky-high rents and be oppressed by the Black Wolf Guild to do business in the Black Wolf Guild's territory. Not to mention Wu Qiuji, but any Qingyun City citizen with a little bit of thought would definitely not want to see this. The Black Wolf Guild is clearly sucking the blood of Qingyun City. Trolling to trolling, Chu Jie did not have the idea of returning a clear blue sky to Qingyun City. After all, that's what the city lord is supposed to do. Chu Jie continued to walk forward, and from afar, he could see the center of the business district, a most luxurious building, where the headquarters of the Black Wolf Guild was located. Chu Jie's current attribute value was not enough to allow him to go in alone, and directly releasing an extermination move in the center of the city was too heartless. Therefore, Chu Jie planned to squat near the Black Wolf Guild. He had no academic pressures anyway and had no problem staying in the neighborhood all day. Moreover, the commercial street was created by the Black Wolf Guild to be extravagant and colorful, and it was quite suitable for passing the time. Chu Jie walked into a cafe next to the street. The coffee shop was just diagonally opposite the Black Wolf Guild, and the walls were made of floor-to-ceiling glass with a wide field of view, which made it more than suitable for squatting. Chu Jie planned to drink his coffee while keeping an eye on the Black Wolf Guild. Walking into the cafe, a distinctive aroma of coffee filled the tip of his nose. There was also soothing, soft music in his ears. It seemed to be the morning and the store was almost empty. Only a woman with long hair and work attire stood behind the counter, slowly making coffee. The woman's appearance could only be described as ordinary, but her temperament was quite extraordinary, especially the pair of eyes, which seemed to be as gentle as water, but contained a different kind of harshness. Seeing Chu Jie walk in, the woman greeted with a smile. "Hello, welcome, what can I get you to drink?" Chu Jie scanned the menu and casually ordered a cup of coffee. "Let's have this one." The shopgirl nodded and smiled. "Yes sir, 5,000. Chu Jie subconsciously nodded his head, then realized that something was wrong and looked at the shopgirl with a face full of surprise. "What? $5,000 for a cup of coffee? What kind of coffee is so expensive?" The shopgirl still kept her smile and said very frankly, "It's the kind of coffee that costs $10 a cup outside." "Trudger, are you going to be so honest?" A flash of cunning flashed in the shopgirl's eyes. "Although our coffee is more expensive, our service is great." Chu Jie rolled his eyes. $10 for coffee and $4,990 for service? What sky-high service charge? However, Chu Jie ended up paying. No other way, things are so expensive at the coffee shop. Other places are probably about the same. The Black Wolf Guild had made the area around their headquarters into a bustling commercial city, and since this was the center of the commercial city, prices naturally wouldn't be low. At the very least, the cafe has a place to sit. Finding a window card seat and sitting down, Chu Jie listened to music and waited in boredom. At this time, he suddenly realized a serious problem. It's too boring to wait around. Got to find something to do with myself while I'm waiting. But do what? Just as Chu Jie was pondering, a soft female voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Master, your coffee is here." Chu Jie turned his head to look, and his gaze straightened, only to see a beautiful woman with a hot body, who was carefully placing a cup of coffee on her table. The most important thing was that this beauty was wearing a maid's outfit. Grip? I'm going into a maid cafe? So that's where the $4,009 of service was spent? How can I say? This face, this body, it's worth it. The maid put down her coffee and smiled faintly at Chu Jie, asking daintily, "Master, may I ask what other services you require?" Chu Jie gulped and asked, "What other services do you offer?" The maid broke her fingers and counted as she did so. "Master, we have knee pillows, feedings, and massages here." Chu Jie's mouth twitched. "Are you talking about a proper massage?" The maid nodded seriously and gravely, with a slight hint of shame on her face as she said, "Master, no sure barrio." That cute tone, fierce look, but no man can top that. Chu Jie immediately clapped his hands together. "Give me a set of all of them. A woman who is so beautiful doesn't want your industry, doesn't ask you to guard her 24/7, doesn't ask you to give her emotional value. Instead, talk with you and give you full emotional value. A couple $1,000. Is she expensive?" Chapter 94, the annual copy opens. Under the maid's attentive care, Chu Jie had a perfect day. Walking back to school, Chu Jie was remorseful. "Hey, I was there to squat. How did I accidentally fall for that colorful demon? But that colorful demon is really pure and lustful, and calls me master with a single voice. This is something a man can't top. Ahem, back to business. I can't be so depraved. Business is business. Business is business. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to squat seriously and not fall under the spell of a colorful demon again." The next day, a playdate with the maiden lady. The third day was spent hanging out with the maiden lady. On the fourth day, it was painfully easy to play with the maiden lady. In this way, Chu Jie was in pain and happy, and came every day to play with Miss Maid. Of course, he wasn't really sinking into beauty. It was just that he realized something. He was squatting at the entrance of the Black Wolf Guild. It was fine for a short period of time, but once it got longer, it would definitely attract attention. So, he had to find a suitable reason so that no one else could see it. Sinking into beauty is a perfect excuse. Such a great time, and it was a month. He ordered all the maid ladies in the cafe. However, he froze without seeing a single shadow of Huo Wanjun. Still, it can't be said that there's no gain at all. In a month's time, Chu Jie had also gotten acquainted with the maids and waitresses in the store. I learned that this cafe actually secretly sells and buys all kinds of information. Chu Jie did not bother to inquire about the Blood Sea Realm's intelligence. For one thing, a small cafe would most likely not be able to inquire about anything of this rank. Secondly, inquiring about information can actually give it away, and you're likely to get in hot water. However, Chu Jie did inquire about some news of the flaming rock essence. Although fiery rock essence was rare, it hadn't reached the level of an unparalleled treasure. A big city like Qingyun City would produce 1 or 2 pieces every once in a while. The most recent piece that came out was half a year ago, and by now it's probably been refined into epic equipment. He couldn't get the stock, but Chu Jie learned about the copy of the flaming rock essence that had been produced, such as Fiery Volcano, Magma Canyon, Red Wasp Lair and so on. Not only is there information on the copies produced, but also specific location information, places that have already produced flaming rock essence, although it is difficult for new flaming rock essence to appear in a short period of time. However, knowing where they originated from was also of great benefit to Chu Jie. It could be analyzed by comparison to find a pattern that would give him a greater chance of finding the fiery rock essence. Hey, a message that cost me $1 million straight away. Combined with what I've spent on the maid this month, I'm surprised that the $5 million I have on me is almost at the bottom. In the evening, Chu Jie walked on the road to school in a somewhat melancholy mood. Truthfully, a month of frolicking around with the maids was getting a bit tiresome for him. Never seeing Huanjun made his patience almost exhausted as well. I still have all sorts of goodies on me that I've scavenged from the evil god cult. Why don't I just sell them sometime? Those things are estimated to sell for $100 million, and with such a large transaction, it might be able to attract the attention of the Black Wolf Guild, or even, maybe it'll get under their skin, and I'll just take the opportunity to wipe them out. Just as he was mulling over the plan to fish for law enforcement in his mind, his feet had habitually returned to the front of his quarters. Just as he was about to enter the villa, Chu Jie suddenly noticed that there was actually a sword-browed teenager standing at the entrance. Chu Jie froze and subconsciously looked up at the door of the room. That's right, it's my dorm room. Chu Jie's gaze turned to the teenager once again, and he was about to open his mouth to ask, but the other party spoke up first. Hello, you're Chu Jie's classmate, aren't you? The teenager revealed a confident smile, but the eyes that looked at Chu Jie vaguely contained a touch of wariness. Trudger nodded. Well, which one are you? The teenager held out his hand in a very social manner and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Su Rufeng, and I'm currently temporarily acting as the leader of the Green Dragon class. Hearing Green Dragon class, Chu Jie slightly froze, and immediately remembered that Wu Qirji seemed to have included himself in the Green Dragon class at that time. Oh, that means you're my class president, right? What did the class president come to see me about today? Is it an exam coming up? He reached out to shake Su Rufeng's hand and opened his mouth to ask. Wu Qiaoji also told himself at that time that it was fine for him to be in charge of his own time, but the exam must be taken. Ahem. Su Rufeng coughed dryly twice to hide the embarrassment on his face. School has started for almost a month. This Chu Jie has not shown up in the class once. Surprisingly, even he, the class president, does not know. Before, Su Rufeng actually didn't care that there was such a person missing from the class. After all, class president in college is not of the same nature as class president in high school. The class president in high school, that's a public servant, needs to be busy for his classmates. But the class president of the university, that's the chief, the symbol of the strength of the new generation. If Mr. Wu Qiaoji hadn't asked him to come, he definitely wouldn't have come to see Chu Jie. But it was also because of Wu Qiaoji's words that Su Rufeng became interested in this Chu Jie who had been absent from class for a long time. Trudger, there is one thing I need to correct you on. I didn't come to see you today. I've come to see you twice now and you weren't home. Today is the third time I've come to see you. I recognize your efforts, but I'm also curious. What kind of monsters are you getting up early and late to upgrade? Chu Jie smiled twice, heatedly. He couldn't say that he was at the cafe copy, swiping the maiden lady. Besides, the maid sisters are so gentle. How can you call them monsters? Squad leader, I'm just fooling around. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. On the contrary, what is the matter with you for coming to me 3 times? Seeing that Chu Jie avoided talking about it, Su Rufeng didn't care and opened his mouth. It's teacher Wu Qiaoji who asked me to find you. A special copy of our Qinglong University is about to open in 3 days. This copy opens once a year, and Mr. Wu wishes to let you go along. Hearing Su Rufeng's words, Chu Jie nodded thoughtfully. So it's a special copy? A copy that opens once a year is a very rare resource indeed. It's just that a phone call would have been better for this kind of thing. So why do you have to call someone to come to you? Okay, squad leader, I got it. Is there anything else besides this? Chapter 95, The Flaming Volcano. Seeing Chu Jie's unconcerned demeanor, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Su Rufeng's face. Mr. Chu Jie, didn't you understand what I just said? This is a special copy of our school's annual event, and since you're a member of the Green Dragon class, you have the qualifications to enter. In other classes, you need to go through layers of selection in your class, and the final winners are only qualified to enter them. And if people from the outside world want to enter, they even have to spend millions of dollars on entrance fees, and it's still hard to get a ticket. Chu Jie sniffed, but didn't care in the slightest. This special copy is indeed an unparalleled opportunity for others, but it's really nothing to him. He had also turned 3 and leveled up now, and didn't need to fight monsters to upgrade. Going to a copy was nothing more than brushing equipment materials. He hadn't sold so much equipment in his backpack space yet, so why did he go back to stocking up? Oh, class president, I know this spot is precious, but I don't really want to go. Things I know. Do you want to come over to my house as a guest or let's go out to eat? Chu Jie shrugged his shoulders and opened the door of his room with a bashful face, taking the initiative to invite. People came to find themselves 3 times. They can't just turn people away. Basic human contact is still necessary. What? You don't want to go? Su Rufeng's entire body froze when he heard Chu Jie's words. His Su family is the largest material merchant in Qingyan City, and his family's wealth can be ranked in the top 5 in Qingyan City. Even he, who regarded this copy opportunity as a treasure, while Chu Jie looked as if he could not see it. What exactly is this kid's strength? Why can't you even look at a special copy? When Wu Qiaoji had Su Rufeng come to notify Chu Jie, he had also specifically instructed that he should not force Chu Jie, and that he should listen to Chu Jie in everything. At that time, Su Rufeng was a little curious as to what kind of person could make even Dean Wu Qiaoji treat him so favorably. Now it seemed that Chu Jie was even more strange and wild than he had imagined. After slowing his mind, Su Rufeng's gaze towards Chu Jie was filled with a leaping light. Chu Jie, dinner or anything is not necessary. If you're really embarrassed, how about a fight with me? When Chu Jie heard the words, a look of sudden realization appeared in his eyes. I see. Did Mr. Wu ask you to fight me? Su Rufeng shook his head decisively. No, on the contrary, Teacher Wu specifically instructed me to just follow your arrangements, and not to use the frame of the class president to restrain you. However, my profession is a sword cultivator, and by constantly defeating strong enemies, my sword heart will become more thorough, and I will become stronger. Regarding the matter of going to the flaming volcano copy, I won't force you, but I want you to fight me, so I can see how strong you really are. Listening to Su Rufeng's powerful speech, looking at his face with a one-size-fits-all smart look, Chu Jie only felt speechless. Now he kind of understood. This Su Rufeng was obviously being used as a gun by Wu Qiaoji. If Wu Qiaoji was really that lenient, then just call and ask directly. Why did you have to get someone to tell you in person? And it's also looking for a Su Rufeng who has such a straight and rash personality. He was even deliberately instructed to stay out of trouble before he arrived. It's a clear case of aggravation. Hey, it's true that Ginger is still old and hot. Mr. Wu looks so loyal and honest, but I didn't expect that he's quite shady behind the scenes. Only, I don't have the time to spar with this guy, so troublesome to say the least. Just as Chu Jie was thinking how to reject Su Rufeng, his brows subconsciously furrowed. Wait, what did you just say? Squad leader, that special copy is called Flaming Volcano. Ah, one of the most famous copies of our school. Su Rufeng looked at Chu Jie with an odd expression. When Chu Jie heard this, his pupils gradually dilated, and an expression of ecstasy gradually appeared on his face. Oh, class president, why didn't you say so earlier? If you were to just say go to the flaming volcano, I would definitely agree to go. Okay, it's settled, haha. 3 days from now, right? Where do we meet? In the class? Say, where's our class? Chu Jie was full of smiles as he patted Su Rufeng's shoulder, kissing as if he was a brother. No wonder Chu Jie was so happy. The flaming volcano was one of the copies that produced flaming rock essence. Whether it could be found or not, at the very least it was one step closer to mission completion. No, that's the only special copy in our school. Why did I have to tell you this earlier? It's been almost a month since school started. Why don't you people know anything? Chu Jie's sudden drastic change in attitude left Su Rufeng in a daze. It was really hard to understand what kind of trick Chu Jie was pulling. However, looking at Chu Jie's appearance, it was more than likely that he wouldn't tell himself either. He simply didn't care and continued to ask. Okay, I'll talk to Mr. Wu, then our match. We're going to a copy in 3 days, or a special copy, the kind that comes once a year, so you have to save your stamina. Class president, what's the matter? Let's talk about it when we come out of the copy. How's that? Chu Jie didn't wait for Su Rufeng to speak and hurriedly interrupted. For Su Rufeng to be able to serve as the class president of the Green Dragon class, his strength must not be bad, but one is not in the same system as them at all. Hang on to yourself. So there is absolutely no need for a contest. With this time, he might as well buy some mining equipment and props. However, the more Chu Jie did not want to fight Su Rufeng, the more Su Ruffing was curious about Chu Jie's strength. He had already competed with everyone in his class over the course of the month. His strength is a well-deserved first. I didn't know Chu Guy was so special before. That's fine, since he already knew. He would never give up on fighting Chu Jie, but looking at Chu Jie's face full of grease, Su Ruffing was not confident that he could talk him down. After a little thought, he came up with a brilliant idea. Chu Jie, since you don't want to fight, then I won't force you. However, if you want to enter the flaming volcano replica, you have to go through the school's unified test before you can do so. I reckon you shouldn't know where to test either. Why don't I take you along for some testing? Su Ruffing's idea was simple. To understand Chu Jie's strength, it might not necessarily be necessary to fight against each other. As long as he could see Chu Jie's hand, he would be able to gauge the difference in strength between the two through the outcome of the battle. And uniform testing in schools is a great way to do that. Didn't we say that the Green Dragon class automatically qualifies? Why are there still tests? Chu Jie asked with a face full of doubt. Su Ruffing shook his head and explained. Entry qualifications to the flaming volcano are rare as hell, and there will always be people with devious ideas, so the school's test is to ensure that those who enter have a minimum of self-preservation. On top of that, different power levels receive different exploration permissions. Those with low-level permissions must explore in a group, while those with high-level permissions are only qualified to explore alone. In short, the purpose of the test is to ensure the safety of the transmogrifier who enters the replica.